The day started like any other. Su Chen, a simple man with a simple life, had just purchased a dragon-shaped wooden carving from the market. Little did he know, this seemingly innocuous purchase would set off a chain of events that would change his life forever. As soon as he stepped foot in his home, strange changes began to manifest within him. Each day, his body became more extraordinary, and he possessed abilities that would have been impossible just days prior. His life, which was once filled with ordinary routine, would soon become a whirlwind of adventure, and the world would begin to change in ways he never could have imagined. But who is Su Chen? Why are these strange transformations happening? And what role will this seemingly mundane wooden carving play? As his body evolves, so too does the world around him. Is it a change for the better? Or the beginning of the end? Prepare to be swept away on a journey that transcends the boundaries of science and fiction. A journey that will test the limits of human imagination. A journey that will challenge everything you thought you knew about dragons, humanity, and the very nature of reality itself. Join us as we delve into the heart of this extraordinary tale. Step into the world of ever since I got a dragon-shaped wooden carving, my body has been upgrading every day. You won't want to miss this. Ever since I bought a dragon-shaped wooden carving at the market, after returning home, my body has been undergoing strange changes every day. On the first day, a patch of golden scales grew on my chest. On the second day, my pupils turned golden, and my vision significantly improved. I could see even the smallest bugs clearly from 20 meters away. On the third day, my physical strength greatly increased, I could lift a small car with my bare hands. On the fourth day, my appetite inexplicably increased, I could only eat 4 buns in the morning before, but today I devoured 20. Then on the sixth day, an unexpected person came to my home. It was my boss, Lu Ruyan. She is beautiful and exudes the intellectual charm of a mature woman. As she approached me, I felt a strange heat in my body, which surprised me. Previously, I had many close encounters with Lu Ruyan, but none felt like today. She didn't notice my changes. At this moment, she was captivated by my eyes and continued to approach, saying, "Your colored contacts are beautiful." After explaining, I quietly stepped back, increasing the distance between Lu Ruyan and me. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh, asking, "Why are you stepping back?" Noticing my head shake, Lu Ruyan began to examine my house. I followed Lu Ruyan, seeing a different view from another angle. Especially in her professional pencil skirt, Lu Ruyan looked like a ripe fruit. This fueled the flames inside me even more, and just as I was about to lose control, after touring the house, Lu Ruyan said, "All right, I'll head back now." Lu Ruyan frowned at me, asking, "Do you want me to leave quickly?" Lu Ruyan huffed and walked away without looking back. Seeing this, I sighed heavily, the strange sensations in my body slowly faded, but there was still an unnamed fire wanting to burst out. So I quickly ran outside the community along the road, and during this frantic run, I felt the unnamed fire dissipating rapidly. Just as I waited for a red light and was about to run again, I saw a red car at the front of the main road start moving. At that moment, a sports car suddenly came barreling in from the side, and the next second, there was a loud bang as the red car flipped over several times. The front of the sports car was completely smashed, and it finally crashed into the greenbelt before coming to a stop. The sudden accident left me stunned for a moment. My gaze fell on the red car, which looked familiar. It was the car Lu Ruyan often drove. Seeing this, my expression changed, and I hurriedly ran toward the red car. Inside, Lu Ruyan had blood flowing from her head, and her chest was rising and falling. She seemed to be unconscious. "Let me help, I'm a doctor." At that moment, a clear voice came from behind me. Hearing that, I quickly stepped aside. Then a woman climbed into the car. After checking, her expression gradually turned grim. "This is bad, her femoral artery has been cut." Without hesitation, I grabbed the door handle with both hands and pulled hard. The deformed door from the crash came open. Onlookers who wanted to help were wide-eyed at the sight, but it wasn't over yet. They saw me pull open the car door. I gripped the steel plate blocking Lu Ruyan, which was about 5 centimeters thick and made of high-strength steel. Yet, I managed to bend it and pull it out. With the obstruction gone, I lifted Lu Ruyan out of the car, and the doctor immediately began giving instructions. 5 minutes later, Lu Ruyan was taken away by the ambulance. I looked at the cut on my hand from the steel plate, preparing to head home to bandage it, when the female doctor approached and said, "It looks like your hand is hurt too," she said, pulling out iodine and gauze from somewhere to treat my wound. Once she finished, I expressed my gratitude and then headed home. After returning home, I felt a slight itch in my palm. When I unwrapped the gauze, I was stunned to see that the wound had already scabbed over, looking nothing like a fresh injury. A look of surprise crossed my face. This self-healing ability is too strong, I'm becoming less human. Meanwhile, videos of me saving someone started appearing online. In the video, I opened the deformed car door and bent the steel plate, shocking all the viewers. The video quickly went viral. However, I was unaware of what was happening online. At that moment, I was already lying in bed, resting early. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, I transformed into a 100-foot-long 5-clawed golden dragon, capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the sea. When I woke up, it was already the next day. The first thing I did upon waking was check my physical condition. I saw a patch of golden scales on my chest, and next to them, the skin appeared slightly pale, as if something was trying to emerge. I leaned closer to the mirror for a better look and realized that beneath the skin was another scale waiting to emerge. The second scale was about to grow. I sighed and soon the time passed. In the afternoon, I lay on the sofa scrolling through short videos. A day had passed, yet the videos of me saving someone were still trending online. The discussions were brewing, with most people debating how strong my power really was. Many fitness influencers began testing whether human strength could bend a 5-centimeter thick steel plate. The result was obvious: human strength simply couldn't achieve that. Thus, many netizens believed that my bending the steel plate was fabricated. Some speculated that Lu Ruyan had done it, or that there was something wrong with the car's materials. After watching those influencers' tests, I too became curious about just how strong I had become. So I immediately went to a boxing gym, and under the guidance of the staff, I approached the strength tester. I asked, "Will this machine break?" The staff member paused for a moment and then laughed, "Sir, no one has ever broken the strength tester. Will I have to pay?" The staff member shook his head with a smile, saying, "No, you won't." With a loud bang, the tester lit up red. The number on the screen read 200 kilograms, and the staff member next to me widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I wasn't very familiar with this, but after looking at the displayed number, I threw another punch, this time using 2/3 of my strength. The sound was louder than the first. The number on the screen changed to 350 kilograms, and I went. The staff next to me couldn't help but curse. He understands better than I do what the concept of 350 kilograms is. 350 kilograms is close to 800 pounds. And currently, the greatest strength of the most famous boxer in the world is 800 pounds. "Sir, please wait a moment," the staff hurriedly called out to me. Then, after carefully checking the tester again and confirming that there were no issues, he signaled me that I could test it. I nodded in response and then swung my fist with all my strength. This time, the wall behind the tester seemed to tremble, and the tester emitted a buzzing sound under the heavy load, while the numbers on it skyrocketed wildly. The final lock is set at 650 kilograms. Currently, the staff are completely shocked and at a loss for words. Is this something a person can achieve? And I didn't wait for the staff to react, but left the boxing gym. Time passed quickly, and for the next few days, I stayed at home. Every morning I checked my body, and on the 8th day, the second scale on my chest grew out, and on the 9th day. I found that my appetite has increased again. Now I have to eat at least more than 30 steamed buns in one meal. Besides that, I also found that I have a strong craving for meat. On the 10th day, I checked my physical condition as usual, and first, the scales on my chest had grown to 2 pieces. The third piece is faintly emerging under the skin. It should grow out in another 2 or 3 days. Besides that, I found that I seem to have become more handsome. After checking her health condition, Lu Ruyan suddenly called me and said she was discharged from the hospital today. To thank me, she wanted to treat me to a meal, and I did not refuse. Quickly arrived at Lu Ruyan's doorstep, knocked on the door, and the door opened. Lu Ruyan, wearing a white dress and with a high ponytail, appeared in my line of sight. Seeing this, my eyes lit up, and that nameless heat surged again. "Here we go, let's go," Lu Ruyan smiled and linked her arm with mine. The cool and refreshing touch of the skin makes my heat not only diminish but instead feels like pouring a bucket of oil on a fire, making it burn even more fiercely. I suppressed the inner heat, quickly pulled my arm out, and upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes subtly revealed a hint of disappointment. However, it was quickly covered up by him. Half an hour later, Lu Ruyen and I arrived at a seafood buffet restaurant. It was my first time eating such a high-end seafood buffet. So I had abalone, lobster, and hairy crabs all at once, and after these came up, I directly put the wagyu beef in the pot to cook. My colleague picked up a steamed oyster and started eating it. The moment the oyster entered my mouth, I felt as if a wave of energy entered my body. The energy wanders around in the body, very comfortable. Lu Ruyen smiled brightly, placing the oyster meat into my bowl. I said thank you and continued eating. The power surged into my body again, and what are you thanking me for? If it weren't for that car accident last time. I am no longer here. Lai Yurian said, and then picked up the wagyu beef from the pot and placed it in my bowl. I hurriedly said to Sister Lu, I can do it myself. Liu Ruyan smiled and said it's okay. Today, I'm here to serve you. At the moment she said this, Lu Ruyan's pretty face suddenly turned a bit red, but I didn't notice. Instead, I picked up live beef and started eating it. This time there was no strange energy, which made me somewhat puzzled as to why eating oysters would have that feeling, but eating beef did not. With this doubt, I tried all the other dishes, and in the end, I found that anything from the sea carries that strange energy. After reaching the conclusion, I began to feel conflicted inside. Although I don't know what this energy is, it definitely has a significant effect on my body. Even, it is possible to catalyze the alienation speed of one's own body, and one will not really transform into a golden giant dragon hundreds of feet long like the dream that day. When I was feeling conflicted inside, Lu Ruyan suddenly said, "You look handsome today." I smiled slightly, perhaps because I hadn't been to work these past few days. The reason to rest well, after saying that I awkwardly scratched my head, Lu Jin I might have to resign, Lu, like smoke, the body stiffened. Why did I hesitate for a few seconds, thinking of a reason in my heart, saying that I wanted to travel for a while to relax, my words also made Lu Ruyen silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he pursed his lips and said that resigning is no longer necessary. You can relax for as long as you want, as long as my company is still here, there will always be a place for you in that company. After saying that, he took out his phone and said that traveling also costs money, so I'll transfer some to you. As soon as I heard this, I hurriedly wanted to refuse. However, Lu Ruoyan continued to refuse, saying it could be considered an advance on your salary, or it could be treated as a loan, you can pay me back when you have money in the future. After speaking, Lu Ruyan had already transferred 50,000 to me. The meal took almost 2.5 hours, and after returning home, I looked at the pending payments in the chat history. After a moment of hesitation, I finally clicked on Receive Payment and replied with a thank you. Soon, Lu Ruyen replied that there was no need to thank her, and I looked at the cute smiley face behind. I can't help but picture Lu Ruyen's exquisite and charming face in my mind, and my lips can't help but slightly curve upwards, after which I began to tidy up. When eating, I did not lie to Lu Ruyen, I really did plan to go to the seaside and quickly packed my luggage. I took out my phone and booked a flight to Nanhai City for the next day. The next day, as usual, the first thing I did after getting up was to go to the bathroom. Looking at myself in the bathroom mirror, leaning against the mirror, I noticed 5 more scales on my chest, and the gold in my eyes increased. Overnight, 3 scales grew out, and I was shocked. After carefully examining the scales on my chest and finding no abnormalities. Then I grabbed my luggage and went straight out the door, arrived at the airport to take a flight to Nanhai City, and by the time I got to Nanhai City, it was already past 8 p.m. I took a taxi to a homestay hotel near the seaside and checked in. The next morning, I followed other travelers staying at the hotel to the beach. Nanhai City is one of the popular tourist cities in the country, with millions of people coming to Nanhai City for tourism every year. Although it is not the tourist season now. But there are still quite a few tourists by the seaside, wearing swimsuits and swim trunks, swimming in the shallow water, while the children play with sand on the beach, laughing and frolicking. Above the distant sea surface, flocks of seabirds circle in a formation, the sea breeze blows, and the salty taste of the seawater merges into the sea breeze. Su Chen walked to the edge of the sea, and then slowly walked in, soon the seawater reached his chest. The scales on the chest seemed to come alive after touching the seawater, rhythmically opening and closing, like breathing scallops. This discovery made Su Chen feel very magical, he held his breath and soon realized that he could actually breathe in the water using scales. Scales can breathe in water, Su Chen's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. After a long time, the shock on his face turned into excitement and exhilaration. Immediately, Su Chen dove into the water and swam deeper into the ocean. 5 minutes later, Su Chen was already 100 meters away from the shore. For these 5 minutes, he did not surface, but remained in the seawater, because it is more than 100 meters away from the shore, and the marine life here is undisturbed by humans. They were leisurely swimming at the bottom of the sea, and a few pomfret fish swam over to Su Chen's side. When Su Chen reached out to touch them, with a fleeing style of fast swimming, Su Chen ignored the few pomfret fish and continued swimming deeper. The further he swam into the depths, the more fish he saw. Groupers, parrotfish, cod, sea bass, all kinds of fish are everywhere. They keep their distance from Su Chen. Su Chen also ignored them and stopped swimming, allowing himself to slowly sink. When he had sunk about 30 meters, Su Chen felt that his breathing was a bit difficult. He did not continue to sink, but instead kept himself at a depth of about 30 meters underwater, swimming like this for almost over an hour. Just as Su Chen was about to rise, a fish radiating golden yellow suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Seeing this completely golden fish, Su Chen widened his eyes. He recognized this fish, which is known as the soft gold of the sea, the large yellow croaker. A few years ago, a fisherman accidentally caught a large yellow croaker weighing over 8 pounds, and then sold it for nearly 70,000 yuan. And Su Chen looked at the big yellow fish not far away, nearly a meter long, weighing about a dozen pounds, holding a dozen pounds of wild big yellow fish. Su Chen's heart raced. He quietly swam towards the big yellow fish. And that big yellow fish did not notice Su Chen approaching it. Still leisurely wandering there, when Su Chen was less than a meter away from the big yellow fish, he suddenly accelerated. Reach out to grab that big yellow fish. Half an hour later, near noon by the beach, many people by the sea were preparing to go back for lunch. At this moment, someone noticed a figure not far from the sea. Holding a strange object, swimming quickly towards the shore, the strange object shone with golden light, looking like gold. He stopped in his tracks, curiously waiting, as that person got closer to the beach, waiting until the figure was less than 30 meters from the beach. He let out a, "What the hell," and this exclamation made the other tourists around look over, then they followed that person's gaze and looked towards the beach. I saw a young man, dressed in short clothes and shorts, swimming over from the shallow water area, and he was holding a lively, bouncing big fish in his arms. The big fish is golden all over, and at this moment under the sunlight, it actually seems to be shimmering with golden light. Wow, big yellow fish. People with knowledge recognize the big yellow croaker. Where is the big yellow croaker? Wow, it's so big, wild big yellow croaker. With a sound of wow echoing around, they quickly walked toward Su Chen, and after Su Chen got ashore, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. "Brother, is this a big yellow croaker? Wow, this fish is really big. Brother, are you selling this big yellow croaker? Where did you catch it? I'll offer 10,000 yuan. Brother, how about selling me this fish?" Hearing everyone's inquiries, Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. "This fish was caught by my good luck, just in that shallow water area. I'm not selling the fish, I'll keep it to eat myself." After speaking, Su Chen directly shouldered the 1-meter-long yellow croaker and walked towards the distant guesthouse hotel. On the way to the guesthouse hotel, Su Chen, carrying a large yellow croaker, attracted quite a bit of attention, and in addition, Nanhai City originally had many fishermen and seafood merchants. So along the way, many people asked if the large yellow croaker was for sale. It went from 30,000 to 50,000, and finally to 80,000. At 80,000, Su Chen was somewhat tempted. However, after thinking about it, he still chose to refuse. The large yellow croaker, known as the soft gold of the ocean, made Su Chen very curious about what it would be like to eat this thing. How much energy will be gained? Soon, Su Chen arrived at the guesthouse hotel. Then he found the owner of the guesthouse hotel and asked him to help process the fish. After it was processed, Su Chen took the fish back to the room, closed the door, and placed the fish on the coffee table. The fish was cleaned very well. The hotel specially chilled it and made some plot adjustments. Su Chen took out a fruit knife from his suitcase. Then I cut a piece of fish and put it in my mouth, and the next second that peculiar energy surged again. Energy flows throughout the body. The areas that have passed are all warm, and right after that, Su Chen discovered that the scales on his chest were emitting a faint golden light. If he looks in the mirror at this moment, it turns out that not only are there scales on his chest, but even his eyes are emitting golden light waves at this moment. This energy is stronger than that of salmon sashimi. Su Chen showed an excited expression on his face, and then he couldn't wait to continue eating. The 1-meter-long yellow croaker, after being processed, there's still more than 7 pounds of meat left, and Su Chen finished all 7 pounds in less than half an hour by himself. After finishing eating, Su Chen felt as if his body was on fire, and white smoke began to rise from him. Soon, the room was filled with swirling smoke. In this state, Su Chen felt a bit tired. He walked to the bedside and lay down, and within less than a minute, he fell asleep. He slept for a long time during this nap, and when he woke up it was already the next morning. Then Su Chen discovered that his body was sticky. The surface has a dark brown slime, which emits a faint fishy smell. Su Chen hurriedly entered the bathroom to take a shower, and after finishing the shower, Su Chen discovered that his body had undergone an astonishing change. His skin had become fairer, and the muscle lines on his body were very loose. 8-pack abs, a strong yet not exaggerated chest with a mermaid line. In addition, there are 5 scales on the chest, which have now grown to 10. Almost covered the left half of the chest, the eyes are still golden, and the shape of the pupils has changed. The pupils narrow and stretch upwards, somewhat similar to constricted pupils, but they haven't completely changed yet. Su Chen's eyebrows are slightly furrowed, and his eyes previously had a faint golden color. Others still think it's wearing colored contact lenses, but now the pupils have also changed, so I must find a way to cover it up. Fortunately, I have prepared myself. Su Chen walked out of the restroom, then took a pair of sunglasses from his suitcase, putting them on his eyes, perfectly covering the mutated pupils. After doing all this, Su Chen continued to check his body. In addition to the increase in scales and the mutation of his pupils, Su Chen found that his physical quality had also improved. It seems that his height has also increased a bit, probably about 2 centimeters. He was originally 1.78 meters, and now his net height is 1.80 meters. After checking his body, Su Chen left the room and the hotel. Like yesterday, Su Chen went to the beach. When they arrived at the beach, Su Chen found that there were many more people on the beach today than yesterday, and there were also quite a few people in diving suits in the distance. Why are there so many people today? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. A nearby tourist heard his confusion and kindly explained. Yesterday, a guy over here caught a big yellow croaker weighing about 10 pounds. The boat has set off, and today he came over to try his luck, having heard the tourist's explanation. Su Chen was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He said thank you to the tourists, then took a step toward the seaside and walked into the sea. Su Chen dove in headfirst, and in the seawater, Su Chen swam quickly because there were quite a few more divers today. Su Chen deliberately avoided the areas of human activity and swam towards a farther place, and after swimming for about an hour, there were finally no signs of humans around. However, to be on the safe side, Su Chen carefully checked the surroundings, and after confirming that no one was there, he began to dive. Try the depths that can be dived: 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, and 50 meters. When Su Chen dived to 60 meters, he felt a bit of difficulty in breathing, and yesterday he dove to a depth of 30 meters, this time it increased to over 60 meters, which made Su Chen very excited. He started swimming at a depth of over 60 meters. As the depth increased, there were more fish here, and various expensive fish could be seen everywhere. This type of grouper, along with squids, tears and so on, looking at the surrounding fish, Su Chen suddenly felt a bit hungry. His gaze fell on one of the largest groupers. Su Chen did not notice that at this moment, his golden eyes had pupils that became even longer and seemed to have completely turned into vertical slits. At the same time, an indescribable energy locked onto that grouper, and the grouper seemed to sense the danger. It did not escape. Instead, it surprisingly remained motionless there. A few seconds later, that grouper closed its eyes and actually fainted. Su Chen looked at the fainted grouper, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? Swinging his legs, Su Chen swam to the side of the grouper. Reaching out, I touched the fainted grouper, and the grouper slowly fell towards the bottom of the water. Su Chen grabbed the falling grouper. Then he exerted a little force, and the grouper completely died. After killing the grouper, Su Chen felt a bit conflicted again. This fish hasn't been processed yet, the scales and internal organs are still there, and it hasn't undergone any odor removal treatment. Eating it raw like this makes Su Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. However, at this time, the stomach let out a gurgling protest, and Su Chen could only briefly handle the fish scales on the grouper. Then pinching his nose, he took a bite of the grouper, with seawater and fish meat entering Su Chen's mouth at the same time, and Su Chen's expression changed. Hastily spat out everything in my mouth, it was so damn disgusting. I looked at the grouper in my hand that I had bitten into, it seemed a bit of a waste to throw it away. It seems that next time I come, I need to prepare a net bag specifically to hold these fish. By the way, I also need to learn how to handle these fish. This way, every time I catch a fish, I don't have to find someone to help handle it. Because I was hungry, Su Chen didn't stay in the sea for long. Instead, turn around and swim back. When it reached noon, Su Chen returned to the hotel. He first bought a net bag and a nice cigarette at the supermarket next to the hotel. Then I found the hotel chef with a cigarette and asked him to teach me how to handle fish and make sashimi. After an hour of learning, Su Chen learned how to handle it. Then Su Chen looked at the time, it was already past 1 p.m., and he found another restaurant, first having a big meal. After finishing eating, Su Chen returned to the hotel to rest. At around 4 a.m. the next day, Su Chen got out of bed. He first checked his body. After confirming that there was no change in his body compared to yesterday, he took the net bag and went out. Before leaving the hotel, Su Chen came to the hotel the day before. Paid the rent 7 days in advance. After paying the money, Su Chen headed straight to the beach. Because it was still early, when Su Chen arrived at the beach. At this time, there were almost no people on the beach. Su Chen did not hesitate much and directly entered the water, swimming towards the distance, perhaps because of the previous mutation. Suyang swims very fast in the water. If viewed from above, Suyang resembles a sharp sword cutting through the wind and waves, slicing the blue sea surface in two. In just 10 minutes, Su Chen has already swum almost 5 nautical miles, which is about 9,000 meters. A normal person simply cannot swim this fast in 10 minutes. Next, Su Chen swam for more than half an hour. After the distant city of Nanhai became the size of a sesame seed in his eyes, Su Chen finally stopped and began to dive, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. When Su Chen reached a depth of 60 meters underwater, the seabed became dark, but Su Chen could still clearly see everything within a radius of more than 30 meters. Among them are some plankton in the water, various kinds of fish, etc. At this moment, a large figure swam toward Su Chen. Seeing that figure again, Su Chen was first taken aback, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The figure of the dolphin was actually a dolphin. The dolphin looks not very big, about 1 meter long, with a somewhat chubby body, a round head, and a pair of round, curious eyes looking at Su Chen. After swimming to Su Chen's side, the little dolphin turned around Su Chen twice, then nudged Su Chen's arm with its head, showing no fear at all. Looking at such a cute dolphin, Su Chen smiled, and he reached out to pat the little dolphin's head, which happily flicked its tail. At this moment, the little dolphin suddenly swam towards the distance. After swimming for more than 10 meters, the little dolphin stopped and looked back to see that Su Chen had not followed. He turned back again, nudging Su Chen with his head, urging me to follow him. Su Chen guessed the little dolphin's thoughts, and he swung his legs. Following the little dolphin, they swam towards the distance for about 10 minutes. Su Chen saw not far away, a large adult dolphin entangled all over its body with fishing nets. Completely unable to move, entangled in a fishing net, unable to surface for air, that large dolphin remained motionless, as if it had stopped breathing. At this moment, the little dolphin beside Su Chen nudged Su Chen's arm with its head, and Su Chen immediately quickened his pace, swimming towards the trapped dolphin. After swimming to the side of the dolphin, Su Chen grabbed the dolphin's fishing net with both hands, then took out the dagger stuck in his leg and cut through the fishing net. And at that moment, the big dolphin entangled in the fishing net seemed to sense something, and it suddenly shook its head. Then it opened its mouth and bit toward Su Chen's hand holding the dagger. Dolphins have teeth, and their teeth are very sharp, especially when they encounter danger. Will use teeth to attack dolphins. The sudden attack caught Su Chen off guard, and by the time he reacted, his arm had already been bitten by the dolphin. A slight pain came over, and a trace of faint blood oozed out. At this moment, the little dolphin hurriedly swam to the big dolphin's side and nudged its head against the big dolphin's head. The big dolphin released Su Chen's arm. After the arm was released, Su Chen continued to cut the fishing nets with the dagger. And while he was cutting the place on his arm that was just bitten, he didn't notice, the drop of fresh blood that flowed just now, had a hint of gold mixed in with the red. The little dolphin surrounding Su Chen seems to sense something, and it opens its mouth to suck the blood from the seawater. Quickly, Su Chen cut off all the fishing nets from the dolphin. The emptied dolphin immediately surfaced to breathe, and after finishing breathing, the big dolphin swam to Su Chen's side, and like the little dolphin, easily rubbed against Su Chen's body with its round, chubby head. It seems to be expressing gratitude. Watching the dolphin that is nudging its head, Su Chen reached out and patted its head. At this moment, he noticed that the place where he was bitten by the dolphin had already formed a scab. The wound healed so quickly that Su Chen's expression changed. He carefully observed the wound, where there were rows of small bite marks. The scabbed areas had darkened in color, and just a light poke would. The scab will fall off, revealing intact skin. Then, Su Chen saw the little dolphin spouting water. Seeing this scene, Su Chen quickly surfaced. After his head emerged from the water, Su Chen looked around and, upon seeing an island in the distance, quickly swam towards it. Behind him, a large and a small dolphin followed him. When Su Chen swam to the island, the two dolphins swam around by the shore. Without any intention of leaving, Su Chen ignored the two dolphins, found a spot to sit down, and then took out a dagger from his waist. Sliding my own fingers, the first time, only a faint white mark appeared on my finger, with no blood oozing out. Su Chen put in a lot of effort this time, and his fingers showed wounds, with the wounds containing red mixed with faint golden blood. Flowed out. Su Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. He observed the blood for a while, then dipped his finger into a bit of golden liquid and brought it to his mouth to taste. Aside from a faint fishy smell, there was no other taste. Then Su Chen dipped his hand in a bit of golden liquid and smeared it on the nearby coconut tree. After finishing these, he began to observe, and soon saw ants crawling on the coconut tree. Discovering the golden liquid, they surrounded the liquid, using a tone to crazily lick those liquids, but after licking once more, those ants began to remain motionless, as if they were dead. Seeing this scene, Su Chen gently touched the ants with his finger, and the ants fell from the tree, landing on the ground still motionless, their own blood containing poison. Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. Then he looked again at the two that were still lingering on the sea not far away. If the sea were toxic, how come they were fine? And it looks like he really likes it. Su Chen felt puzzled. He wanted to try again. However, at this moment, it was found that the wound had already healed. The sheep picked up the dagger again and cut its finger once more. Then put the fingers in the seawater, and the blood flows into the seawater. Two dolphins nearby hurried over, excitedly sipping the fresh blood in the seawater, and Su Chen curiously watched this scene. A moment later, Su Chen stood up, looked around, and began to observe the island he was on. The island did not seem large. The length seems to be just over 300 meters, with no buildings around and no signs of human activity, except for some reefs and coconut trees. There is nothing else. While Su Chen was examining the island, he didn't notice that the ant he had just touched on the ground suddenly moved, and then his claws began to move violently. Then, at a speed that ants do not possess, it quickly crawled towards the distance, and soon I saw them online a few days ago and thought they looked interesting, so I bought a pair to try on. I'm just shy. I shook my head, worrying that I might lose control later. Okay, take care, Lu Jie. No, I forced a smile. We need to stop the bleeding now. We have to get her out of the car quickly. I'll help you with that. After hearing this, I pondered for a moment and then asked, what if I break it? Feeling reassured, I put on the gear, then suddenly threw a punch, using only about 1/3 of my strength. He was staying on the island. He had caught quite a few sea fish and was now sitting on a reef, processing the fish. Below the reef, a large and a small dolphin were swimming in circles, occasionally opening their mouths to catch some parts of the fish that Su Chen was processing. After finishing all the fish, Su Chen ate some sashimi, feeling the energy coursing rapidly through his body. Once the energy had circulated throughout him, it finally converged at Su Chen's chest and then disappeared. Soon, he finished the sashimi, found a higher spot, and lay there staring at the starry sky, lost in thought, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Not far away, the large and small dolphins were leaping over the surface of the sea, seemingly playing and frolicking. Su Chen stretched his body and then walked to the shore, jumping straight into the water. The moment he touched the water, the scales on his chest slowly opened and closed. A faint golden light emanated from his eyes. The two dolphins sensed Su Chen entering the water, swam to his side, and circled around him, nudging his body with their heads. Su Chen smiled and patted the heads of the two dolphins. Then he noticed something and looked at the dolphins in surprise. Compared to yesterday, the two dolphins had clearly grown a bit. Especially the small dolphin, which had originally been about 1 meter long, had now grown to 1 meter 30. Could it be related to the golden blood within him? A guess surged in Su Chen's mind. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen drew the dagger from his waist and made a small cut on his finger. Instantly, blood and golden liquid flowed out. The two dolphins, upon catching the scent, excitedly swam to Su Chen's finger, happily drinking the golden liquid from the seawater. After a moment, the wound on Su Chen's finger scabbed over, and the two dolphins let out strange sounds of disappointment. Su Chen ignored the greedy dolphins and began searching for food at the bottom of the sea. Oysters, sea urchins, grouper. After busying himself for more than half an hour, Su Chen found quite a bit of food. He brought the items to the shore and then sat on the reef to eat. After finishing his breakfast, Su Chen continued to dive into the sea. Time passed quickly. In the following days, Su Chen stayed on this small island. Every day, he would feed the two dolphins some golden liquid, and under Su Chen's feeding, the bodies of the two dolphins underwent tremendous changes over these few days. The small dolphin, which had only been 1 meter long, had actually grown to 2 meters. And the large dolphin's length had increased to 4 meters. 4 meters. This was the maximum length for dolphins. Besides the growth in size, Su Chen also discovered that the intelligence of the two dolphins had improved. He could simply command them to complete certain tasks, such as retrieving items or staying put. Compared to the changes in the two dolphins, Su Chen himself had not changed much over these few days. The 10 scales on his chest remained the same, and there had been no significant improvement in his physical condition or other aspects. The only change was that Su Chen could feel something seemingly condensing in the area of his chest, where the energy would gather and then disappear each time, but he had not looked inward, and there were no instruments on this isolated island to determine what exactly was condensing within him. On the 7th day of staying on the island, Su Chen left the island and swam towards Nanhai City. After swimming for half a day, just as he was about to reach the shallow waters of Nanhai City, Su Chen looked at the two dolphins still following him and said, "From now on, you two don't need to look for me. I hope we meet again by chance." After saying this, Su Chen patted the heads of the two dolphins and then swam towards the shallows. In place. Two dolphins watched the direction in which Su Chen had left, spinning in circles and emitting sounds that only dolphins could make, their calls seemingly filled with reluctance. Humans could not hear the dolphins' calls, but due to his bodily mutation, Su Chen could hear them and feel the reluctance in their voices. Su Chen did not look back but continued swimming towards the shore. After consuming his blood, the two dolphins had clearly undergone mutations, and Su Chen did not know what they would become in the future, or if they would exceed the boundaries of being dolphins. Regardless, Su Chen had no intention of continuing to feed them with his blood. He felt that his body had not evolved in the past few days, perhaps related to feeding the dolphins with golden blood. Moreover, if these two dolphins were discovered by humans, it would be a disaster for them. Never underestimate humans. They are the most suspicious and curious among all creatures. Upon discovering the anomalies of the two dolphins, they would not hesitate to conduct tests and experimental research on them. Soon, Su Chen swam to the shallow waters and then onto the beach. There were many tourists on the beach, and upon seeing them, Su Chen felt a sense of familiarity. After all, he had spent 7 days on a deserted island, with only the two dolphins for company. After staying on the beach for a while, Su Chen left and returned to the guesthouse hotel. Back in his room, Su Chen changed his clothes. Then he took out his phone from his suitcase. The phone screen displayed dozens of unknown calls and messages, including WeChat notifications. Su Chen opened it to check, most of them were from Su Taohong, with a few being spam messages. Su Chen called Su Taohong back. The call connected quickly, and Su Taohong's voice came through the phone. "Su Chen, you scared me to death. I almost called the police." Hearing Su Taohong's words, Su Chen was taken aback. Before he could respond, Su Taohong continued, "I called you so many times and you didn't answer. I thought something happened to you." Su Chen laughed and replied, "Sister Su, I was out at sea fishing with a boat these past few days and forgot my phone at the hotel." "How could you forget your phone?" "All right. Enough about that, where are you now?" "I'm in Nanhai City." "Oh." Su Taohong responded, then fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "When are you coming back?" Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I want to stay here in Nanhai for a few more days. What's up, Sister Su? Do you need something? Can't I call you if there's nothing? That's not what I meant, I thought you might have encountered some trouble. What trouble could I encounter? It's just. At this point, Su Taohong fell silent again. The words that followed were hard for her to say. She didn't know if Su Chen had any feelings for her. If she said the wrong thing, it might make things awkward, and they might not even remain friends. Listening to Su Taohong's silence, Su Chen actually understood what she wanted to say. If it were before, Su Chen would have unhesitatingly chosen to break through that barrier. After all, Su Taohong was beautiful, had a good personality, and was a boss. Countless people would wish to have a girlfriend like her. But Su Chen's body had undergone mutations, and he didn't dare to get involved with Su Taohong. What if they became involved, and then something happened? What if she got pregnant? What if a bunch of dragon babies were born? Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The atmosphere grew a bit silent. The two held their phones to their ears, quietly waiting for the other to speak. After a moment, it was Su Chen who spoke first. Sister Su, I have some things to take care of here, so I'll hang up. A look of disappointment appeared on Su Taohong's beautiful face. After a few seconds, she softly replied, Beep beep. He hung up the phone. Su Chen put down his mobile phone and sighed. Meanwhile, on the island where Su Chen had stayed for 7 days, at the base of a coconut tree, several giant ants were gnawing at a fallen coconut on the ground. These ants were nearly 10 centimeters long, their large mandibles opening and closing as they bit into the hard coconut shell, making a squeaking sound. After breaking through the coconut, they feasted on the flesh inside. Soon, these ants had consumed all the coconut meat, including the coconut water. After finishing, they remained motionless inside the coconut shell, as if lifeless. After a long while. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the back of one of the ants, and then another ant crawled out from inside. After emerging, the ant began to grow at a visible speed, expanding to over 20 centimeters in just a few seconds. It only stopped when it reached 30 centimeters. The ant then began to search around, seemingly looking for food. The next day, Su Chen went to the supermarket early in the morning for a shopping spree. He bought several power banks, along with some daily necessities, including drinking water, underwear, socks, and a toothbrush. Then he visited an outdoor store to buy supplies like a compass and flint. After purchasing these items, Su Chen returned to the hotel with his belongings. At noon, he checked out of the hotel with a large bag of luggage. After leaving the hotel, Su Chen headed to the beach. Finding a secluded spot, he slowly waded into the water with his luggage and swam out towards the distance. This scene was spotted by a bored tourist in the distance, who was scanning the area with binoculars. Upon seeing Su Chen diving into the sea with his luggage, he was momentarily stunned, and after observing for a long time without seeing Su Chen resurface, he hurried to inform the lifeguard on the beach about what he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, the lifeguard immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and organized a search. However, after searching for a long time, they found no trace of Su Chen. While they were searching for him, Su Chen had already swum several nautical miles with his luggage in the water. This time, he specifically swam to international waters and sought out an uninhabited island to stay for a while. He swam from the waters of Nanhai City to Monkey Island, and then to the Pacific Ocean, taking a full 3 days without stopping. Finally, he found a decent-looking island somewhere in the Pacific. Upon reaching the island, Su Chen first processed some fish he had caught along the way and had a hearty meal. After eating and drinking to his fill, Su Chen began to explore the island. The island was not large, about the size of 2 football fields, with signs of human activity along the edges, including some debris washed up on the beach. Not far away, under a few coconut trees, were ripe coconuts that had fallen. Beside one of the coconuts, a hermit crab was resting. The sea breeze brushed against Su Chen's face, and the salty smell of the sea made him squint. After 3 days in the water, Su Chen had grown accustomed to this scent. After surveying the island, Su Chen took out all the items he had prepared in his suitcase. He had carefully wrapped flint, a compass, and electronic products in waterproof cloth. He also had a fruit knife, a simple net, a small sleeping bag, a few pieces of clothing, and underwear. After organizing these items, Su Chen began to set up a temporary shelter. The island had many trees, and Su Chen broke some branches to build a simple little hut, placing all his belongings inside. After finishing this, Su Chen took off his shirt and pants, leaving only his underwear. The golden scales on his chest were fully exposed, radiating a golden halo under the sunlight. Su Chen walked to the seaside and then leaped into the water. The depth of the water around the island was generally about 3 to 4 meters, not very deep. Su Chen dove to the seabed and saw a sea urchin clinging to a rock not far away. He swam up to it, reached out, and directly pried it off, tossing it into the net bag at his waist. Then, Su Chen continued to search for edible seafood around him. Half an hour later, Su Chen emerged from the water with a bag full of seafood. Having learned how to handle these seafood from the hotel chef before, Su Chen picked up a fruit knife and began to process them. Once he was done, he didn't cook the seafood but started eating it raw. To be honest, the taste wasn't particularly good, but the energy contained within was substantial. That energy flowed through Su Chen's body, seemingly transforming him, and after circulating around, it finally returned to his chest. Just like that, Su Chen quickly finished a bag of seafood. With nothing else to do, he lay down on the beach and closed his eyes to rest. When night fell, Su Chen woke up feeling a bit hungry and dove back into the water to search for more seafood. Days passed like this. Su Chen switched back and forth between eating and sleeping every day. With the large intake of food, his energy grew rapidly, and at the same time, his evolution was also advancing. A month later, by the rocks at the edge of the island, Su Chen, bare-chested, had golden scales covering his entire chest. He was now gripping a massive stone that weighed at least 4 tons, doing squats with it. 101. 102. 103. 104. 200. After completing 200, Su Chen tossed the giant stone aside and picked up the sashimi he had set down nearby, starting to eat it voraciously. After finishing about 10 pounds of sashimi, Su Chen sat down on the ground, digesting the energy within him. Over the course of this month, his chest had grown 32 scales. Additionally, his pupils had completely transformed into golden vertical slits. His height had increased from 1 meter 80 to 1 meter 85. His features had become more handsome, his hair had grown longer, now cascading to his shoulders. His physique had also become more robust, with clearly defined muscle lines, full of strength and explosiveness. These were merely surface changes. Other aspects, including physical strength, reaction time, and endurance, had also seen significant improvements. After spending a month on the island, Su Chen left. He continued to explore other islands around the Atlantic Ocean. During his explorations, Su Chen also delved into the seabed. He could now dive over 1,300 meters, a depth sufficient to handle most underwater environments. While exploring the seabed, Su Chen discovered many things. For instance, shipwrecks, rare marine creatures, and a giant conch. The conch measured an astonishing 1 meter in length, the largest he had ever seen. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to eat this conch, which provided him with the most energy of all the creatures he had consumed so far. Additionally, Su Chen found a pearl inside this conch. The pearl was beautiful, with a yellowish surface, resembling a boiled egg yolk, about the size of an egg. Su Chen had researched it before and learned that this pearl was called a mellow pearl, the most precious type of pearl and the hardest to form, often referred to as dragon pearl or flame pearl. Someone once bought 3 conchs online and unexpectedly discovered a mellow pearl weighing about 4 grams inside, which a jeweler later valued at 100,000. Su Chen obtained something even greater. The price was at least several million. As for how much this bead could sell for, Su Chen actually didn't care. What he mainly cared about was whether this bead could help with his evolution. However, after conducting various experiments, he concluded that there was no such energy in the bead, and it could not assist his evolution in any way. So, Su Chen planned to sell the bead after finishing his exploration. Meanwhile, on an island about 30 nautical miles from Manhwa City, several gigantic ants were frantically gnawing at a coconut tree. These ants were over a meter long, with 2 massive pincers at their mouths resembling sharp blades, and the trunks of the coconut trees were being chewed into countless fragments before them as if they were made of paper. At that moment, a fishing boat approached from a distance, carrying fishermen from Manhwa City. They stopped when they were still over 100 meters away from the island. The fishermen on the boat prepared to go into the water to fish. "Hey! What is that?" One of the fishermen caught a glimpse of several figures on the island. "What is it?" Another fisherman asked, puzzled. Look, it's over there. The fisherman pointed in the direction of the island. Due to the distance, they could only vaguely see a few moving figures, unable to discern what they were. The cabin has binoculars, go get them. Okay. The fisherman hurriedly ran off. Soon, he returned to the deck with the binoculars. Using them to look at the island, he was so frightened by what he saw that the binoculars fell from his hands onto the ground. Monster. Monster? What monster? The nearby fisherman picked up the binoculars and looked at the figures on the island. His face immediately showed a look of shock. Half an hour later, the maritime police patrolling the South China Sea received an emergency call and arrived near the island. They were 50 meters away from the island, holding binoculars to observe the few ants on the island, their expressions mirroring those of the fisherman earlier. 3 days later, in the South China Sea region, Su Chen swam from the Pacific Ocean into the South China Sea. As soon as he arrived, he heard two familiar voices not far away. Soon, two gigantic figures swam toward him. Su Chen focused his gaze and was momentarily stunned, then his face showed surprise. The two figures were two enormous dolphins. Their sizes had exceeded the limits of typical dolphins. One dolphin was over 8 meters long, round and plump, resembling a big fat pig, while the other was slightly smaller, around 5 meters, appearing more slender and proportionate. The two dolphins swam up to Su Chen, happily rubbing their large heads against him. Seeing these two dolphins, Su Chen recognized them. They were the same two dolphins from before. He hadn't expected them to grow so much in just over a month. While he was shocked, he also felt a bit happy. After leaving the two dolphins last time, he was surprised to meet them again now. Have you two been here all this time? Su Chen rubbed the heads of the two dolphins. The dolphins circled around him. At that moment, the smaller dolphin nudged him with its head and then swam off in one direction. Su Chen understood that the little dolphin wanted him to follow it. He trailed behind the little dolphin, while the larger dolphin followed him. The two dolphins swam in the same direction. After about 20 minutes, the leading little dolphin stopped, poking its head out of the water and calling toward a distant island with its pointed mouth. Su Chen looked toward the island and immediately frowned. Not far away, several armed helicopters from the Summer Kingdom were circling above the island, while around the island, there were more than a dozen Coast Guard ships of various sizes on the sea. Thanks to evolution, Su Chen, whose eyesight had greatly improved, could see dozens of people on the island dressed in what looked like protective suits, scanning or digging with instruments. In addition, some soldiers were standing guard with weapons in hand. What's going on? Why such a big operation? Su Chen was filled with confusion. He somewhat forgot that this island was the one he had stayed on before. After observing for a while from a distance and still not figuring anything out, Su Chen reached out and patted the heads of two dolphins, then swam off into the distance. After swimming for about half an hour, Su Chen was nearing the shallow waters of Nanhai City. He first put on his clothes in the water, covering the scales on his chest, and then put on his sunglasses. After doing all this, Su Chen waved goodbye to the two dolphins. Soon, Su Chen returned to the shallow waters. Without anyone noticing, he walked up to the beach and headed towards a guesthouse hotel in the distance. Upon arriving at the guesthouse where he had previously stayed, he took out some money and booked a room. Once back in his room, Su Chen lay down on the soft bed and had a good sleep. During the month he spent on the island, although he had a sleeping bag, it was nothing compared to the comfort of a hotel bed. He slept until the next day. After waking up, Su Chen washed up and then left the hotel. He took a taxi to the largest jewelry store in Nanhai City, where he found a staff member and asked, "Do you buy melee pearls here?" Melee pearls? The staff member was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded, "Yes, sir." After hearing this, Su Chen took out a melee pearl the size of an egg from his pocket. Upon seeing the melee pearl Su Chen pulled out, the staff member's eyes widened. After several seconds, the staff member hurriedly said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go get the boss." With that, he quickly left. While waiting for the staff member to return, Su Chen looked at some of the jewelry in gold displayed in the counter. After about 10 minutes, the staff member returned with the boss in a hurry. "Hello, sir, are you here to sell melee pearls?" The boss was a man in his 50s. He first looked Su Chen up and down, then politely asked. Su Chen replied with a sound of affirmation and took out the melee pearl again. Upon seeing the egg-sized melee pearl, the boss gasped. His gaze was fixed on the pearl as he cautiously extended his hand, saying, "Can I hold it to take a look?" "Sure." Su Chen handed the melee pearl to the boss. The boss took it and examined it carefully, then pulled out his phone and made a call. Before long, another person arrived at the store. This person came over and joined the boss in looking at the melee pearl. After a moment, the person nodded and said, "It's a melee pearl." Hearing this, the boss handed the melee pearl back to Su Chen and asked, "Sir, where did you get this melee pearl?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, "I found it in the meat of a sea snail." The boss chuckled awkwardly and then asked, "So how much do you plan to sell it for?" Su Chen replied, "How much can you offer?" The boss hesitated for a moment, then extended 5 fingers, saying, 5 million. Upon hearing the price quoted by the boss, Su Chen was surprised, but he frowned as if he was not very satisfied and said, "That's too low." He knew the value of the melee pearl, as this type of pearl was not a regular pearl, it was extremely difficult to produce and hard to cultivate artificially, making it quite expensive. "Sir. Then please name a number," the boss said. Su Chen thought for a moment, showing a contemplative expression, and said, 10 million. The boss immediately frowned and said, 10 million is too much. "How about this? I'll offer 666,000, it's a lucky number. Add a bit more. 600,000 is too low. 7 million. How about this, a direct price of 8,888,000. Upon hearing Su Chen's offer, the boss showed a contemplative expression and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." The price was set. 8,888,000. The two signed the contract on the spot, and the boss transferred the money to Su Chen's account. After the money arrived, Su Chen handed the melee pearl to the boss. He then prepared to leave the store. However, just as he was about to walk out the door, Su Chen thought of something and turned back into the store. After searching the counter for a while, Su Chen finally chose a jade dragon pendant. "How much is this one?" "Huh, sir. This one is 38,008, but if you want it, I can give you a discount, take it for 20,000. "Alright." Su Chen directly transferred 20,000 to the other party and then left with the pendant. After leaving the jewelry store, Su Chen went to a mall and bought himself a few sets of clothes, along with some other daily necessities. By the afternoon, Su Chen returned to his hotel room with bags in hand. The next day, Su Chen booked a flight and took a plane to Qingshan City. Upon arriving in Qingshan City, Su Chen took a taxi back home. After nearly 2 months of no one living there, Su Chen first cleaned the entire house. Once he finished cleaning, Su Chen took out his phone and called Su Taohong. At Su Taohong's home. At that moment, Su Taohong was sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged, boredly watching the television in front of her. The TV was playing a certain urban romance drama, and as she watched the male and female leads show their affection, Su Taohong felt both envious and sour inside. Dingling. The phone rang at that moment. She picked up the phone that was on the side of the sofa and, upon seeing the caller ID, immediately sat up straight, her face lighting up with joy. Without any hesitation, Su Taohong answered the call. "Su Chen." Su Taohong called out with a smile. On the other end, Su Chen said, "Sister Su, I'm back. Do you have time? Let's have a meal together." Sure, do you want to go to that seafood restaurant again?" Let's change to another one. I'll send you the address later." "Okay, see you then." After hanging up, Su Taohong put down her phone, excitedly jumped off the sofa, and went to her bedroom to change clothes. A moment later, she wore a black long-sleeved top with lace detailing at the collar, paired with tight jeans that hugged her curvy hips, showcasing an alluring silhouette. Her hair was styled into large waves, casually cascading down her back. With light makeup on her delicate face, she looked even more charming. Standing in front of the mirror, Su Taohong examined herself and, satisfied, stepped out the door. Half an hour later, Su Taohong arrived at the address Su Chen sent her. The address was a Western restaurant. Entering the restaurant, guided by a waiter, Su Taohong arrived at a private room and saw Su Chen sitting at the table wearing sunglasses. Upon seeing Su Chen, Su Taohong's face showed surprise. After 2 months apart, Su Chen's hair had grown to shoulder length, although he hadn't styled it much, it didn't look messy or unkempt, instead giving off a unique aura. "Why has your hair grown so long?" Su Taohong asked in astonishment. Su Chen smiled and replied, my hair grows fast. I haven't cut it in these 2 months, so it turned out like this. As he spoke, Su Chen stood up, walked to the chair opposite him, and reached out to pull the chair out for Su Taohong. Seeing Su Chen's gesture, Su Taohong's cheeks flushed slightly as she walked over and sat down. After sitting down, Su Taohong glanced at Su Chen's face and couldn't help but curiously ask, why are you wearing sunglasses? Su Chen explained, I got conjunctivitis, it looks a bit scary. Hearing that Su Chen had conjunctivitis, Su Taohong immediately showed a worried expression. She reached out to take off Su Chen's sunglasses, but he dodged away. Let me take a look. Su Taohong frowned slightly. Su Chen said, it's nothing serious, Su Jia, I just need a couple of days to take care of it. Su Taohong replied, that won't do, let me see. As she spoke, Su Taohong reached out her hand again. At that moment, Su Chen took out a box from his pocket. Upon seeing the box, Su Taohong's outstretched hand immediately froze. Su Chen. What is this? Su Taohong felt her heart race, her pretty face flushing. Su Chen smiled as he opened the box, revealing a jade pendant inside. Su Jia, this is a gift for you, to thank you for your care over the years. Su Chen wore a serious smile on his face. Su Taohong looked at the dragon-shaped jade pendant in the box, feeling a slight sense of disappointment in her heart. The type of gift a man gives to a woman carries significant meaning. Platinum, diamonds, or gold necklaces given to female friends usually indicate affection, signaling a desire to pursue. However, jade items generally represent friendship. Thank you. Su Taohong forced a smile, reaching out to take the box, carefully examining the pendant inside. After a few seconds, Su Taohong looked up at Su Chen and said, help me put it on. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He stood up, walked behind Su Taohong, and took the pendant she handed over. Su Chen lifted Su Taohong's long, wavy hair, exposing her fair neck. A faint fragrance wafted over, and as he caught the scent from Su Taohong, Su Chen's heart raced slightly. That feeling, which had not appeared for a long time, surged back. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen suppressed certain thoughts and placed the pendant around Su Taohong's neck. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her neck. In the next moment, a visible blush spread across Su Taohong's fair neck, evoking an impulse to lean in and bite. All done. After fastening the pendant, Su Chen returned to his seat. Opposite him, Su Taohong's pretty face was slightly flushed as she looked at Su Chen. Come on, order something. What do you want to eat? Tonight, it's on me. Su Chen then handed the menu to Su Taohong. She took the menu and asked with a smile, struck it rich? Su Chen replied with a smile, yeah, got lucky and made a bit of money. Did you find a new job? Su Taohong put down the menu, looking at Su Chen with curiosity. Su Chen shook his head, no. I was just diving in the South Sea a few days ago and caught a pretty expensive fish, which a wealthy boss bought from me. Su Taohong responded with an "oh," then picked up the menu again to start ordering. Soon, Su Taohong finished ordering, and Su Chen picked up the menu to order some dishes as well. While waiting for the food to arrive, Su Taohong asked Su Chen about his recent experiences in the South Sea. After chatting for a while, Su Taohong asked, are you planning to work again after coming back this time? Su Chen shook his head, no. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Su Jia. Actually, I came back this time. To say goodbye. Su Taohong's body trembled slightly. Before she could ask, Su Chen continued, I'm only staying for a few days this time. In a few days, I have to leave again, and this time I might be gone for a longer period. How long is longer? Su Taohong asked nervously. Su Chen replied, it could be a few months, or even years. Or perhaps never return. He didn't say the last part, but Su Taohong could guess it. She clenched her hands together, her fingers turning slightly white from the pressure. An indescribable sadness made her nose tingle. A few seconds later, tears began to fall uncontrollably. I need to go to the bathroom. Su Taohong said as she stood up and quickly left the private room. Watching Su Taohong leave, Su Chen sighed. 10 minutes later. With slightly reddened eyes, Su Taohong returned to the private room. She sat back in her seat, looking at Su Chen across from her, and suddenly smiled gently, saying, "I suddenly feel like having a drink. Will you keep me company?" Su Chen nodded, "Sure." Soon, the drinks were brought in by the waiter. Su Taohong and Su Chen took turns sipping their drinks. During this time, Su Taohong chatted about some amusing stories from the company, as well as some things that had happened with Su Chen back when he was at the company. Before they knew it, Su Taohong's face was flushed with intoxication, her gaze becoming hazy. Seeing Su Taohong in this state, Su Chen spoke up, "Sister Su, you've had quite a bit to drink. Let me take you home." Su Taohong, with her dazed eyes, looked at Su Chen and softly replied with a hum. Su Chen then stood up, moved to Su Taohong's side, and gently supported her as they left the private room. Before long, they exited the restaurant and hailed a taxi, heading towards Su Taohong's home. Along the way, Su Taohong leaned against Su Chen's shoulder, the scent of her perfume mingling with the smell of alcohol, stimulating Su Chen. Initially, Su Chen felt a different kind of sensation from being in close proximity to Su Taohong, and now, under the stimulation, especially as her soft body gradually leaned into his embrace with the movement of the vehicle, that feeling intensified. As time passed, Su Chen dared not move. He was desperately suppressing his inner impulses. Half an hour later, the taxi finally arrived at the entrance of Su Taohong's community. After paying, Su Chen helped the nearly asleep Su Taohong out of the car. Once the taxi drove away, Su Taohong suddenly wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck, her red lips slightly parted, saying, Su Chen. Carry me upstairs." Su Chen was taken aback. "Carry me." Su Taohong nestled closer into Su Chen's arms, nuzzling her head against him like a little girl being spoiled. "Sister Su. You're drunk," Su Chen said. It wasn't that Su Chen didn't want to carry Su Taohong, he was just worried that once he did, he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, he had several tons of strength now, and if things went awry, Su Taohong's physique wouldn't be able to handle it. "I don't care. I just want you to carry me," Su Taohong said, acting a bit spoiled and stubborn, her body writhing in Su Chen's embrace. With no other choice, Su Chen bent down and picked Su Taohong up. Once in his arms, Su Taohong buried her head against his chest, a silly smile on her face, a look Su Chen had never seen before. Your chest is so hard," Su Taohong murmured, slightly furrowing her brows. Su Chen said nothing, carrying Su Taohong into the community. 5 minutes later, he arrived at her doorstep. "Sister Su, we're here," Su Chen said to the Su Taohong in his arms. Su Taohong responded with a soft reluctantly getting down from his arms, then using her fingerprint to unlock the door. Once the door opened, Su Chen helped Su Taohong inside. As he guided her to the sofa, Su Taohong suddenly lunged into his arms, and Su Chen felt her warm lips against his. In the next moment, Su Chen's eyes widened, the feelings he had suppressed all the way there ignited like a bucket of gasoline had been poured over him. He struggled to control himself. But his consciousness was becoming increasingly hazy. Just as he was about to lose control, he suddenly bit down on his tongue. The sharp pain brought his awareness back somewhat. He released Su Taohong, looking at her and saying, "Sister Su. Your body can't handle this right now." With sultry eyes, Su Taohong replied, "I want to try." Hearing this, Su Chen no longer hesitated and leaned in directly. Half an hour later. Looking at Su Taohong, who had already fainted, Su Chen revealed a bitter smile. The heat within him had not yet dissipated. Su Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and left Su Taohong's home. After leaving, he ran wildly, trying to eliminate the strange feeling inside him. But that nameless fire could not be vented. Finally, he quickly hailed a taxi and said urgently, "Driver, out of the city." The driver was taken aback and, while stepping on the gas, asked, "Where out of the city? You need to give me a specific place." Su Chen hurriedly replied, "Just out of the city is fine." The driver opened his mouth to say something but, seeing Su Chen's expression in the rearview mirror, closed his mouth again. Along the way, the traffic lights seemed to be against Su Chen. He passed 6 or 7 lights, each requiring a wait. During this waiting time, Su Chen felt his body gradually becoming scorching hot, as if it were on fire. Time passed little by little. Just as Su Chen was about to lose his grip, the car reached the bridge. Without caring that the car hadn't stopped, he opened the door and jumped out. Damn! The driver couldn't help but curse at this scene. He saw Su Chen stumble a couple of steps but not fall to the ground. After steadying himself, He quickly ran to the edge of the bridge and, under the shocked gaze of the driver, leaped down. Splash! Water splashed up. The driver hurriedly stopped the car and ran to the spot where Su Chen had jumped. He looked at the rippling water surface, trembling as he took out his phone to call. "Hello. I'm calling the police, someone jumped into the river." 10 minutes later. The police car arrived at the bridge, and the driver was vividly recounting the entire process. A police officer stood nearby, listening seriously, taking notes with a pad and pen. Not far away, another officer was with several members of a recovery team conducting a search. How old was the person? He was wearing sunglasses, couldn't see his face, probably in his 20s. By the way, he got into a car at the Happiness Community, the driver said. The officer nodded and asked, "Is there anything else?" The driver thought for a moment and then shook his head. Seeing the driver shake his head, the officer saluted and said, "All right, thank you, we'll take it from here." On the other side. In the river. At this moment, Su Chen lay motionless at the bottom of the river, surrounded by countless small bubbles, as if the water were boiling, while the surrounding aquatic creatures avoided him. A faint golden light began to rise from him, and the scales on his chest seemed to have a life of their own, opening and closing. At that moment, a trickle of blood emerged from the base of the scales, merging with the river water, and the surrounding aquatic creatures seemed to sense something, becoming frantic. They gathered around Su Chen, crazily sucking at the blood. More and more aquatic creatures. As a large number of them converged, the surface of the river began to churn. On the shore. The rescue team that was recovering Su Chen noticed this and looked puzzled, wanting to row a boat over. Meanwhile, Su Chen, lying still at the bottom of the river, suddenly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Su Chen looked around and then quickly swam away into the distance. On the other side. At a certain experimental base in Xia country. Several helicopters landed on the helipad outside the laboratory. Outside the helipad, fully armed soldiers and several researchers in white coats quickly walked over after the helicopters landed. Arriving at the helicopter, the people on board descended while pulling several large boxes. Inside the large boxes, several terrifying-looking ants were frantically gnawing at the boxes. The large box was made of a special metal, and the sound of the ants' large pincers biting into the metal produced a piercing noise, leaving marks on the surface. Upon seeing these ants, the faces of several researchers showed shock. They had never seen ants this large before. Each one was about a meter long, and the bristles on their bodies resembled steel needles, covering them entirely and looking exceptionally terrifying. "Quick! Get it inside!" commanded the lead researcher. Yes, the others nodded and immediately walked to the front of the box, carefully pushing it toward the laboratory. Meanwhile, outside the city of Qingshan, Su Chen climbed up from the riverbank. After getting up, Su Chen looked around to ensure no one had noticed him before quickly leaving. Half an hour later, Su Chen returned to his residence. He first changed his clothes, and while doing so, he checked his body. After examining himself, he found that aside from feeling a bit weak and some pain in his scales, everything else seemed fine. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he began to seriously contemplate what was happening. Could it really be true, as said online, that dragons are inherently lustful? If that were the case, would he have to avoid contact with women for the rest of his life? He could suppress it once or twice, but if he kept suppressing it, would it affect his body? Moreover, he had already had certain experiences with Su Taohong, would that have any impact on her? Thinking of the possibility that Su Taohong's body might also undergo some changes, Su Chen couldn't help but want to slap himself. He wasn't Lu Xiahui, but he couldn't bring himself to harm his own people. At the same time, in the happy community, at Su Taohong's home. After Su Chen left, Su Taohong slept until the next day before waking up. Struggling to get out of bed, she called out Su Chen's name but received no response. Then, she leaned against the wall and walked around the room before finally picking up her phone to call Su Chen. The call didn't go through. Su Taohong frowned slightly and turned back to her bed, falling asleep again. After falling asleep, her body underwent a change, a sticky substance appeared on the surface of her skin, and her brows furrowed as if she dreamed of something. She slept until the morning of the third day. When Su Taohong woke up, she opened her eyes and immediately smelled an unpleasant odor. Looking down at herself, she saw that there were many dirty things on her clothes and body. "What is this?" she muttered to herself, quickly getting up and heading to the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, she took off her clothes and rinsed her body with water, washing away the sticky dirt and revealing her smooth, fair skin. Upon seeing her skin, Su Taohong was momentarily stunned. She realized her skin looked much better than before, as white as jade and as smooth as a baby's skin. Huh! A look of confusion appeared on her face as she observed closely. She confirmed that her skin had indeed changed from how it used to be. What's going on? Su Taohong's face was filled with bewilderment. The next day, Su Taohong heard a knock at the door. She walked to the door and opened it, finding 2 police officers standing outside. "Hello, we are from the East District Police Station, and we would like to ask you about something." As they spoke, the officer took out a photo from his pocket. The background of the photo was a screenshot from the community entrance's surveillance camera, showing a person wearing sunglasses standing there. "Do you recognize this person?" the officer asked, handing the photo to Su Taohong. Su Taohong glanced at it and immediately recognized Su Chen in the photo. She immediately showed a look of anxiety and asked, "Doctor, what's wrong with him? Do you know him?" the police officer asked. Su Taohong quickly nodded. The officer said, "He took a taxi from here yesterday and jumped off a bridge while passing the moat outside the city. We've been searching for him all day, but we haven't found him yet." The officer's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Su Taohong stunned. After a few seconds, tears uncontrollably fell from her eyes as she ran outside. Half an hour later, Su Taohong arrived at the place where Su Chen had jumped off the bridge, accompanied by the police. At this moment, Su Taohong was still in tears, her eyes fixed on the river below the bridge. There were several boats on the river conducting the search. The river's surface looked strange today, with many small fish jumping, and splashes of water rolling as if there were large predators hunting those small fish beneath the surface. "Ma'am, can you tell us the age and details of the person who jumped into the river yesterday?" the police officer asked Su Taohong. Su Taohong nodded, choking back her tears, and with a somewhat hoarse voice, she provided Su Chen's name and the information she knew. The police quickly found Su Chen's information. After learning the details, they immediately sent someone to Su Chen's home. After all, someone had jumped into the river, and they needed to clarify whether he was dead or alive. Soon, the police arrived at Su Chen's house. They knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened from the inside, revealing Su Chen wearing sunglasses, looking at the several police officers outside. "Do you need something?" Su Chen asked, puzzled. The officer frowned as he looked at Su Chen and then inquired about the incident of jumping into the river yesterday. Su Chen was taken aback, then showed an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry, I had some issues yesterday and acted impulsively." The officer frowned and said, "No matter what the issue is, you can't jump into the river. Fortunately, you're okay. What if something had happened?" As he spoke, he noticed the sunglasses on Su Chen's face and asked, "Why are you wearing sunglasses at home?" Su Chen replied, "I have an eye condition, so I've been wearing sunglasses these days." After hearing Su Chen's explanation, the officer nodded, then reprimanded him for a while before leaving. Once the police left, Su Chen closed the door and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. After a moment, he stood up, packed his belongings, and left the house. After leaving home, Su Chen went to a mobile phone store to buy a new phone and reissue a SIM card. His phone and SIM card had been damaged when he jumped into the river the day before. After getting the new SIM card, Su Chen called Su Taohong. When the call connected, Su Taohong's choked voice came through immediately. "Su Chen, where are you? I called you and you didn't answer, you scared me to death." Su Chen said, "My phone was broken." Su Taohong replied, "The police just came to find me." She then recounted what the police had asked. After hearing this, Su Chen's expression became somewhat complicated. It was clear that he had attracted the attention of the authorities, and uncertain of their stance, he didn't dare to be honest with them. The only option was to leave this place. However, he had just had some issues with Su Taohong a few days ago. Su Chen felt guilty towards her. There would be plenty of time in the future. There would surely be a way to resolve this. Thinking this, Su Chen said to Su Taohong on the phone, "Sister Su, I need to go out for a few days for some matters. I'll come back to find you once I'm done." After saying this, Su Chen hung up the phone. A day later, Su Chen took a flight back to Nanhai City. Upon arriving in Nanhai City, Su Chen did not go to a hotel but directly took a car to the seaside, then jumped into the sea at a deserted spot. Once he plunged into the water, he felt as if he were a fish in water, moving swiftly like a sharp sword heading far into the ocean. After swimming for half a day, Su Chen reached an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. Upon arriving on the island and looking at the surrounding sea, Su Chen found himself alone. Although it felt a bit desolate, he suddenly realized that this kind of life suited him. He took off his clothes, exposing the scales on his chest, and jumped directly into the sea. After diving to the bottom, Su Chen gazed at the corals and the small fish leisurely swimming nearby. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He began to swim freely in the ocean, unrestrained. Thus, Su Chen started his solitary island life. During the day, he mostly stayed in the sea, while at night he tried various methods to exercise on the island. Su Chen discovered that after exhausting himself through exercise and then eating, it seemed to accelerate his evolution. 3 days later, a patch of scales grew on his right chest, and he felt 2 small bumps forming on either side of his head. The bumps felt hard, as if something was growing out. Su Chen speculated that they must be dragon horns. He was about to grow dragon horns. Su Chen felt a mix of emotions. He was both excited and afraid because if he grew dragon horns, it would be very difficult for him to return to the human world. His eyes could turn into yellow vertical pupils, and he could wear sunglasses to cover them, but what about the dragon horns? Wear a hat. Moreover, after growing dragon horns, what would be the next evolution? Would his hands turn into dragon claws? In the face of this uncertainty about the future, Su Chen continued on his path of evolution. Qinghai City. Outside the city, by the moat. For some unknown reason, many fishermen had been catching big fish here in recent days. Carp weighing over 5 pounds. Large carp weighing 50 to 60 pounds. Even big catfish over 100 pounds. These fish were extremely delicious, attracting many people to come and fish every day, and even many hotel owners came here specifically to buy fish. At a certain fishing spot, a middle-aged angler had one hand on the fishing rod, his eyes fixed on the bobber on the river's surface. Suddenly, the bobber moved slightly, and before the angler could react, it sank completely. "Damn! I've got a catch!" The angler shouted excitedly, then gripped the end of the rod tightly and pulled up. The fishing line squeaked as it was pulled taut. A powerful force surged from the water. The angler, reluctant to let go of the rod, fell directly into the water. Other fishermen nearby rushed over to witness the scene. "Damn! This fish is definitely not small. It can pull a person into the water. At least 40 or 50 pounds. Quick, hold on to the rod, don't let the fish get off the hook." The onlookers exclaimed. Meanwhile, the man who fell into the water was treading water, still gripping the fishing rod, unwilling to let go. Just then, the taut fishing line suddenly went slack. As everyone thought the fish had gotten off the hook, a dark figure suddenly shot out from the water's surface. It was a massive black fish. Over 2 meters long. It leaped out of the water, baring its sharp teeth, like a beast pouncing on the man in the water. Splash! The man let out a scream and was dragged underwater. Seconds later, a large amount of fresh blood bubbled up from the depths. Witnessing this, everyone on the shore displayed expressions of terror. "Damn! The black fish is eating a person. Call the police. Just call the police." 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene, taking statements from the witnesses. Half an hour later, an off-road vehicle followed by a dozen military trucks arrived at the scene. The door of the off-road vehicle opened. A man in his 40s stepped out. At that moment, the police officer in charge approached the man and saluted. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Leave this to us. Please gather everyone who is on site today, no one can leave." "Understood, leader," the police officer replied. After arranging this, the middle-aged man gestured towards the dozen or so military vehicles behind him. The back of the front military vehicles opened, and fully armed soldiers disembarked, immediately sealing off the area. From the following military vehicles came people in protective suits, carrying various instruments as they walked to the riverbank to begin testing. 10 minutes later, a person in a protective suit approached the middle-aged man with a testing report. The middle-aged man took the report, glanced at it, and then pulled out his phone to make a call. The call was quickly connected, and the middle-aged man said, "I have arrived on site and completed a preliminary test of the water. The water contains trace amounts of a special substance that completely matches the materials in the laboratory. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, the voice replied, compile all information regarding that river during this period, the appearance of the special substance there must have a reason. Yes. The call ended. 3 days passed quickly. On the side of the moat in Qingshan City, the entire length of the moat, over 30 kilometers, had been completely sealed off. Countless boats were fishing various types of fish from the water. In an open area by the shore, several large tents had been set up. Inside the tents, researchers in white lab coats were conducting tests. They were examining everything caught from the water, including all fish, bottom sludge, plankton, and even aquatic plants. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had been leading the team walked in from outside. The researchers inside the tent called out, "Team Leader Liao. How is the progress of the tests?" Team Leader Liao asked. The researchers looked dejected and replied, "We still cannot determine how that substance came about or how it formed. However, we have another point: if these evolved fish are consumed by people, then it is very likely that humans will also be affected." Upon hearing this, Team Leader Liao's expression changed immediately. Just then, an anxious voice came from outside, "Team Leader Liao." Soon, a subordinate rushed in and said urgently, "Team Leader, the police station has sorted out the events that occurred in the moat during this time. Here are the compiled documents." The subordinate handed the documents to Team Leader Liao. With a blank expression, Team Leader Liao took the documents and began to read through them. After a moment, he pulled out a few sheets from the stack and handed them to the subordinate, saying, "Investigate these matters closely." "Yes." The subordinate nodded and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, Team Leader Liao called him back. "By the way, there's one more thing. Tell the police station to find all the citizens who have fished in the moat during this time." "Yes." The subordinate quickly left after responding. Once the subordinate was gone, Team Leader Liao stayed in the tent for a while before stepping out. Leaving the tent, he walked to the riverbank. He gazed at the boats that were catching fish on the river. There were many boats, almost filling the waterway. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from not far away. Team Leader Liao instinctively looked over and saw a massive shadow leap across the water's surface, its head crashing into one of the boats. Hiss! Team Leader Liao gasped. Although the shadow was only above the water for a brief moment, he still clearly saw its form. It was a black fish over 3 meters long. The black fish, also known as the black eel, is a common carnivorous fish in the country, preying on other fish, frogs, insects, and other small animals. This type of fish typically reaches about 1 meter in length, but this one had grown to over 3 meters. Those special substances actually allowed these fish to evolve to this extent in such a short time. At this moment, Team Leader Liao felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, over by the river, the black fish leaped up to attack the boat and then sank to the bottom. However, within a few seconds, that black fish jumped up again, attacking the boat once more. As it leaped, the people on the boat were already prepared. Several soldiers with crossbows aimed at the black fish and pulled the trigger. Bang! The crossbow bolt struck the black fish, producing a metallic clanging sound, and then the bolt was deflected. Seeing this scene, everyone on the boat, including Team Leader Liao on the shore, widened their eyes. Ah! The attacked black fish opened its large mouth and bit down on a crew member's shoulder, dragging him into the water. The crew member barely had time to let out a scream before being pulled underwater. Gurgle, gurgle. A large number of bubbles rose to the surface, followed by the water turning red with blood. Clearly, the crew member who had been dragged down was done for. Seeing the crew member killed, Team Leader Liao furrowed his brows and picked up the walkie-talkie hanging at his waist, saying, "If the crossbow can't penetrate, use guns." "Yes," came the reply from the walkie-talkie. Soon, the sound of gunfire crackled across the river. Listening to the gunfire, Team Leader Liao looked over. He saw that the more than 3-meter-long black fish had been shot dead, floating on the river's surface. The black fish's body was riddled with bullet holes, and bright red blood stained the entire river. In the next moment, the river seemed to boil, with countless fish and shrimp surfacing, frantically feeding on the blood. Seeing this scene, Team Leader Liao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Quick! We can't let those fish consume the blood." However, it was already too late. On the other side. On a lonely island in the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, Su Chen stood by the sea, looking at his reflection on the water's surface, his face showing a strange expression. He noticed a pair of cute little horns on his head. The horns were somewhat thick, overall white, and looked a bit like mini deer antlers. This pair of little antlers, combined with Su Chen's increasingly handsome face, made him look like a character straight out of an anime. Su Chen reached up to touch the antlers on his head. The texture felt strange, slightly soft, and a bit fuzzy on the surface. Why did it look so unformidable? No matter how Su Chen looked at it, it felt awkward. He finally turned around and left the seaside. For the next few days, Su Chen continued as planned on the island, spending most of the day searching for food underwater to absorb energy, and at night, he trained hard to promote his evolution. Day after day, as time passed, Su Chen's evolution accelerated, the scales on his chest grew at a rate of 1 per day, and his height began to increase rapidly. Initially, he was only 1.78 meters, but after his body underwent changes, he grew to 1.85 meters, and during this time, his height reached 1.95 meters. In addition to these changes, Su Chen's strength, endurance, and reflexes also improved. Moreover, the dragon horns that had just sprouted on his head remained unchanged, still mini and lacking any imposing presence, appearing quite cute. On the 15th day, Su Chen had been on the island for 15 days, and he had finished the fresh water he brought. Su Chen decided to return to Nanhai City for resupply. Putting on a hooded outfit, Su Chen headed to Nanhai City. In just half a day's time, Su Chen swam from the Pacific Ocean to Nanhai City. He found a deserted spot to come ashore, and after his clothes dried, he made his way to the city center of Nanhai City. Meanwhile, at a guesthouse hotel by the beach in Nanhai City, a group of people arrived here. They arrived at the hotel front desk, and the leader took out a photo and handed it to the front desk lady, asking, "Hello, officer, do you recognize this person?" The front desk lady glanced at the photo, and upon seeing the person in it, immediately nodded and said, "I've seen him, he stayed at our hotel before." The person in the photo was Su Chen, and the front desk lady had a strong impression of him. Su Chen was handsome, and previously he had caught a large yellow fish and brought it to the hotel for the chef to help process. Hearing the front desk lady's words, the person holding the photo nodded to the few people behind him, and one of them quickly turned and left. Half an hour later, many people arrived at the hotel. They quietly took over the hotel and sealed it off, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. They then began reviewing the hotel's surveillance footage from the past few months. Soon, they found Su Chen's figure in the footage from 2 months ago. Watching Su Chen appear on the screen, the leader took out his phone and reported, "The target did indeed come to Nanhai 2 months ago. We checked the hotel surveillance and found no abnormalities regarding the target." On the other side, in the command tent by the moat in Qingshan City, team leader Liao heard the report on his phone, understood, continue the investigation. Yes. The call ended. Liao put down his phone and then picked up a stack of documents on the table, which contained all the information about Su Chen, including birth records, various school records, and so on. During this time, through their investigation, they had basically locked in on the fact that the cause of the biological evolution in the moat was highly likely related to Su Chen. Because shortly after Su Chen jumped into the river, the salvage team noticed something unusual on the river's surface, and then a few days later, the fish in the moat evolved. Additionally, Su Chen had been to Nanhai once, and the giant ants they initially discovered were on an uninhabited island in Nanhai. Oh, and there was also Su Taohong, who had several encounters with Su Chen. Thinking of this, a look of contemplation appeared on Liao's face. During this time, he had sent people to secretly investigate and follow Su Taohong. They made a shocking discovery. In their surveillance, they found that every day, Su Taohong underwent some kind of change. Her appearance became more attractive. Moreover, it seemed her physical fitness had also improved. Just a few days ago, one of their members following Su Taohong discovered that she could effortlessly lift something weighing nearly 60 pounds. 60 pounds wasn't much, but according to their understanding, Su Taohong was just an ordinary woman. She didn't exercise, spent every day at the company, and her physique didn't seem particularly strong, yet she could easily lift around 60 pounds and looked very relaxed doing it. This was quite strange. However, upon discovering Su Taohong's changes, they did not intend to disturb her, because from their investigation, Su Chen and Su Taohong had a good relationship, and they were currently uncertain about what had happened to Su Chen. If they startled the snake in the grass, it could lead to problems. On the other side, at Su Taohong's home, During this time, Su Taohong had not returned to the company but had stayed at home. The reason was her recent changes. Initially, her skin becoming whiter did not catch her attention, but the subsequent changes made her become fearful, just like Su Chen at the beginning. Her physical fitness began to enhance, in terms of both strength and other aspects. She had secretly tested herself, now she could jump 2 meters high, and with all her strength, she could lift over 200 pounds. The main point was that this enhancement had not ended, she grew stronger every day. What was the reason for this? Su Taohong couldn't figure it out. However, recently there have been many strange occurrences online, and these events have mostly taken place in Qingshan City. First, there was the incident of the moat that was sealed off some time ago. The military dispatched a large number of soldiers to block the moat, and this matter had long been circulating online. Residents living on the outskirts of the moat could see armed helicopters patrolling overhead every day. Additionally, some videos have surfaced online. The individuals in those videos possess physical abilities that are extraordinary, just like her now. They can easily lift heavy objects. Some are incredibly fast, even reaching the current Olympic record for the 100 meters. Others can hold their breath underwater for 10 minutes. Just a few days ago, there was a report about a thief who was caught in the act by the homeowner. In a moment of desperation, the thief jumped from the 5th floor and, remarkably, landed without any injuries. These videos and reports sparked heated discussions online. Some netizens speculated that a certain laboratory in the country had accidentally leaked a special substance, resulting in enhanced human genes. Others suggested it was a sign of the revival of spiritual energy. Some believed it indicated the awakening of supernatural abilities. Regarding these discussions online, Su Taohong did not participate, even though her body had also undergone changes like those in the videos. What worried her was, where had Su Chen gone? Ever since Su Chen called her last time to say he would be away for a while, she had tried countless times to call him, but none went through, his phone remained off. She had also visited Su Chen's home many times, but each time the door was tightly locked, and no matter how much she knocked, there was no response. This filled her with anxiety. Nanhai City. Su Chen was currently in a shopping mall in Nanhai City. Standing at 1.95 meters, he wore a hooded jacket as he walked through the mall. Many passers-by instinctively glanced at Su Chen. After all, with a height of nearly 2 meters, it was hard not to take a second look. Su Chen ignored the curious gazes around him and walked directly into a men's clothing store. Moments later, he emerged carrying several large bags. The bags were filled with clothes, totaling about a dozen sets. Su Chen planned to buy more items this time and then find a deserted island to stay for a while. After purchasing the clothes, Su Chen also bought a large amount of bottled water and daily necessities. After buying these items, Su Chen did not linger in Nanhai City but swam towards the Pacific Ocean with his belongings. Around 3 in the morning, Su Chen returned to the island in the Pacific. After a day of traveling, Su Chen was quite exhausted, and upon returning to the island, he did not waste any time but jumped directly into the sea to search for food to satisfy his hunger. This time, instead of looking for food around the island, Su Chen headed deeper into the ocean. The underwater scene at night is vastly different from that during the day. Without sunlight, it was pitch black just 10 meters down. Fortunately, Su Chen had remarkable vision and seemed to have evolved a night vision ability, so it made no difference to him whether it was day or night. He continued to dive. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. When Su Chen reached 400 meters deep, he saw many glowing marine creatures in the water. These creatures were beautiful, each with different shapes, as if he had entered another world. While admiring the underwater scenery, Su Chen continued to search for food. At that moment, a terrifyingly large creature stealthily approached him. Within 10 meters of Su Chen, the creature suddenly wrapped its tail around him and opened its mouth, revealing sharp, dense teeth as it lunged for Su Chen's neck. Just as the creature was about to bite Su Chen, he grabbed its dorsal fin with both hands and carefully examined the creature attacking him. Upon seeing its appearance, a look of surprise appeared on Su Chen's face. This creature was a ribbonfish. However, it was different from the ribbonfish Su Chen had seen before. This one was astonishingly long, roughly estimated to be over 8 meters. Additionally, 6 slender fin rays, each over 2 meters long, grew from the sides of its head. After being caught by Su Chen, the 6 fin rays on its head wrapped around Su Chen's entire body and began to constrict, trying to strangle him. Su Chen, however, did not hold back. One hand remained gripping the ribbonfish's dorsal fin while the other formed a fist and struck towards its head. The resistance in the water was immense, and given that Su Chen was now over 400 meters deep, even with his incredible strength, he could only deliver a third of his power with each punch. His fist struck the ribbonfish's head. The ribbonfish shook its head slightly, and then its strength increased, tightening its tail and fin rays around Su Chen's body even more. Su Chen felt his body being squeezed tighter, but the creature's strength was still far from enough. He continued to swing his fists at the ribbonfish's head, delivering dozens of punches in just a few seconds. Although the water resistance negated most of his power, the massive ribbonfish's head was still left bloodied and bruised. Realizing that this strange creature was not something it could handle, the ribbonfish loosened its tail in an attempt to escape, but Su Chen would not let it go easily. Watching the ribbonfish try to flee, Su Chen flipped over and wrapped his entire body around it. The ribbonfish, long and slender, resembled a silver ribbon. Once Su Chen embraced it, the ribbonfish struggled fiercely, wrapping its entire body tightly around him, and in the blink of an eye, Su Chen was ensnared. Despite being entangled, Su Chen's face showed no signs of panic, instead, it revealed a hint of excitement. While his punches were countered by the pressure of the seawater, his own strength was unaffected. Thus, with both hands gripping the ribbonfish's body, he exerted force to break free. The ribbonfish's body, which was wrapped around Su Chen, began to tear little by little under his strength, and the pain drove the ribbonfish into a frenzy. It thrashed violently in the water, causing other fish nearby to scatter in fear. Observing the struggling ribbonfish, Su Chen continued to increase his strength, tearing at its body. Feeling its life threatened, the ribbonfish abandoned its escape and decided to fight to the death. It opened its mouth, sharp teeth aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen blocked its mouth with one hand while using the other to grab the fissures on the ribbonfish's body, tearing its flesh away. This struggle lasted a full 5 minutes. During this time, Su Chen's arms were bitten twice by the ribbonfish, but due to his enhanced strength, its teeth caused him no harm, not even breaking the skin. The fight between the man and the fish scared away many small fish but attracted some larger carnivorous fish. They lingered nearby, hesitant to approach. At that moment, several massive figures swam over from a distance. They were a few sharks, each nearly 4 meters long. They swayed their tails, circling between Su Chen and the ribbonfish, their small eyes fixed on the battle, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike. After more than a minute, the sharks suddenly accelerated and charged towards Su Chen, while other predatory fish also rushed in. Their behavior was quite unusual, but perhaps due to the blood in Su Chen's body, these sharks and other fish instinctively wanted to attack. Su Chen quickly dodged the first shark that charged at him, and as he evaded, he pulled with all his might, tearing the ribbonfish's head clean off. In the next moment, Su Chen dropped the fish head, and with his other hand, he grabbed the shark fin that was swimming towards him and pulled hard. Instantly, the shark fin was torn off by Su Chen, and blood stained the entire area. This scene made the remaining fish agitated, and they rushed towards Su Chen in a frenzy. Su Chen quickly dodged a shark that attacked him, and then tried to swim upwards. However, at that moment, another shark attacked from his other side. Its sharp and dense teeth bit towards Su Chen. He hurriedly dodged, but his arm was caught. After being bitten, Su Chen yanked his arm forcefully. His arm was pulled out, taking several shark teeth with it. The teeth were still embedded in Su Chen's arm, and with a gentle touch, they fell off. Then, Su Chen grabbed both sides of the shark's mouth and pulled hard outward. The shark's mouth was torn apart by Su Chen, and then its entire head was ripped in half from its body. After dealing with this shark, his golden vertical pupils looked towards the other attacking fish. A flash of battle intent crossed his eyes, and then Su Chen charged forward. Half an hour later, the battle ended. Su Chen, unscathed, dragged the shark's corpse towards the island. Once on the island, Su Chen lay directly on the beach, breathing heavily. This was his first battle since evolving. The fight was quite frustrating because the resistance in the water prevented him from exerting his full strength and speed. After resting for a while, Su Chen tore off a piece of meat from the nearby shark's corpse and began to chew on it. However, after a few bites, he spat it out. It had a foul taste and was very unpalatable. He quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from his belongings to rinse his mouth. After lying down to rest again, about half an hour passed. Su Chen stood up and jumped back into the sea. This time, he didn't swim far but searched for food around the island. Once he found enough, he brought the food back to shore and started eating. After filling his stomach, drowsiness overcame him, and he unknowingly fell asleep. While he was asleep, a faint glow appeared around his body, and his height slowly increased, while the scales on his chest also multiplied. Originally, there were only a few scales on his right chest, but in less than an hour, they grew to over 30, and his height increased from 1.95 meters to 2.3 meters. The next day. Early in the morning, Su Chen woke up. As soon as he woke up, he noticed the changes in his body. His entire upper body was now completely covered in scales, and his height had reached 2.5 meters. A height of 2.5 meters. This height exceeded what is considered normal for a human. Historically, the tallest human was 2.7 meters, and the tallest person alive today is only around 2.4 meters. But now, Su Chen stood at an astonishing 2.5 meters. If you add the pair of dragon horns on his head. His dragon horns had also grown. They were originally the length of a little finger, but now they were nearly 20 centimeters long. They had gone from looking somewhat cute to exuding a sense of dominance. Feeling the changes in his body after a night, Su Chen pondered what could have caused such rapid evolution. Could it be because of last night's battle? Did the battle spur his evolution? With this speculation bubbling in his mind, Su Chen couldn't wait to jump into the water, eager to find some sharks or giant creatures to test himself against. However, after searching for a long time in the water, Su Chen found no sharks, which left him disappointed as he returned to the island. In the following days, Su Chen's evolution speed returned to normal. Every day, he would search for fierce fish around the island to battle, but he had searched everywhere and found nothing. Another week passed, and Su Chen decided to leave the island, heading deeper into the Pacific Ocean. He packed his things and jumped into the sea, swimming towards the distance. Most of the way, Su Chen was at the bottom of the sea. With his increased strength, he could dive deeper, allowing him to see many things that others could only dream of for a lifetime. Countless years of shipwrecks. Treasures within the wrecks. Some extremely rare fish. Su Chen swam for an unknown amount of time. One day, as he passed by a deep crack in the ocean floor, he suddenly stopped. He sensed a faint energy coming from the depths of the crack. That energy made Su Chen's body stir, as if instinctively wanting to obtain it. Feeling the feedback from his body, Su Chen pondered for a moment and swam towards the great crack. The crack was long, stretching out of sight. Its width reached 100 meters. Looking down from above, even with his evolved vision, Su Chen could only see darkness. As he swam towards the great crack, Su Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. He had a feeling. A sense that there was something dangerous deep within that crack, yet the faint energy emanating from it had a deadly attraction to his body. He wanted to obtain that energy. Soon, he reached the edge of the great crack, standing beside it and looking into its depths. Several bubbles emerged from the deepest part of the crack. Su Chen paused for a moment and then swam deeper into the crack. After this period of evolution, Su Chen could now dive to about 1,700 meters. He swam at a cautious pace, frequently stopping to observe his surroundings. After swimming for more than half an hour, Su Chen felt his breathing becoming difficult, and the pressure of the seawater was causing him pain all over. He frowned and continued to swim deeper. After about 5 more minutes, Su Chen had descended to over 1,500 meters, still 200 meters from his limit. The pressure of the seawater caused a faint trickle of blood to seep from the corner of Su Chen's mouth. He hesitated for a moment but continued to swim down another 100 meters. After swimming down another 100 meters, Su Chen finally saw the bottom of the great crack, along with a strange flower growing there. The flower was beautiful, with petals and leaves emitting a faint glow. The light illuminated a 10-meter radius around the flower. Beside the flower, a pair of lantern-sized eyes flickered with red light. Seeing the creature's eyes, Su Chen's heart trembled. It was a bizarrely shaped, enormous sea snake. Its total length exceeded 30 meters, with a body nearly 3 meters thick, coiling around the flower and enveloping it. Its large eyes glowed red, with slit pupils coldly staring at Su Chen. The snake's tongue flicked out, along with its terrifying fangs. Upon seeing the full form of this giant snake, Su Chen did not hesitate at all and turned to swim back up the great crack. There was no choice. He had already descended to over 1,600 meters, nearing his limit, and the pressure and resistance of the seawater prevented him from exerting even half of his strength. The giant snake, seeing Su Chen flee, did not hesitate to chase after him. Its 30-meter-long body swayed in the water, moving at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Su Chen. It opened its mouth, and its tongue wrapped around Su Chen's waist, trying to swallow him whole. Su Chen grabbed the snake's tongue with both hands, pulling outward with all his strength. The intense pain caused the giant snake's body to thrash violently, and the tongue that had wrapped around Su Chen's waist retracted. The snake's tail lashed toward Su Chen. He hurriedly raised his hands to shield his chest. In the next moment, the snake's tail struck Su Chen's chest, and he immediately felt as if he had been hit head-on by a train, his body flying backward and crashing to the bottom of the great fissure in the blink of an eye. Coincidentally, the radiant flower was right beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen quickly got up and rushed toward the flower. Grabbing the flower, he forcefully plucked it from the ground. The giant snake not far away saw Su Chen actually picking the flower and immediately charged at him like a mad beast. Seeing the giant snake rushing toward him, Su Chen stuffed the flower into his pocket, then pushed off with his legs, propelling himself like a torpedo straight at the giant snake. Bang! The man and the snake collided, making no sound underwater, but a wave radiated from the point of impact in all directions. After the collision, Su Chen was sent flying 3 meters, while blood gushed from the giant snake's jaw, clearly indicating it had sustained a severe injury. Steadying himself, a hint of madness flashed in Su Chen's golden vertical pupils. The pressure of the 1,700-meter deep seabed made his bones creak under the strain, and the pain made him grit his teeth. However, seeing the giant snake, which was not in much better shape than him, he once again charged at it with all his might. Bang! The man and the snake collided once more. Su Chen's fist struck the spot where the giant snake had been injured, while the snake opened its massive mouth, trying to bite Su Chen, but each time he narrowly avoided it. Thus, the battle continued for a full half-hour. Su Chen's stamina remained abundant, while the giant snake was on the brink of death. It wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Su Chen would not let it go, one hand clawed at the giant snake's head, while the other continued to pound its body mercilessly. A large amount of blood gushed from the snake's wounds. And amidst the blood, Su Chen's scales on his chest began to open and close wildly, as if absorbing the energy contained in the snake's blood. 5 minutes later, the giant snake lay motionless at the bottom of the great fissure. Covered in blood, Su Chen stood beside the giant snake's corpse. He looked at the snake's body, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a few seconds, Su Chen crouched down and opened his mouth to bite into the snake's flesh. A piece of snake meat entered his mouth. In the next moment, Su Chen felt a massive surge of energy enter his body. His eyes lit up. He immediately embraced the giant snake's body and began to devour it frantically. The 30-meter-long giant snake was certainly too much for him to finish in one go. So, he decided to stay put, resting after he was full, and continuing to eat when he got hungry again. Thus, as he ate voraciously, Su Chen's body underwent rapid changes. With no time to waste, he calculated his meals. For every 3 meals of snake meat, Su Chen's height would increase by 10 centimeters, and his physical attributes would improve by 1/10. After consuming nearly 30 meals of snake meat, Su Chen finally finished the 30-meter-long giant snake. After finishing, his height had grown from 2.5 meters to 3.5 meters, surpassing the limits of humanity. Moreover, his physical attributes had more than doubled compared to before. Once he had eaten all the snake meat, Su Chen left the great fissure and surfaced to the ocean's surface. After surfacing, Su Chen found an uninhabited island and went ashore. Once on the island, he took out the mysterious flower. Holding the flower in his hand, Su Chen could feel the powerful energy contained within it. Should I eat it? Su Chen hesitated. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision and opened his mouth, swallowing the flower whole. In the next second, Su Chen let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat instantly breaking out. He clutched his stomach, curling up in pain. At this moment, Su Chen felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Torn into countless pieces, then reassembled. Continuing to be torn apart. At the same time, a burning sensation surged in his chest, as if there was a fire in his heart, the flame scorching his very core. Amidst this pain, cracks began to appear on Su Chen's body, and a large amount of blood gushed from the fissures, instantly dyeing the surrounding rocks a golden hue. His body elongated, while scales rapidly grew across his skin. The shape of his hands mutated, sprouting some fur, and his fingers stretched out. The pain intensified. Ultimately, Su Chen could no longer endure the agony and fainted. Even as he lost consciousness, his body continued to change rapidly. His legs transformed as well, and a tail sprouted from his backside. His head and facial features gradually distorted. Everything looked terrifying. A few seconds later, Su Chen was jolted awake by the pain. However, he barely held on for a few seconds before fainting again. This cycle repeated countless times, fainting from pain, waking from pain. Until the sensation of pain lessened somewhat, Su Chen finally stopped slipping into unconsciousness, and his body had completely transformed. He attempted to stand up, but as soon as he did, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking down at his feet, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. His feet were gone, replaced by a pair of golden claws, covered in golden scales, each claw having 5 digits, with sharp black nails at the tips. Besides the claws, Su Chen also saw a long tail. The tail was also covered in scales, but at the top, there was a tuft of white fur. With a low growl, Su Chen instinctively murmured, but the words that came out were strange sounds. This voice was deeper than that of a tiger or lion, resonating with an overwhelming presence. Dragon's roar. A thought surged in Su Chen's mind. He hurriedly looked at his hands. His hands, like his legs, had also transformed into golden claws. Then he staggered to the shore, gazing at his reflection in the water, and couldn't help but gasp. The reflection in the sea was of a strange creature. It resembled a camel's head, but atop it sprouted a pair of pure white antlers, with large eyes and golden vertical pupils, and 2 long whiskers at the corners of its mouth, while its chin and neck were adorned with white fur. Su Chen had seen pictures of dragons online. The creature reflected in the water looked almost identical to those images of dragons. A dragon. He had completely evolved into a dragon. Su Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had truly become a legendary Eastern dragon, but this also meant he was no longer connected to humanity. Staring at his reflection in the water, Su Chen fell into a daze. A long time passed. He sighed and began to examine his body further. After a moment, Su Chen gained an understanding of his new form. His current body length was 5 meters, which paled in comparison to the legendary dragons that measured hundreds or thousands of meters, but Su Chen would continue to evolve. Given enough time, reaching hundreds or thousands of meters would not be a problem. Besides his length, Su Chen's physical strength was also terrifying. He used his claws to scratch his body, and only a shallow scratch appeared on the scales. Additionally, Su Chen discovered he could control the energy within him. He could use this energy to retrieve objects from a distance or attack others. Finally, Su Chen realized he could not fly. A dragon that couldn't fly left him somewhat disappointed. After examining his body, Su Chen did not linger on the island but directly entered the sea. A slender body swam quickly through the sea, and as it passed by some fish, those fish were so frightened that they froze in place. Due to evolution, Su Chen felt a bit hungry, so he opened his mouth wide and began to eat the surrounding fish. After he had eaten his fill, Su Chen noticed that his body length had increased by nearly 10 centimeters. If one meal could lead to a 10-centimeter growth, then with 3 meals a day, in 10 days he could grow about 3 meters, in 100 days 30 meters, and in 1,000 days 300 meters. 1,000 days was just 3 years. Thinking of this, Su Chen began to feel excited. Meanwhile, at the airport in Qingshan City, Su Taohong stood at the boarding gate with her suitcase. The changes in her body during this time, coupled with Su Chen's disappearance, had left Su Taohong feeling very depressed. So she decided to travel abroad for a bit. Holding her ticket, she boarded the plane after checking in. Once on the plane and seated, she caught a glimpse of a few passengers entering through the boarding gate. Seeing these passengers, Su Taohong's brows furrowed slightly. Due to the changes in her body, her memory had greatly improved. She recognized these people. She had often seen them around her during this time. Was she being followed? Su Taohong's heart suddenly raced. Although her physical condition had improved, her mindset remained the same as before. A woman being followed by several people, and they even followed her onto the plane. It would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. So when a flight attendant passed by Su Taohong, she grabbed the attendant and whispered something. Upon hearing Su Taohong's words, the flight attendant's expression turned serious as she nodded and quickly left. Moments later, the flight attendant returned with several air marshals, heading straight for the few people who had been following Su Taohong. Before the air marshals could speak, one of them took out an identification document and handed it to the marshals. The marshals took the document, glanced at it, and their expressions changed immediately. They returned the document to the person and then turned to leave. Su Taohong, sitting in her seat, looked on in confusion. What was going on? At that moment, an announcement came over the intercom that the plane was about to take off. 5 minutes later, the plane took off from Qingshan City, flying towards the Pacific Ocean. 2 hours later, the plane reached the skies above the Pacific. Looking down at the azure sea, it appeared curved from above. This visual was quite magical. Buzzing. Suddenly, the plane shook violently a few times. Seconds later, the flight attendant's voice came over the intercom. Dear passengers, the plane is about to enter a strong air current, please fasten your seatbelts. Dear passengers. The flight attendant repeated this 3 times. Just as she was speaking, the light outside the plane dimmed. And then the plane began to shake violently. The intense shaking of the plane caused the passengers in the cabin to scream. The flight attendant at the entrance hurriedly began to comfort them. However, along with her reassurance, the shaking of the plane intensified, and the oxygen masks automatically dropped down. Boom! A loud bang. The plane jolted violently. The loud noise frightened the passengers into loud screams. Some began to cry. Wah! I don't want to die. It's over. It's over. The plane is going to crash. Hearing these voices, Su Taohong also looked panicked. She quickly put on the dropped oxygen mask and took deep breaths to ease her panic. At that moment, she saw the few people who had been following her staggering over despite the turbulence. A wary expression appeared on Su Taohong's face. Miss Su, I am from the Security Bureau of Xia Country. The situation is urgent, please rest assured that we mean you no harm, the leading man said hurriedly. The Summer Country Security Bureau? Su Taohong was taken aback. She was just an ordinary citizen, having never been to a police station from childhood to adulthood, and now a member of this legendary department was standing in front of her, leaving her somewhat dazed. The plane is having problems right now. If there's a crash or anything else, please do as we say. Rest assured, we are here to protect your safety, the leader continued. Su Taohong instinctively nodded. Just then, a loud bang came from the front of the plane, followed by a terrifying scene. The lights inside the plane flickered, and then it uncontrollably began to plunge downwards. It's over. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. The cabin was filled with cries, screams, and the sound of explosions. In just a few seconds, the plane had dropped 1,000 meters. The sea below was growing larger. Seeing this, the people in the cabin closed their eyes. Boom! A few seconds later, the plane crashed into the sea. At the moment it hit the water, the tremendous impact caused many passengers to lose consciousness, and seawater rushed into the cabin. The plane disintegrated 2 seconds later and began to sink slowly. Su Taohong, due to her physical evolution, only sustained minor injuries. She hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and looked around. Although many passengers were injured and unconscious, some were still awake, including several members of the Summer Country Security Bureau. Quick! Everyone find something that can float on the sea and escape the cabin. The leader of the Summer Country Security Bureau shouted urgently. Hearing his words, the conscious people reacted quickly, searching for floating tools. Some were rescuing the injured. 5 minutes later, the plane had completely sunk to the seabed, while over 50 people floated on the surface. Originally, there were about 100 people on board, but now only a little over 50 were still alive. Among these 50, half were injured. They lay on floating debris, some crying loudly, others staring blankly at their surroundings. Surviving the plane crash did not bring them joy, instead, their hearts were filled with despair. Because the surrounding sea was vast and endless, with no islands or boats in sight. They also had no fresh water or food. For them, death was just a matter of time. Woo-woo. Mom. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Phone. Who still has their phone on them? Call. Quickly contact the mainland. At this moment, some people took out their phones, but some of them were completely broken due to water damage, and a very few had phones that were still working but had no signal. Su Taohong remained silent, watching the surviving crowd. At this moment, she felt that death was merely a matter of time. Her only regret was not finding Su Chen. How wonderful it would be to see Su Chen again now. "Miss Su, are you hurt?" A voice came from beside her. Su Taohong looked over. It was the leader of the Summer Country Security Bureau. "I'm fine." Su Taohong shook her head. Then she fell silent for a few seconds before asking, "You've been following me for the past few days, why?" The man hesitated for a moment and then said, "Miss Su, I'm very sorry, but there are orders from above, so I can't tell you. But please rest assured, we have no intention of harming you." After hearing this, Su Taohong stopped speaking. "By the way, Miss Su, my name is Zheng Guoping. We are equipped with GPS. If the headquarters sees that our GPS has lost signal or shows abnormalities, they will send someone to rescue us. However, rescue will take time. What we need to do now is to unite and survive first." Okay. Su Taohong nodded. Seeing her nod, Zheng Guoping said a few words to the subordinates beside him. After receiving the order, several subordinates immediately began to calm the emotions of the survivors. Once everyone's feelings were settled, the members of the Security Bureau used ropes to bind all the floating debris together, then directed the survivors to come up from the water. An hour later, the debris was tied into a large makeshift raft, and everyone stood on the raft. At that moment, the raft drifted with the waves. They drifted like this for a whole day until they spotted an island not far away on the sea surface. They used various tools to steer the makeshift raft towards the island. After more than 3 hours, they finally reached the island. Standing on the solid ground of the island, the survivors cried out in joy. Some lay directly on the ground shouting loudly, while others simply fell asleep. Seeing this scene, the members of the Security Bureau exchanged glances, then began organizing some men to explore the situation on the island, while instructing Su Taohong to organize the women to sort and tally the supplies they had salvaged from the plane crash. Thus, the more than 50 people worked diligently with clear divisions of labor. However, they did not notice that at this moment, in the woods behind the island, pairs of eyes were watching them. Meanwhile, at the Summer Country Security Department, an emergency meeting was being held. The meeting was about the plane crash in Summer Country. The incident had already been reported by the media, causing a huge uproar. The fate of the more than 100 passengers and crew members on the plane had captured the hearts of countless people. Most importantly, there was a key individual on the plane. Su Taohong. According to the investigations by the Summer Country Security Department during this time, it had been confirmed that the giant ants on the island in the South China Sea and the incident in the moat of Qingshan City were all related to Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen had a close relationship with Su Taohong. Su Taohong's body had also undergone changes, and only by finding Su Chen could they understand what was happening. Currently, the only person who might know Su Chen's whereabouts was Su Taohong. But she was on that ill-fated plane. In the conference room, the head of the Summer Country Security Bureau frowned and asked, where was Zheng Guiji's last GPS location? At this location, one person opened the large screen at the front of the conference room, and a map appeared on the screen, marked with a red dot. We have already contacted the naval escort fleet and requested them to head to the area where the target was last seen. It is expected to take another 5 days to arrive. 5 days, the head of the Summer Country Security Bureau's expression turned grim. 5 days. A person cannot survive more than 3 days without water, and they would take 5 days to arrive. What about retrieving the bodies? Which country's navy is closest to that location? The head of the Security Bureau asked after a 2-second silence. The people below hesitated for a moment and replied, it's the free country. The expression of the Security Bureau chief became even more unpleasant. The free country had always been at odds with Summer Country. If they were to ask for help, it was very likely that they would not only refuse to rescue but would instead fire a volley of bullets and then tell you they found nothing. Send a transport plane over. Taking a deep breath, the Security Bureau chief said. Yes. The subordinates nodded eagerly. By the way, how is it going in Qingshan City? The Security Bureau chief asked. The subordinate replied, due to the blood of that black fish last time, about 90% of the fish in the moat of Qingshan City have mutated. The moat connects to the river outside the city, and that river connects to the Yangtze River. We currently cannot determine whether those mutated fish have entered the waters of the Yangtze River. As he spoke, the subordinate paused for a moment and continued, also, those who ate the fish from the moat have all undergone changes, most have enhanced their bodies, and a very small number seem to have gained some special abilities. Have those people been controlled? The director of the Security Bureau asked. The subordinate replied, most have been controlled, but a few have hidden away. We must find everyone. This matter absolutely cannot be made public. If the public finds out, it will be troublesome. Understood. In fact, the situation regarding the moat in Qingshan City has already stirred up a lot of discussion online in Xia country. After all, helicopters patrol over the moat every day, and there are a large number of soldiers on guard, making it impossible to keep the news under wraps. Moreover, those who had eaten the moat fish have experienced physical enhancements. Most people, after becoming stronger, instinctively want to show off, so they posted numerous videos online. Although these videos were blocked by the cybersecurity department of Xia country, some still managed to circulate. Rumors of spiritual revival or the apocalypse have been spreading throughout the country. On the other side. On a deserted island in the Pacific. As night fell, the survivors who had been busy all day gathered together. Jin Guoping and several other members of the Security Bureau organized some male survivors to arrange for night patrols. The island is large, and they had only surveyed the surrounding area that day. It was still unknown if there were other dangers on the island, so night patrols were essential. In addition to organizing patrol teams, they also set up hunting teams specifically responsible for catching some fish in the shallow sea. Women and children were assigned to the logistics team, responsible for gathering branches, wild fruits, and so on. The logistics team was led by Su Taohong. At this moment, Su Taohong sat on the beach with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring blankly at the stars in the sky. The sea breeze blew in, carrying a slightly salty scent of seawater. The sounds of unknown insects came from the island behind her. Everything felt like a dream. Just a few days ago, she was in Qingshan City, and now she found herself on a deserted island in the Pacific. There was also the change in her own body and the security personnel from Xia country tracking her. A flurry of doubts flashed through her mind. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distance. The scream startled Su Taohong. Not just her, other survivors nearby also jumped up in fright. What happened? What was that sound? Who screamed? What's going on? Everyone anxiously inquired. Jin Guoping and the other patrol members quickly ran toward the direction of the scream. Seeing the others running, Su Taohong thought for a moment and followed them. Soon, they arrived at a clearing in the forest behind the beach. When they saw the scene in the woods, everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with terror. In the clearing lay a body with only half of it remaining, quietly sprawled on the ground, while the surrounding earth was stained red with blood, and internal organs were scattered everywhere. The other half of the body was missing, but there were drag marks of blood beside it. Ah! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Ugh! Another person couldn't hold back and began to vomit. Su Taohong also couldn't help but retch. Jin Guoping, who was accustomed to the harsh realities, approached the body with a serious expression, carefully examining it. There were bite marks at the point of the body's severance, and one of the legs had several deep claw marks. It was evident that this was an attack by some kind of beast. Hiss. At that moment, a strange sound came from deep within the forest. The sound resembled a snake flicking its tongue. Hearing the sound, Jin Guoping looked warily in the direction of the noise. Hiss. The sound continued to echo, growing closer. A few seconds later, a massive lizard, over 3 meters long, slowly crawled out from a thicket, flicking its long tongue. Blood still clung to the lizard's mouth as its long tongue reached out to lick the blood, revealing sharp, dense teeth. Giant lizard? The crowd gasped as they saw the creature emerge. At that moment, the giant lizard squinted its eyes upon seeing Su Taohong and the others, then suddenly accelerated on all fours towards them. The sudden speed of the giant lizard frightened everyone except Jin Guoping and the other members of the Safety Bureau, causing them to turn and flee. Jin Guoping and his companions, armed with the makeshift wooden spears they had crafted earlier that day, aimed and thrust them at the charging giant lizard. The wooden spear instantly pierced the lizard's body, causing it to writhe in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Guoping and the others pulled out their spears and stabbed it several more times. Finally, the giant lizard stopped struggling and fell silent. Seeing the lizard dead, Zheng Guoping and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They wanted to approach and inspect it. However, at that moment, more hissing sounds came from deep within the distant forest. A few seconds later, dozens of giant lizards crawled out from the woods. Behind these dozen or so giant lizards was an even larger one. This lizard was nearly 8 or 9 meters long, lying on the ground at about the same height as a person. Upon seeing this giant lizard, Zheng Guoping and the others turned pale. Meanwhile, 100 nautical miles east of the island, a golden eastern dragon was swiftly swimming in the sea, occasionally using its claws to catch fish and toss them into its mouth. This eastern dragon was the only dragon in the world, Su Chen. For the past few days, he had been swimming in the sea, eating until full and then sleeping, waking up to eat again. After days of feasting, his body length had increased by another meter, reaching a total of 7 meters. 7 meters long. Equivalent to the height of a 3-story building. In addition to his lengthening, Su Chen's claws and scales had also become much sharper and thicker, and he discovered that he had gained the ability of internal vision. He could see inside his own body. And during this internal vision, he noticed a golden bead located in his chest. The bead was about the size of a goose egg, with some blood vessels attached to its surface, connecting to the heart. When he absorbed energy, it would circulate throughout his body and finally converge around the golden bead, which would then absorb it. When he used energy, it would surge forth from the bead. Su Chen referred to this bead as the Dragon Pearl. After frantically eating for half an hour, Su Chen sensed the fullness of energy within him and stopped eating. He surfaced, poking his dragon head out to look around. Then he saw a massive island not far away. With his keen eyesight, Su Chen noticed dozens of Asians running on the island, both men and women, their faces filled with terror, and among them, he even recognized someone familiar. Su Taohong. What was Su Taohong doing here? Su Chen felt puzzled. He continued to watch and then saw that behind these people, a dozen giant lizards were crawling towards them, one of which was astonishingly long, far exceeding the normal length of a giant lizard. Su Chen was astonished. At that moment, he even began to doubt whether that giant lizard was also a product of human evolution. However, despite his surprise, the main concern was that Su Taohong was being chased by those giant lizards. Without further thought, Su Chen dove back into the sea and swam towards the island. He soon reached the shallow waters of the island. Su Chen arrived on the island and then hid to observe secretly. After all, he had now transformed into a dragon. If these people were not in a life-threatening situation, Su Chen would not reveal himself. Meanwhile, a hissing sound came from the scales of a giant lizard behind him. Hearing the sound, Su Taohong and Zheng Guoping and the others did not dare to look back. Thanks to the enhancement of their bodies, Su Taohong was somewhat better off, but the others, due to their days of drifting at sea, were already in poor physical condition and were quickly running out of stamina. One person in the crowd stumbled and fell to the ground. He struggled to get up but was stepped on by someone fleeing behind him. Ah! A scream erupted. 2 seconds later, a giant lizard crawled in front of that person and then opened its mouth full of sharp teeth to bite at his shoulder. After biting down on the shoulder, the giant lizard raised its neck and began to tear. The person let out a piercing scream. At that moment, several more giant lizards crawled over, each biting onto other parts of the person's body and starting to tear. With a ripping sound, the person was torn into several pieces. Blood and entrails scattered everywhere, while a few nearby giant lizards chewed eagerly. Among the survivors running ahead, someone glanced back and, terrified, ran even faster, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. However, their stamina could not compare to that of the giant lizards. The distance between them was gradually closing, and being caught was merely a matter of time. Soon, 2 minutes later, the last survivor was caught by a giant lizard. The giant lizard pounced on that survivor and then opened its large mouth to bite down on the survivor's head. The sound of a watermelon being crushed echoed. Hearing this sound, everyone felt despair in their hearts. Zheng Guoping and the others from the security department of Xia country, upon hearing the sound of the head being crushed by the giant lizard, showed signs of struggle on their faces. Finally, Zheng Guoping gritted his teeth and stopped, loudly saying, "You all go ahead, I'll hold them off for a while." Upon hearing Zheng Guoping's words, the other members of the security department of Xia country also stopped. Su Taohong, who had been running with the crowd, also halted and turned to look at Zheng Guoping and the others, her face filled with worry. Although her body had been enhanced beyond that of a normal human, she had never encountered such situations before, psychologically, she was still an ordinary person. Forget it. Let's fight. Pressing her lips together, Su Taohong ran toward Shen Guoping and the others. Not far away, the giant lizards had already charged over. As they came rushing in, Shen Guoping and the others thrust their spears towards the lizards' eyes or mouths, aiming for their weak points. However, these giant lizards were very clever. They directly abandoned their attack and chose to dodge instead. After evading, they charged again. Shen Guoping and the others swung their spears to prevent the giant lizards from getting closer. Give me. At that moment, Su Taohong ran to Shen Guoping's side and said. Shen Guoping was taken aback. Before he could react, the spear in his hand was taken away by Su Taohong, and then he saw her thrusting the spear towards the nearest giant lizard. Her speed was incredible. Faster than anyone Shen Guoping had ever seen. The movement was as quick as lightning. PFF. The next second, the spear accurately pierced into the eye of the giant lizard. The giant lizard rolled and struggled in pain, while Su Taohong firmly held on to the end of the spear, making the scene look as if the giant lizard was skewered like a bug on a bamboo stick, appearing somewhat terrifying yet a bit comical. A few seconds later, the giant lizard stopped struggling. Su Taohong pulled out the spear and then aimed it at another giant lizard. However, this time the giant lizard dodged the spear that Su Taohong thrust. As it evaded, its claws, covered in bacteria, reached for Su Taohong. Su Taohong hurriedly dodged backward. At that moment, several other giant lizards surrounded her. Su Taohong began to awkwardly evade in all directions. She had never learned to fight and had no combat experience. The first giant lizard she killed was merely a coincidence, and now, with several giant lizards attacking her at once, she had completely exposed her shortcomings. Although her body was strong, her lack of battle experience meant she was just a brute with strength but no skills. Seeing Su Taohong being besieged, Shen Guoping and the others rushed over to help. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in battle with several giant lizards. Not far away, Su Chen hid in the shadows, watching the scene unfold with a look of confusion in his vertical eyes. How could Su Taohong be so powerful? Su Chen was filled with doubt, but he also had a guess. Just moments ago, Su Taohong had charged forward with a spear, and Su Chen had almost followed her out. However, upon witnessing her explosive speed and her ability to evade the giant lizards, he hesitated. He realized that Su Taohong's displayed strength exceeded that of an ordinary human. Remembering their previous encounter, he pondered whether, aside from blood, other aspects of himself could also lead to someone's evolution. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chen's expression turned strange. This speculation surged within him, and as he continued to think along this line, he felt that things were getting serious. Ah! Just as Su Chen was speculating, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Hearing the scream, Su Chen quickly looked over. He saw one of the men fighting the giant lizards being clawed in the chest by a giant lizard due to exhaustion. Blood sprayed from the wound, exposing white bone. Seeing this scene, Su Chen wanted to rush over to help. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to wait a little longer. As long as Su Taohong was not in danger, he would not concern himself with the others. In Su Chen's observation, the battle continued. The fleeing survivors had long since disappeared, leaving only the giant lizards and Su Taohong's group. At first, Su Taohong was frantically dodging, but as time passed, she was able to counterattack once or twice while evading. Her strength was immense, and the spear in her hand pierced the giant lizards. Each thrust created a bloody hole, and the injured giant lizards became even more frenzied. Bang! As Su Taohong thrust at another giant lizard, her spear broke in half, with the remaining piece still lodged in the giant lizard's body. The sudden break of the spear caused Su Taohong to stumble forward. At that moment, a giant lizard from the side raised its claw and lunged at her. Instinctively, Su Taohong raised her hand to shield her face. In the next second, several gruesome wounds appeared on her arm. Blood flowed from the wounds, and the pain made Su Taohong let out a muffled groan. But it wasn't over yet. At that moment, a massive figure burst out from the forest. It was the enormous lizard they had seen earlier, measuring 7 to 8 meters long. Although the giant lizard was huge, it was faster than the smaller ones, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Su Taohong. Its bloody mouth opened wide, sharp teeth dripping with saliva, and it lunged for Su Taohong's head. This sudden scene left Shen Guoping and the others stunned, and Su Taohong, seeing the giant lizard coming for her, realized she had no time to dodge. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and Su Chen's figure flashed in her mind. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash rang in her ears. Su Taohong opened her eyes and stood there in shock. She saw that the giant lizard that had lunged at her was knocked away by a strange creature. This creature was long and matched the giant lizard in length, its body a golden color covered in golden scales. It had limbs with claws resembling those of an eagle. On its large head were a pair of white antlers, its neck adorned with long fur, and two fleshy whiskers on either side of its mouth. A dragon? This is a dragon. Su Taohong's mouth slightly agape, she stood there dumbfounded, staring at the dragon that had suddenly appeared before her. Not just her, at this moment, Zheng Guoping and the others were also frozen in place, gazing at the legendary Eastern dragon. They were stunned, but the giant lizard that had been knocked away quickly reacted. It looked at the strange creature that had suddenly appeared, its long tongue flicking out as it hissed. Then, its limbs began to move, charging towards this strange being. Watching the giant lizard rush over, Su Chen's golden vertical pupils revealed disdain. Although he and the giant lizard were both around 7 meters long, their strengths were worlds apart. Before he had transformed into a dragon, Su Chen could battle 30-meter-long giant snakes at a depth of 1,700 meters underwater. Now, fighting a 7-meter-long giant lizard on land was as simple as squashing an ant. With a thought, the dragon pearl within him emitted energy, which floated around Su Chen and formed an invisible blade. As the giant lizard charged, the blade suddenly shot towards it. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The running giant lizard continued to charge at Su Chen, but its head was severed at the neck and flew into the air, then fell to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck. The massive body ran forward for over 10 meters before slowly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this sudden scene, Su Taohong and the members of the Summer National Security Bureau stood there in a daze. At that moment, the remaining giant lizards turned to flee. However, how could Su Chen allow them to escape? He quickly dashed towards the giant lizards, and with golden dragon claws like eagle talons, he instantly grabbed one by the head and applied slight pressure. The giant lizard's head was crushed. His dragon tail struck another giant lizard's body, sending it flying over 10 meters away, crashing into a rock and lying motionless. These giant lizards were like little chicks, easily slaughtered by Su Chen. Not far away, Su Taohong and Zheng Guoping watched the legendary Eastern dragon mercilessly kill the giant lizards. They felt the dragon's immense power. The 7-meter-long giant lizard was killed effortlessly, while the others had no power to resist in his hands. At this moment, several figures appeared at the edge of the nearby forest. They were the fleeing survivors, who, after running for a while and finding no movement behind them, quietly came to check. At this moment, they also saw the dragon crazily slaughtering the giant lizards. As the totem of the people of the Summer Kingdom, the dragon held a high status in the hearts of every citizen. Now, seeing the legendary dragon, the survivors stood there in shock. They stood there dumbfounded, staring at the golden divine dragon. It wasn't until the dragon killed all the giant lizards, turned, and disappeared into the depths of the forest that they finally came to their senses. Dragon! Dragon! Holy crap! It really is a dragon! Buddha bless! The Jade Emperor has manifested! Exclamations erupted. Many people knelt on the ground, bowing towards the direction the dragon had left. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Su Chen felt a faint, drifting energy enter his body, and then he felt a jolt in his spirit, as if something had exploded deep in his mind. Following that, his body rapidly grew. In just a few seconds, he went from 7 meters to 9 meters. Su Chen closed his eyes, standing still. After a full 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. Joy was evident in his gaze. During those 5 minutes, it was as if he had received some kind of inheritance, learning many things. For instance, the dragon pearl within him was actually the source of the dragon's power, and the scales that had initially grown on his chest were, in fact, the dragon's reverse scales. Also, the faint, drifting energy he had just felt was actually the power of belief. This power only manifests in those who believe in him, then enters Su Chen's body. This power can be of great benefit to him. Feeling this power, Su Chen was extremely excited. The power of belief was more special and stronger than the strength he gained from consuming fish from the sea. Additionally, after entering his body, this energy first circulated around him before finally settling on the dragon ball at his chest. However, it did not merge into the Dragon Ball but instead circled around it. After studying this energy for a while, Su Chen did not leave the island but began to explore it. He was curious about how the 7-meter-long giant lizard he had killed had grown so large. Was there some secret on this island? While Su Chen was searching the island, on the beach, Su Taohong and Zheng Guoping sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Survivors approached quickly, helping Su Taohong and the others find a clean place to sit. Once seated, they began discussing what had just happened. A dragon. It was really a dragon. I can't believe there really is a dragon, it even saved us. Woo-woo. I thought dragons only existed in legends. Not far away, Zheng Guoping and a few others from the security bureau sat together. They exchanged glances as they listened to the survivors' discussions nearby. Captain. Was that really a dragon? One of the team members asked hesitantly. Although he had witnessed the entire battle, he still found it hard to believe. That was a legendary dragon. Zheng Guoping opened his mouth to answer the team member's question, but the words just wouldn't come out. He felt as if he were dreaming. I don't know. Finally, Zheng Guoping shook his head. After a few seconds of silence, he added, this matter is not for us to ponder. If we survive, if we are successfully rescued, then this is something for the higher-ups to consider. Captain. Will we survive? We will. Zheng Guoping said without thinking. After saying this, he glanced at Su Taohong, who was sitting not far away. Su Taohong's importance was self-evident, the Xia country would surely do everything possible to rescue her. Alright, quickly reassure the survivors and take care of the remaining matters. Yes. After just a moment of rest, the team members began to get busy. On Su Taohong's side. The wound on Su Taohong's arm had been bandaged, and she sat alone by the rocks, staring blankly in the direction where the dragon had disappeared. When she was in imminent danger, the appearance of that dragon gave Su Taohong an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This familiarity was not superficial but came from deep within her. It was as if the dragon knew her. And she knew that dragon. Just as she was lost in thought, she accidentally brushed against her wound. The pain made her frown slightly. Her gaze fell on her injured arm. The bandage on her arm was already soaked with blood. Su Taohong looked puzzled because since her body had been enhanced, she had conducted experiments during this time, and if she got injured, it wouldn't take long for the bleeding to stop automatically. Now, although the wound was much larger than those from her previous experiments, it shouldn't still be bleeding. She extended her other hand to unwrap the bandage covering the wound, and upon seeing the blood still oozing out, Su Taohong's expression changed. The skin around the wound appeared to be unusually red and swollen, and the blood seeping out had a hint of black. It looked as if it were infected. It should be noted that the teeth and claws of the giant lizard carried hundreds of types of bacteria. If not treated professionally, it could easily lead to infection or even death. But now on the island, there are no medical facilities, and it is completely impossible to seek professional treatment. Thinking of this, Su Taohong revealed a bitter smile on her face. She had originally thought that surviving the giant lizard's attack would be the end of it, but she never expected this outcome. Miss Su. At that moment, Zheng Guoping hurried over. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the injury on Su Taohong's arm, and his expression immediately darkened. The wound is infected. Su Taohong looked at Zheng Guoping and managed a bitter smile. Zheng Guoping quickly crouched down to examine the wound closely. Seeing the darkening blood and the severely swollen injury, he hurriedly said, "Bacterial infection, we need to see if the bacteria have penetrated deep into the body. Let me treat your wound first." With that, he stood up and quickly left. Moments later, he returned with a small knife and began to treat Su Taohong's wound. After he finished and rebandaged the wound, Zheng Guoping told Su Taohong to find a place to rest. Soon, night fell. Su Taohong developed a fever and fell into a coma, clearly indicating that the bacteria had entered her body. Watching Su Taohong, who was in a coma, Zheng Guoping and the others surrounded her, their faces filled with anxiety. Just then, a rustling sound came from the forest behind the beach. Everyone turned to look, and they saw the dragon that had killed the giant lizard earlier that day slowly walking out of the forest. They widened their eyes and held their breath as the dragon approached them. Its golden vertical pupils fixed on them, its imposing dragon head and tall horns pointed toward the sky. Although the dragon did not make any aggressive moves and merely walked toward them, an indescribable feeling made their legs tremble. Moments later, the dragon stood before Su Taohong. It lowered its head to look at her, who lay there with her eyes tightly closed and her brows furrowed. Su Chen's eyes softened a bit. He raised a paw and scratched it against his other paw. A fine wound immediately appeared on his claw. Su Chen placed his paw near Su Taohong's mouth. A drop of golden blood flowed from the wound and dripped into Su Taohong's mouth. Zheng Guoping and the others watched this scene nervously. They did not know what the dragon intended to do, but given the current situation, it seemed to pose no threat to them. So they dared not act, only watching quietly. 1 drop. 2 drops. 3 drops. After nearly 10 drops of blood had dripped into Su Taohong's mouth, the wound on Su Chen's paw had already healed automatically. He looked at Su Taohong again. She was still the same as before. This made Su Chen feel a bit uneasy. His blood had healing properties for living beings, but he couldn't care less about what would happen if Su Taohong consumed his blood. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen directly sat down beside Su Taohong, coiling his dragon body and tail around her, enclosing her in the middle. Then Su Chen lay there motionless. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Zheng Guoping and the others exchanged glances, and from each other's faces, they could see their confusion. Was this dragon trying to protect Su Taohong? Captain. Am I seeing things? One of the team members beside Zheng Guoping whispered. Zheng Guoping was silent for a few seconds, then gently nodded and said quietly, "It seems like it's protecting Miss Su. Then just now, I saw this dragon feeding its blood to Miss Su. Is it trying to save her? I don't know, but it should be, right? Dragon blood, I've heard it's very nourishing. Captain. If I get injured, will it feed me blood too? Why don't you try it?" The team member's face showed a conflicted expression. Su Chen, lying next to Su Taohong, listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but glance at them. When Su Chen looked over, the two instantly tensed up, closing their mouths and watching him warily. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, then drooped his eyelids as if he were resting. Seeing Su Chen's demeanor, Zheng Guoping and the team member let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, other survivors gathered around. They stared wide-eyed at Su Chen, and some of the survivors who had knelt on the ground to give him their faith rushed to his side and knelt down, beginning to bow their heads. "Immortal. Please save us. Pacific Dragon King, please help us leave here." Hearing their cries, Su Chen opened his eyes, his golden pupils scanning the crowd. Under Su Chen's gaze, some people were so frightened that they stepped back repeatedly, while others, imitating those who were kneeling, also knelt down. Bowing. Worshipping for help. The noise irritated Su Chen. He opened his mouth and let out an angry dragon roar directed at the surrounding survivors. The roar seemed to penetrate their souls, leaving their minds blank as if they had lost the ability to think. After a few seconds, they finally snapped out of the intimidation of the roar and hurriedly fled the scene. Once everyone had dispersed, Su Chen lay back down, resting his head on his claws and closing his eyes. Time passed minute by minute. Su Taohong, lying in the middle of Su Chen, began to undergo changes after drinking 10 drops of his blood. Her complexion visibly improved, and the bleeding from her wounds started to stop and slowly scab over. In less than an hour, her wounds had mostly healed. At the same time, Su Taohong had a dream. In the dream, she was injured and on the verge of death when Su Chen suddenly appeared beside her and embraced her. She felt warm all over, without any coldness, as if she were in her own cozy bed at home. When she woke up, it was already the next day. Opening her eyes. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves above her, casting light on her. Looking around, Su Taohong saw Zheng Guoping organizing the survivors to collect supplies not far away. "I'm not dead." Sitting up, Su Taohong glanced at the wound on her arm. Looking at the scabbed-over wound, she was slightly taken aback. "Miss Su, you're awake." A voice came from beside her. Su Taohong turned her head to see Zheng Guoping standing next to her, though she didn't know when he had arrived. Su Taohong replied softly. Then she stood up from the ground, first glancing around, and then she noticed Zheng Guoping looking at her with a hesitant expression. "What's wrong?" Su Taohong asked, puzzled. Zheng Guoping hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Do you remember what happened last night?" Su Taohong furrowed her brows, a thoughtful expression on her face. After she was infected last night, she had a high fever and fainted, and when she woke up, it was this morning, she had no memory of what happened last night. I don't remember. What happened? Su Taohong asked. Zheng Guoping hesitated again, then recounted what had happened the previous day. This morning, that dragon had already left. Listening to Zheng Guoping's account, Su Taohong's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. The dragon had actually protected her all night, and even dripped blood into her mouth. Instinctively, she pressed her lips together, finding no taste in her mouth. Miss Su. Do you know anything about that dragon? Zheng Guoping asked at that moment. He felt that the dragon must have some connection to Su Taohong, otherwise, it wouldn't have saved her and guarded her all night, only leaving after she had recovered. Su Taohong shook her head without thinking, this is my first time seeing it too. I don't know that dragon at all, and before encountering it, I always thought dragons were just made up by ancient people. Upon hearing Su Taohong's words, Zheng Guoping opened his mouth to ask something further, but at that moment, a strange sound came from the sky above. Zheng Guoping instinctively looked up and saw 2 fighter jets flying low over the island. At the moment the jets passed, Zheng Guoping's eyes widened. Those were the most advanced fighter jets of Xia country. Why were the fighter jets here? Zheng Guoping instantly realized that the jets were here to search for them. Quick! Find some wood to light. Zheng Guoping shouted to the survivors nearby. Soon, everyone began to gather wood and some flammable materials. After they were ready, they lit a fire, stacking the wood and finally covering it with a layer of green leaves. Thick white smoke billowed from the fire, rising into the sky. The 2 Xia country fighter jets turned around to patrol again, and after adjusting their course, they spotted the signal released by the survivors. Eagle's Nest, Eagle 1 has spotted the target. Repeat. Eagle 1 has spotted the target. Eagle's Nest received, please report the target's location. Target direction, coordinates 48. 089, 3. Eagle's Nest received, Eagle 1 and 2, stay around the target and provide information at any time. Received. 1 hour later. More than a dozen helicopters from Xia country arrived over the island. They quickly landed on the island, and soldiers fully armed along with accompanying military doctors disembarked from the aircraft. Seeing the soldiers from Xia country, the survivors were overwhelmed with joy and cried. 2 hours later. Everyone boarded the helicopters and left the island. On the island, Su Chen watched the distant helicopters for a long time before turning and walking into the depths of the forest. 1 day later. Su Taohong and the survivors returned to Xia country. Upon returning, Zheng Guoping and the others immediately contacted their superiors. His superior was Team Leader Liao, who was in charge of the moat incident. Team Leader Liao, we found a dragon on the island. The first sentence Zheng Guoping said upon meeting Team Leader Liao left him stunned. He was silent for a few seconds before asking in a deep voice, what dragon are you talking about? Zheng Guoping replied seriously, it's the dragon from our Xia country's totem. Team Leader Liao fell silent again. As one of the heads of the most mysterious department in Xia country, he had seen many unbelievable things, but hearing Zheng Guoping's words still left him in shock for a long time. Are you saying it's the dragon from our Xia country's myths and legends? Team Leader Liao asked uncertainly. Zheng Guoping nodded earnestly. Seeing Zheng Guoping nod, Team Leader Liao's expression changed, and he said solemnly, tell me in detail. Yes. Zheng Guoping then recounted the events in detail. After he finished, Team Leader Liao frowned and said, so all the survivors saw that dragon? Yes. Have those survivors been contained? I don't know. After returning, I came to report to you. At this point, Zheng Guoping's voice lowered a bit. He realized some things. Team Leader Liao hurriedly said, quick. Notify everyone to bring back all the survivors and contain them. Yes. Zheng Guoping quickly left. However, it was already too late. After returning to the country, these survivors met their families at the airport and then left the airport by car. During the ride, the survivors recounted what had happened on the island, including the legendary divine dragon. Half a day later. News about the existence of dragons appeared online. However, this news was deleted shortly after it was released, but many netizens had already shared it, sparking considerable discussion. Although the cybersecurity department of Xia country could delete posts and silence voices online, offline discussions could not be stopped. So soon, rumors about the dragon began to spread again. In the conference room of the security department, the director and team leader Liao sat at the front of the table, while Zheng Guoping and others were seated below them. Have those survivors been settled? Team leader Liao asked. They've been settled, including Su Taohong, Zheng Guoping replied. Hearing Zheng Guoping's words, team leader Liao nodded, then fell silent for a few seconds before saying, You mentioned that the dragon protected Su Taohong? Yes, team leader. When we first encountered those giant lizards, the dragon did not appear until Su Taohong was in imminent danger. Later, when Su Taohong fell into a coma due to a bacterial infection, the dragon also appeared and dripped 10 drops of dragon blood into her mouth, guarding her for a night. Zheng Guoping's words made team leader Liao and the director exchange glances, then fall into deep thought. Everything was simply too bizarre. Evolution without a cause. A suddenly appearing dragon. What was the relationship between the dragon and Su Taohong? Why would the dragon protect her? Su Taohong must be given special protection. Recently, events here have likely been noticed by other countries, and it won't be long before they discover the situation with Su Taohong. We cannot allow her to have any mishaps. After a long pause, team leader Liao said solemnly. His words made the director, who was sitting beside him, nod in agreement. He then added, Be a bit nicer to Su Taohong and try to meet some of her requests. Understood. Zheng Guoping replied quickly. However, he then thought of something and asked, What if Su Taohong inquires about it? Just tell her the truth. Yes. An hour later. In a hotel room. There was a knock at the door. Hearing the sound, Su Taohong walked over and opened the door. After opening it, she saw Zheng Guoping standing outside. Mr. Zheng. Miss Su, I apologize for disturbing you. I just finished talking with my superiors. Due to the special nature of the incident, we need you to stay here for a few more days, Zheng Guoping said politely. Listening to Zheng Guoping's words, Su Taohong was not surprised, she simply nodded slightly. After all, encountering such an event meant she couldn't just leave, Xia country would definitely need to investigate and handle the follow-up matters. By the way, can you tell me? Why have you been following me all this time? Su Taohong asked, recalling something. Zheng Guoping nodded, All right, Miss Su, the reason we are following you is actually. Come in and talk. Su Taohong interrupted Zheng Guoping. Zheng Guoping nodded and entered the room. Once inside, Zheng Guoping explained everything in detail. Half an hour later, Zheng Guoping left Su Taohong's room. Inside the room, Su Taohong sat on the sofa, her face filled with confusion. Zheng Guoping had told her everything, and it turned out that all of this was likely related to Su Chen. Including the changes in her body and the moat incident. The missing Su Chen. The changes in her own body, the appearance of the dragon. Suddenly, Su Taohong thought of something. She remembered that she had once seen Su Chen's eyes were golden. At that time, she thought Su Chen was wearing colored contact lenses. Now, looking back, Su Taohong inexplicably felt that Su Chen's eyes were very similar to those of the dragon. Both had golden eyes, just with different pupils. A guess surged in her heart, but it was quickly dismissed by Su Taohong. On the other side. On an island in the Pacific Ocean. Su Chen was swiftly moving through the forest. The giant lizard, over 7 meters long, that he killed must have grown to such a size for some reason. There is definitely a secret on this island. As he moved through the area, Su Chen's powerful perception searched around him. After searching for nearly half a day, Su Chen discovered an opening in the middle of the island. The entrance was surrounded by piles of various animal bones, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. The smell was just like that of the giant lizard. Is this the giant lizard's nest? Su Chen speculated. He then stepped forward and walked into the cave. Upon entering, Su Chen found that the cave extended downward, with no signs of human activity. It appeared to be naturally formed. Continuing to explore deeper, after walking about 300 to 400 meters, Su Chen sensed a strange odor permeating the air. Shortly after, a hissing sound came from not far away. Su Chen focused his gaze and was taken aback. He saw a dozen giant lizards crawling around the corner. Each of these lizards was 7 to 8 meters long, their skin covered in disgusting slime and lumps of flesh, looking mutated. Su Chen's mind stirred, and he gathered energy within him, forming several invisible blades to strike at the dozen giant lizards. Pfft! The bodies of those giant lizards were sliced apart like tofu, instantly cut into several pieces. After dealing with these lizards, Su Chen continued deeper into the cave. Along the way, he encountered quite a few more giant lizards. They were not very strong, but each was massive and ugly. After walking down for about 1,000 meters, Su Chen stopped. He noticed some strange ores on the walls around him. He approached the ores and examined them closely, and then his pupils contracted as a look of astonishment appeared on his dragon-like face. Uranium. It was actually uranium ore. Seeing this ore, Su Chen's confusion dissipated. Before transforming into a dragon, Su Chen often read novels, especially those in a certain genre where animals were contaminated by uranium, leading to mutations. He never expected to encounter such a situation in reality. The 7 to 8 meter long giant lizards, along with the slime and lumps on them, were clearly the result of uranium-induced mutations. Confirming the cause of the giant lizard's mutations, Su Chen continued to explore downward. Along the way, he killed quite a few more giant lizards. Although he had slain these lizards, Su Chen did not consume their bodies. The reason was simply that they were too disgusting. After walking for about another 1,000 meters, Su Chen arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The deepest area was a vast flat ground, covered with giant lizards. Most of these lizards were around 7 to 8 meters long, with a few reaching 10 meters, and among them, the largest one measured an astonishing 16 meters. This giant lizard was covered in sores, looking both disgusting and terrifying. As if sensing something, the giant lizard turned its gaze toward Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen, it extended its tongue, and the scales on its body emitted a hissing sound. At the moment the sound erupted, all the surrounding giant lizards turned to look at Su Chen, and without a moment's hesitation, they charged toward him. Watching the giant lizards rush over, Su Chen gathered energy and began to transform it into blades to attack the oncoming lizards. Pft, pft. One by one, the heads of the giant lizards flew off. Their bodies, propelled by inertia for a few meters, fell to the ground, motionless. However, due to the sheer number of giant lizards, many still charged forward. Su Chen let out a powerful dragon roar, which momentarily halted the movements of those lizards. By the time they reacted, Su Chen had already rushed in front of them. With his sharp dragon claws gripping their bodies, he squeezed hard, turning the bodies of those giant lizards into a mushy paste. The dragon's tail lashed out at one of the giant lizards that charged forward. As the tail struck the lizard's body, a dull thud echoed, and the giant lizard was instantly obliterated in midair. At that moment, another giant lizard, over 10 meters long, rushed towards them. Su Chen, who was just over 7 meters, appeared relatively small in comparison. The lizard's slimy mouth lunged at Su Chen's tail. Su Chen quickly dodged while using his dragon claws to swipe at the lizard's head. When Su Chen's claws made contact with the lizard's head, a sharp pain forced him to retract his claws. He hurriedly stepped back and examined his injured claw. There were faint signs of corrosion on it. This giant lizard had mutated quite severely. Su Chen became serious. He summoned the energy within him, transforming it into blades that slashed at the giant lizard. As the blade struck the lizard, numerous deep wounds appeared on its body, exposing bone beneath. The lizard writhed in pain, rolling on the ground, its slime splattering everywhere. Su Chen quickly dodged, but some of the slime dripped onto his scales, corroding a patch of them. Enraged, Su Chen let out a dragon roar. He gathered all his strength and violently swung his tail at the giant lizard. Bang! A loud crash resounded. The lizard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the cave wall. The entire cave trembled slightly. The lizard shook its head, trying to get up, but Su Chen wouldn't give it the chance. He continued to unleash energy blades at the lizard, and in less than 2 seconds, hundreds of blades struck its body. Only when Su Chen's energy was exhausted did he finally stop. Looking at the lizard, now a bloody mess and silent against the wall, Su Chen didn't linger. He eliminated the other giant lizards nearby and then left the cave. Meanwhile, in the Free Nation. During this time, the incident involving the moat in Xia country and the dispatch of fighter jets and helicopters to a certain island in the Pacific had been investigated by the Free Nation. Their fleet was the closest to that island, so upon learning of the situation, they immediately headed there. In just one day, the fleet arrived near the island, and the fleet commander dispatched soldiers to land. Once on the island, the soldiers began searching. They quickly discovered the cave in the center of the island. After donning protective gear, they ventured deep into the cave, finding numerous giant lizard corpses and uranium ore on the walls. Upon seeing the 7 to 8 meter long lizard corpses, exclamations of "Oh my God!" escaped their lips. However, when they reached the deepest part of the cave and saw the ground covered in corpses, they were even more shocked. After the initial shock, the commanding officer immediately reported the situation to the fleet commander. The commander promptly ordered them to bring the corpses back. While collecting the bodies, they discovered a patch of golden unknown creature scales. The scales were large, about the size of 2 palms, golden in color, with shallow patterns and some signs of corrosion on the surface. Initially, they paid attention to these 2 scales, treating them as ordinary unknown objects to collect and bring back to the fleet. After gathering the corpses, the fleet commander ordered a portion of the soldiers to stay on the island while he took the rest back to the Free Nation with the bodies. Not long after they left, Xia Country's fleet arrived near the island. On the deck of the warship, the captain used binoculars to observe the Free Nation soldiers near the island's shallows, his face darkening. They were a step too late. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Ocean, a whaling ship from Sakura was sailing on the sea. The radar on the ship was scanning for targets. The crew sat leisurely on the deck, singing songs about cherry blossoms while chatting about the latest works of their teachers. Beep. Suddenly, the radar emitted an alarm. Upon hearing the sound, excitement spread across everyone's faces. After years of hunting whales, the number of whales in the ocean had dwindled, and they hadn't spotted a single one in a month. But now, they had finally found one. Quick! Hurry up! Take your positions! The first mate shouted. Before he could finish, everyone quickly stood up, grabbed the harpoons beside them, and rushed to their stations. Inside the cabin, the captain sat by the radar, his face lit up with excitement as he observed the display. 2 targets appeared on the radar. They were together. After a month without any luck, they had unexpectedly found 2 at once. Deploy the bait. Bring the whales to the surface. The captain ordered immediately. Aye. The first mate nodded eagerly. Soon, the bait was thrown into the water. Meanwhile, out in the ocean, 2 massive dolphins sensed something and swam towards the whaling ship. These 2 dolphins were the same ones that Su Chen had encountered in the South China Sea. Having consumed Su Chen's blood, their bodies had undergone significant enhancement during this time. The larger dolphin now measured an astonishing 20 meters in length and weighed over 90 tons. The smaller dolphin was 15 meters long and weighed over 50 tons. The 2 dolphins swam quickly towards the whaling ship, soon reaching a few hundred meters away. At that moment, the smaller dolphin dove down and then leaped out of the water. Its body, over 10 meters long, was strikingly visible, and the whaling ship, which had been observing from a distance, immediately spotted the small dolphin. When the crew saw the dolphin's impressive size, they were stunned. Their eyes widened, faces filled with disbelief. Great Amaterasu! What kind of monster is this? How can there be such a large dolphin? Am I seeing things so big? Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the larger dolphin also leaped out of the water. Its 20-plus meter length was even more shocking than that of the smaller dolphin. The crew on the whaling ship were seasoned veterans, having captured whales in double or even triple digits. They were no strangers to large fish, but this was the first time they had seen such a massive dolphin. Quick! Quick! Catch these 2 dolphins! The first mate shouted excitedly. Upon hearing his voice, the crew snapped back to reality. Such enormous dolphins were unheard of, capturing them and sending them to the cherry blossom exhibition would surely earn them a fortune. Even if they couldn't capture them alive, obtaining the dolphins' bodies would allow them to create specimens. As they fantasized about what would happen after capturing the 2 dolphins, greed appeared on their faces, and they raised their harpoons, aiming at the approaching dolphins. When the smaller dolphin swam alongside the whaling ship, the crew wasted no time in launching their harpoons, while the harpoon gun on the ship also pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The harpoon shot out, heading straight for the dolphin. Sensing danger, the smaller dolphin suddenly accelerated and leaped over the surface of the water. The harpoon grazed its body, leaving a deep gash. Bang! The dolphin fell into the sea. Instantly, a pool of blood appeared on the surface, and the dolphin vanished from sight. Under the ship, the captain, who was watching the radar, shouted loudly. Bang! The next second, a muffled sound came from beneath the whaling ship, and the vessel shook violently. "Damn it, that dolphin is ramming the ship!" someone shouted in terror. Everyone's faces changed in unison. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed. The ship rocked once more. At that moment, the captain in the cabin looked at the radar display, where the coordinates of the small dolphin were still beneath the ship, while another large target was rapidly approaching. "Something else is coming. Southwest direction," the captain shouted. Everyone turned to look southwest. As they did, the 20-meter-long large dolphin surfaced. Seeing this larger dolphin, one of the crew members operating the harpoon gun instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The harpoon shot out. The large dolphin tried to evade, but perhaps due to its massive size, its movements were slower than those of the small dolphin. The harpoon struck directly into the large dolphin's tail and was firmly lodged there. The large dolphin rolled in the water in pain and then quickly swam away into the distance. The line connected to the harpoon was pulled taut, causing the entire whaling ship to move. The crew on the deck, seeing the harpoon hit the large dolphin, erupted in excited cheers. They then shot more harpoons at the large dolphin. In just a few seconds, 2 more harpoons were embedded in the large dolphin, and blood began to flow from its body, quickly staining the surrounding seawater red. The fish in the sea seemed to be attracted, frantically feeding on the blood flowing from the dolphin. Below the ship, the small dolphin, seeing the large dolphin in danger, increased the intensity and frequency of its collisions with the ship. Each impact caused the whaling ship to sway, and its body bore the marks of the collisions. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. After an unknown number of impacts, a crack appeared in the bottom of the ship, and a large amount of seawater surged into the cabin through the crack. The crew inside, initially excited about capturing the large dolphin, now showed expressions of terror upon realizing the ship was taking on water. They hurried to the bottom of the ship, trying every possible way to repair the crack. But under the pressure of the seawater and the continuous impacts from the dolphin, the crack grew larger, and the crew realized the ship was likely to sink. "Captain! The crack in the bottom of the ship can't be repaired, we're going to sink." The first mate rushed into the cabin to inform the captain. The captain's face turned pale upon hearing this. But then he thought of something and quickly said, "Send out an international distress signal and see if there are any naval forces nearby." "Aye." The first mate turned to leave. "Wait." The captain called out urgently. Then, with a frenzied look on his face, he said, "Also send out the information about our discovery of the giant dolphin. That way, whether for the dolphin or for any other reason, anyone who receives our message will come immediately." "Aye." The first mate hurriedly left. Soon, the whaling ship transmitted the distress signal, including the discovery of the 20-meter-long dolphin, via radio to other vessels in the surrounding waters. Many ships, upon receiving the news, immediately changed course and headed at full speed toward the whaling ship, including the nearby Sakura Maritime Self-Defense Force. "What? A 20-meter-long dolphin? Are you kidding?" The commander of the self-defense force widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing the report from his subordinate. "Whether it's true or not, since it's one of our Sakura vessels in danger, we must go to the rescue. Head to the signal point." "Aye." The Sakura self-defense force set sail toward the signal point. After about half an hour of sailing, they arrived at the incident site. They then saw thousands of fish frantically swimming on the surface, feeding on the blood. Not far away, there was a ship that was nearly sinking, with some crew members in life jackets waving at them. Seeing this scene, the Self-Defense Force's warship immediately dispatched a rescue boat to save the crew members. However, just as they launched the rescue boat, a dolphin over 10 meters long leaped out of the water and crashed down onto one of the crew members. Bang! The crew member was directly smashed into the sea, disappearing from sight. The soldiers on the ship, witnessing the dolphin leaping out of the water, all widened their eyes. "Amaterasu! It's real! What a huge dolphin! How can there be such a big dolphin? Sir! What should we do? Catch that dolphin!" "Yes, sir." The soldiers immediately sprang into action. As members of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, they not only had firearms but also many non-lethal weapons, such as tranquilizer guns. Taking out their tranquilizer guns, the soldiers scanned the surface of the water. A few seconds later, the dolphin reappeared. And the soldiers on the warship raised their tranquilizer guns, aiming at the dolphin to shoot. In the blink of an eye, the dolphin was hit by more than a dozen tranquilizer darts. However, the dosage was negligible for such a massive dolphin. It continued to rampage, killing the crew members who had fallen overboard. Soon, none of the crew members were left alive. On the warship, the Sakura soldiers watched this scene with anger on their faces. Those were their fellow Sakura people. Killed just like that by the dolphin. Baka. Fire. The captain of the warship shouted angrily. He had initially wanted to capture the dolphin alive with tranquilizers to present it to his superiors or the research department for biological study, but now he just wanted to kill the dolphin. Hearing the captain's order, the soldiers quickly took out their firearms and pulled the triggers at the dolphin swimming towards them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. Blood spurted from the dolphin as it was hit multiple times. The pain caused the dolphin to dive down immediately, swimming quickly away. Meanwhile, the warship on the Sakura side activated its radar to pursue. On the other side, Su Chen was feeding in the sea. As his body grew larger, his daily food intake was rapidly increasing. Now he needed at least 3 tons of food a day to fill his stomach. However, due to the intimidation he exuded, Su Chen quickly caught and consumed 3 tons of food. After filling his belly, Su Chen prepared to continue wandering. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. Was that the call of a dolphin? The sound was filled with anger and urgency. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Having encountered those 2 dolphins before, he had a good impression of them. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen swam towards the direction of the sound. 10 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted a massive dolphin not far away, with several harpoons sticking out of its body. When the dolphin saw Su Chen, its round eyes showed a look of confusion. It sensed a very friendly feeling from Su Chen, just like that previous human. However, this creature it had never seen before did not resemble a human at all. Although the dolphin was highly intelligent and had evolved after receiving Su Chen's blood, surpassing the limits of dolphin intelligence, it still couldn't figure out what was happening. While it was puzzled, Su Chen swam to its side. Raising a paw, he grabbed the harpoon stuck in its tail and noticed the harpoon had Sakura characters on it. Made by the Sakura people. The dolphin instinctively wanted to escape, but that familiar feeling of friendliness made it stop, quietly watching Su Chen. After grasping the harpoon, Su Chen pulled it out with force. The harpoon was pulled out, taking with it some flesh from the dolphin's tail. The large dolphin rolled in pain. Su Chen pressed down on the dolphin with one paw, then squeezed a few drops of golden blood from his other paw into the dolphin's mouth. Seeing the golden blood and sensing the familiar energy within it, the dolphin confirmed that the creature before it was the same human from before. It emitted a joyful sound, then swirled around Su Chen, rubbing its large head against his. However, after a moment, it made a few urgent sounds. Listening to the dolphin, Su Chen let it lead the way. The dolphin called out again and quickly swam in a certain direction, with Su Chen following behind. After about 20 minutes of swimming, Su Chen noticed a dolphin about 10 meters long frantically fleeing in the distance, while behind it, several speedboats were pursuing it at full speed. The speedboats were filled with soldiers holding guns. Seeing this scene, Su Chen did not hesitate for a moment, he suddenly accelerated and charged directly towards the speedboats on the surface. The cherry blossom soldiers on the speedboats chasing the dolphin had not yet realized that Su Chen was rapidly approaching from the depths of the sea below them. As they got closer to the dolphin, the soldiers on the speedboats burst into laughter. At that moment, one soldier casually glanced down. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a golden figure rapidly approaching the speedboat from beneath. He rubbed his eyes and looked closely. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and shock appeared on his face. Before he could speak. Bang! A loud explosion. The speedboat beneath him flew into the air, while a golden dragon leaped out of the water, opening its mouth to bite the speedboat. Boom! The dragon's mouth closed. The speedboat exploded. The soldiers on the other speedboats were all stunned by this scene. They looked at the speedboat that had been turned into countless fragments, the blood-stained sea surface, and the golden creature. A dragon! One soldier exclaimed. Amid their shock, the dragon swam quickly across the surface of the sea, soon arriving in front of another speedboat. It raised its dragon claw and slammed it down onto the speedboat. The soldiers on the speedboat had no time to react before they were smashed into a pulp, and the speedboat sank directly. Then the dragon's tail whipped towards another speedboat. The long golden tail moved at incredible speed, making a whooshing sound. Bang! Another loud explosion. Another speedboat was sunk. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers on the speedboats finally reacted. They raised their guns and shot at Su Chen. Bang! Bang! The bullets hit Su Chen, making metallic clanging sounds. Those bullets could not harm Su Chen at all. Like a wolf among sheep, Su Chen rampaged through the group of speedboats, mercilessly slaughtering. In less than 2 minutes, all the speedboats were sunk, and not a single soldier on them survived. After killing these soldiers, Su Chen sank to the seabed and swam towards the little dolphin. However, he was unaware that this scene was being watched by several countries through satellites. But even if they knew, Su Chen did not care. Because after rescuing Su Taohong from the deserted island, Su Chen knew he could no longer hide. So now, he had no need to conceal himself. 5 minutes later, in the sea, Su Chen intercepted the little dolphin. Just as he had done with the large dolphin, Su Chen dripped a few drops of blood to feed the little dolphin, then helped it tend to its wounds. The little dolphin recognized Su Chen, rubbing its head against him and making joyful sounds. Su Chen smiled and patted the little dolphin's head with his dragon claw, carefully observing the 2 dolphins, one large and one small. It hadn't been long, yet he was surprised to see how much they had grown. In order to treat them this time, I fed them a few drops of my blood again, not knowing what changes they would undergo afterward. I thought to myself. At that moment, the large dolphin called out twice. Su Chen was taken aback and said, "Do you want to follow me?" The 2 dolphins quickly nodded. Seeing them nod, Su Chen pondered for a moment and agreed. The fact that he had encountered these 2 dolphins several times indicated a bond between them. Now that they were both injured, it was fine for them to stay by his side for a while. After explaining a few things to the 2 dolphins, Su Chen swam off into the distance, and the 2 dolphins excitedly followed him. On the other side, the news of the Sakura Self-Defense Forces speedboat being attacked quickly reached headquarters. The headquarters immediately contacted the self-defense speedboats, and upon learning that they had discovered a giant dolphin, they quickly mobilized satellites to check the coordinates where the speedboats had encountered trouble. Through satellite records, the Sakura headquarters saw Su Chen effortlessly destroy more than a dozen speedboats, leaving everyone inside the headquarters stunned. As neighbors of the Summer Nation, they naturally recognized what kind of creature was destroying the speedboats. But weren't dragons supposed to exist only in legends? Not just Sakura. The Free Nation and the Summer Nation also monitored the scene of Su Chen destroying the speedboats via satellite. In the conference room of the Summer Nation Security Department, Team Leader Liao, the head of the security department, and several high-ranking officials sat around the conference table, while the large screen in front was looping footage of Su Chen destroying the Sakura speedboats. Watching Su Chen's overwhelming power, everyone fell silent. Although they had previously learned about the existence of dragons from survivors on the plane and Jingguoping, seeing the footage made it hard for them to accept. Everyone. The moat incident and Su Taohong's body enhancement, I believe they are very likely related to this dragon, Team Leader Liao spoke up. Hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they had not yet obtained evidence, they could basically confirm that the recent events were directly or indirectly related to the suddenly appearing dragon. At this moment, Team Leader Liao stood up and walked to the front, saying, "Currently, we can confirm that the dragon knows Su Taohong, otherwise, it wouldn't have protected her on the deserted island. Secondly, Su Chen's identity. Where is the missing Su Chen, and what is his relationship with the dragon? Finally, what are we going to do next?" At this point, Team Leader Liao paused for a moment and continued, "During this time, the fish in the moat of Qingshan City have already flowed into the Yangtze River and other large water bodies, and according to our investigation, many people have evolved after mistakenly consuming those fish. The situation can still be controlled for now, but this is only temporary. It won't be long before more and more people mistakenly consume those fish, and the number of those who evolve will increase. We must find a way to solve this problem. By the way, there's one more thing. Zheng Guoping previously mentioned that the deserted island was reached first by the Free Nation's warship, and they have sent soldiers to garrison the island. They are likely to have made some discoveries there." Team Leader Liao's series of statements made everyone present frown in thought. Half an hour later, after discussions, several decisions were made. A special department was established, specifically responsible for handling such incidents, and currently evolved individuals were recruited as department members. They prepared to publicly disclose this matter at any time, and additionally, they would collect the evolved fish and select outstanding personnel from the military or police to actively transform these individuals and cultivate special forces. They would continue to investigate the relationship between Su Chen, the dragon, and Su Taohong, and try to build a good relationship with Su Taohong as much as possible. After the meeting, the Xia country immediately sprang into action. They organized a large number of personnel to begin investigating those who had evolved after eating the fish, and only after an initial screening could they determine whether to recruit them. In addition, all military and police forces in Xia country also began internal screenings. Everything was proceeding at a rapid pace. In a certain community in Xia country, Zhang Dong was currently in his rental room. He was engrossed in a martial arts manual he had found online. Some time ago, while fishing in the Yangtze River, he caught a crucian carp weighing nearly 2 pounds. After eating the fish at home, he discovered that his body had become stronger a few days later. However, he did not know that it was due to eating the fish. He thought he had accidentally opened the legendary Ren and Du meridians, so he had been studying the martial arts manual, fantasizing about becoming a martial arts hero one day, capable of leaping across rooftops. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, Zhang Dong put down the book and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside were 2 men in suits and a police officer in uniform. "Who are you?" Zhang Dong asked, puzzled. One of the men took out an ID from his pocket and said, "Hello, Xia Country Security Bureau." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong immediately became nervous. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Is there something wrong?" The man replied, "We have a matter that requires your cooperation. Please come with us." Zhang Dong wanted to say something more, but seeing the expressionless faces of the Security Bureau personnel, he simply nodded. Similar incidents were happening in many places in Xia country. In just 2 days, Xia country had gathered hundreds of people whose bodies had been enhanced. They were sent to a military camp for closed training. Meanwhile, in the free country, a warship transporting the giant lizard's corpse arrived at the military port of the free country. Upon arrival, the military immediately dispatched personnel to send the corpses and the golden scales to a research institute for study. After 2 days of research, they discovered that the enormous size of the giant lizard's corpse was due to uranium, but they were puzzled by the golden scales. They found that the hardness of the golden scales exceeded that of any biological scales. Additionally, there was an element inside that they had never seen before. While studying these elements, they unexpectedly discovered that this element was very similar to the elements found in the fish that their agents had brought from Xia country. Yes. The incident in the moat of Qingshan City in Xia country, their agents had learned about it and obtained some fish through various channels, which were sent to the free country for research. After the study, they also found that this energy could enhance a person's body. Moreover, they had secretly cultivated some enhanced individuals. However, only their highest echelons were aware of this matter. Of course, the above is not the main point. The main point is that they saw through satellites the incident where Su Chen attacked the Cherry Blossom speedboat. Watching Su Chen leap out of the water, the golden scales covering his body were identical to the scales they had obtained. This meant that those scales belonged to the legendary dragon of Xia country. Furthermore, those fish were also created by this dragon. So now, what they needed to consider was whether they could capture that eastern dragon. Immediately, they dispatched warships and several submarines with radar to the Pacific, to the location where Su Chen had last appeared. In fact, it wasn't just the free country, other countries that had seen the satellite surveillance also dispatched warships. In no time, the Pacific Ocean was bustling with activity. Time flew by. A week later. On an island in the Pacific, Su Chen lay on the beach, basking in the sun. The sunlight shone on the scales covering his body, reflecting a brilliant glow. Su Chen squinted his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun on his skin as the sea breeze gently ruffled his hair. Not far away, a large and a small dolphin were joyfully swimming on the surface of the sea, occasionally leaping high out of the water and then splashing down, sending up a spray of water. Over the past week, due to consuming Su Chen's fresh blood, the injuries of the 2 dolphins had not only healed but their bodies had also grown significantly. The larger dolphin had grown to 30 meters, while the smaller one had reached 20 meters. Moreover, both dolphins' intelligence had increased, allowing them to engage in simple communication, though this communication was inaudible to humans, as the sounds dolphins made belonged to a frequency beyond human hearing. Only Su Chen and a few other creatures could hear them. At that moment, the small dolphin swam over, holding a grouper fish over a meter long in its mouth, and then tossed it toward Su Chen. The fish nearly hit Su Chen on the head. Su Chen opened his eyes to look at the small dolphin, which seemed to be showing off, spinning in circles in the water. Seeing the small dolphin's antics, a human-like smile appeared on Su Chen's dragon face. Since the little dolphin keeps calling you, let's give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Little Tuan. Su Chen spoke. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the small dolphin became even more excited. At that moment, the larger dolphin also swam to the shore. Su Chen added, then you shall be called Little Yuan. The larger dolphin also looked happy. After naming the two dolphins, Su Chen lowered his head to glance at the grouper fish beside him. The surface of the fish was covered in some sand. Although he had transformed into a dragon, Su Chen still had particular tastes when it came to food. With a thought, he made the fish float, then tossed it into the sea to wash and prepare it before finally putting it in his mouth to eat. Feeling the energy surge into his body, Su Chen squinted his eyes again. Just then, he suddenly felt a surge of faith power entering his body. Su Chen opened his eyes again, filled with astonishment. How could there be an inexplicable surge of faith power entering him? Carefully sensing the extra faith power within him, it seemed to be coming from the direction of the Xia kingdom. Vague images floated in his mind. In the images, several people from the Xia kingdom, the survivors from the isolated island, were kneeling before a dragon-shaped statue, earnestly worshipping. Seeing this scene in his mind, Su Chen had a rough idea of the reason. He felt a surge of joy. During this time, he had been consuming seafood, and as his size and strength increased, the energy from those seafood had become increasingly insufficient. It wouldn't be long before they could no longer satisfy him. But now, there was a way to increase his faith power, which solved the problem of acquiring energy for evolution. Closing his eyes, he continued to feel the faith power within him. He didn't know how long had passed. Su Chen's body slowly began to float. Not far away on the sea surface, Little Tuan and Little Yuan, the two dolphins, watched this scene with curious eyes. Under their gaze, Su Chen rose higher and higher from the ground. From 10 meters to 20 meters, he then floated directly into the air. Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes wide while floating in midair. He looked down at the island and the sea below, his vertical pupils filled with excitement. He could fly. While studying the faith power, Su Chen had tried to spread this power throughout his body, and unexpectedly, he had taken flight. Could it be that the legendary dragons flew this way too? A guess surged in Su Chen's mind. However, he soon cast that thought aside. Flying. How many people had fantasized about this in their childhood, only to see that fantasy disappear as they grew up? But at this moment, feeling the wind blowing around him, the clouds within reach, and the islands beneath him, Su Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Excitement. Thrill. A surge of various emotions flooded in. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a long dragon's roar, and then his body swiftly moved through the air. To him, the sky resembled the ocean, and he could roam freely. Tumbling, pausing, soaring, any movement required just a thought. After flying for over an hour, Su Chen reluctantly descended. Once on the ground, he felt a wave of hunger. He dove directly into the sea and began to eat voraciously. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, instead of returning to shore, Su Chen swam towards the Atlantic Ocean with his two dolphins, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Along the way, Su Chen noticed an increase in military ships on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, with vessels from various countries, as well as several submarines. Since both the submarines and warships were equipped with radar, Su Chen made sure to avoid them with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. After swimming for about 20 days, Su Chen and the dolphins finally reached the Atlantic Ocean. As the second largest ocean in the world, the Atlantic was rich in fish, especially tuna. The taste of Atlantic tuna was incredibly delicious, and after his first bite, Su Chen was hooked on this food. Although the meat of the tuna was tasty, the energy it provided was no different from that of other fish. Previously, when Su Chen was well fed, he could grow a meter in 3 days, but as his strength increased, he required more energy, extending that time from 3 days to 7. Although 7 days felt a bit long, Su Chen could still accept it. Soon enough, a month passed. During this month, Su Chen wandered around the Atlantic with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. By the end of the month, Su Chen had grown to 15 meters, and the dragon ball within his chest had increased significantly compared to a month ago, surrounded by a layer of faith power. This faith power was slowly nourishing the dragon ball. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan had not grown in size, but their heads seemed to have gotten a size larger. Originally, their heads were already big, and now they looked adorably odd. Additionally, their intelligence had improved quite a bit compared to before. Su Chen began to attempt teaching these two creatures to speak. Yes, teaching them human language. After all, there wasn't much to do on this side of the Atlantic. Every day was filled with eating, exploring, and sunbathing, so teaching them to talk was a way to pass the time. Su Chen indeed treated this as a way to kill time, but one day, Xiao Tuan suddenly blurted out a word, Su. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was stunned for a long time. He never expected that he had actually taught them something. Since they could say Su, they could surely learn other words as well. So, from that day on, Su Chen took the task of teaching the two creatures to speak seriously. On the other side, in the Pacific Ocean, nearly all the military ships from around the world were present, along with many large fishing vessels. The reason for the abundance of fishing boats and warships dated back to a month ago. A month ago, countries like the Free Nation, Summer Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation discovered dragons through satellite monitoring and dispatched warships and submarines to the area. Upon arrival, they began searching with radar. However, after several days of searching without finding any trace of the dragon, they stumbled upon something else. They discovered that some fish in the sea had actually evolved. And those who ate the fish experienced an enhancement in their physical abilities. Upon realizing this, they immediately began investigating and sent ships from their countries to catch the fish. After a week of investigation, they found the reason. It turned out that a month ago, the whaling ship from Sakura had severely injured two dolphins with harpoons, and the blood that flowed from the dolphins attracted some fish in the sea, which then evolved. Instinctively, those fish began to hunt other fish. In a state of hunting and counter-hunting, more and more fish evolved, and this evolutionary energy spread like a virulent infectious disease, increasing exponentially every day. In just a month, despite the massive resources spent by various countries to catch these fish, the area of fish evolution had expanded over half of the Pacific Ocean. At this rate, perhaps in just 6 months, all fish in the world's oceans would evolve. What would that look like? Countries dared not imagine what would happen then. However, preparations had to be made in advance. Therefore, led by Xia Country and Freedom Country, a global conference was held in the Pacific. On the deck of Xia Country's aircraft carrier, a large conference table was set up, surrounded by representatives from various countries. The representative from Freedom Country said seriously, "Ladies and gentlemen, this concerns the survival of humanity. According to our research and analysis, these evolved fish, besides having increased size and physical capabilities, have also become extremely ferocious. If one day these creatures evolve to a certain level, will they attack humans? We must remember that the oceans cover 70% of our planet's surface. By then, will we dare to go into the sea?" The words of the Freedom Country representative left everyone in silence. In fact, they had already analyzed this point without needing the Freedom Country representative to say it, they just hadn't thought of a solution. Should they eliminate all marine life? Well, that was simply impossible. So what should be done? Ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, the representative from Xia Country spoke up. Everyone turned to look at the representative from Xia Country. With a flat expression, the Xia Country representative said, as the representative from Freedom Country mentioned, "This is now a matter of life and death for humanity. I propose establishing a global united front alliance, simultaneously implementing a complete ban on the sea, and building defensive lines along the coastline to prevent potential future dangers." I disagree. I oppose a complete ban on the sea. As soon as the words fell, the representative from Sakura shouted loudly. After speaking, the representative from Sakura looked angrily at the representative from Xia Country. They must understand that Sakura is just a small island, a ban on the sea would cause them significant losses. I also oppose. The representative from Monkey Country also voiced their opposition. Following that, representatives from several other countries expressed their dissent as well. Seeing this scene, the representative from Xia Country shrugged and stopped speaking. The meeting continued for a whole day, but in the end, no conclusions were reached, and the representatives returned to their respective naval ships. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, the first incident of marine creatures attacking humans occurred in the Pacific Ocean. The attacked party was a fishing vessel from Monkey Country, which was attacked by an evolved shark while they were catching fish. The shark was a bull shark, growing to a length of 7 meters. Both its strength and speed had greatly increased. With just a few collisions, the fishing vessel was capsized, and all personnel on board fell into the water, where they were bitten to death by the shark one by one. This incident seemed to serve as a signal, and soon after, the number of attacks increased. Originally, there was one incident every few days, which gradually turned into one incident a day, and eventually escalated to several incidents a day, even dozens. The frequent occurrence of these attacks made countries increasingly worried. At the same time, news of the events happening on this side of the Pacific began to spread online. After all, with warships from various countries gathering and so many fishing boats around, it was practically impossible to keep the information under wraps. Biological mutations in the Pacific Ocean, humanity's future hangs by a thread. The evolution of life. Humanity may no longer be at the top of the pyramid. Where should humanity go from here? Various posts and news articles with such headlines began to emerge online. This time, however, the cybersecurity departments of various countries did not take any action, seemingly tacitly allowing the matter to circulate online. In fact, countries wanted to gauge the public's reaction. It was clear that the Pacific Ocean incident could no longer be stopped, and the evolution of marine life in global waters was merely a matter of time. Making it public was also just a matter of time. Therefore, announcing it early could actually be advantageous for them. By testing public reactions online, even if the response was negative, the authorities could later dismiss it as a rumor. If the reaction was within their tolerable range, they could smoothly proceed to disclose the matter. Online, discussions about the situation across the Pacific were increasing. The reactions from the public in various countries varied. The most intense reactions came from the citizens of the free nation, who perfectly embodied what freedom meant in both thought and action. The Ocean Protection Association gathered a large number of marine conservation enthusiasts to stage a protest. The Human Rights Protection Association joined in the march as well. In truth, they didn't even know what they were protesting about, they were just happy to be part of the excitement. On the side of the Summer Nation, compared to the Free Nation or other countries, the response seemed rather indifferent. Perhaps it was due to the recent incident involving the Qingshan Moat, where fish had already spread to various waters across the country, and many people had experienced enhancements after consuming the fish. So, it seemed they were already aware of the events happening across the Pacific. Soon, another half-month passed. During this time, almost all the marine life in the Pacific had undergone evolution. As time went on, these creatures became stronger and gained higher intelligence, leading to an increasing number of attacks on ships. The attacked vessels were mostly unprotected civilian fishing boats. In response to this situation, the Summer Nation was the first to take action, implementing a comprehensive maritime ban. All civilian vessels were prohibited from going to sea. At the same time, they constructed defensive lines in all coastal cities. In the Summer Nation's plan, they aimed to build walls up to 100 meters high in all coastal cities. This plan sounded astonishing and required countless manpower, resources, and a significant amount of time. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Who could guarantee that the creatures in the ocean wouldn't evolve to the point of being able to come ashore one day? On the Atlantic side. In a month and a half, Su Chen had grown to 22 meters. Although compared to Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, Su Chen was still somewhat smaller, his strength was far superior to that of the two dolphins. Near a certain island. After a hearty meal, Su Chen lay on the island's rocks basking in the sun. His long body coiled together, the whiskers on his dragon head swayed freely in the sea breeze. Not far away, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were frolicking in the water. Over this month and a half, the two had developed larger heads, looking less and less like dolphins. Initially, Su Chen was a bit worried, but after observing them for a while and noticing that they showed no signs of distress, he felt relieved. Su. At that moment, the little dolphin Xiao Tuan swam to the shore, calling out for Su. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at it. The little dolphin said, "Su, play, play." The little dolphin's speech was still somewhat clumsy, only able to say a few simple words. Hearing Xiao Tuan's words, Su Chen replied, "You guys go ahead and play." Xiao Tuan nodded its big head, a bit dejected, then turned and swam off into the distance. Watching the little dolphin swim away, Su Chen thought for a moment and then stood up. Stretching his body, his bones cracked and popped. Then, with a thought, Su Chen exerted force with his front paws, and his entire body soared into the sky. His elongated body of 22 meters glided through the air, the golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, appearing like a beam of golden light from below. After flying over the island for more than half an hour, Su Chen descended. To be honest, he was a bit bored. Although only a month and a half had passed, every day he faced the azure sea and 2 dolphins, making life somewhat monotonous. Now that he could fly, he wanted to explore a bit. After pondering for a while, he made a decision. He then called over Little Tuan and Little Yuan, instructed the 2 dolphins, and, amidst their reluctant gazes, Su Chen soared into the air again, flying towards the distance. On the surface of the sea, Little Tuan and Little Yuan watched Su Chen's departing figure until he completely vanished into the distant sky, and only then did they dive into the water. Half a day later, Su Chen flew over the Pacific Ocean. Upon reaching the Pacific, he felt a bit hungry and descended from the sky, diving into the sea to hunt. As soon as he entered the water, Su Chen noticed something unusual. The fish in the sea had actually evolved, their sizes had generally increased several times, and they were exceptionally fierce. How did they all evolve? Su Chen was surprised and began to ponder why these fish had evolved. After thinking it over, he ultimately attributed the reason to Little Yuan and Little Tuan, because when the whaling ship attacked them, they had suffered serious injuries, and after their blood was consumed by other fish, it would lead to evolution. After clarifying the reason, Su Chen began to catch these fish. After catching a pomfret and consuming it, Su Chen discovered that the energy contained within the evolved fish was much greater than that of the non-evolved ones. His vertical pupils revealed excitement. He couldn't wait to start devouring them frantically. After a hearty meal, Su Chen's body length grew to over 30 centimeters. Such a growth rate made Su Chen very excited. At this rate of growth, with 3 meals a day, he could grow a meter in just 1 day. That was 3 times faster than the initial growth of a meter in 3 days. Feeling his body grow, Su Chen decided to pause his world exploration and stay in the Pacific for a while. Having made his decision, Su Chen began to wander around the seabed of the Pacific. During his exploration, Su Chen found that the creatures on the seabed had completely changed after evolving. Giant lobsters 2 to 3 meters long. Sharks over 10 meters long. He even saw clownfish that were over a meter long and weighed dozens of pounds. These fish not only increased in size, but their temperaments also became very aggressive, and their intelligence had improved significantly. Su Chen observed some fish using certain tactics when battling stronger fish. Some even used stones or other objects from the seabed as weapons. With these discoveries, Su Chen felt a mix of surprise and growing concern. If evolution continued, what level would these fish reach in a year, 2 years, or 3 years? Su Chen dared not think about it. Although he was somewhat worried about the evolution of all creatures in the Pacific, it was not something he could prevent. In the following time, Su Chen stayed in the Pacific waters. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Half a month passed, and Su Chen's size grew another 15 meters, reaching a total length of 37 meters. In addition to the increase in size, other aspects had also improved, especially the dragon ball within him. Su Chen could feel the dragon pearl inside him grow larger, and the energy within him had more than doubled. Such rapid growth excited Su Chen. He continued to stay in the Pacific Ocean. Half a month passed, and when his size reached 50 meters, Su Chen's growth rate immediately slowed down. Originally, he could grow 1 meter a day, but now it took 10 days to grow just 1 meter. Additionally, Su Chen discovered that he could only gain energy by consuming evolved fish, and the energy was very limited. So, after his growth rate slowed, Su Chen decided to leave the Pacific Ocean and continue his journey around the world. However, just as he was preparing to leave, a small accident occurred. At the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, a submarine from the Free Nation was preparing to withdraw from the Pacific waters. During this time, the evolved creatures in the Pacific had become increasingly powerful, and their submarine needed to retreat for safety, returning to the Free Nation's port. However, during their withdrawal, the sonar system unexpectedly detected a target. Through the sonar system's echo, they determined the size of the target. The target was elongated, measuring between 35 meters in length. In the control room of the submarine, the captain listened to his subordinate's report and pondered for a moment, saying, "It's nothing to be alarmed about, it might just be an evolved ribbonfish." The subordinate hesitated and replied, "But captain, if it really is a ribbonfish, we have been here for 2 months and have never seen one this long. If we could capture it." At this point, the captain raised an eyebrow. It is known that the larger the size, or the stronger the evolution of a creature, the more energy humans could gain from consuming its flesh. Currently, there was already a black market in a free nation selling evolved fish from the Atlantic. A pound of evolved fish meat could sell for anywhere from several hundred to $1,000, and if it were those giant creatures, the price would be even higher. For instance, this ribbonfish over 30 meters long would cost at least $1 million. In short, whether sold or kept for personal consumption, it would be of absolute benefit. Thinking of this, the captain smiled and ordered, "Proceed to the target location, lock onto the target, and prepare for torpedo missile attack at any time." "Yes." The subordinate saluted and quickly left. 10 minutes later, the submarine was 500 meters away from the target. 500 meters away, Su Chen, having just had a hearty meal, was preparing to rest a bit before leaving the Pacific. However, just as he found a flat rock on the seabed to lie on, an uneasy feeling surged within him. Looking around, he did not notice anything unusual, which left Su Chen somewhat puzzled. To be safe, he decided to leave the spot and prepare to exit the Pacific immediately. On the submarine side, the soldiers of the Free Nation saw the target leave through the radar and immediately reported the situation to the captain. Upon learning that the target had departed, the captain ordered an attack without hesitation. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long missile was launched from the submarine's launch tube. The missile's speed gradually increased, and in less than a few dozen meters, it had already reached over 100 miles per hour, with the speed still climbing. In just a few seconds, the missile was only over 300 meters away from Su Chen. As Su Chen was preparing to swim upward, the uneasy feeling surged again. He turned to look in the direction the missile was coming from, and when he saw the missile getting closer, Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted, and then he dodged to the side. The missile brushed past Su Chen and crashed into a reef over 30 meters ahead. Instantly, the reef exploded. Chunks of rock crashed down on Su Chen, feeling to him like a mere tickle. Although the missile caused him no harm, it left him somewhat irritated. Perhaps it was due to becoming a dragon, Su Chen's mindset had subtly shifted. He was now the only dragon on this planet, a creature that existed only in myths and legends. Capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the seas. It was fortunate that he hadn't provoked them, yet they dared to come and provoke him. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's vertical pupils. He turned and swiftly swam towards the direction from which the missile had been fired. Inside the submarine, after launching the missile, everyone was waiting for good news. However, when the missile detonated and the target remained on the radar, everyone was taken aback, and then they saw the target rapidly swimming towards them. "Continue firing," the captain said with a slight frown. "Yes." Whoosh! 2 more missiles shot out from the launch port. Su Chen, swimming in from a distance, saw the missiles coming again. With a thought, 2 energy water blades formed from seawater shot towards the missiles. The 2 missiles exploded mid-air. The shockwave rocked the submarine a few times. The expressions of those inside the submarine changed dramatically. "The target is closer to us. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. As soldiers beside the radar screen reported, many turned to look in the direction of the approaching target. Then they saw it clearly. "Oh my God! God! What is that? A monster! That's not a ribbonfish at all." Gasps erupted. They realized the target was not an evolved ribbonfish, but a creature entirely covered in gold. The creature had a massive head adorned with a pair of antler-like protrusions, a long body, golden scales, and a belly with 2 pairs of claws resembling eagle talons. What kind of creature is this? As they stared in shock, the mysterious creature drew closer. Then, its head collided directly with the submarine. Bang! A dull thud echoed inside the submarine. The internal lights flickered, and some instruments emitted short alarms. Hearing the alarms, everyone inside the submarine panicked. "Oh God! What kind of monster is this? Quick! Ascend! Send a signal to the free third warship!" The captain shouted anxiously. The surrounding subordinates immediately sprang into action. They quickly maneuvered the submarine to ascend while contacting the Free Nation's warship on the surface. During their ascent, Su Chen collided with the submarine twice more. The submarine shook violently, and people inside were thrown about, many sustaining injuries. Just as their submarine ascended to 300 meters from the surface, Su Chen struck the submarine again. In the next moment, cracks appeared where it had been hit. Water surged into the submarine through the cracks, and the pressure of the seawater caused the cracks to widen. "Commander! The submarine is leaking." A terrified subordinate rushed to report to the captain. Hearing the subordinate's report, the captain's face paled slightly. He quickly turned to a soldier beside him and asked, "Have we reported to the Free Third Warship?" The soldier replied, "We've already reported. The third warship has dispatched a helicopter to our location, expected to arrive in 3 minutes." The captain breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Of course, it was only a slight relief. After all, they were still 300 meters from the surface, and the submarine was taking on water. If that creature continued to strike, it was hard to imagine what would happen. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the submarine shook violently again. "Shit! The crack is getting bigger." A soldier's terrified shout came from nearby. Hearing this sound, the captain crossed himself on his chest. He had no way out now, only praying that the submarine could withstand the creature's attack before surfacing. In the sea, Su Chen watched the crack he had caused growing larger. His rationality gradually returned. However, even with his rationality restored, Su Chen still needed to deal with this submarine. He changed direction, aimed at the point of impact, and charged again. At the same time, he unleashed energy to create countless water blades attacking towards the crack. The water blades scraped against the submarine's surface, leaving behind streaks. Bang! Another violent impact. This time, Su Chen's dragon horn pierced directly into the submarine. Once inside, Su Chen shook his head with all his might. This submarine was a conventional type, about 50 meters long and weighing over 600 tons. Yet at this moment, the 600 tons of the submarine felt weightless under Su Chen's power. The people inside the submarine were thrown around, many injured from the impact. The most serious issue was that the crack had widened, and countless seawater surged into the submarine. In just a few seconds, the water had reached the depth of everyone's calves. "Oh! God! We have no power!" a soldier exclaimed. Hearing this cry, the captain trembled. He regretted ever provoking this monster. All because of his greed. "How many meters to the surface?" the captain asked, trembling. 270 meters. 270 meters. At such a depth, even professionals with safety gear would find it hard to dive that deep, let alone them. So once the submarine was completely crushed by the underwater pressure, they would all be turned into a mass of blood. Crack. At that moment, a piercing sound rang out. It was the sound of Su Chen's dragon horn being pulled out of the submarine. After Su Chen withdrew his horn, even more seawater rushed into the submarine through the gap. The faces of everyone inside had turned ashen. In just 10 seconds, the water had risen to their thighs. In 30 seconds, it reached their chests. Feeling the water rising over their chests, breathing seemed to become difficult. Despair was evident on everyone's faces inside the submarine. 1 minute later, the submarine, which had originally surfaced over 200 meters, slowly sank to the seabed. All the people inside the submarine had lost their breath. In the sea, Su Chen watched the sinking submarine, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He looked up at the surface of the sea above him, then swam towards it, waving his tail. On the surface, after receiving the signal from the submarine, the third warship of the Free Nation immediately dispatched an armed helicopter to the coordinates. Upon reaching the coordinates, the helicopter hovered above. The observer looked down at the sea surface, then checked the time. "It's been 5 minutes, and they still haven't surfaced." The observer frowned. Hearing this, the helicopter pilot immediately began to call the third warship. "Eagle, I have arrived at the coordinates and have not found the target." Just as he finished speaking, the observer suddenly let out a cry. "Oh! God!" Hearing the sound, the helicopter pilot looked down and widened his eyes. He saw a creature he had never seen before flying out of the sea. That massive and powerful head was aimed directly at their helicopter, its large mouth opened, sharp and dense teeth glinting ominously. He instinctively turned sharply, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. After evading, the helicopter pilot hurriedly reported, "Report. The bald eagle has spotted an unknown creature. Requesting support. Requesting support." Received. A voice came through the headset. Upon hearing the voice, the helicopter pilot's attention was completely focused on the creature. He saw that the creature was hovering in mid-air, flying without wings, its body resembling a snake, covered in golden scales, and its head exuding an imposing aura that was hard to describe. A chilling sound emanated from the creature's mouth. The helicopter pilot momentarily lost his focus, and by the time he regained his senses, the creature had already appeared in front of the helicopter, its tail striking the helicopter directly. Boom! A loud explosion. The tail hit the helicopter's ammunition, instantly causing it to explode midair. The violent blast sent Su Chen's figure retreating a few meters, while several wounds appeared on his tail. Blood dripped from the wounds, falling into the sea. In the next moment, the seawater seemed to boil, as countless fish rushed towards the few drops of golden blood as if they had gone mad. They frantically competed for those drops of blood. One drop was swallowed by a great white shark over 10 meters long. Another drop was seized by a sea turtle. Yet another drop was claimed by a sea snake. Just from these 3 drops, Su Chen's tail wounds had already stopped bleeding. Meanwhile, not far away, several helicopters were flying towards this direction. On the helicopters, they spotted Su Chen flying in the sky from a distance. Like the previous pilot, they first showed expressions of shock, then reported the situation up the chain, while simultaneously initiating image transmission. Within seconds, the third warship of the Free Nation received the images. Upon seeing the image of a golden eastern dragon over 30 meters long coiled in the air, everyone on the warship was not surprised but rather delighted. They had finally found the dragon. They had initially come to the Pacific to find this dragon. Later, due to the evolution of the fish in the Pacific, they shifted their focus to those fish, but unexpectedly encountered the dragon this time. Order. Attack the target. No matter if it's alive or dead. The highest commander of the warship immediately issued the command. In his view, since they had found the target, it didn't matter whether it was alive or dead, as long as they could capture it. Moreover, there were warships from various countries around the Pacific, and this battle couldn't drag on for too long, any mistakes could lead to trouble. With this in mind, the highest commander added, "Send a message to the free aircraft carrier, requesting fighter jet assistance." Yes. The warship immediately requested fighter jet assistance from the free aircraft carrier. Soon, 2 F-35 fighter jets took off from the carrier's deck, heading towards the coordinates. In the air. After receiving the attack order from the warship, the 2 helicopters immediately targeted Su Chen in the sky and pressed the fire button. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 missiles shot directly towards Su Chen. Watching the incoming missiles, Su Chen focused his mind, and several wind blades appeared, slicing towards the approaching missiles. Boom! The missiles exploded mid-air, transforming into 4 fireballs. The fireballs obscured the view of the 2 helicopters, and when the view cleared, the expressions of the 2 pilots showed terror. They saw that the Eastern Dragon had already flown in front of them. 2 dragon claws reached for the cockpit of the helicopter. Crash! The glass shattered. The claws grabbed the 2 pilots in the cockpit. With little effort, the claws crushed the chests of the 2 pilots. Finally, Su Chen forcefully closed his claws. Boom! The 2 helicopters collided and exploded. After dealing with these 2 helicopters, Su Chen hovered in midair. He looked at the blood on his claws. His heart remained calm. Since the last time he killed those soldiers from the Cherry Blossom country to save a dolphin, Su Chen had come to terms with the act of killing. He was neither a reckless murderer nor a saint. For those who provoked him, Su Chen would not show mercy. After all, having transformed into a mythical dragon, he naturally acted according to his whims. With a thought, the blood on his dragon claws vanished. He prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a sonic boom echoed from afar. Su Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 black dots approaching at an incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Fighter jets. Su Chen's pupils contracted. In the next second, missiles suspended beneath the jets were launched. Boom! Before Su Chen could react, the missile struck him, and an explosion erupted, sending a wave of intense pain through his body. The pain made Su Chen let out an angry roar. With a thought, countless wind blades appeared in the air, shooting towards the two fighter jets. However, the jets were too fast, and the wind blades completely missed their targets. After circling around, the jets flew back towards Su Chen. Seeing the approaching jets, Su Chen quickly flew away. Although his speed was fast, it still fell short compared to the jets, and soon the two fighter jets caught up to him and locked onto him. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, 4 missiles were launched. Su Chen immediately created several wind blades to intercept the missiles aimed at him. However, the speed of the missiles was incredibly fast. The wind blades could not match their speed at all. After several failed attempts to intercept, the missiles reached Su Chen's tail. Su Chen hurriedly dove to evade the missiles, but the missiles surprisingly changed direction mid-air, adjusting their angles before charging at him again. A serious expression appeared in Su Chen's eyes. This was the first time he encountered a crisis since transforming into a dragon. The giant serpent he faced underwater had also posed a threat, but it was nothing compared to this. It was important to note that the speed of the fighter jets was extremely fast. He couldn't outrun them, nor could he shake them off. Boom! The missile hit Su Chen's tail, and the pain from the impact caused him to lose balance in mid-air, as if he were falling, and he crashed directly into the sea. The surface of the sea erupted in huge waves. The two fighter jets circled above, surveying the situation on the water's surface. Target hit, fell into the sea. No target detected on the surface, end report. Received. End report. Continue searching for the target. Received, end report. The two fighter jets did not leave and continued searching above. Under the sea. Su Chen had already descended to a depth of 500 meters. Previously, his chest and tail had been hit by missiles, resulting in minor injuries. A trickle of blood flowed out, attracting countless fish. Su Chen created numerous water blades around him, slashing at the fish that sought to feed on his blood. He knew his blood would be of great benefit to these fish. Su Chen did not want to create anything terrifying. After an unknown number of fish had been killed, his wounds quickly stopped bleeding. He looked at the scabbed areas, and an expression of anger appeared on his dragon face. He did not surface but instead swam deeper into the ocean. Half an hour later, the third warship of the Free Nation arrived at the location where Su Chen had fallen into the sea. They immediately activated their radar to scan for Su Chen while contacting their aircraft carrier to dispatch it to the area. Time passed minute by minute. The radar continued searching, but aside from some larger fish, no targets were detected. After nearly half a day, the aircraft carrier of the Free Nation also arrived. Just as they reached the area, a target appeared on the radar. Target found. The target is moving quickly towards us. Target distance 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 700 meters. 500 meters. As Su Chen closed the distance with them, the soldiers of the Free Nation on the warship pulled back their gun bolts, aiming their guns at the direction Su Chen was swimming towards. At the same time, various caliber naval guns on the warship adjusted their aim. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Beneath the distant sea surface, it seemed as if a golden light flashed by. Seeing this scene, the highest commander of the warship immediately ordered to open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Gunfire erupted, accompanied by the sound of the naval guns firing. The spot where the golden light had just been was splashed with countless droplets of water. In the next second, a figure flew out of the sea. It was Su Chen leaping out of the water. After surfacing, he flew at full speed towards the warship. Soldiers on the deck of the warship pulled the triggers at him. Bullets hit him with a clanging sound, causing him no harm at all. The naval guns on the warship tried to adjust their aim at Su Chen, but his speed was too fast for them to track. 2 seconds later, Su Chen flew directly onto the deck of the warship. His dragon tail swept across the soldiers on the deck. Like cutting wheat, no one survived where the dragon tail passed. At the same time, Su Chen unleashed countless wind blades towards the surrounding soldiers. Screams echoed on the deck. In just a few seconds, the deck was littered with corpses, and cries of agony filled the air. Inside the cabin, the highest commander of the warship, witnessing this scene, showed a grim expression. He immediately ordered the aircraft carrier to send fighter jets over. In fact, without his command, the person in charge on the nearby aircraft carrier had already ordered the fighter jets to take off upon seeing this scene. Meanwhile, Su Chen on the warship noticed that on the deck of the aircraft carrier, the fighter jets were preparing to taxi for takeoff, and a smirk appeared on his face. His body soared into the air again. He flew directly towards the aircraft carrier. Upon reaching the aircraft carrier, Su Chen grabbed one of the taxiing fighter jets with a claw. Then he suddenly exerted force. The fighter jet let out a screeching sound as it was gripped by his sharp claws. Flames erupted. He hurled the fighter jet forcefully towards other nearby fighter jets. The missiles on the fighter jets collided with the fuselage, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! The explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing other parked fighter jets to explode as well. In an instant, the deck of the aircraft carrier was engulfed in flames, and explosions rang out continuously. Soldiers and logistics personnel on the deck suffered countless casualties, with screams and cries echoing. Su Chen weaved through the flames, slaughtering the surviving soldiers. He needed to eliminate these fighter jets, as only they posed a threat to him. The naval guns couldn't track his figure and posed no danger at all. On the nearby warship, the highest commander of the warship saw Su Chen crazily slaughtering soldiers on the aircraft carrier, his face filled with anger mixed with a hint of fear. He never expected this creature to have such high intelligence. This was something he hadn't considered. And this oversight led them to disaster. Retreat. Taking a deep breath, the highest commander of the warship ordered. Hearing the command, the soldiers immediately sprang into action. Soon, the warship turned around, preparing to leave the area. Su Chen on the aircraft carrier noticed this scene, but he chose not to pursue. Instead, he continued to wreak havoc on the aircraft carrier. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Chen found that as he moved through the flames, the fire burned around him. The scorching flames initially made him somewhat uncomfortable, but now he not only adapted to the temperature of the flames, but it seemed his body was also absorbing the energy of the fire. While destroying, he felt the energy within the flames. Gradually, shallow red patterns began to appear on his golden scales. At the same time, the hair on his dragon head also began to turn red. Red energy surged around the dragon pearl within his body. Su Chen attempted to control this red energy. In the next moment, several massive fireballs appeared around him. The fireballs emitted intense heat, making the surrounding air feel as if it had been sucked away. Looking at these fireballs, Su Chen focused his mind. The fireballs smashed directly onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Boom! Several violent explosions. The entire aircraft carrier shook. Thick smoke billowed like a mushroom cloud. Not far away, on a fleeing warship, the highest commander saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat. It was over. Such a fierce explosion was like a small nuclear bomb. This aircraft carrier was completely finished. It might even sink. The thought of an aircraft carrier sinking because of his decision made the highest commander tremble uncontrollably. He regretted ever provoking that thing. But there was no remedy for regret in this world. On the aircraft carrier, after Su Chen released the fireballs, the energy within him dissipated, and the red patterns on his body faded slightly. He focused his mind again and continued to wreak havoc on the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier was over 300 meters long, and Su Chen's 30-meter body seemed somewhat small in comparison, but his destructive power was astonishing. His claws pierced through the metal plates of the aircraft carrier as if they were tofu, and with a strong pull, a large gash appeared. Su Chen continued to destroy. Soon, the aircraft carrier was severely damaged, taking on water in multiple places and slowly sinking. The surviving soldiers on the aircraft carrier tried to escape in lifeboats, but those lifeboats were all smashed to pieces by Su Chen's claws. Just like that. Half an hour passed, and the aircraft carrier completely sank to the seabed. The surface of the sea was littered with the bodies of Free Nation soldiers, their blood staining the surrounding waters, while countless sea creatures came to feast on the corpses. Watching this scene, Su Chen soared into the air, chasing after the direction the warship had fled. Not long after Su Chen left, several helicopters flew in from a distance. The helicopters bore the flag of Xia country. They arrived at the location where Su Chen had just fought, and upon seeing the horrific scene below, the helicopter pilots immediately reported the situation. On the Xia country warship, After receiving the report from the helicopters, the Xia country warship quickly accessed satellite surveillance and then witnessed the entire battle scene. Watching Su Chen wreak havoc on the aircraft carrier, the astonishing destructive power left everyone watching the footage in shock. This is a bit too exaggerated, right? An officer stammered. The others around remained silent. At this moment, the highest commander said sternly, "What you all saw today is strictly forbidden to be discussed with anyone." The surrounding people straightened up and replied, "Yes." On the other side, Su Chen chased after the warship. His speed was fast, and the warship's maximum speed was only 23 knots, so it didn't take long for Su Chen to catch up. Coiling in the air. Looking down at the sailing warship. There were still some places on the warship's deck emitting smoke, remnants of Su Chen's earlier destruction. He opened his mouth wide and let out a dragon's roar. The roar startled all the soldiers inside the warship, causing them to tremble and look up in terror at the sky above. They gazed at the enormous creature hovering in the air. That massive head, with cold golden vertical pupils, and a pair of long whiskers swaying in the wind, golden scales shimmering with light. God! Save me! Mom! Help me! Woo-woo! Cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed on the warship's deck. Su Chen ignored these sounds. He suddenly raised his head and then dove down. His speed was incredibly fast, like a bolt of golden lightning striking the warship. Boom! A violent explosion. The shockwave from the explosion caused some soldiers on the deck to bleed from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground and screaming in agony. Inside the ship's cabin, the highest commander of the warship looked pale as he witnessed this scene. The screams echoed in his ears, making his body tremble involuntarily. Finally, he closed his eyes in pain. 10 minutes later, the warship sank, and all the soldiers aboard perished without a single survivor. After dealing with the warship, Su Chen submerged into the depths of the sea and vanished. Half a day later, news spread across various countries about the attack and sinking of the Free Nations warship and aircraft carrier. Except for a few countries that knew the reason behind the sinking, most were still unaware of what had happened. The few countries that were aware of the true situation ordered their warships in the Pacific to avoid provoking that creature if encountered. Consequently, for a period of time, the warships of various countries in the Pacific became much more subdued compared to before. Their operations to capture the evolved creatures in the depths of the sea also decreased somewhat. Time passed quickly. A week soon went by. On this day, on a certain surface of the Pacific Ocean, Su Chen leaped out of the sea, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. At an altitude of 7,000 meters. A passenger plane flying from Xia country to the Free Nation was on its route. Inside the passenger cabin, a 7-year-old girl from Xia country sat by the window, her big eyes curiously gazing at the clouds outside. At that moment, she noticed a flash of golden light in the clouds. The little girl widened her eyes and saw the golden light clearly. She then exclaimed, "Mom! A dragon! A dragon!" Hearing her voice, not only did the girl's mother sitting next to her look over, but even the other passengers around instinctively turned to look outside. They too widened their eyes in astonishment. They saw a golden eastern dragon flying alongside the plane. The dragon's body was long, and its golden scales exuded an air of nobility. Its massive head was filled with majesty. As if sensing the gaze of the people on the plane, the dragon's head turned to look at the passengers. Its golden vertical pupils were momentarily stunned. Then, the golden dragon dove into the clouds and disappeared. On the passenger plane, the passengers were stunned for a long time, and then discussions erupted. Everyone was talking about the dragon they had just seen. A day later, news about the dragon appeared online. The news reported that someone had spotted the legendary divine dragon while flying in a plane. After this news surfaced online, many people left comments below. However, most comments were tinged with mockery, clearly expressing disbelief. Soon, the post about the dragon's appearance was deleted. 2 days later, in the southwestern sky of Xia country, Su Chen arrived here. After flying for 2 days, Su Chen felt somewhat fatigued. He lowered his altitude and glanced below. Below was a dense forest. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then continued to lower his altitude, directly landing in the forest. His 30-meter-long body crashed into the forest, toppling several trees and startling nearby birds. The dragon's claws touched the ground. Su Chen felt an inexplicable sense of stability in his heart. Although the resources in the sea were abundant, he often felt a bit out of place in the ocean, so staying on land occasionally was also nice. After landing, Su Chen began to search for food. There was less food on the ground compared to the sea. After searching in the forest for a long time, he found a herd of antelopes. After hunting a few antelopes, Su Chen looked at their carcasses, revealing a conflicted expression. Although the things he ate in the sea were also raw, eating land animals raw still made him feel somewhat uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen ultimately decided to roast the few antelopes. With a thought. A few blades of wind appeared, and they automatically dealt with the corpses of the antelopes. Once the processing was done, a fireball appeared beside Su Chen, hovering in the air next to the antelope bodies. Time passed slowly. Under the fireball, the antelope corpses gradually changed color, and a faint aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Smelling the meat aroma, Su Chen felt even hungrier. After eating raw fish for so long, the scent of cooked meat made him wish he could swallow it whole. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the surface of the antelope meat was roasted to a golden yellow. Su Chen grabbed one of the antelopes with his claws, not caring whether it was hot or not, and took a big bite. He chewed heartily. Although no seasoning was added, Su Chen still enjoyed it immensely. Just then, a slight rustling sound came from the nearby forest. Hearing the noise, Su Chen turned to look. A few seconds later, a round figure ran out from the woods. It was a panda. Yes. The national treasure of the summer country. In ancient times, it was also known as the iron-eating beast. This panda looked small, only a few months old. It walked unsteadily, its black and white fur covered in dirt. A pair of round, black eyes stared at Su Chen. Or rather, at the antelope meat beside Su Chen. It was quite bold, seemingly unafraid of Su Chen, and after stumbling out of the forest, it waddled directly toward him. Watching the approaching panda, curiosity flickered in Su Chen's eyes. There wasn't a single person in the summer country who didn't like giant pandas. After all, they were called national treasures. With their cute and clumsy appearance, their round shape had nothing to do with bears. Before transforming into a dragon, Su Chen had once visited a zoo with Su Taohong to see giant pandas, but at that time, they were separated by fences and glass, only able to glance from afar. This was the first time he saw one up close like this. Soon, the panda trotted over to Su Chen, extending its paw directly toward the antelope meat. Su Chen wasn't afraid of the heat, but this little guy didn't have his constitution. As soon as its paw touched the antelope meat, it quickly retracted, letting out a yelp. Seeing the little guy's reaction, a smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He let out a dragon's roar. The little panda, hearing the roar, was so frightened that it immediately tucked its head down, hugging its head with its paws. After a few seconds, it lowered its paws, looking at Su Chen with fear in its eyes. When it saw that Su Chen didn't do anything to it, it turned around and stumbled away. After the little panda left, Su Chen picked up the antelope meat and continued eating. Soon, he finished off several antelopes. The feeling of hunger disappeared, but Su Chen didn't leave. Instead, he wandered around the forest. The forest was vast, with no traces of human activity. While wandering, Su Chen discovered many wild animals. The most famous were the golden monkeys and giant pandas. After a day of exploring, Su Chen encountered 5 giant pandas, but these pandas were not like the first one. Upon seeing Su Chen, they ran away from a distance or were so scared that they climbed up trees. Besides the golden monkeys and giant pandas, Su Chen also saw a snow leopard. The snow leopard glanced at Su Chen from afar before running away in fright. After all, with a body over 30 meters long, no animal dared to approach. Soon, time passed little by little. Su Chen stayed in the forest for 3 days. On the 4th day, he prepared to leave the forest. However, just as he was about to fly away, a somewhat familiar sound came from nearby. A yelp. The voice was a bit childish. Hearing the sound, Su Chen immediately thought of the little panda he had encountered a few days ago. A yelp. The call sounded again, this time with a hint of urgency. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to go take a look. Following the sound, he quickly found the little panda. The small panda was curled up with its head tucked in beside a rock, while a few monkeys nearby were throwing fruits and stones at it from the trunks of several large trees. The little panda cried out in pain as it was hit. Compared to a few days ago, the little panda looked thinner, its fur matted against its body, and there was some fresh blood oozing from its back, making it look quite pitiful. Seeing the little creature's state, Su Chen let out a dragon's roar. The monkeys, startled by the sound, fell directly from the trees and then scrambled away, chattering in fear. The little panda, however, remained motionless, clutching its head and silent, as if it were dead. Su Chen approached and nudged the little panda with his paw. After being nudged, the little panda fell to the ground, unmoving. Dead? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He examined it closely and, upon seeing the little panda's chest still rising and falling, he couldn't help but chuckle. Could this little guy have been scared into a faint? It was amusing to him. At the same time, Su Chen had a thought, and a wound appeared on his paw. A few drops of golden blood oozed from the wound. Having seen the little panda twice, Su Chen felt a connection and decided to give it a few drops of his blood. What would happen in the future would depend on its own fate. The golden blood dripped into the little creature's mouth. The still dazed panda instinctively smacked its lips. The next second, the fur on the little panda began to change at a visible speed. Its fur became shinier, and the bleeding from its back stopped. After witnessing this, Su Chen retracted his paw and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, the little panda, lying still, woke up. It let out a cry and looked around with bewildered eyes. Then it examined its own body. Seeing the changes, a look of human-like confusion appeared in the little panda's eyes. It shook its fur and then trotted away from the spot. 2 days later, having left the forest, Su Chen arrived at the Shima mountain range in the southwest of the Summer Kingdom. This range is the highest in the world, with its tallest peak located here. At this moment, Su Chen was flying high above the mountains. The thin air and cold wind made his fur flutter. Below the clouds were snow-covered peaks. One of the highest peaks caught Su Chen's attention. That peak was the Shima Peak, the tallest mountain in the world, reaching over 8,000 meters in elevation. Su Chen remembered that during a chat with Su Taohong, she had mentioned wanting to challenge herself one day to see if she could climb Shima Peak. At that time, Su Taohong had even invited Su Chen. He had casually agreed without thinking much of it. And now, things had changed, and Su Chen felt a complex emotion in his heart. He sighed silently and adjusted his body to fly towards Shima Peak. Soon, Su Chen reached the summit of Shima Peak. He first looked around the peak and, seeing no one, descended onto the summit. The top of Shima mountain was small, and Su Chen's claws sank into the rock as easily as cutting tofu, anchoring his body. Looking around, he felt a sense of being on top of the world. At that moment, Su Chen sensed a faint energy coming from the foot of the mountain. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes, and he released his claws, flying down towards the base of the mountain. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, a climbing team was making its way towards Shima Mountain. At that moment, someone looked up and happened to see a golden divine dragon descending from the sky. This scene left him stunned, standing there in shock. Meanwhile, the people ahead continued on their way, heads down. What the hell? It wasn't until he shouted that the others stopped and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Someone asked. He pointed towards Mount Shima, stammering, Dragon. Dragon. The group followed his finger but saw nothing there. On the other side, Su Chen quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Following the direction of the energy emanation, he soon reached an open area. Standing still, he quietly sensed the energy pulsing beneath his feet. Su Chen began to dig into the rock below with his claws. Before long, he had dug over 3 meters deep, revealing a bottomless crack in front of him. The crack wasn't large, but just enough for Su Chen to squeeze through. Looking at the dark fissure, Su Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to crawl inside. As he entered the crack, his vision gradually darkened, and the fissure became narrower. After crawling about 200 meters, Su Chen had to use his claws to widen the crack while continuing to dig downward. After digging a few hundred more meters, when Su Chen expanded the crack in front of him, his vision suddenly opened up. He discovered a vast, empty area before him. Surrounding the rocky walls were countless glowing stones, which resembled mica, but unlike mica that only reflects light under illumination, these stones were emitting light on their own. Moreover, Su Chen realized that the energy was emanating from these stones. He extended his claws and dug out a glowing stone from the rock wall, curiously examining it in front of him. However, the next second, as Su Chen held the stone in his hand, the energy within surged into his body. This force was quite violent, rampaging through Su Chen's body upon entry. Su Chen let out a pained dragon roar. A few seconds later, the power merged into the dragon pearl in his chest. Su Chen checked the dragon pearl and was immediately struck with shock. He found that the dragon pearl had actually increased in size. This energy was so strong. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the glowing stones on the rock wall. There were many of these stones, at least a few hundred. If one stone contained this much energy, what if he absorbed them all? With this thought, Su Chen picked up a second stone and began to absorb it. Soon, after absorbing the second stone, it turned into an ordinary rock. Casually tossing it aside, Su Chen picked up a third stone and continued to absorb. Thus, Su Chen repeated the action. By the time he absorbed the 10th stone, he felt that the energy within him was somewhat saturated. He didn't leave the cave. Instead, he lay down inside and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed without him noticing. When Su Chen woke up, he picked up a stone again and started absorbing. Days went by. During the following time, Su Chen remained in the cave. A month later. In the forest of Chuan Province, summer country. The sounds of birds chirping and the cries of monkeys echoed. Not far away, a large, clumsy-looking panda was wielding a stick, smashing it against the monkeys in the trees. The panda was enormous, larger than a normal panda. Standing up, it was over 3 meters tall. After beating the monkeys for a while, the panda excitedly let out a couple of roars, then dropped the stick and turned to leave. Behind it, the beaten monkeys emitted frantic squeaks. They recognized this panda. A month ago, this panda was still small, and after stealing their food, they had beaten it with stones. But somehow, during this month, this panda had grown so big. Now that it had grown, the panda would come by every few days to beat them up. And over here with the panda. It doesn't even know why it has grown so much in just this month. Originally not very intelligent, its IQ has improved a bit during this time, but there are still some things it just can't understand. Being naturally silly, when it can't figure something out, it simply puts it out of its mind. After teaching a lesson to the monkeys that had bullied it before, the panda swayed as it wandered through the forest. Now, its size and strength could almost be said to allow it to walk boldly through the woods. It strolled aimlessly. Unknowingly, it found itself at the foot of a mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the panda caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It had smelled this before. It was the scent from when it was hungry and encountered a very large creature. The food beside that creature had emitted this smell. It had taken some. But it was too hot. The panda turned to leave. However, the scent was so enticing that it couldn't move its feet. Unknowingly, it followed the scent. Soon, it arrived at the entrance of a house at the foot of the mountain. Woof! Woof! The sound of barking came from the yard of the house. The panda completely ignored the barking and swayed into the yard. Inside the yard, a villager was cooking bamboo shoots with meat in a large pot. Upon hearing the barking, he instinctively looked towards the door. When he saw a gigantic panda walking in through the gate, the villager's eyes widened, and without thinking, he turned and ran away. Although the panda was good-natured, it was still a bear. When it got angry, humans were no match. The panda watched the fleeing human and then turned its gaze to the food in the large pot. Without a second thought, it walked straight towards the pot. Then, it grabbed the food from the pot with both hands and began to eat heartily. On the other side, after fleeing, the villager immediately took out his phone and called the police. Since there were quite a few giant pandas in the area, there was a police station and a panda research base just outside the village. Within 10 minutes of receiving the call, police officers and staff from the panda research base arrived at the scene. They looked at the panda in the yard, holding the large pot and licking the food inside. Each one showed a look of surprise. This panda is huge!" exclaimed a staff member from the research base. It really was big. They had never seen such a large panda. Not far away, the giant panda, hearing the voices, poked its big head out of the pot, its round, bulging eyes looking adorably at the humans at the door. After a glance, the giant panda continued to eat with its head down. Once it finished eating, the giant panda simply dropped the pot and lay down to sleep right there. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. An hour later, the panda, sedated, was taken to a wild panda rescue base. Shortly after the panda arrived at the base, many experts from the country arrived as well. They examined the panda and discovered something unusual. They found that this panda's bone age was less than a year, and its blood contained a certain special substance. This substance was very peculiar. So the staff at the base immediately reported the situation. Another hour passed. Several military trucks arrived at the rescue base. Fully armed soldiers jumped down from the vehicles and surrounded the rescue base. The staff inside the base were stunned at this sight. Then, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the sky. Moments later, a helicopter landed in the open space at the entrance of the base. A middle-aged man stepped out and walked directly to the head of the base, saying, "Hello, I am Zheng Guoping from the National Security Bureau. May I ask where the giant panda you found is?" "It's over there." The head of the base pointed in a direction. Zheng Guoping nodded after listening, then walked inside. Half an hour passed. The giant panda was taken away by a military vehicle, and the helicopter and soldiers also left the base. Time flew by. Another month had passed. In the mysterious cave at the foot of Mount Shima, Su Chen had been in this cave for 2 months, continuously absorbing the energy from the mysterious stone, causing his size to grow to 100 meters. Previously, he was only over 30 meters. In 2 months, he had grown by more than 70 meters. Besides the increase in size, the Dragon Ball inside Su Chen also underwent changes. The Dragon Ball had become larger than before, and its color transformed into pure gold. In addition, there seemed to be some cracks on the surface. The cracks gradually increased as Su Chen absorbed energy. It seemed as if something was hatching from inside. Su Chen could feel that when the thing inside the Dragon Ball emerged, he would enter a new round of evolution. Or to put it another way, his evolution would reach the next stage. Soon. Another 7 days passed. On this day, after absorbing the stone's energy, Su Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He raised his head to look above. With his excellent vision, he saw through the hundreds of meters deep crack to the sky above, which was filled with dark clouds. The sense of crisis that Su Chen felt came from the dark clouds in the sky. Su Chen's golden vertical pupils contracted. This sense of crisis made him feel restless. After about 5 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky became denser, rolling as if a black dragon was stirring up trouble. Seeing this scene, Su Chen made a decision in his heart. He could not continue to stay here. With a sudden force from his claws, Su Chen flew up towards the crack. Moments later, Su Chen flew out of the crack and onto the ground. Originally, he could only see a small part of the sky from the crack, but now that he was on the ground, Su Chen saw the full view of the sky above. The dark clouds were vast, covering the sky for hundreds of miles. The sky had completely darkened, resembling night. Boom! A muffled sound came from within the dark clouds. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Seeing this scene, Su Chen suddenly thought of a term he had seen in some novels before. Thunder tribulation. In those novels, certain characters would encounter a thunder tribulation when their cultivation reached a bottleneck. If they passed the thunder tribulation, their strength would leap forward, but if they failed, they would be annihilated. Could it be that he was about to face a tribulation? A guess surged in Su Chen's heart. Then he did not hesitate and flew away at the fastest speed towards the distance. Regardless of whether it was a thunder tribulation or not, the sense of crisis in his heart was real, and Su Chen would not sit idly by. His speed reached its peak, and his 100-meter-long body transformed into a golden light. Just like that, Su Chen flew nearly 100 miles, escaping the area covered by dark clouds. However, as soon as he stopped, the dark clouds above once again gathered, completing their formation in just a few seconds. Su Chen fled towards the distance again. Thus, he flew and stopped, flying for nearly a day. During this time, Su Chen was unable to shake off the dark clouds. Anxiously, Su Chen thought of a countermeasure. After flying for nearly half a day, Su Chen suddenly saw a tall tower standing in the middle of a city in the distance. The tower was 600 to 700 meters high, with a huge lightning rod at the top. A lightning rod? Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't care about being discovered by the humans in the city and directly dove towards the tall tower. Soon, Su Chen arrived above the tower. Looking around, Su Chen glanced at the city beneath him. He recognized this city. This was a first-tier city in the summer country, U City, and the tower in front of him was undoubtedly one of the landmark buildings of U City, the U Tower. The U Tower is located by the Pearl River in U City and is a national 4A-level tourist attraction. Countless visitors come to enjoy it every day. At this moment, beneath the U Tower, many tourists are taking photos or shopping. As the sky gradually darkens, the tourists instinctively look up at the sky. They see that the originally clear sky has suddenly become overcast with dark clouds in just a few seconds. The clouds are rolling, their color gradually turning black. A faint rumble of thunder can be heard from within. What surprises everyone is that this dark cloud only exists above the U Tower. Everywhere else remains clear and sunny. What the hell? Many people exclaim. This spectacle makes the tourists unable to resist pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Just as they take out their phones to film, a strange sound suddenly comes from the sky. The sound is loud. And in the next second, they see a 100-meter-long golden creature descending from the sky, landing directly on the U Tower. It is a dragon. What the hell? A dragon. Everyone present widens their eyes. Not just beneath the U Tower, but everyone within a few thousand meters who can see the U Tower sees the dragon coiled around it. At this moment, the 100-meter-long dragon grips the U Tower with its two pairs of claws, its head aimed straight at the dark clouds above. Its mouth opens wide, and a dragon's roar erupts from it. This roar causes some people to uncontrollably fall to the ground, while others kneel down directly. The dark clouds above continue to gather. Not from the rumbling inside the clouds. Beneath the U Tower, everyone stares wide-eyed at the golden divine dragon coiled around it. Meanwhile, at the Summer Country Security Department, they have received news of the dragon's appearance at the U Tower in U City. They immediately saw the scene at the U Tower through some means. Looking at the dragon coiled around the tower, the security personnel are just like the people on site. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise erupts. From the dark clouds above the top of the U Tower, a bolt of lightning strikes down. The lightning strikes directly at Su Chen, who is coiled around the tower. A sharp pain causes Su Chen to let out another dragon's roar. Everyone beneath the tower sees the lightning strike Su Chen, and a word involuntarily flashes in their minds. Tribulation. Almost all Easterners know this term. Looking at the dense dark clouds and the golden dragon's head and horns pointing to the sky, isn't this a tribulation? Boom! Another bolt of lightning strikes down. The lightning illuminates the previously dim sky, and the loud noise makes everyone's heart seem to stop. They see the lightning strike directly at the dragon's horns. Then the lightning spreads throughout its body. The originally golden divine dragon now bears some charred marks. Feeling the pain in his body, Su Chen silently curses. Damn it! Why isn't this lightning rod working? Boom! The third bolt of lightning strikes down. It seems that the curses in his heart have taken effect, as the lightning strikes the lightning rod beside Su Chen. This brings a moment of joy to Su Chen. Before he can breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! Boom! The fourth and fifth bolts of lightning strike down 1 second apart, once again striking directly at Su Chen. In an instant, Su Chen's body becomes charred black. The golden scales fall off one by one, while golden blood flows from the wounds where the scales have fallen. At the Summer Country Security Bureau headquarters, they watch the golden blood falling from Su Chen's body on the screen, and the person in charge, Team Leader Liao, changes his expression and urgently commands, "Quick! Contact the U City troops, no matter what happens, they must protect that blood and those scales." Yes. One of the subordinates quickly nods. Boom! The lightning continues to strike down. The previous 5 bolts of lightning were like an appetizer, and the subsequent bolts struck Su Chen continuously. Su Chen let out a cry of pain. He felt that as the lightning struck him, the dragon pearl within him began to dim, and the cracks on its surface were gradually spreading, almost covering the entire surface. Boom! It hurt. Su Chen felt that his whole body could collapse at any moment. At the same time, his consciousness was gradually dissipating. With another dragon roar, Su Chen looked up at the dark clouds gathering above him for the next bolt of lightning. His somewhat dim golden vertical pupils revealed a frenzied look. Then, with a sudden force from his claws, he flew directly towards the dark clouds. Boom! Just then, the lightning struck down. This bolt was thicker than any before, and the deafening sound seemed to shatter everyone's eardrums. The humans on the ground covered their ears, their faces showing pain. The next second, they saw the thick lightning strike the dragon's horn. The scene seemed to freeze at that moment. A few seconds later, the 100-meter divine dragon appeared lifeless, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! The entire dragon fell into the Pearl River, splashing water. And at the same time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The once dim sky became as clear as before. Apart from the scattered scales and golden blood around the U-Tower, everything seemed as if it had never happened. Around the U-Tower, tourists looked at the scattered golden scales and blood. Then someone quietly walked over and picked up the scales from the ground. Soon after, a second person walked over to pick up the scales and stuffed them into their pocket, also using a bottle to collect some golden blood. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. More and more people joined in, and then they began to scramble. Although this was their first time seeing a dragon, the legend said that the entire body of a dragon was treasure. They had to fight for this dragon blood and dragon scales. Damn! This is what I got first. Get lost, you want to fight, huh? Ah! Don't push. The scene became completely chaotic. 5 minutes later, the sound of police sirens rang out. Dozens of police cars arrived at the scene, followed by several military trucks. The trucks stopped, and fully armed soldiers rushed over. Seeing the soldiers charging over, the people around the U-Tower immediately scattered in all directions. Half a day later, the news about the divine dragon crossing the tribulation at the U-Tower spread across the country. Videos of the divine dragon crossing the tribulation were everywhere online. At first, these videos appeared online and were deleted by the cybersecurity department of the summer country, but later there were just too many. Even if they deleted everything, netizens still found various ways to spread the videos, and those who saw the videos saved them and shared them with others. The summer country chose to give up. Forget it. Let it spread. So the summer country acted as if nothing had happened, allowing those videos to circulate online. And these videos quickly spread to foreign networks. Foreign netizens, upon seeing the 100-meter divine dragon in the videos, immediately began to discuss. Oh my god! What kind of creature is this? Fake. It's definitely a synthesized video, but I have to say, the summer country's forgery technology is getting stronger. Oh. A dragon. I know this creature. This is the totem of the summer people, they are also known as the descendants of the dragon. If dragons exist, then do God, angels, and vampires also exist? Discussions online. In reality, U-City was now under full martial law, with soldiers and police guarding every exit. There were also many soldiers and police patrolling the streets and alleys. The soldiers and police are searching for those who found scales and golden blood from the dragon in Guangdong. Meanwhile, on the Pearl River, countless boats are salvaging. They are trying to recover the divine dragon that fell into the river. Logically, a 100-meter-long dragon should be easy to find if it fell into the river. But strangely, they searched for a long time, and aside from some scales that fell from the dragon, they found nothing else. This led the Xia kingdom to speculate, could it be that the dragon is not dead? Did it escape? However, everyone saw that day how the dragon was struck by lightning, causing all its scales to fall and its flesh to be charred. What on earth is going on? Time passed day by day. They still had not found the dragon's body. A month later, on the Pearl River, it has been a full month since the divine dragon underwent its tribulation. The Xia kingdom has not given up the search. Due to the dragon's fall into the Pearl River, the dragon's blood caused some creatures in the river to evolve, making their salvage work difficult. To deal with the evolved creatures that might attack humans at any moment, the Xia Kingdom's security department dispatched a special operations unit. The members of these units are soldiers selected from various military forces, who, after consuming the evolved creatures, also underwent evolution. After their evolution, they received special training, and it can be said that each person's strength exceeds human limits. In addition to dealing with the evolved creatures in the river, they also have to confront some civilian organizations. Since the initial incident at the Qin Mountain Moat, many people in the Xia Kingdom have actually evolved. Although the official personnel of the Xia Kingdom have gathered some of these individuals through various channels, there are still some who refuse to be collected, and among these evolved individuals, there are all kinds of people. Both good and bad. Thus, civilian organizations emerged. These organizations secretly sell the evolved creatures and even evolved humans. After learning about the Divine Dragon's tribulation, they seized the opportunity to come to Guangdong City, hoping to obtain the blood and scales left by the Divine Dragon. Currently, on the black market, a piece of the Divine Dragon's golden scales can sell for 3 million soft sister coins. And a drop of the Divine Dragon's blood can sell for 10 million. Yes. A drop of blood can sell for 10 million. And it is in high demand. Because some have discovered that after consuming the golden blood, they actually evolved. Moreover, the speed of evolution is even stronger than that of those who consumed evolved creatures. Those evolved humans, if they consume golden blood, will become even stronger. In short, golden blood has become the coveted item for everyone. To obtain golden blood, these civilian organizations use various methods. Murder, robbery, intimidation, and so on. So this month, Guangdong City has been chaotic. From time to time, there are scenes of police cars chasing vehicles, and even some evolved humans fighting in the downtown area. The destructive power of those evolved humans is astonishing. A single punch can collapse a wall, lifting a small car is just routine. Amidst the rampant destruction by these evolved individuals, many ordinary people have also been affected. Besides all this, some civilians, having witnessed the appearance of the Divine Dragon, have set up dragon statues in their homes, burning incense and worshipping daily. After all, the people of the Xia Kingdom all claim to be descendants of the dragon. On the other side, at the bottom of the South China Sea, over 400 meters deep, Su Chen's body lies motionless there. Around his corpse, many creatures are devouring his body. At this moment, the area near his chest gently twitches, and a faint golden light emanates from within. The golden light flashes and disappears. Another minute passes, and the chest twitches again, with golden light emerging once more. 30 seconds later, the same situation occurred again. The frequency gradually increased. The surrounding creatures sensed the change in the corpse and fled in fear. Time passed little by little. Soon, a day had gone by. A crack appeared in the chest of the corpse. The crack gradually widened and elongated. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within. Yes. It was a hand. A small, pale human hand. It looked just like a child's hand. A few seconds later, another small hand emerged, followed by a head, a body, and legs. It was a human child. The child was naked, standing just over a meter tall, appearing to be around 5 years old, with fair skin and golden vertical pupils. On the child's head were a pair of small dragon horns, and there was a strange, dragon-like simple pattern on the forehead. The whole person looked like a porcelain doll. Lowering his head, he looked at his hands and legs, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. This child was no one else. It was Su Chen. Ever since the last tribulation, after being struck by the final bolt of lightning, Su Chen had fainted. When he woke up, he found that although his consciousness was clear, he could not feel his hands and feet, and his vision was pitch black, as if he were in nothingness. He didn't know how long it had been. Until he felt he could move, and then the scene of emerging from the dragon's body appeared. From human to dragon. Now, he had transformed back from dragon to human. Su Chen did not know whether he had failed or succeeded in the tribulation. Closing his eyes, Su Chen felt his body. He then discovered that the dragon pearl inside him had changed from its original golden color to a rainbow hue. Besides that, Su Chen also found that his blood was still golden. With a thought, Su Chen mobilized the energy within him. The next second, a sour and numb sensation spread through his body, and then his body began to change. His body elongated, and his originally delicate and cute features began to twist, becoming ferocious. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. A few seconds later, Su Chen transformed from a 5-year-old child into a 200-meter-long golden dragon. The golden dragon looked the same as before, just longer. Looking at his 200-meter-long body, Su Chen focused his thoughts again, and then his body shrank back into a 5-year-old child. He could switch back and forth between dragon and human. Excitement spread across Su Chen's face. After becoming a dragon, Su Chen tried to stay away from human cities. Initially, in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, although he had 2 dolphins for company, no one spoke, and it was still a bit lonely. But now that he had turned back into a human, he could return to human cities. Although his pupils were still golden, and he had a pair of small dragon horns, it wasn't a big problem. After all, there are many people cosplaying nowadays, no one would think his horns were real. By the way, he wondered how Su Taohong was doing. Thinking of this, Su Chen prepared to swim up to the surface. However, he remembered something and looked at the dragon corpse beside him. Looking at that dragon corpse, Su Chen had a strange expression. It felt like looking at his own corpse. How should this corpse be dealt with? After thinking for a moment, Su Chen pulled the corpse and swam away. A day later, he reached the deepest part of this world's seabed and buried it in the sea using stones. After doing this, Su Chen surfaced. As soon as he reached the shore, he sensed waves of energy flowing into his body. This energy. The power of faith? Su Chen was surprised. He felt the source of this power of faith, and then images began to flash in his mind. In these scenes, a group of humans appears, kneeling there, uttering various words. Dragon King. Please bless me with wealth. Dragon King, my mother is sick, please save my mother. Divine Dragon. Divine Dragon. Bless me to dominate the gambling table today. Bless me to succeed in this blind date. Bless me to complete my mission successfully. Bless me to pass my exam. Listening to these voices, Su Chen's eyes gradually widened. Before he transformed into a dragon, Su Chen had seen a post online. The poster claimed that if one went to a temple to pray and truly believed in Buddha, then Buddha would hear your prayers. And now, looking at the images in his mind and those prayer voices, Su Chen felt a bit dazed. First of all, he was not a Buddha, but a dragon. Secondly, whether he was the Dragon King, Su Chen also did not know. But he knew he could not bring them any help. For example, for those praying to dominate the gambling table, Su Chen could not grant them any abilities to bring them good luck. So what was he now? A deity? Su Chen felt he should be considered a deity. After all, the divine dragon undergoes tribulation, and there is a term called transformation through tribulation. It is said that some animals that achieve great cultivation will transform into human form after successfully passing tribulation. Although he was a dragon should also be considered a type of animal, right? So, his transformation through tribulation seemed plausible. With this thought, Su Chen felt he had found an answer to why he transformed from a dragon into a human. However, there was another question. That was about the people praying in his mind. The power of faith he obtained came from these people. If he continued to not fulfill their wishes, would the power of faith he gained in the future decrease? Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He felt he was overthinking. There are so many people in the world who believe in Buddha, but has Buddha really manifested? If he could occasionally fulfill some genuine believers' requests, or even occasionally create some miracles, then in the future, more people would believe in him, and he certainly wouldn't have to worry about the power of faith. After coming to this conclusion, Su Chen blocked out the images and voices in his mind and floated up directly. Soon, Su Chen reached the surface of the sea. First, he looked around to confirm that no one was nearby, then he soared into the sky and flew off into the distance. Half a day later. At the entrance of a community in Qingshan City. Su Chen, wearing children's denim pants, a white short-sleeve shirt and a duckbill cap, stood at the entrance of the community. Watching the residents coming in and out of the community, a complex expression appeared on Su Chen's face. This community was where he had lived before. After months of absence, Su Chen had thought he might never return here, yet he was back. Wow! What a cute little brother! At that moment, an excited voice came from beside him. The next second, Su Chen felt a hand on his head. Su Chen. He was reminiscing about the past, but this sudden action left him speechless. Su Chen's mouth twitched, and then he looked up to see a girl standing next to him, with a doll-like face, a mushroom haircut, and wearing the uniform of Qingshan City's #1 high school. A high school girl. Su Chen felt a bit speechless. Here he was, a dignified dragon, and he was being patted on the head by a high school girl. Wow! Little brother, your colored contacts are so beautiful. Who are you cosplaying as? At that moment, the high school girl noticed Su Chen's eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Su Chen did not respond but turned his head and walked directly into the community. The high school girl behind saw Su Chen's departing figure and couldn't help but smile to herself, saying, "This little kid is still very shy." Su Chen, walking ahead, immediately felt a dark cloud over his face. He had excellent hearing and naturally caught the girl's words. Little kid. Shy. Forget it. Su Chen shook his head and continued walking inside. 10 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at his doorstep. He propped his foot up, entered the password, and opened the door, stepping inside. Upon entering, Su Chen looked at the clean floor and dust-free furniture, momentarily taken aback. It was obvious that someone had cleaned the house, and it was done regularly. Who could it be? Su Taohong. Su Chen thought of her, and it could only be her. Because only she would clean the house for him. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Su Chen's lips, and he began to wander around the house. He checked every room and every corner. The familiar yet strange feeling made Su Chen's heart quite complicated. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the living room door. Hearing the noise, Su Chen stepped out of the room and into the living room. At that moment, the front door opened, and a familiar figure walked in. It was none other than Su Taohong. She wore tight jeans that perfectly showcased her straight calves, rounded thighs, and shapely hips. On top, she had a white shirt, with a denim jacket over it, and her long hair was tied in a single ponytail, revealing her fair neck. Eh. At that moment, Su Taohong also saw Su Chen standing by the bedroom door, and she let out a surprised sound, her face showing a look of astonishment. The two stood there, staring at each other. Su Taohong noticed that the delicate and cute little boy in front of her had golden vertical pupils, just like Su Chen's eyes back then. Besides that, the boy's features vaguely resembled Su Chen's. Who are you? Su Taohong closed the door and asked Su Chen. Su Chen turned his vertical pupils slightly and then spoke in a crisp yet somewhat childish voice, "Hello, sister, I am the child that brother Su Chen used to sponsor at the orphanage. Brother Su Chen hasn't been to the orphanage for a long time, so I came to see." Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Taohong furrowed her brows slightly. Su Chen, like her, was an orphan, and she knew that he indeed sponsored some children at the orphanage. However, "Little guy, did you come here by yourself?" Su Taohong walked in front of Su Chen and squatted down to ask. Su Chen nodded, "Yes, I came by myself." "How could you come here alone at such a young age? And how did you find this place?" "Brother Su Chen told me the address before, so I just took the bus here." Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Su Taohong looked skeptical. After all, it sounded too far-fetched. Not to mention that a 5-year-old child wouldn't be allowed to leave the orphanage alone, even the security guard at the entrance wouldn't let you out. And how to explain those golden vertical pupils? Why were they exactly the same as Su Chen's back then? Although she knew the child in front of her was lying, Su Taohong decided to play dumb. She wanted to see if she could learn about Su Chen's whereabouts through this child. A smile appeared on her face as she reached out to ruffle Su Chen's hair. However, after doing so, she noticed 2 hard objects under the hat Su Chen was wearing. With a look of confusion on her face, she was about to take off Su Chen's hat when he stepped back, avoiding her hand that was reaching for it. "Sister. Who are you? Why are you at brother Su Chen's house?" Su Chen feigned confusion. Hearing Su Chen's question, Su Taohong pursed her pink lips and revealed a faint smile, saying, "I am brother Su's friend. My last name is also Su, so you can call me Sister Su. By the way, what is your name?" Su Chen said, "Sister Su, my name is Su Yang." "Ah." Su Taohong was taken aback. Su Chen continued, "Yang as in sunshine." Su Taohong showed surprise, while her heart was filled with more confusion. The same eyes as Su Chen, a very similar appearance, the same name. A bold guess surged in her mind, but she dismissed it. How could that be possible? She thought it was like something out of Conan. "Alright, little Su Yang, are you hungry? Sister will take you to eat something, okay?" Su Taohong asked with a smile. Su Chen nodded directly in response. He indeed missed the taste of human food. Let's go. Su Taohong smiled as she reached out to hold Su Chen's small hand, then stood up and walked outside. Soon, the two exited the building, and Su Chen got into Su Taohong's car. Since her previous car was totaled in an accident, Su Taohong was now driving a Land Rover Defender. This model belonged to the rugged off-road category. Looking at Su Taohong in the driver's seat, Su Chen felt a bit surprised. In his mind, Su Taohong was the type who was very feminine, and her preferred cars would be something more compact, like a Porsche 911 or a Volkswagen Beetle. A tough vehicle like this one, Su Taohong wouldn't even glance at before. He never expected her to switch to such a car. Just as Su Chen was astonished, Su Taohong's phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone beside her and glanced at it, then her brows furrowed slightly. After answering the call, Su Taohong's lips moved as she said, "Is there something going on?" The voice on the other end replied, "Captain Su, orders just came down from above. The situation in U City is getting more chaotic, and we need to dispatch personnel to support, so we want you to lead your team to U City." After hearing this, Su Taohong fell silent for a few seconds and asked, "When do we depart?" "By tonight at the latest." "Okay, I'll head over shortly." After finishing, she hung up the phone. In the back seat, Su Chen heard the conversation between Su Taohong and the person on the phone. "Captain Su. Heading to U City." Su Chen was stunned. How did Su Taohong become Captain Su? Moreover, it seemed from the conversation that Su Taohong had some connection with the authorities and had become part of the official team. His heart was filled with confusion. At that moment, Su Taohong looked into the rearview mirror and smiled, asking, "What do you want to eat?" Hot pot." Su Chen replied. Su Taohong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right." After that, she casually added, "Your brother Su used to love hot pot too." Su Chen remained silent. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the hot pot restaurant. This hot pot place was the same self-service seafood hot pot restaurant where Su Taohong and Su Chen had eaten together before. Because Su Chen was only 1 meter tall, he got in for free. This made Su Chen feel a bit complicated. Entering the hot pot restaurant, under the guidance of the waiter, the two sat down at a table and began to order and eat. Next, Su Chen displayed an appetite that was not typical for his age. In just 2 hours, he didn't stop eating. The waiter came over to clear the plates about 10 times, looking at Su Chen with strange eyes. "Your brother Su used to eat a lot too." Su Taohong, sitting across from him, didn't eat but used her chopsticks to help Su Chen cook the food. "Yeah, brother Su said our appetites are very similar," Su Chen said. Su Taohong smiled slightly, then looked at Su Chen's belly, a bit worried as she asked, "But is it really okay for you to eat like this?" Su Chen patted his belly and laughed, "It's fine, I have a different space in my stomach." Different space? Su Taohong was first taken aback, then realized and couldn't help but smile again. After eating for another half hour, Su Chen and Su Taohong left the hot pot restaurant. Back in the car, Su Taohong said, "I'll take you back to the orphanage." "No need, Sister Su, just take me to Brother Su's house, and I'll go back by myself later," Su Chen replied. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Taohong fell silent for a few seconds, then she pulled over to the side of the road. She turned to look at Su Chen, who was sitting in the back seat, her eyes scrutinizing him as she asked, "Who exactly are you?" After saying this, she reached under the driver's seat and pulled out a pitch-black handgun, aiming it at Su Chen. The dark muzzle was pointed at him, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. Looking at the gun, Su Chen maintained a calm smile and said, "Sister Su, I am Su Chen." Su Taohong did not respond but continued to hold the gun on him. Although she was aiming a loaded gun at a 5-year-old child, and a very cute one at that, Su Taohong felt a sense of guilt. However, the various behaviors of this child made her realize he was no ordinary kid. First, there was his appetite. And those eyes. She was no longer the ordinary person she once was. In the past few months since Su Chen's disappearance, she had inexplicably evolved, experienced a plane crash, and then, for various reasons, joined an official organization, executing several missions and becoming a captain. All these experiences had helped her grow and broaden her horizons. She now suspected that this child before her had also undergone evolution. "Now I give you one last chance to tell me who you really are. I will count to 3. Su Taohong's voice turned colder. Her attitude was completely different from when they were at the hot pot restaurant. Su Chen continued to smile at her. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Su Taohong pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, as she did, she shifted the gun slightly to the side, and the bullet grazed past Su Chen's ear. Su Chen showed no sign of panic on his face, instead, he calmly gazed at Su Taohong. Su Taohong fell silent for a few seconds. Then she took a deep breath, lowered the gun, and said to Su Chen, "I don't care who you are, but please. Can you tell me where Su Chen is?" As she spoke these words, a pleading look appeared on her face. Seeing Su Taohong like this, Su Chen was silent for a few seconds, then sighed and said, "I am Su Chen." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Taohong's brows furrowed. She opened her mouth. Just as Su Taohong was about to speak, a loud crash suddenly echoed from a distance. Hearing the noise, both Su Taohong and Su Chen instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. They saw two cars collide at a nearby intersection. One of the car doors swung open, and a man over 2 meters tall, built like a Terminator, stepped out of the vehicle. After getting out, he walked directly to the driver's side of the car he had collided with. He reached out. And the car door was yanked off with brute force. Then he grabbed the person in the driver's seat, trying to pull them out. However, at that moment, the person inside suddenly kicked out. The foot connected with the man's chest, sending him flying more than 3 meters away. Yet, after being kicked away, the man quickly got up and charged back at high speed. At this point, the person from the car also got out, and the two immediately began to fight. Both were evolved individuals, so their destructive power during the fight was astonishing. Many nearby cars and some pedestrians were caught in the chaos. Screams and shouts erupted. Seeing this scene, Su Taohong frowned slightly and said to Su Chen, "You stay here." After saying this, Su Taohong tucked the handgun into her denim jacket, then opened the car door and quickly walked towards the two fighting. Su Chen sat in the car, watching Su Taohong's departing figure, feeling a bit curious. Su Taohong had also evolved. This was something Su Chen had discovered when Su Taohong had an accident and ended up on a deserted island. Now, several months had passed, and Su Chen was very curious about what level of strength Su Taohong had achieved. In fact, Su Chen was not only curious about Su Taohong. He was curious about all the evolved humans and what level of power they had reached. Since becoming a dragon, he had not interacted much with humans, he either stayed in the sea or in caves. He couldn't even see a shadow of a person, let alone those who had evolved. Under his gaze, Su Taohong's original brisk walk turned into a jog, then into a sprint. In just a few seconds, Su Taohong was already beside the two. Drawing her pistol, Su Taohong did not hesitate to fire a shot into the air. Bang! The sound of the gunshot made the two fighters instinctively stop their movements. They looked at Su Taohong. "Xia Country Security Bureau. Get down and cover your heads now," Su Taohong said coldly, pointing her gun at the two. However, the burly man among them sneered upon hearing Su Taohong's words, "Damn it. You dog legs are everywhere, get lost, or I'll kill you too." The coldness on Su Taohong's face intensified as she aimed the gun directly at the man's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the man's thigh. However, due to the enhancement of his physique after evolving, the bullet only penetrated the man's skin and did not cause significant harm. The man let out an angry shout and charged directly at Su Taohong. His speed was incredibly fast, and with his robust build, he resembled a fierce beast, instantly closing the distance to Su Taohong. His fist was raised, aiming to smash into Su Taohong's head. The speed and power generated a sound like the wind breaking. Su Taohong, expressionless, watched the fist coming toward her. Just as the fist was about to hit her, she slightly swayed her body and dodged the attack. At the same time, she delivered a side kick that landed squarely on the man's chest. The man was sent flying. Bang! With a dull thud, he crashed into a car, shattering all the glass, his body crumpling into the vehicle, his expression twisted, letting out a scream. Not far away, Su Chen in the car raised an eyebrow at this scene. He saw that Su Taohong's explosive speed had surpassed his own before he had transformed into a dragon. Judging by the force with which the man was kicked away, Su Taohong's strength was absolutely astonishing. After taking care of one person, Su Taohong turned her attention to the last one. The man shrugged, a bitter smile on his face, then raised his hands and said, "All right, I surrender. I'm also a victim, this guy attacked me for no reason." Hearing the man's words, Su Taohong did not lower her guard. She instructed him to turn around and face away from her, then reached for her waist, producing a pair of handcuffs. These handcuffs were made of a special metal designed specifically for evolved humans. Approaching the man from behind with the handcuffs, Su Taohong was just about to cuff his hands. But in the next second, a dagger suddenly slipped out from the man's sleeve. The dagger fell, just in time for the man to catch it, and then he swiftly aimed it at Su Taohong's neck. This sudden action caused Su Taohong's mind to short-circuit, and for a moment, she forgot to dodge. Although she had been evolved for several months and could be considered the strongest in the country, her practical combat experience was still lacking. Whoosh! However, just as the dagger was about to touch Su Taohong's fair neck, the man's wrist suddenly snapped as if it had been cut by a knife. The wound was smooth. Clang! The hand, along with the dagger, fell to the ground. For a moment, both Su Taohong and the attacker were taken aback, unable to react. Until the blood at the wound spurted out, splattering onto Su Taohong's fair and delicate face, the two finally awoke from their daze. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. The man covered his severed wrist with one hand, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, Su Taohong delivered a swift chop to the man's neck. The scream abruptly ceased, and the man collapsed to the ground, motionless. After dealing with this person, Su Tao looked at the severed hand, then glanced around. When her gaze fell on her car not far away, she saw the little boy, Su Yang, in the back seat, looking at her with an innocent smile. Seeing that smile, Su Taohong's heart trembled. She instinctively felt that what had just happened was caused by this little boy. At that moment, the sound of police sirens blared. Several police cars arrived and stopped by the roadside. The doors opened, and several officers approached quickly with their guns drawn. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Here are my credentials." Su Taohong pulled her credentials from her pocket and tossed them over. One of the officers took the credentials, glanced at them, and his expression changed immediately. He quickly instructed the remaining officers to lower their weapons, then walked briskly to Su Taohong and saluted, saying, "Miss Su." Su Taohong nodded and recounted the events. After hearing her story, the officers promptly took the unconscious man and the burly man with the dented face to the police car. A few minutes later, the police car, sirens blaring, drove away. After watching the police car leave, Su Taohong turned and walked towards her own vehicle. When she reached the Land Rover Defender, she froze. Because in the back seat, the little boy had somehow disappeared, leaving the seat empty. Staring at the back seat, Su Taohong was lost in thought for a long time. On the other side. On the street, Su Chen was wandering along the road. His encounter with Su Taohong was merely a coincidence. He never expected that Su Taohong would be cleaning his house all along, and that they would run into each other when he returned home. It was all just a coincidence. "Little brother. Where are your parents? Are you lost?" At that moment, a young lady stopped Su Chen, looking at him with concern. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, I'm not lost." "Oh." The young lady sighed in relief, then reached out to pinch Su Chen's cheek, her face showing satisfaction as she walked away. Su Chen's expression darkened. His face was just too charming, especially to women. What happened next confirmed this point. As Su Chen wandered along, many people saw him walking alone and kindly stopped to ask if he was lost or couldn't find his family. Most of these people were women. They looked at Su Chen's delicate and adorable boyish face, with his golden vertical pupils, their affection completely unmasked. Many of them offered him snacks. "Little brother, how about some ice cream I just bought? Can you let your sister give you a hug?" A young lady held out an ice cream cone in front of Su Chen, her voice laced with temptation. Looking at the ice cream being offered, Su Chen forced a smile and said, "Thank you, but I don't eat ice cream." "Wow! Little brother is so polite. Come here for a hug." The young lady directly reached out and hugged Su Chen, then puckered her lips and gave him a peck on the cheek. Su Chen. By the afternoon, Su Chen left the urban area of Qingshan City. Qingshan City is located in the southwestern part of Xia country, where there are many mountains. Just 100 kilometers west of Qingshan City is the mountainous region. After leaving Qingshan City, Su Chen headed west. He walked neither fast nor slow, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery around him. After 2 days of walking, Su Chen arrived at a village called Luyu Village on the west side of Qingshan City. Originally, Su Chen had no intention of entering the village. However, as he reached the village entrance, he felt a powerful force of faith emanating from the village and flowing into his body. Sensing this force of faith, Su Chen's mind stirred, and in the next moment, an image appeared in his mind. In the image, an elderly woman, around 70 years old, was kneeling on the ground. In front of her was a wooden carving of a dragon. Dragon King. I beg you. Please save my granddaughter, she is so unfortunate. I will do anything you ask, but please do not let any misfortunes befall her. At this point, the old woman reached up to wipe her tears. Watching this scene in his mind, Su Chen's face showed a hint of hesitation. A few seconds later, he stepped into the village. It was nearing evening, and there weren't many people in the village. As he walked along the village path, Su Chen encountered few people, those who remained were mostly elderly. After about 5 minutes, Su Chen arrived at the old woman's doorstep. He knocked on the door. After a moment, a somewhat aged voice came from the yard. Who is it? Hello, I got separated from my family while traveling. Could you help me make a phone call? Su Chen replied. Hearing a child's voice, and realizing it was a lost child, the old woman immediately walked to the door and opened it. Upon seeing Su Chen standing outside, a look of surprise appeared on her face. From Su Chen's attire, the old woman could tell he was not a child from the village. Little one, you got separated from your family? Yes, Grandma. Could I borrow your phone to call home? Su Chen nodded politely. All right, come in. The old woman nodded and let Su Chen into the yard. Once inside, she led him to the main room, had him sit down, and then entered a small room next door. While the old woman was in the room, Su Chen took a look around the living room. The furniture was quite worn, but it was tidy, and the air was filled with a strong herbal scent. On the side of the main room, there was a table with a wooden carving of a dragon. In front of the carving were several plates of fruit and an incense burner. On the opposite wall hung 3 black and white memorial portraits. These portraits depicted an elderly man and a young couple. Seeing this scene, Su Chen gained some understanding of this household. At that moment, the old woman came out of the room holding an old mobile phone. Little one, what is your family's phone number? Grandma, I can make the call myself, just let me handle it. All right. Here. The old woman handed the mobile phone to Su Chen. After taking it, he pretended to press a few numbers and then made a call, speaking for a while to the busy signal on the phone. After finishing, he returned the phone to the old woman. Thank you, Grandma. My parents will be here soon. Su Chen expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me, the old woman smiled. After saying this, she seemed to remember something and added, Little one, are you hungry? Wait here for a moment. With that, the old woman turned and walked toward another room. As she reached the doorway and opened the door, Su Chen caught a glimpse of a frail figure lying on the bed through the crack. The figure was a young girl, looking very thin, her face almost skin and bones, wearing a hat, and her skin was sickly pale. Is this girl the old woman's granddaughter? Su Chen wondered. Moments later, the old woman came out of the room, holding a bottle of 8 treasure porridge and several bags of cookies. After handing the biscuits and 8 treasure porridge to Su Chen, the old woman sat down beside him, looking at Su Chen with a kind expression. Su Chen opened the 8 treasure porridge, eating while chatting with the old woman. During their conversation, the old woman shared stories about her family. Her name was Zhang Cuixia. 10 years ago, her husband passed away from a sudden brain thrombosis while working in the fields. 5 years ago, her son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident, leaving behind only a granddaughter. The granddaughter's name was Li Ningning, and she was 17 this year. At this age, one should be in the prime of youth, but 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with leukemia. To treat this illness, the old woman had exhausted her savings. Now, her granddaughter had no money for treatment and could only stay at home waiting for death. At this point, the old woman couldn't help but wipe her tears. She was not crying for herself but for her poor granddaughter. Seeing the old woman cry, Su Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then pointed to the dragon statue on the table and asked, Grandma, what is that deity? The old woman wiped her tears and explained while looking at the dragon statue, that is the Dragon King. A few days ago, I heard a young man who returned from the city say that there are really dragons in this world, so I wanted to worship the Dragon King and ask him to bless my granddaughter. At this point, the old woman sighed and continued, I don't even know if this thing works, whether there really is a Dragon King in this world. Even if there is, so many people burn incense and ask for blessings every day. People like us, who can't afford expensive incense or good offerings, I don't know if he would help me. But in this life, one must have a bit of hope and expectation. Right. Listening to the old woman's words, Su Chen nodded and said, You're right, Grandma, people must have a bit of hope. The old woman chuckled, You little brat, you sound like an adult. After saying this, she stood up and said, I'll go turn on the lights outside. When your parents come, they can see this side at a glance. Then she stepped out of the room. After the old woman left, Su Chen stood up and walked to the door of her granddaughter's room. He opened the door and walked straight in. He then saw Li Ningning lying on the bed. Looking at the emaciated girl on the bed, she turned her head to look at Su Chen as he entered the room. Her large eyes, devoid of spirit, stared at Su Chen, and her pale face showed a look of surprise. Before she could say anything, her vision went dark, and she fainted. In front of the bed, Su Chen looked at the girl who had fainted because of him, then he focused his thoughts, and a drop of golden blood appeared on his fingertip. The blood dripped into the girl's mouth. A few seconds later, something miraculous happened. The girl's face, which had no color, turned rosy, and her complexion improved at a visible speed, while some dark impurities appeared on the surface of her skin beneath her clothes. Seeing the girl's transformation, Su Chen turned and left directly. 1 minute later, the old woman returned to the main room after turning on the lights. She was momentarily stunned when she found the little boy was missing, then called out a couple of times. Not receiving a response, the old woman began searching each room. When she arrived at Li Ningning's room and saw her granddaughter lying on the bed, the old woman was completely stunned. Her lips trembled slightly, and her murky pupils were filled with shock. She quickly walked to the bedside and shook her granddaughter. Ningning. Ningning. Li Ningning opened her eyes from the shaking. She looked at her grandmother by the bed, puzzled, Grandma, what's wrong? Ningning. You. The old woman pointed at Li Ningning's face. At that moment, Li Ningning also noticed something was off. She felt an unprecedented comfort in her body, as if she had returned to the state before she fell ill, or even better than before. Hurriedly getting out of bed, Li Ningning walked to the mirror to look at herself. The reflection in the mirror still looked frail, but her complexion had improved significantly. Then she felt a slight itch on her head. Instinctively, she took off her hat and was surprised to find that her hair had miraculously grown out, now reaching the length of a man's crew cut. What is this? Li Ningning's mouth fell open. After a few seconds, the image of that child suddenly flashed in her mind. Grandma. What about that child? Li Ningning hurriedly turned to her grandmother for answers. The elderly woman instinctively shook her head. Li Ningning quickly recounted how she had seen the child enter her room. After listening to Li Ningning's account, the grandmother also shared what had happened when the child came to their home. Once they finished, both sensed something was amiss. After all, a 5-year-old child had gone missing in this remote village, not crying or making a fuss, and had come to her house. The key point was that her granddaughter was in this state, and the child had inexplicably vanished. Oh dear. Suddenly, the grandmother slapped her thigh and exclaimed. What is it, Grandma? Li Ningning asked anxiously. The grandmother hurriedly said, I remembered. That child's eyes were strange. His eyes were golden, and the pupils looked just like a snake's. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Li Ningning seemed to recall something and quickly grabbed her phone from beside the bed. She searched for a moment and found an image. The picture showed a golden dragon coiled around the U Tower in U City, its horns pointing straight to the sky. This image had been taken when Su Chen was undergoing tribulation at the U Tower, and many people had saved it online. Grandma, is this it? The grandmother took the phone and examined it closely for a moment before exclaiming, Yes. Yes. Just like those eyes. Lord Dragon King. That child just now was the Lord Dragon King. The grandmother said as she hurried out of the house, kneeling beside the dragon statue, crying and bowing her head. The next day, the grandmother took her granddaughter to the hospital in the city for a checkup. The results showed that there were no health issues, and she was even healthier than most people. Upon learning this result, the grandmother and granddaughter embraced and cried. Afterward, they returned home from the hospital and sincerely bowed to the dragon statue. Soon after, the news of Li Ningning's recovery spread throughout the village. The grandmother did not hide anything and directly spoke of the Lord Dragon King. The elderly villagers believed in this, and with Li Ningning's illness truly cured, her improved complexion was undeniable, so the villagers began to worship the Lord Dragon King in every household. A week later, this matter spread to the surrounding villages. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the village, Su Chen continued westward. Along the way, he moved as he had before, stopping occasionally, sometimes spending 2 or 3 days in the woods, and at other times transforming into a dragon to soar in the sky. He would also visit the homes of some believers to fulfill their wishes. Of course, the so-called wishes were merely about healing and saving people, as Su Chen could not help them with anything else. With Su Chen's assistance, these believers, whether intentionally or unintentionally, spread tales of these miracles. As the story circulated, many people began to worship the divine dragon around Qingshan city. Some of these people were sincere, while others were merely putting on a show. The sincere ones provided Su Chen with a significant amount of faith power, which caused his body to undergo another transformation. His human form grew from a height of 1 meter to 1 meter 1. Although it was only a 10-centimeter increase, it was quite exciting for Su Chen. While his childlike appearance seemed cute and attracted many women, it could also be quite awkward at times. It would be great if he could look like an adult. There were many things that could be done. Just like that, a month passed quickly. Su Chen left the area around Qingshan and arrived in Sichuan province. After arriving in Sichuan, Su Chen thought of the little panda he had saved a few months ago, so he went back to that forest. When he reached the forest, Su Chen searched for several days but couldn't find any trace of the panda, which made him wonder if that little guy had died. Impossible. After all, having consumed his blood, even a maggot could evolve into a fierce monster. How could that panda possibly have died so easily? Su Chen was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the security department of Xia country, in a large courtyard, a giant panda was happily munching on a pile of bamboo. Just sitting on the ground, this panda was already 5 meters tall. Its round, black and white body exuded a sense of pressure. However, its clumsy appearance gave it a cute look that didn't instill fear. Around the perimeter of the courtyard, a dozen humans were taking notes on the scene before them. This panda had been brought back for almost 3 months, and during this time, it had only resisted for a few days at first. However, after confirming that humans would not harm it, it entered a lazy mode. Every day was just about eating and sleeping, waking up to eat again. Watching the panda devour its food, one of the observers helplessly remarked, "Why can't this guy change its silly and cute nature even after evolving?" Another observer chuckled and said, "Yeah, other creatures change their personalities after evolution, but this one seems to be the same. So, do you think there's a chance to tame it?" Someone spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone present furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Why not give it a try? Alright. Let's give it a shot. Thus began the operation to tame the evolved panda. In the forests of Sichuan province, after failing to find the panda, Su Chen wandered around the forest for a few more days. One night, in a certain open area of the forest, several tents were set up, and in the middle of the tents, there was a bonfire, around which sat 3 men and 3 women. These 3 were members of a hiking club who would come together to camp in the wild when they had free time. The sounds of unknown insects and some rustling noises surrounded them. All of them were veteran members of the club, having camped outdoors many times, so they were not afraid of the noises around them. Hey! It's only a little past 9, and since no one can sleep, how about we play a game? One of the men among the 6 suggested. What game? A round-faced woman with glasses asked curiously. How about telling ghost stories? Whoever fails to scare someone has to accept a punishment. Ah. That game is too cliché. Though it's cliché, it's fitting for the occasion. What do you think? Who starts first? How about you, Xian Pan? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at a woman sitting by the bonfire. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with delicate features and a cold demeanor. Although she was sitting with everyone, she gave off a sense of being out of place, as she hadn't said a word during their previous conversation and showed little expression. Seeing everyone looking at her, Xian Pan remained silent for a few seconds before softly uttering a word, "Okay." Then she began to tell her story. Once upon a time, there were several hikers who organized a 3-day, 2-night camping trip in the forest. On the first night, after they finished eating and were chatting, they heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes nearby. Curious, they looked over and saw a child walking out from the bushes. The story reaches this point. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Everyone froze for a moment, instinctively looking towards the bushes. Then, in their line of sight, a child wearing a hat walked out from beside the bushes. The child was wearing a hat, obscuring his features. One of his hands hung down naturally, covered in blood, while the other hand was behind his back as if dragging something. Upon seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd instantly turned pale, and they screamed. Even Xi and Pan, who had been telling the story with a blank expression, showed a look of terror, standing up and retreating repeatedly. "Don't be nervous, I'm not a ghost." At that moment, a clear voice rang out. The little boy was none other than Su Chen. Half an hour ago, he had caught an antelope to roast and, after finishing with the antelope's carcass, noticed a firelight nearby. He guessed it must be some hikers, so he came over to ask if they had any barbecue seasonings to borrow. As for the fact that he, a 5 or 6-year-old child, was alone in the deep forest at midnight, Su Chen didn't really care what others would think. During this time, from Qing Mountain to Chuan Province, Su Chen's personality and way of doing things had become increasingly carefree. Hearing Su Chen's voice, the few people who had been scared and ready to flee stopped in their tracks. They exchanged pale glances and then looked at Su Chen. Su Chen raised his head. In the light of the bonfire, Su Chen's face was revealed to everyone. Looking at that delicate and adorable boyish face, a few of them instinctively took a few steps back. Anyone encountering a little boy, especially such a cute one, in the deep mountains at midnight would feel a sense of eerie fear. Moreover, those golden eyes did not look human at all. Little boy. Who are you? Where are your adults? One person mustered the courage to stammer the question. Su Chen did not answer but instead asked, "Do you have any seasonings?" The crowd? Looking at the stunned group, Su Chen repeated his question. This time, the one who had been telling the story, Xi and Pan, was the first to react. She hurriedly walked over to a few backpacks by the bonfire, picked up a red backpack, and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the backpack, opened it, and glanced inside. It contained several bottles of seasonings. "Thank you," Su Chen said gratefully. After saying that, he remembered something and dragged the antelope carcass he had been pulling with his other hand to the front of the bonfire. He lightly sliced through the middle of the carcass with his finger, and it split in two as if cut by a knife. Su Chen left half of the carcass behind, then turned and left, carrying the bag and the other half of the antelope carcass. Once Su Chen's figure disappeared into the forest, the crowd finally came to their senses. They sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Among them, Xi and Pan remained the calmest, though she leaned against a tree, her delicate face showing a hint of relief. It was clear. That little boy was definitely not normal. In fact, he could be said to be absolutely not human. That scared me to death. Was that child a ghost or not? One man said, breathing heavily. "I don't know if he's a ghost, but he's definitely not human." Another replied. "But thankfully, he didn't harm us. By the way, do you think he might be a spirit from this mountain?" "Definitely. Did you see that child's eyes? Golden, and with vertical pupils, just like a snake's eyes. He can't be a snake spirit, can he? I feel like he should be a snake spirit. Damn. So there really are monsters in this world. Hey. What about the thing he left behind?" Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on the half-antelope carcass beside the bonfire. The corpse had clearly been processed, its surface was very clean, and the cut was smooth. "Throw it away. Are you crazy enough to eat it?" "Right. Hurry up and get rid of it. Who knows what this thing was turned into by that demon with stones and all sorts of nonsense. Throw it. Hurry up and throw it." As they spoke, the group carefully tossed the half-corpse of the antelope into the nearby bushes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chen was unaware that the half-corpse he had just sent out was discarded. After obtaining the seasonings, he found a spot and began roasting the remaining half of the antelope. Sprinkling on the seasonings, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air, and Su Chen smiled as he inhaled the delicious scent. Ever since he transformed into human form, Su Chen no longer needed to eat like before, but occasionally enjoying a meal and savoring the flavors was still quite nice. Soon, the antelope meat was ready, and Su Chen took a big bite of the meat, which was larger than him. Moments later, he finished the antelope meat and sat down on the ground, leaning against a rock to rest. While he rested, the insects on the ground instinctively avoided him. On the other side, the few hikers who encountered Su Chen spent a night in fear. As soon as dawn broke, they quickly packed their things and headed towards the edge of the forest. After encountering that eerie thing last night, they dared not stay any longer. However, they had no idea how unlucky they were. After walking for about 10 minutes, they spotted a few people with backpacks and hats. At first, they thought they were fellow hikers and wanted to greet them. But as they got closer, they realized something was off because the backpacks of those people were bulging, with some animal fur exposed at the zipper openings, and in addition, these people were holding hunting rifles. Poachers. The expressions of the few hikers changed. They wanted to turn and run, but the poachers had already aimed their guns at them. "Don't move. If anyone moves, I'll shoot." The leader, a bald and burly man, said fiercely. Hearing his words, the group was so frightened that they stopped in their tracks. At that moment, they wished they could die. They had encountered a monster last night and now poachers today. How unlucky they were. In the terrified gazes of the group, the poachers approached them. They first scanned the three men, then their eyes fell on the three women. When they saw Xi and Pan, the poachers couldn't help but show lecherous expressions. "Oh, there's a beautiful lady." One of them grinned and reached out his hand towards Xi and Pan. Xi and Pan quickly took 2 steps back to avoid the outstretched hand. Seeing the woman in front of him retreat, the man let out a lewd laugh. He stepped forward, trying to grab her again. But at that moment, Xi and Pan suddenly lifted her foot. Bang! A muffled sound followed by a scream. Xi and Pan kicked the man right in the groin. Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Ah! The man covered his groin and fell to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. The remaining poachers reacted, cursing under their breath, and raised their guns to aim at Xi and Pan. However, Xi and Pan had already turned and ran towards the nearby bushes. "Damn it! Old 3, you stay here and watch these guys. Old 4 and Old 5, follow me." The burly leader shouted and chased after Xi and Pan. Old 4 and Old 5 hurriedly followed, leaving only Old 3 and the remaining 5 hikers behind. Looking at the pale-faced hikers standing there, Old 3 revealed a cold smile. Just then, a gunshot rang out not far away. The sound came from the direction where Xi and Pan had just fled. Hearing the gunshot, the 5 hikers were so frightened that their legs went weak, and 2 of the women even burst into tears. "Shut up, or I'll rape you later." The third man glared fiercely at the 2 women. The 2 quickly stifled their sobs. At that moment, a rustling sound came from not far away, and shortly after, the bald, muscular man along with the 4th and 5th men returned, with the 5th man dragging the body of the owner of a pair of feet. Seeing this scene, despair filled the eyes of the 5 hikers. The owner of those feet was none other than the fleeing Xi and Pan. Xi and Pan's chest was soaked in blood, dragged on the ground, motionless, as if she had lost her breath. The muscular man holding his crotch caught his breath and looked at the blood-soaked Xi and Pan, cursing, "Damn it, stinky bitch, still trying to run, I'll give you another shot." He raised his gun, aiming at Xi and Pan's head, ready to pull the trigger. The 5 hikers shut their eyes in fear. Just then, a voice rang out, "Oh. Quite lively, what a coincidence to meet again." The voice was youthful and crisp. The sudden sound startled the poachers, who quickly aimed their guns in the direction of the voice, while the 5 hikers also looked over. They saw a little boy walking over leisurely from not far away. Upon realizing that the speaker was a child, the poachers exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. Although this forest wasn't a primitive one, it was still rare for anyone to come here, and now suddenly there was a child. It seemed very strange. "Hey, little brat, where are your adults?" One of the poachers asked as he walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen did not answer but looked at the motionless Xi and Pan. He saw that her chest was still slightly rising and falling, indicating she was not dead yet. However, he couldn't delay for too long. With that thought, Su Chen lost interest in teasing the poachers. With a thought, blades of wind suddenly appeared, slicing towards the limbs of the poachers. With muffled thuds, the limbs of the 5 poachers were directly severed, leaving them lying on the ground like human sticks. 1 second. 2 seconds. Blood sprayed from the wounds, splattering all over the 5 hikers nearby. Then, the forest was filled with their miserable screams. Witnessing this scene, the 5 hikers completely broke down, screaming in terror, and then turned to flee in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 5 had vanished. Su Chen looked at the direction they fled, shaking his head helplessly. Ignoring the poachers screaming on the ground, he walked straight to Xian Pan. As if sensing something, the near-death Xian Pan used all her strength to open her eyes. She saw the little boy standing in front of her. Her mouth slightly opened, she wanted to speak. But even with all her strength, she couldn't utter a word. Her vision grew darker, and Xian Pan closed her eyes. Just as she did, a drop of liquid fell into her mouth. A day later, Xian Pan woke up. When she came to, she found herself lying on the grass in the forest. Next to her lay 5 corpses, their hands and feet severed, reduced to human sticks. She hurriedly got up from the ground and instinctively touched her chest. Not feeling any pain, she quickly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. There were no gunshot wounds on her chest, everything felt like a dream. A look of confusion appeared on Xian Pan's face, and then she recalled the last scene she saw before losing consciousness. That little boy. Xian Pan's eyes widened. It seemed she had found the key to the problem. Meanwhile, at the first nuclear power plant in Sakura country. In the conference room. The executives were sitting around the conference table holding their daily meeting. The meeting was about the issue of nuclear wastewater discharge. In fact, the international community has condemned them countless times over this issue, but Sakura always puts on a show while continuing to do as they please. The entire meeting lasted only 10 minutes, during which everyone agreed on the timing and tonnage of the discharge. After confirming the time and quantity, they began discharging nuclear wastewater into the sea the next day. However, the marine life in the East China Sea was no longer what it used to be. The evolution of organisms from across the Pacific had already spread to the East China Sea and the Sakura Sea. Currently, 60% of the marine life in these waters had evolved. These evolved creatures underwent further mutations upon contact with the nuclear wastewater. On the beaches of Sakura Sea. Today is the weekend, and many tourists are playing by the shore. In the shallow waters, men and women in swimsuits are swimming, while a group of children happily plays in the sand nearby. Under a sunshade. 2 young people sit in chairs, casually chatting while watching the girls and young women in bikinis not far away. Hey, Higashida, have you heard? It seems there's been talk of a dragon appearing in the neighboring Xia country recently. Ha! That sounds fake. Shiro, do you think if dragons really existed, our Yamada no Orochi would exist too? Alright, sometimes you shouldn't listen to those rumors, those people in Xia just like to boast. By the way, let me remind you, don't eat seafood lately. What? Is it because of the Fuka nuclear power plant again? Shoo, keep your voice down. The person named Higashida quickly shot a glare at Shiro, then looked around to ensure no one was watching before whispering, I heard from a friend who works at the nuclear power plant that they've been discharging for a week now, so you know why I haven't gone swimming. Shiro suddenly understood and was about to speak. However, at that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the shallow waters. Hearing the sound, the 2 instinctively looked in that direction. They then saw a girl in a bikini struggling in the water not far away, the surrounding seawater stained red with blood, and countless bubbles rising from below, as if boiling water. Ah! Another scream followed. Another tourist in the shallow water was struggling. Then came the 3rd, 4th, 5th. In just a few seconds, over a dozen tourists found themselves in this situation. Seeing this scene, the remaining tourists in the shallow area hurriedly swam towards the shore, while some people on the beach rushed over to help. However, what happened next made those on the shore stop in their tracks, their faces filled with terror. They saw those swimming towards the shore also being attacked one by one. It was as if something beneath the water was biting and dragging them. The entire shallow water area was stained red with blood. The struggling tourists gradually ceased their struggles and sank into the sea. The surface of the water returned to calm. This all happened in less than a minute. Nearly 100 tourists in the shallow area were attacked, with none surviving. Some people on the shore began to cry and ran towards the shallow area. Some had relatives among the attacked. Others took out their phones to call the police. Some recorded everything. But they didn't realize that it wasn't over yet. Beneath the blood-stained water, silver creatures were rapidly swimming towards the shore. They were not large, less than a meter in length, but there were many of them. Just as they were about to reach the shore, these creatures suddenly leaped out of the water, directly pouncing on the tourists on the beach. Sharp teeth sank into the bodies of those tourists, easily biting off chunks of flesh. The screams echoed across the entire beach. The number of these creatures reached into the thousands. In just a few seconds, the tourists closest to the shore were covered in these beings, and within less than a minute, the flesh on their bodies had been devoured, leaving behind nothing but bloody skeletons. This scene sent other tourists nearby into a panic, screaming and fleeing in all directions. However, an astonishing sight occurred. The fish, resembling frogs, fell to the ground and suddenly propelled themselves with their fins, leaping 3 meters away before bouncing again. Just like that, the fish quickly caught up with the fleeing tourists. A horrifying event unfolded. Those tourists bitten by the fish collapsed on the ground, struggling in pain, and then gradually lost their breath. Minutes later, the fish jumped back into the sea, leaving only a few hundred skeletons on the beach. 10 minutes later, the Sakura police arrived at the scene. They stood there, stunned, looking at the hundreds of skeletons on the beach. Then, ugh! The sound of vomiting erupted. Half a day later. Unidentified creatures attack at Sakura Fukushima Beach. Over 300 people confirmed dead on site. A report appeared online, which, although lacking detailed descriptions of the events, included some photos from the scene. Upon seeing these photos, many netizens began to share them. Within less than a day, it went viral worldwide. Almost everyone learned about the incident in Sakura. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sakura Security Bureau, they reviewed the surveillance footage around the beach and witnessed the entire attack process. Looking at the 1-meter-long silver fish, they felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this a sardine? Someone exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. The others looked at the fish on the screen. Indeed. Those silver fish, aside from being larger and having sharp teeth, were almost identical to sardines in every other aspect. How could these sardines turn into this? It's over. Right now is the time when sardines are in the shallows. Every year at this time, these waters are filled with them. Someone said. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned pale. They hurriedly contacted the highest levels of Sakura and reported the situation. However, it was too late. That day, all coastal shallows in Sakura where tourists were present were attacked. The number of casualties reached over 5,000. 5,000. This was a tremendous loss for Sakura, and most importantly, it not only caused panic among the people of Sakura but also instigated global fear. It should be noted that the world's ocean area occupies more than half of the planet. And there are over 100 coastal countries. If what happened in Sakura were to occur in their territories. With this thought, countries rushed to seal off their coastal areas. This did not include Xia country. Because during the Pacific incident, Xia country had already initiated a grand plan. They were building walls along the coastline, and the plan was already 1/10 complete. It was expected to be finished in 2 years. Returning to the attack. Regarding the sardines attacking humans, countries dispatched personnel for investigation, and they discovered that only the creatures in the Sakura Sea had evolved differently from those in other seas. They seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. A mutation that allowed them to breathe on land. However, their time on land was very short, ranging from just a few minutes to over 10 minutes, which slightly relieved the countries. However, it was just a slight sigh of relief. Now they still needed to investigate why the creatures in the cherry blossom sea had evolved differently from other organisms. The investigation took less than a day, and they found the reason. The cause was the nuclear wastewater released by the cherry blossoms into the sea. Upon learning this, countries began to take serious action, as it concerned their safety. For the first time in history, nations united to pressure the cherry blossoms and dispatched a joint inspection team to oversee and enforce a ban on the discharge of nuclear wastewater. Although the cherry blossoms were reluctant, they had no choice but to agree. Soon, a week passed, and the discharge of nuclear wastewater had already stopped, but the wastewater that had been released was like water spilled out, it could not be retrieved. Therefore, during this week, several attack incidents occurred around the cherry blossom sea. In addition, the evolution and mutation speed of the creatures in the cherry blossom sea continued to accelerate, far exceeding that of other seas. This prompted surrounding countries to strengthen vigilance along their coasts to prevent accidents. On the other side, in the Sichuan province of Xia country, Su Chen left the forest after saving Xin Pan and continued on his path. A month later, Su Chen arrived in the Zhong province. As the southwesternmost province of Xia country, its area is nearly 1/7 of the country, but the population is very sparse. Moreover, it is one of the most popular tourist provinces in Xia country. Every day, tourists drive in to visit. To avoid trouble, Su Chen chose to transform into a dragon and fly in the air. His long body, over 200 meters, soared at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Although the height was great, Su Chen could still see the land clearly beneath the clouds. He could see herdsmen grazing on the vast grasslands. Vehicles on the highway speeding by. Some cars that had broken down. Some tourists who were lost. Some poachers. And even some bad people robbing on the road. Su Chen took all of this in. Unknowingly, he flew to the Himalayas. Looking at the continuous mountain range, Su Chen thought of the cave he had stayed in before. After checking the direction, he flew towards the cave. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the cave entrance. Transforming back into the appearance of a human child, he entered the depths of the cave. Upon reaching the depths, Su Chen looked at the glowing stones on the cave walls. There weren't many stones left, as most had been absorbed by Su Chen. Now there were probably less than 100 left on the rock wall. With a thought, Su Chen extended his hand, and in the next second, a stone fell from the rock wall and flew into Su Chen's hand. Looking at the stone that shimmered with light, Su Chen tried to absorb the energy within it. However, after absorbing the energy, Su Chen frowned slightly. He found that the energy contributed almost negligibly to his growth, even less than the faith power a person could provide him. Although it didn't help him much, these stones were special. So Su Chen extended his hand again. The stones on the rock wall began to fall and fly towards Su Chen. Su Chen opened his mouth. And over 100 stones flew into his mouth and disappeared. These stones didn't truly vanish, they entered his stomach. After all, his body couldn't be viewed in the same way as an ordinary person's. Having 100 stones in his stomach caused him no discomfort. Once he had absorbed all the glowing stones, Su Chen prepared to leave the cave. But just as he turned around, his footsteps paused. He looked at one of the rock walls and saw a very tiny hole in the middle, from which a faint energy was seeping out. Su Chen curiously walked up to the wall and reached out to touch the small hole. The surface of the hole was incredibly smooth, extending downward, and when he leaned in to look, he couldn't see anything. But the faint energy felt very real. Su Chen could sense this energy. He transformed his hands into dragon claws and reached for the small hole. The solid stone was easily dug open by Su Chen as if it were tofu, and he continued to dig downward. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. 1,000 meters. Su Chen's speed was astonishing. In less than half an hour, he had already dug over 14,000 meters. This depth had reached the deepest point ever excavated by humans. However, even after digging so deep, Su Chen still had not found the source of that energy. He kept digging. When he reached a depth of over 40,000 meters, Su Chen broke through the crust and saw magma. Upon seeing the flowing magma, Su Chen's heart stirred. That power was emanating from the magma. Su Chen reached out to touch the magma. The sensation was like touching seawater. He felt no burning, but rather a sense of comfort. Closing his eyes, Su Chen felt the energy coming from the magma. In the next moment, waves of scorching energy surged into his body, and it felt as if all the pores on his skin had opened. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Then he completely submerged himself in the magma, which covered his body. The scorching energy flowed within him, eventually gathering next to the colorful dragon ball in his chest. Time passed minute by minute. Su Chen's skin turned red, and his hair also changed to red. In his golden eyes, it seemed as if a flame was burning. He didn't know how long had passed, but next to the colorful dragon ball in his body, a red pearl appeared. The pearl was small, about the size of a soybean, with a surface that shimmered red. The energy emitted by the magma entered his body, finally gathering next to the red pearl, nourishing it. While Su Chen absorbed this energy, the magma seemed to boil like water, as if it had come to life. It emitted a rumbling sound. Meanwhile, at the Apple volcano in the Cherry Blossom country. As one of the most famous volcanoes in the world, it was in a dormant state, attracting a large number of tourists every day. However, due to the recent frequent attacks in the sea, there weren't many tourists from other countries visiting Cherry Blossom. Most of the visitors were locals. Standing at the foot of Apple Mountain, looking up at the towering peak, people occasionally took out their phones or cameras to snap photos. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Feeling the tremor, the surrounding tourists did not show any signs of panic. Cherry Blossom is one of the most seismically active countries, experiencing over 1,000 earthquakes of varying magnitudes each year, so the residents had long since become accustomed to it. They continued taking photos and enjoying themselves. They did not take the earlier tremor seriously. A few minutes later, the ground shook again, this time with a slightly greater intensity. However, the tourists at the foot of Apple Mountain still did not pay it any mind. Then came the third time. The fourth time. The fifth time. Each interval grew shorter, and the intensity of the vibrations increased. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the mouth of Apple Mountain. The sound was like a muffled thunder. In the next moment, a large amount of thick smoke billowed from the previously dormant volcano. The smoke obscured the sky, making it seem dim. All the tourists at the foot of the mountain looked up at this scene. Gasps and screams erupted. Then they saw a pillar of fire shooting up from the volcano's mouth. A massive flow of magma poured out. The air felt as if it were on fire, the acrid smell of sulfur causing the visitors at the foot of the mountain to change color in alarm. Fear was evident in their eyes, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. The volcano is erupting. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone screamed and fled in all directions. Some were knocked down and trampled underfoot. The cries for help and screams echoed throughout the foot of Apple Mountain. This scene was not limited to the cherry blossoms, all the volcanoes across Asia erupted simultaneously at that moment. In the first instance of the eruption, countries quickly organized soldiers for rescue efforts. And so it went. 3 days passed swiftly. The volcano erupted for a full 3 days, only stopping at noon on the fourth day. However, even after it ceased, countries still dared not approach the vicinity of the volcano. In the depths of the Himalayas, over 40,000 meters underground, Su Chen emerged from the magma after absorbing energy for 3 days. Stretching his body, Su Chen looked down at himself. His clothes had long since vanished, and now he was completely naked, his skin slightly reddened, as if he had just finished a sauna. Moreover, Su Chen's body had grown. He had transformed from a 5-year-old into a figure of 18 or 19. Standing at 1 meter 80, his features had lost their childishness, becoming exquisite, while the pair of white dragon horns on his head still appeared small, but now bore several red lines. The simple dragon-shaped pattern on his forehead was also tinged with a hint of red, adding a touch of the uncanny. Overall, he looked like a person who had stepped out of a painting. Before he could fully sense the changes within him, Su Chen's expression suddenly shifted. He felt an inexplicable heat rising within his body, reminiscent of the sensation he had when he first came into contact with Su Taohong before transforming into a dragon. As the heat within him intensified, Su Chen looked down, and his expression grew even stranger. The little dragon stood up defiantly, looking quite proud. Damn it! Su Chen cursed under his breath. He shot upwards. 10 minutes later, Su Chen returned to the surface. The Himalayas were perpetually covered in snow, yet Su Chen, bare-skinned, felt no chill. Instead, the cold wind only made his body feel hotter. He tried to burrow into the snow, but it did not alleviate his discomfort. A thought crossed his mind. Su Chen transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Due to the energy he had absorbed, after transforming, his body, which had originally been entirely golden, now bore some red lines, and his length had increased from 200 to 350 meters. With a body over 300 meters long, Su Chen flew rapidly through the air. He wanted to use flight to dissipate the heat within him. But after flying at full speed for half an hour, there was no effect, which made Su Chen anxious. He stopped flying and coiled in midair. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, quietly feeling the heat within him. At that moment, the red beads and the 7-colored dragon balls inside him began to spin. And the speed of their rotation increased rapidly. Boom! A thunderclap sounded. A mass of dark clouds surged around him. Then, a torrential downpour fell, and after a few seconds, the dark clouds dissipated, and the rain stopped. But it wasn't over, the air temperature became scorching hot. Countless fireballs appeared out of nowhere. Those fireballs transformed into a rain of fire, which then turned into droplets of water, alternating between these two opposing elements. Under this switching, Su Chen's closed golden pupils transformed into one blue and one red. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The strange phenomenon subsided. Su Chen opened his eyes, transforming back into human form, suspended in midair. Just as he was trying to eliminate the heat within him, he inadvertently evolved another ability. Summoning the wind and rain. However, it seems that it is not evolution after all, the legendary dragon should be able to summon wind and rain. Otherwise, in many places, people pray to the Dragon King when seeking rain. Well. It seems I really have to become the Dragon King. Su Chen felt a mix of emotions. Returning to the ground. Su Chen went back to the cave and followed it down to the crust. Jumping into the magma, Su Chen began to absorb the energy within it once again. And so, time unknowingly passed for half a year. For 6 months, Su Chen had been absorbing energy in the magma beneath the crust. During this time, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes. First, the marine life in the world's oceans evolved stronger over time, their intelligence increased, and many underwater creatures developed the ability to breathe on land. Those marine creatures that could breathe on land began to organize attacks on human cities. Under the assault of these sea creatures, humanity set up defenses along the coastlines. At the same time, various countries officially announced the evolution events to the public. In addition, they also disclosed information about the evolved beings. After the announcement from various countries, all of humanity erupted in excitement. Damn! Evolution. Humans can evolve. Oh my god. I noticed something was off since the dragon appeared. No wonder I've felt my physique getting stronger these days. Could it be that I've evolved too? I feel like I've been faster lately. Could it be that I've evolved as well? Hey upstairs. You've been playing too much. In the security department of Xia country. In the conference room. At this moment, team leader Liao, Zheng Guoping, and others sat around the conference table. Looking at the crowd below, team leader Liao said with a serious expression, "Today's meeting is about the complete regulations for evolved beings, as well as the cultivation system and level classification. Does anyone have anything to say about this?" Hearing team leader Liao's words, the crowd below exchanged glances. Then Zheng Guoping said solemnly, "Team leader Liao, the regulations regarding the constraints and planning of evolved beings have already been submitted to the relevant departments, and we expect to get results in a few days. As for the cultivation system and level classification." At this point, Zheng Guoping hesitated for a few seconds and continued, "Currently, our research shows that one can only continue to strengthen their own power by consuming evolved creatures. Oh, by the way, Su Taohong seems to have broken through." Broken through? Team leader Liao was taken aback. Zheng Guoping nodded, "Yes, just yesterday, we learned from Su Taohong that consuming food can no longer enhance her physique." Team leader Liao asked, "Has her current strength been tested?" Zheng Guoping replied, "Testing is underway." Qingshan City. Special Operations Department, Qingshan Branch. The Special Operations Department was established to respond to attacks from evolved creatures or evolved humans. Over the past 6 months, Su Taohong had become the head of the Qingshan Branch. At this moment, in the testing area of the branch, Su Taohong stood in front of a wall. Not far away, a group of branch members watched nervously. A few seconds later, Su Taohong punched the wall with great force. Boom! With a loud crash, the wall instantly collapsed. At the same time, the instruments nearby displayed data. 890 kilograms. Seeing this value, the surrounding branch members gasped in astonishment. 980 kilograms. 1,960 pounds of strength. Truly the strongest in Xia country. It should be noted that their strength was generally only between 600 to 900 pounds. The director is amazing. The director is mighty. Listening to the cheers around her, Su Taohong expressionlessly glanced at the value. In fact, she hadn't used her full strength just now. If she had, she could have produced around 2,400 pounds of force. After testing her strength, Su Taohong proceeded to test her speed and physical endurance. Her current speed has reached an astonishing 26 meters per second, and as for her physical strength, it can be said that no individual firearm on the market can harm her. After completing all the tests, Su Taohong looked at the members who were still watching and frowned, saying, "What are you still looking at? Don't you need to patrol? Is there no incident to handle?" Upon hearing this, everyone was frightened and scattered. Watching the crowd leave, Su Taohong pursed her lips and turned to leave. Moments later, she arrived at her office. As soon as she sat down, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a member walked in to report, "Director, orders have just come down from above. There has been an attack by marine creatures in Manhwa City, and the situation is severe. They require us to send more personnel." Su Taohong frowned slightly, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Nanhai City. Su Chen had also gone to Nanhai City back then, and then there was no news of him. "All right, I understand. I will lead teams 1, 2, and 3 to Nanhai for support, while the remaining teams will stay at the Qinshan branch, with the branch's work handled by the branch chief." "Yes." The member turned and left. On the other side. The Himalayas. After absorbing energy from the magma within the crust for half a year, Su Chen returned to the surface. In that time, the energy within him had reached saturation. Now he felt as if his body was locked by a shackle, and breaking through again seemed to require an opportunity. But where that opportunity lay, Su Chen had no clue. After all, he was the only person in the world who had turned into a dragon, and he was also feeling his way across the river, unsure of how to grow stronger or what he would become in the future. With a thought, Su Chen soared into the sky, flying towards the direction outside the Himalayas. The scenery along the way was beautiful, but the only thing that made Su Chen feel awkward was that he was flying through the air completely naked. It looked a bit strange, almost like a pervert. So, as he passed over a village, Su Chen reached down and took a set of clothes from a farmer's yard. Putting on the clothes, the discomfort in Su Chen's heart finally disappeared. Half a day later, Su Chen flew out of Tibet and arrived in Xinjiang province. In a small town in Xinjiang province, Su Chen walked down the street. Many eyes were on him, especially from the women. They looked at this young man, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, with sparkling eyes, especially at the antlers on his head, which looked so cute. "Handsome guy, which anime character are you cosplaying?" A local girl from the western region stopped Su Chen, asking curiously. After that, she asked, "Can I touch your antlers?" "No." Su Chen smiled and refused. Hearing his words, the girl showed a disappointed expression but then asked, "Can we take a picture together?" This time, Su Chen did not refuse but nodded in agreement. The girl immediately showed a happy expression, then leaned in front of Su Chen and took a photo of herself with him. After the photo was taken, the girl eagerly asked, "Can I add you on WeChat?" "No." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. After saying this, he continued walking forward under the girl's disappointed gaze. Along the way, Su Chen encountered several other women trying to strike up a conversation. They all wanted to take pictures with him and add him on WeChat, just like the previous girl. Su Chen politely agreed to or declined these women. Unknowingly, Su Chen passed by a roadside snack stall. Looking at the stall, he walked over, ordered a bowl of snacks, and then sat down at an empty table with the snacks in hand. Picking up the chopsticks and sniffing the aroma from the bowl, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Including the time, he hadn't eaten a bite of food for more than half a year. After picking up some food and taking a bite, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Many delicious foods were found at the snack stalls. Not far from the snack stall, a girl was watching Su Chen. She blinked her big eyes, then pressed her lips together, her face showing hesitation and disbelief. She stood there for a long time, and only after Su Chen finished his snack and walked away did she finally move. She took long strides in the direction Su Chen had gone. Following him closely, Su Chen naturally noticed the little tail behind him. However, at first, he didn't pay much attention. When Su Chen walked out of the town and the little tail was still following him, he finally stopped a few steps later. He turned his head to look at the girl following him. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He recognized this girl. She was none other than Li Ningning, the girl with leukemia whom Su Chen had saved in his village. Unlike more than half a year ago, Li Ningning had gained quite a bit of weight now, her face shaped like an egg, her skin fair, and her big eyes full of spirit. Her long hair was tied into twin ponytails, and she carried an oversized backpack. That backpack looked like a military rucksack, even bigger than that, stuffed full of who knows what. "Why are you following me?" Su Chen asked, looking at the girl standing there. Li Ningning's pretty face turned a bit red as she looked at Su Chen's eyes, the dragon-shaped pattern on his forehead, and the pair of dragon horns on his head. These features were almost identical to the little boy she had seen that day. Right. And the appearance. Are you the Dragon Prince? Li Ningning asked with a slightly trembling voice. Hearing her question, Su Chen showed a hint of surprise, but then he smiled and said, "How did you recognize me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ningning suddenly knelt down in front of him. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment as he looked at the girl kneeling before him. He walked up to Li Ningning and slightly raised his hand. The next second, Li Ningning's body uncontrollably stood up. Li Ningning stared with wide eyes, filled with fervor. This is magic. Her body was actually not under her control. "Why are you looking for me?" Su Chen asked curiously. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ningning knelt down again and respectfully said, "Dragon Prince, thank you for saving my life." After saying that, she began to bow her head. Su Chen frowned slightly and raised his hand again. Li Ningning's body stood up once more. "Alright, no need to kneel. I just happened to pass by that day, you don't need to call me Dragon Prince, I'm not really a Dragon Prince." Su Chen said. "Have you been looking for me or was it just by chance?" "I've been looking for you." Su Chen asked, "How long have you been looking for me?" Li Ningning lowered her head and said, "For half a year." "Half a year? You left for half a year, what about your grandmother?" "My grandmother passed away half a year ago." Li Ningning's voice dropped a bit as she said this. Su Chen nodded in response. After a few seconds of silence, Su Chen asked again, "So you've been looking for me just to thank me?" Li Ningning still kept her head down, her voice a bit softer as she said, "I wanted to thank the Dragon Prince, and I also wanted to stay by the Dragon Prince's side to serve you." As she said this, Li Ningning wanted to kneel and bow again, but her knees felt like they were pressing against something, and she couldn't bend them. On the other side, Su Chen's expression became a bit strange upon hearing Li Ningning's words. He looked her up and down. This girl, when he first met her, was as thin as a bag of bones, but now her health had improved, and there was no need to mention other aspects. She was 1.70 meters tall. A pair of long, straight legs, an oval face, twin ponytails, delicate features, and skin so fair it seemed almost translucent, especially those large eyes filled with spirit. Serving. Strange images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A wave of heat surged within him. Su Chen hurriedly brushed aside those odd thoughts and said to Li Ningning, "What era is this? Still talking about serving? Alright, hurry back and do what you love, live the life you want." After saying this, Su Chen turned and left directly. On the spot, Li Ningning watched Su Chen's departing figure, biting her lip, her gaze resolute as she followed him. She lived in a remote rural area, and when she was young, her parents often worked away, leaving her in the care of her grandparents. After growing up, her parents and grandparents passed away, leaving only her grandmother. Initially diagnosed with leukemia, she thought her life was over. But the appearance of the Dragon King gave her a second chance at life. However, her grandmother's death left her hopeless again. Before her grandmother passed, she had urged her not to forget that it was the Dragon King who saved her and to be grateful for his great kindness. So after her grandmother's death, she traveled around the Summer Kingdom while searching for the Dragon King's whereabouts. To her surprise, she actually found him. Thus, she kept following Su Chen. Hearing footsteps behind him, Su Chen did not turn around and continued walking forward. They walked like this until nightfall. In the wild desert, an orange-red aurora appeared on the horizon not far away. Su Chen lay on the sand, gazing at the aurora, his eyes revealing a look of amazement. A few meters away, Li Ningning sat by a campfire, skillfully handling the carcass of an antelope with a dagger. After finishing, she took various seasonings from her large backpack. She spread the seasonings on the antelope meat and then placed it over the campfire to roast. Moments later, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. After more than half an hour, the antelope meat was ready. Li Ningning nervously walked over to Su Chen with a roasted leg of antelope. "Dragon King. I don't know if you eat this. Li Ningning said cautiously and respectfully. Su Chen sat up and looked at the antelope leg in her hand, its golden-brown skin glistening with oil. Without hesitation, he reached out and took the antelope leg. "Just call me Su Gu," Su Chen said. Hearing this, Li Ningning was taken aback, then nervously replied, "Dragon King. Calling you, brother. Isn't that a bit disrespectful?" "It's fine." Su Chen waved his hand. Seeing him gesture, a conflicted expression appeared on Li Ningning's face. She bit her lip and then softly called out, "Su Gu," before quickly turning and walking away. After Li Ningning left, Su Chen began to eat the antelope leg. He had to admit that the girl's cooking skills were quite good, both the cooking time and the amount of seasoning were just right. Su Chen enjoyed his meal immensely. Not far away, Li Ningning stole a glance at Su Chen. Seeing him satisfied with his food, she let out a sigh of relief. However, several questions arose in her mind. Why did the Dragon King want her to call him Su Gu? Could it be that the Dragon King's surname was Su? Shouldn't it be Ao? In Journey to the West and Neza, he was always called Ao. But the Dragon King was really handsome. And those dragon horns were so cute, she wanted to touch them. Li Ningning's mind wandered. She didn't know how long it had been until she caught a whiff of something burning, which jolted her awake. Her face flushed, and she hurried to tend to the charred antelope on the campfire. Half an hour later, Li Ningning approached Su Chen again and whispered, Su Gu, the tent is set up for you. Do you want to rest?" "A tent?" Su Chen was taken aback. He looked towards the campfire beside him and noticed that a tent had been set up there at some point. Su Chen glanced at the tent and then at the backpack next to the campfire. No wonder Li Ningning's backpack was so stuffed, it turned out to be carrying the tent. "You don't have to. You can go rest in the tent," Su Chen waved his hand. Li Ningning did not leave but stood beside him with her head down. Time passed. The next day, Su Chen slowly woke up. As he opened his eyes, he found himself covered with a pink blanket that had a faint, pleasant fragrance. He removed the blanket and looked at Li Ningning beside him. "Dragon King. Su Gu, you're awake. I'll go prepare breakfast for you," Li Ningning said quickly as she walked away. Su Chen watched her retreating figure, raising his eyebrows. This girl hadn't slept all night, keeping watch by his side, and she was quite good at taking care of people. Should he keep her around? Su Chen thought to himself. Additionally, he was curious to observe the evolved humans up close. He wondered how far humans could evolve and what heights they could reach. Soon, Li Ningning returned with breakfast. It consisted of boiled eggs, bread, and a bottle of milk. As she handed over the breakfast, Li Ningning felt a bit anxious. She had never taken care of a dragon before and didn't know if dragons ate such things in the morning, but this was the best she could offer at the moment. After all, she had only been a student before, without a job, and for the past 6 months, she had been wandering in the Summer Kingdom, living outdoors, hunting for food, and had no money to buy anything. Seeing the breakfast Li Ningning offered, Su Chen smiled and reached out to take it. He peeled an egg and chewed on it, then looked at Li Ningning and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" Li Ningning hurriedly nodded, "Yes, Su Gu. "All right, then you can stay by my side for now," Su Chen said. Hearing his words, Li Ningning's face lit up with excitement. She suppressed her inner thrill and quickly nodded. They soon finished breakfast. Li Ningning packed the tent and seasonings back into her large backpack, then followed Su Chen with her backpack on. The two walked one after the other, heading deeper into the desert. Along the way, Su Chen chatted with Li Ningning, asking her about the evolution. After the inquiries, Su Chen not only learned a lot about the evolved beings but also understood the changes that had occurred in the world over the past 6 months. The entire world had undergone tremendous changes. Evolved creatures in the sea were attacking humans, and humans were resisting. But there were too many creatures in the sea. Just take the most common sardine as an example. A single school of sardines could reach up to 300 million. 300 million. That was basically the total population of a free country. And that was just the number of one school of sardines. Therefore, to fend off these creatures' attacks, humanity was moving towards universal evolution. Besides the changes in the world, evolved humans now could only rely on consuming evolved creatures to become stronger. The methods were somewhat limited, but according to rumors, countries were currently researching cultivation methods. By the way, Su Chen suddenly opened his mouth, and the next moment, a stone emitting a faint glow was spat out. It then floated in front of Li Ningning. Su Gu. This. Take the stone and see if it reacts, Su Chen said. Oh. Li Ningning obediently reached out to grab the floating stone. She closed her eyes to feel it. A few seconds later, Li Ningning's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise as she said, "It seems like there's something here, I think I can absorb these things." Su Chen nodded in response. That stone was what Su Chen had previously taken from the cave. It turned out that this stone could be absorbed not only by him but also by evolved humans. Then try absorbing it, Su Chen said. Alright, Su Gu. Li Ningning obediently followed his instructions, closing her eyes and beginning to absorb. Time passed slowly. Su Chen stood calmly beside her, waiting. After more than an hour, Li Ningning opened her eyes. The stone that had been glowing in her hand was now dull and looked just like an ordinary rock. How is it? Seeing Li Ningning open her eyes, Su Chen asked. Li Ningning replied excitedly, "Su Gu, I think I've become stronger." Su Chen nodded in response, then spat out a dozen stones and tossed them to Li Ningning. Take these and absorb them when you have time. Okay, Su Gu. Li Ningning hurriedly collected the stones, expressing her gratitude. Time flew by. A week later, Su Chen and Li Ningning left Jiang Province. After leaving Jiang Province, Su Chen prepared to head to Nanhai City with Li Ningning. He intended to visit Nanhai to personally see the level of evolution of the creatures there, and then take a trip to the Atlantic Ocean to check on Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. It had been almost a year since he left the Atlantic, and he wondered how those two were doing. Meanwhile, in the Atlantic Ocean, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, two dolphins, were lying on the shallow beach of a deserted island, basking in the sun. While other marine creatures had evolved the ability to come ashore, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were no exception. Xiao Tuan. Mrs. Su. At this moment, Xiao Tuan spoke. Since Su Chen had previously taught the two dolphins to talk, they knew some basic human language, though their speech was somewhat halting. Xiao Yuan also. Mrs. Su. Xiao Yuan said with difficulty. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Tuan turned its round head to look at Xiao Yuan and said, "Find Su." Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan will find Su. Okay. The two made a simple decision through their conversation. Then, the two of them swam directly from the beach into the sea. After swimming a few hundred meters, they stopped, staring at each other. Where to find? I don't know. Then. Let's go that way. Let's go. The two swam towards the Pacific Ocean. After 2 days of swimming, they reached the Pacific. Although all the creatures in the Pacific had evolved over the past year and were incredibly fierce, they were no match for Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. After all, the two had been carefully fed by Su Chen for a while and had consumed a lot of his blood. Now, their body length had exceeded 100 meters. Although they were still somewhat inferior to some creatures in the ocean, in terms of strength, none could compare to them. Wandering along. Unknowingly, the two had traveled from the Pacific to the South China Sea. They arrived in familiar waters and immediately recognized the area. This was the place where they first met Su Chen. Su. Su. Peeking their heads out, the two called out on the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, in the coastal area of Nanhai City, a massive wall surrounded the coastline, with rows of fully armed soldiers standing on top. Not far away, on the Nanhai shoals, fierce creatures leaped out of the sea. Fire. Da-da-da. The gunfire sounded like firecrackers. Bullets formed a dense net of firepower aimed at the rushing marine creatures. The creatures that charged forward were met with sprays of blood, falling to the ground in droves, as if they were being harvested like wheat. Soon, the bodies of these creatures covered the entire area outside the wall, yet they continued to surge forward. These creatures were the lowest level of marine life. Even if they evolved, they remained the most basic of fish, serving only to consume human ammunition. Time passed second by second. The muzzles of the soldiers' guns on the wall were hot and turning red. Shell casings piled up at their feet. Not far away, a solitary watchtower, Su Taohong looked solemnly at the entire battlefield. It had been a month since they received orders from higher-ups to come to the South China Sea for support. In this month, events like today had occurred almost every day. Su Taohong had a clear understanding of the attack methods of these creatures. She raised her hand to check the tactical watch on her wrist and silently noted that it was coming. The next second, the sea surface underwent a change. Huge waves rose from the sea, reaching heights of several dozen meters. They crashed toward the wall. Behind the waves were terrifyingly large and grotesque marine creatures. Watching the massive waves rush forward, their height gradually increased as they advanced. In just a few seconds, the waves had reached a height of 100 meters, surpassing the height of the wall. Everyone retreat. The commander in charge of the defense ordered loudly. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers on the wall quickly retreated behind it. Boom! As the soldiers withdrew, the waves crashed against the wall. The entire wall seemed to tremble. A few seconds later, as the waves receded, marine creatures appeared on the wall. There were countless of these creatures, each one enormous. Quick! Second team! The commander shouted. After receiving the order, the second team rushed up the wall. The members of the second team were evolved humans, including Su Taohong and others who had come from Qingshan to provide support, armed with cold weapons as they charged up the wall. They engaged in close combat with those creatures. The sounds of battle and the cries of monsters echoed along the entire coastline of the South China Sea. On the wall, Su Taohong gripped a miao knife in both hands, the slender blade slicing into the bodies of those creatures, leaving horrific wounds. Innards spilled onto the ground. No creature could withstand her attacks. Soon, the area around her was piled high with the corpses of creatures. At that moment, there was movement by the sea again. This time, enormous lobster-like creatures emerged from the water. These creatures were over 3 meters long, their thick shells covered in barbs, and their large pincers glinted with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Artillery support. Hurry! Fire coverage. Boom! A series of muffled sounds erupted from behind the wall. A few seconds later, the shallows outside the wall were covered by artillery fire. Explosions shattered the lobster-like creatures into pieces, limbs flying everywhere. Yellow and red liquid covered the entire shallow area. The bombardment lasted a full 10 minutes. When the fire coverage ended, the creatures on the wall were completely cleared away. The sea calmed. The marine creatures' attack had come to an end. Humans began to clean up the battlefield and care for the injured soldiers. The corpses of the dead creatures were very important to humans, they needed to collect the bodies to strengthen themselves. However, just as they were collecting the bodies, a strange sound came from the distance along the coastline. Su! Su! The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked toward the sea. Then they saw 2 round little figures swimming toward them not far from the horizon. As the figures got closer to the shore, they grew larger. When they were over 1,000 meters from the coast, everyone could see the true forms of the 2 figures. They were 2 enormous dolphins. These dolphins were over 100 meters long, with large heads. They opened their mouths, emitting a whistling sound. As they called out, the 2 dolphins quickly approached the shore. They then noticed the humans on the wall, as well as the corpses of the sea creatures on the shore. Upon seeing the bodies, one dolphin's eyes lit up. It immediately opened its mouth wide. In the next moment, everyone saw that the dolphin's mouth had opened to a terrifying 180 degrees. A powerful suction force emanated from its mouth. The corpses of those creatures were sucked into its mouth. At that moment, another dolphin also opened its mouth, mirroring the first dolphin's action. Watching these 2 dolphins devour their meal, the people present tightened their grips on their weapons, their faces pale as they observed the scene. Those corpses were treasures. The commander on the wall also furrowed his brow. He slowly raised his hand, intending to give the order to fire. However, just as he was about to issue the command, there was movement on the sea again. Behind the 2 dolphins, countless creatures' heads popped up from the water, looking towards the wall, and then they charged over. The second attack of the sea creatures had begun. Seeing the ocean creatures rushing over, everyone returned to the wall, aiming their guns at the sea. Meanwhile, the 2 gluttonous dolphins, upon hearing the commotion behind them, stopped eating and turned their heads to look back. Upon seeing the approaching ocean creatures, the 2 dolphins exchanged glances and then charged towards the sea creatures. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers on the wall who had intended to fire were all taken aback. They thought the two dolphins were going to attack them, but unexpectedly, the dolphins turned and ran away. Ran away. Then what happened next shocked everyone. The two dolphins, upon reaching the sea creatures, opened their mouths wide. Countless creatures were sucked into their mouths. It was as if their stomachs were infinitely large. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the creatures had been consumed by the two dolphins. Holy crap! Someone on the wall couldn't help but exclaim. Others instinctively swallowed hard, fear flashing in their eyes. 5 minutes later, more than half of the creatures that had wanted to attack the wall were eaten, and the remaining ones fled. Watching the fleeing creatures, the two dolphins did not chase after them but stayed in place, making soft sounds. The sounds seemed to be calling someone. After calling for a long time, the two dolphins left the shore and swam off into the distance. Sue! Sue! The sounds gradually faded away. On the wall, watching the two dolphins disappear, Su Taohong stood there with a serious expression. The next day. A new day of attacks by the sea creatures began. On the wall, all the soldiers and evolved beings were already prepared. Just as the sea creatures were about to reach the shore, the familiar sound from yesterday rang out. Sue! Sue! Hearing the sound, everyone's expressions became strange. They looked into the distance, and sure enough, the two dolphins from last night swam over, excitedly devouring the sea creatures in front of them. After half of the creatures were eaten, the remaining ones turned to flee. The two dolphins then leisurely swam away. Everyone. The third day. The sea creatures launched an attack. The dolphins appeared and began to feed. The fourth day. The sea creatures attacked, and the dolphins appeared. The fifth day. As soon as the sea creatures appeared, the dolphins suddenly emerged from nowhere, swallowing the creatures into their mouths. After finishing their meal, the two dolphins submerged into the sea and disappeared. Watching the two dolphins vanish, discussions arose on the wall. Why do these two dolphins seem friendly? Are they treating this place like a cafeteria? It seems so. On the other side. After Xiaoyuan and Xiaowan submerged into the sea, they immediately found a spot and lay there motionless. Having eaten and drunk their fill, they had no desire to move. Tuan. Aren't we supposed to be looking for Su? Xiaoyuan stammered at that moment. Xiaowan replied, Here. We can eat while looking for Su. There's plenty of food here. Alright, Tuan. The two of them made decisions quite easily, requiring only a few words. However, they were unaware that at that moment, a meeting was being held in Xia country specifically discussing them. In the conference room, experts from various fields such as biology, oceanography, dolphin research, and evolution were engaged in heated discussions. Since the global evolutionary explosion, they had encountered evolved dolphins before, but those dolphins were completely different from the two giant dolphins. From the situation over the past few days, those two suspected dolphin-like evolved beings do not seem to harbor strong hostility towards humans like those other creatures. Moreover, it appears that these two dolphins clearly see the attacking creatures as food. They already know this place has plenty of food to fill them up. So, can we use this to defend the coastlines of other coastal cities? Are you suggesting we domesticate them? One expert's eyes widened. Of course. If we can domesticate them, that would be even better. If we can't domesticate them, we can lure them over. By the way, how is the domestication plan in Chuan province going? One person looked at an expert and asked. The domestication plan in Chuan province had started 6 months ago, targeting a panda. The progress is going quite smoothly. We can now communicate with it on a basic level and give it simple commands. The expert's expression was a bit strange when he mentioned giving commands. Commands? That glutton seems to only cooperate with whoever feeds it. If they don't provide food, no matter what they do, that panda won't cooperate at all. Then let's try to communicate and domesticate. Alright. Outside the suburbs of Nanhai City, Su Chen was walking leisurely ahead. Behind him, Li Ningning was carrying an even larger backpack than before. Over the past few days, while traveling through some villages and towns, they had acquired quite a few things, but the backpack was too small, so they had to switch to a larger one. Su. Brother Su. Is your palace in Nanhai? Li Ningning quickly ran a couple of steps forward and curiously asked Su Chen. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Before he could speak, Li Ningning continued, Nanhai. Wow. Brother Su. You are the Dragon King of Nanhai. The Dragon King of Nanhai? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Nanhai is too small. Li Ningning's face showed confusion. But then she widened her eyes and said, then Brother Su, are you the King of Kings? Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. Brother Su, I've absorbed all those stones. At that moment, Li Ningning thought of something else and said. After hearing this, Su Chen immediately spat out a few stones and tossed them to Li Ningning. You've absorbed them all, and now you're asking me for more. Okay, Brother Su. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived in the city center of Nanhai City. Once they entered the city, Li Ningning took out a hat and handed it to Su Chen. Brother Su, here. Su Chen reached out to take the hat and put it on his head. Actually, it didn't matter whether he wore a hat or not, since he transformed into a dragon, he hadn't cut his hair. Even when he later entered the magma to absorb energy, his hair hadn't burned off. So now, his hair had grown to shoulder length. If he wore a set of white ancient robes, he would definitely look ethereal. Walking on the roads of the city. Hey, did you sign up today? Sign up for what? For the defense mission, right? Aren't they always recruiting evolvers over there? As long as you're an evolver participating in the coastal defense mission, you can get 3 pounds of evolution meat a day. No way. Is that true? 3 pounds of evolution meat. That could sell for over 100,000 on the black market. The main thing is that this meat can be obtained for free. As long as those monsters attack in the next few days, those 2 dolphins will show up, and we humans won't even need to fight. There's basically no danger. Let's go. Sign up. At that moment, the conversation of 2 passers-by caught Su Chen's attention. Upon hearing about the 2 dolphins, Su Chen thought of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. He pondered for a moment and said to Li Ningning, who was following him, you go find out about the situation in the South China Sea, specifically about the recent attacks by marine creatures. Okay, Su Chen. Li Ningning nodded and quickly left. Su Chen stood in place for a while, and soon Li Ningning returned after gathering information. Su Gu, I found out clearly, in the past few days. Li Ningning recounted what she had learned. After listening to her, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. He could now basically confirm that those 2 dolphins were indeed Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Because based on their evolution speed, only those 2 could evolve to a size of 100 meters, and the dolphins calling out Su could only be them. Su Gu, how long are we staying in the South China Sea? Li Ningning asked softly. Su Chen replied, a few days, why? Li Ningning bit her lip, showing a conflicted expression. After a few seconds of hesitation, she said quietly, I have no money left, I want to participate in the defense mission. 3 pounds of evolution meat a day, I can sell the meat for money. Su Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Well, now all the evolved creatures in the rivers on the mainland have basically been caught, and the only way to catch evolved creatures is from the sea. However, all coastal areas have built walls, and there are soldiers guarding them, making it very difficult for ordinary people to obtain evolution meat. Unless they participate in some official organization's missions or buy directly from the official website. But on the official website, everyone has a limit each month. Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look. Su Chen said. Hearing this, Li Ningning's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Su Gu, you are the Dragon King, how can you go? Su Chen smiled and said, it's fine, I'm also quite curious about the monster attacks, and I was thinking of going to take a look. Li Ningning nodded obediently after hearing this. An hour later, the 2 arrived at the registration point. The person in charge of registration first tested their strength and then recorded their names. Gather at the Southwest Wall's meeting point at 7:30 tomorrow morning. If you're late, it's considered an automatic withdrawal. Okay, understood. The next day. Early in the morning, Su Chen and Li Ningning arrived at the meeting point at the Southwest Wall. At this time, the meeting point had already gathered quite a few people. They were chatting in small groups, and everyone had smiles on their faces. After all, in the past few days, due to those 2 dolphins, these evolvers not only didn't have to fight those creatures but also received 3 pounds of evolution meat every day, which felt like picking up for free. There are quite a few people. Looking around, Su Chen sighed. He actually didn't expect things to develop to this point. It had only been a year since the first scale grew on his chest. In just 1 year, the world had undergone tremendous changes. The great changes in the ocean, the evolution of humanity. The shift in the entire world order. All of this was caused by him. And how many people died in this process, how many things happened, whether this matter is good or bad, Su Chen did not know. In fact, there is no answer to this matter. You are new here, right? At this moment, a strong man dressed in tactical clothing and pants, with 2 axes hanging at his waist, walked over and asked with a smile. The strong man's gaze swept over Su Chen and then landed on Li Ningning, not moving away. Under the strong man's stare, Li Ningning revealed a polite smile and said, "Yes. Oh, I am a level 5 beginner ability user, Shermeng." The strong man extended his hand. Looking at the outstretched hand, Li Ningning did not shake it. Curious, Su Chen asked, "Level 5 beginner ability user? Are there levels for ability users?" Seeing that Li Ningning did not shake hands, Shermeng's face showed a hint of embarrassment, then he retracted his hand and explained with a smile, "The official has not yet established levels for evolved beings. This level is classified by us civilians, based on personal strength. For every 200 pounds of strength gained, it is classified as 1 level. My strength has reached 1,000 pounds, so I am currently a level 5 beginner." Hearing Shermeng's words, Su Chen nodded. Hey, people are coming." At this moment, someone said. Hearing the voice, everyone at the gathering point stopped discussing. Soon, official personnel arrived at the scene and began calling names from a list. Zhang Jinghua. Here. Shermeng. Here. Li Ningning. Present. Li Ningning raised her hand and answered crisply. Su Chen. Here. Su Chen replied. Soon, the roll call was completed, and the official personnel led the evolved beings up onto the wall. Once on the wall, everyone found a spot to sit down. After waiting on the wall for over an hour, a rumbling sound came from the sea outside the wall. Hearing the sound, Su Chen looked towards the sea, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw the azure sea, countless sea creatures swimming quickly towards them. Leading the charge were schools of sardines, each about a meter long, having evolved sharp and dense teeth, with spines that looked fierce and terrifying on their scales. There were an overwhelming number of these sardines. They were impossible to count. Behind the sardines were larger sea creatures. These creatures included not only fish but also some mollusks and crustaceans. Each of them had increased in size by several times, even dozens of times. Their appearances were fierce and terrifying. So many sea creatures have already evolved. Su Chen was astonished. He looked at the other evolved beings around him. Then he saw that the other evolved beings, upon seeing this, had calm expressions, as if they were already accustomed to it. Wow! Su Gu, so many evolved creatures. Li Ningning exclaimed beside him. Hearing Li Ningning's words, Su Chen was about to speak when he heard strange noises coming from the sea not far away. Su! Su! The sound came closer. Then 2 huge heads emerged from the sea floor. Looking at those familiar heads, Su Chen felt a sense of familiarity, while a strange look appeared in his eyes. These 2 big heads must be Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. But why have their heads gotten bigger and bigger? Their heads took up half of their entire bodies, while their bodies were much smaller compared to their heads. The proportions were completely off. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed bizarre. Just as Su Chen was observing Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, these 2 creatures swam in front of those evolved beings, then opened their big mouths and began to devour those creatures wildly. The evolved beings on the wall, even though they had seen this several times in the past few days, still showed shock on their faces at this moment. Because those creatures were completely unable to resist in the mouths of those 2 dolphins. The powerful suction emitted from that mouth made those creatures want to struggle, and they displayed a human-like expression of fear on their faces. Time passed second by second. Soon, the marine creatures retreated. After the creatures fled, 2 dolphins made a soft Su sound and slowly sank into the sea. Just when everyone thought this round of attacks was over, the group of evolved beings on the wall was about to find a place to rest, but the next second, those marine creatures charged in from a distance once again. This time, they were more skilled. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed slightly. These beasts actually have some brains, knowing to feed those 2 dolphins first before attacking. A member beside Su Taohong on the watchtower frowned and said. Su Taohong lightly hummed in response, her expression serious as she looked out at the distant sea. Soon, those marine creatures rushed to the shore. Upon seeing the creatures charging in, the expressions of the people on the wall changed again. Unlike the previous attack, this time, the ones at the forefront were not the small fish responsible for consuming bullets, but rather creatures with shells. Turtles, shrimp, crabs, and many other varieties. Behind these crustaceans were massive, ferocious creatures. Fire! Fire! The command was given, and the soldiers pulled the triggers. Bullets hit the shells of those creatures, leaving white marks, but they were deflected. Use armor-piercing rounds. The soldiers switched to armor-piercing ammunition. However, the effect of the armor-piercing rounds was still minimal. Seeing this, the commander in charge of defense ordered artillery fire to cover the area. Boom! The explosions caused heavy casualties among those creatures, but many still reached the base of the wall. They crashed violently against the wall. The wall was over 2 meters thick, made of high-strength steel plates on the surface, with cement and rebar inside. Although the strength was high, the power of those creatures after enhancement was too great. And the number of creatures beneath the wall was increasing. The wall began to shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone! Follow me down. The commander ordered. On the watchtower, Su Taohong also drew her machete, ordering the surrounding members to prepare to go down the wall to clear out the creatures below. Just then, the sky gradually turned red. At the same time, the temperature of the air rose little by little. A fireball suddenly appeared above the wall. 2. 3. 4. In just a few seconds, thousands of fireballs, about a meter in diameter, appeared out of thin air. These fireballs emitted a sizzling sound in the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. In a place where everyone on the wall was unaware, Li Ningning looked at the thousands of fireballs, then turned to Su Chen beside her. When she saw the color of Su Chen's eyes, admiration filled her gaze. Because at that moment, Su Chen's eyes had turned red. Li Ningning could clearly see a flame burning in those eyes. At the same time, she noticed the simple dragon-shaped pattern on Su Chen's forehead, with some red lines on the pattern becoming more pronounced. Those fireballs were created by the Dragon King. Li Ningning was absolutely certain of this. In fact, these fireballs were indeed conjured by Su Chen. With a thought, the thousands of fireballs smashed down towards the marine creatures beneath the wall. When the fireballs hit those creatures, the imagined explosions did not occur. But flames ignited on the bodies of those creatures. Screams erupted as the creatures rolled on the ground, but the flames could not be extinguished. Everyone on the wall stared in shock at this scene. Until a scent of seafood wafted through the air, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. Ghoul, someone instinctively swallowed. On Su Chen's side. After dealing with the creatures beneath the wall, he was preparing to withdraw. However, as if he thought of something, he looked around. He gazed at the tens of thousands of humans standing on the walls. Then he turned to look at the Qing Shan city behind him. Suddenly, a thought surged in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen once again unleashed his power. In the next second, the sky turned red again. A red cloud floated over from the distance. When it reached above the walls, everyone saw a slender red figure flash through that red cloud. A strange cry echoed from the red cloud. Then everyone saw a dragon, its body engulfed in flames, flying out from the cloud. The dragon was nearly 1,000 meters long. Not only the evolved beings and soldiers on the walls saw it, but even the citizens of Nanhai City witnessed it. They widened their eyes, staring at the dragon in the sky. Under their gaze, the dragon circled in the air, then with its head down, it dove towards the creatures on the sea surface. The dragon's speed was incredibly fast. In just 1 second, it had already reached the sea surface. The moment the dragon touched the water, the seawater ignited as if it were oil, and the creatures in the sea thrashed about wildly, appearing to be in immense pain. The flames burned for nearly 5 minutes. The fire dragon vanished into thin air. Countless corpses of sea creatures floated to the surface, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. On the walls, everyone stood there in a daze. After a long while, with a whoosh, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. They discussed what had just happened. Wow, that was a dragon, right? It seems. Yes. What do you mean seems? If that's not a dragon, what is it? Wow. I thought dragons were just legends, but they actually exist. Hurry up and bow to the dragon. Some began to bow in the direction where the dragon had disappeared. On Su Chen's side, he closed his eyes, feeling waves of faith power surging into his body. A smile crept onto his lips. It seemed he had made the right choice. Initially, he had thought about directly exterminating those marine creatures, but seeing so many people, Su Chen suddenly wanted to try showing off in front of people to see if he could develop a group of followers and harvest a batch of faith power. He succeeded. Su Gu, who was that fire dragon lord just now? At that moment, Li Ningning beside him quietly inquired. She had originally thought that the fireball in the sky was created by Su Chen, but the appearance of the fire dragon left her somewhat bewildered. Hearing Li Ningning's words, Su Chen smiled but did not answer. Not far away, the commander saw the sea surface calm down, hesitated for a moment, and then ordered, "Send people to salvage the corpses of the creatures." Due to the two dolphins, they had not obtained any evolved creature corpses in the past few days, and they had to pay a large amount of evolved creature meat daily to those hired evolved beings. So now, seeing the corpses of those marine creatures on the sea surface, they naturally thought of collecting them. Following the commander's order, a large number of soldiers quickly exited the walls. However, just as they stepped out, Su! Familiar voices rang out. Hearing the voices, the crowd's expressions changed slightly. Well, not far away, two large heads popped up from the water. The two dolphins had returned. On the walls, the commander frowned and said, "Aren't they full? Why are they back again?" A subordinate whispered, "Maybe they smelled the aroma." The commander was momentarily speechless upon hearing his subordinate's words. The smell was indeed quite enticing. In the water, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan had originally left, but they heard a familiar sound. It was Su's call. After hearing the sound, they hurriedly swam over, but not seeing Su, they discovered plenty of food instead. Their disappointment at not finding Su instantly vanished, and the two excitedly dove into the feast. However, after eating for a while, the two began to feel a bit full. So full. Tuan. Full. Yuan is still a little. Wait here. Eat tomorrow. Why? Wait here. Others will snatch. Yuan. Really smart. On the wall. When Su Chen saw Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan appear again, he said to Li Ningning beside him, "I'm going out for a bit, you wait for me here these 2 days." After saying that, he walked off into the distance. Leaving the wall, Su Chen found a place and flew directly into the sky. Rising to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Su Chen let out a long dragon roar. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan immediately raised their heads. The two creatures looked in the direction of the sound, then made a Su sound and swam towards it. 10 minutes later. Somewhere in the South China Sea. Su Chen stood in mid-air, 1 meter above the sea surface. In front of him, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were excitedly calling out to him. Su! Yuan misses you. Tuan misses Su. Listening to the two creatures, Su Chen smiled and said, "I've been dealing with some matters during this time, which delayed me." As he spoke, Su Chen placed his hand on the heads of the two creatures. Rubbing their smooth heads, Su Chen said, "Why are your heads getting bigger and bigger?" After saying that, Su Chen focused his mind, and energy flowed from his palm into the bodies of the two creatures. Then he clearly observed their body structures. Oh! It turns out both of them are female. Su Chen was a bit surprised. The sounds made by the two dolphins were somewhat neutral, and he hadn't noticed this before. It was the first time he realized they were both female. Continuing to examine the body structures of the two creatures, after a while, Su Chen withdrew his hand. He didn't find any problems with them. He estimated that the big heads were a sign of evolution. Perhaps when they evolved to a certain extent, they might evolve into another species. If they were to evolve into another species, Su Chen looked at the two creatures again, guessing what they might become. He first speculated about mythical creatures. After all, he had a dragon in his mythology. Big head, big mouth, can eat a lot. After thinking for a long time, a species that only appears in myths appeared in Su Chen's mind. Kuan. In the North Sea, there is a fish called kuan. Su Chen had once seen some pictures of Kun circulating online. The Kun in the pictures also had a big head, a large mouth, and could hold a lot in its belly. And the two creatures in front of him, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, actually resembled Kun quite a bit. Aside from their smooth skin and inability to turn into birds. Everything else seemed to match Kun quite well. Thinking of this, Su Chen's gaze towards Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan became strange. Could these two turn into Kun? Su. You turned. Back into a human. At this moment, Xiao Tuan stammered. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. You two just noticed that. After saying that, Su Chen focused his mind. The next second, he transformed back into his dragon form. His huge and elongated body coiled in the air, with a majestic and fierce dragon head, the hair on his neck fluttering in the wind. The dragon whiskers swayed along with it. Seeing Su Chen transform back into a dragon, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan instinctively stepped back. When they were with Su Chen before, the two creatures didn't feel much, but now seeing Su Chen's form, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan instinctively felt fear. Afraid. Tuan. Scared. Xiao Tuan said while retreating. Upon hearing this, Su Chen transformed back into a human. Once Su Chen returned to human form, the fear in Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's hearts immediately dissipated, and the two creatures joyfully circled around Su Chen again. Su Chen then played with them for a while before letting them accompany him to explore the South China Sea. A day later. Su Chen finished exploring the South China Sea with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Su Chen already had a certain understanding of the situation in the South China Sea. Currently, it could be said that almost 100% of the creatures in the sea have evolved, with the strongest being a gigantic octopus. Su Chen had tested the strength of that octopus. But he couldn't figure it out, because when Su Chen transformed back into his true form, the giant octopus was so frightened that it didn't dare to move. After exploring the South China Sea, Su Chen also visited several other seas, including the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Cherry Blossom Sea. Like the South China Sea, almost all creatures in these waters had evolved. However, the Cherry Blossom Sea and the Pacific Ocean were somewhat different from the other seas. In the Cherry Blossom Sea, the creatures seemed to be evolving in a strange direction. Compared to creatures in other seas, those in the Cherry Blossom Sea were second only to those in the Pacific Ocean in strength, but they were the most grotesque in appearance. They could even be described as deformed. As for the creatures in the Pacific Ocean, their characteristic was that they were generally stronger than those in other seas. There were a few creatures that caught Su Chen's attention. These creatures were a sea turtle, a sea snake, and a great white shark. Besides being the three strongest in the Pacific Ocean, their evolved appearances were also quite strange. The sea turtle was enormous, with a shell diameter exceeding 400 meters, and its limbs had become elongated, with some hair growing on its head, making it look somewhat like the legendary Xuanwu. As for the sea snake, it had grown a horn on its head, resembling a dragon. Finally, there was the great white shark. There wasn't much to say about the great white shark. Su Chen was interested in it purely because it was the strongest sea creature he had seen so far, excluding Xiao Yuan and Xiao Tuan. After exploring the entire sea area, Su Chen took Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan to the place where he had buried the dragon corpse. A day later, Su Chen arrived at the location where he had hidden the dragon corpse with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Looking at the dragon corpse trapped under the stone, Su Chen turned to Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan beside him and said, "You two eat this corpse." Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan blinked in confusion. They looked at the motionless corpse and then at Su Chen. "Su. Tu Sus." Xiao Yuan said somewhat dazedly. Xiao Tuan also looked puzzled. Su Chen was too lazy to explain, and he felt that even if he explained for a day, it wouldn't necessarily help these two understand what was going on. "Don't ask so much, this is good for you too," Su Chen said. Hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan nodded their heads and swam towards the dragon corpse. When they reached the corpse and were about to open their mouths, Su Chen suddenly thought of something and stopped them. "Wait a minute." After saying that, Su Chen swam to the front of the dragon corpse and began to dissect it. While dissecting the dragon corpse, Su Chen felt very complicated inside. After all, this corpse was his, especially when it came to pulling out the dragon's horn, extracting the dragon tendons, and removing the scales. These actions made Su Chen feel very uncomfortable. Once he finished dissecting the corpse, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He collected the dragon's horn, tendons, and scales, leaving only a pile of dragon meat. "Eat up," Su Chen said. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan walked over and opened their mouths to start eating. Watching the two of them consume the dragon corpse, Su Chen showed an expression of anticipation. The dragon corpse contained powerful energy, which was very beneficial for these evolved creatures, and Su Chen was curious about how much Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan would improve after finishing it. Soon, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan had eaten 1/10 of the dragon meat. Then, they found it hard to continue eating because the energy contained in the dragon meat was too great. If they kept eating, they would probably explode. Can't eat, rest. Then eat. Tuan. Same. Alright, you two take a break. Wait until you've absorbed enough energy before continuing to eat, Su Chen said. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan nodded in response and then closed their eyes to rest beside the dragon's corpse. Time passed. 3 days later, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan finally finished eating the dragon's body. After they were done, they stood still in place, seemingly entering a stage of breakthrough. Su Chen did not leave but quietly waited beside them. After a long while, Su Chen saw a faint glow emanating from the two creatures, and soon hair began to grow on their originally smooth heads, their side fins elongated, and their bodies stretched out. 200 meters. 300 meters. When they reached 500 meters, the growth rate slowed down. Half an hour later, the two creatures woke up. They looked at each other and then turned to Su Chen. Su. Xiao Tuan has become stronger. I have become stronger too. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Not only had their strength increased, but their speech had also become much smoother. Su Chen smiled and said, "Good, now. You two attack me, and I'll test your current strength." Hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and opened their mouths. A tremendous suction force erupted from their mouths. All the surrounding seawater surged into the mouths of the two creatures. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, unable to hold back a retort. Why is their attack method so singular? Under the suction of the two creatures, Su Chen controlled his body, making himself remain completely still. 5 minutes later, the two creatures stopped their attack. Su Chen initially thought they would change their attack method, but unexpectedly, they simply finished. Su Tuan is done attacking. Yuan is done too. Su Chen. He looked speechlessly at the two creatures blinking at him, and after a few seconds of silence, he asked, "Besides this, do you two have any new abilities now?" Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan showed a thoughtful expression, then nodded. In the next second, the two creatures flapped their fins and floated upwards. Su Chen followed behind. They quickly rose to the surface of the sea, and then Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan continued to flap their fins. A miraculous scene occurred. The two creatures' massive bodies actually left the surface of the sea and began to float into the sky. They were flying. Su Chen's eyes widened. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. They can't really be turning into Kuan, can they? As if to confirm Su Chen's thought, Xiao Tuan suddenly let out a long, melodious sound. The sound was long but not loud, yet it seemed to penetrate the human soul, resonating with the deepest parts of one's heart. This strange sound could not possibly be produced by any creature in this world. Su Chen was certain. Splash! The next second, Xiao Yuan, who had flown 50 meters above the sea, suddenly fell. Its massive body crashed into the sea, instantly creating huge waves. A few seconds later, Xiao Yuan poked its head out of the water and said, "I can only fly this high." Xiao Tuan, who remained at a height of 50 meters, said, "I can only fly this high." Su Chen nodded in response, then pondered for a moment and asked, "Can you two turn into birds?" Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan blinked and then shook their heads. Seeing them shake their heads, Su Chen began to think. After a long time, Su Chen speculated that it might be because Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's strength was still insufficient and they had not fully evolved into Kuan. With this in mind, Su Chen placed his hand on the heads of the two creatures to check their current body structure. However, as soon as he directed energy into their bodies, the two creatures unexpectedly stepped back simultaneously. Su Chen looked at Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan in surprise. Then he saw the two guys actually lower their heads, their round, bulging eyes showing a human-like shyness. Su Yuan is a girl. Tuan is 2. Su Chen. On the side of Nanhai City. Because the 2 dolphins had not appeared in the past few days, the attacks from marine creatures returned to their previous state. At this moment, on the lookout tower, Su Taohong stood there, watching the creatures that were crazily attacking the walls. A giant wave was coming. The wave carried countless creatures crashing against the walls. At the first moment the creatures surged up the walls, the hidden civilian evolvers rushed out. Kill! Shouts rang out. In this close combat situation, firearms were actually less effective than cold weapons. So basically all the evolvers wielded cold weapons. Knives, guns, clubs. All sorts of them. The roars of monsters, the screams and curses of humans echoed along the coastline. Seeing this scene, Su Taohong was just about to order her members to descend the walls for support, but at that moment, she caught sight of a figure out of the corner of her eye. It was a girl. The girl had her hair in twin ponytails, holding no weapons, but carrying a huge backpack on her back. The girl's long, straight legs kicked at the nearest marine creature. The speed was astonishing. It made a whooshing sound. Bang! When her leg struck the creature, it emitted a dull thud. Then, that creature's body exploded. A spray of blood and countless chunks of flesh flew everywhere. After dealing with this creature, the girl charged at another nearby creature. With every strike, a creature fell. Her kills were clean and swift, her speed incredible. Soon, the creatures around her were cleared out. Seeing this, Su Taohong raised her eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This person is strong. Let's go. Down to support. After saying this to her team behind her, Su Taohong directly headed down from the lookout tower. Soon, Su Taohong led her members into the battle. Unlike the civilian evolvers, Su Taohong and her team had received professional training, and the meat required for evolution might be easier to obtain, so both their cooperation in battle and individual strength were somewhat superior to the civilian evolvers. Led by Su Taohong, the members moved like a sharp sword through the battlefield. Wherever they went, no creature survived. Half an hour later. The battle ended, and the marine creatures retreated briefly. The evolvers on the walls found places to sit and rest. Meanwhile, the official soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Li Ningning, like the others, found a spot to sit down. However, just as she sat down, a few people walked up to her. These people were none other than Su Taohong and her team. Looking at Su Taohong standing in front of her, Li Ningning stood up and asked in confusion, "Excuse me. Is there something you need?" Su Taohong extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Su Taohong. I saw you fight just now, and you were impressive, so I came over to get to know you." Hearing Su Taohong's words, Li Ningning shyly extended her hand to shake Su Taohong's and said, "I'm Li Ningning. You seemed very strong during the fight, what level are you?" Su Taohong asked curiously. Su Taohong was aware of the levels of evolvers in the civilian world. Li Ningning hesitated upon hearing this. She had never tested her strength and didn't know what level she was at now. After thinking for a moment, Li Ningning conservatively estimated her strength and said, I should be at the initial level 7. Upon hearing Li Ningning's words, the few members beside Su Taohong exchanged glances, each seeing surprise on the other's face. Initial level 7. Equivalent to being able to exert 1,400 pounds of force. Such strength, not to mention in the civilian sector, even in some official departments, is considered top-notch. Not bad at all, how about considering joining us? Su Taohong invited with a smile on her face. Li Ningning shook her head without a second thought. She was to serve the Dragon Prince, how could she possibly join Su Taohong's side? Seeing Li Ningning refuse, Su Taohong said nothing more, nodded, and turned to leave. After Su Taohong left, Li Ningning sat back down. She took out a few pieces of bread from her bag and started eating. "Is that all you're eating?" A voice came from beside her. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning was momentarily stunned, then excitement spread across her face. She hurriedly turned her head and saw Su Chen standing next to her. "Dragon Prince. Su Gu, you're back!" Li Ningning exclaimed, standing up in excitement. Su Chen nodded with a smile, "I'm back." After saying that, he looked around at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield and asked, "How many waves have there been today?" Li Ningning replied, "The second wave." Su Chen responded, "All right, let's go." With that, Su Chen walked towards the base of the wall, and Li Ningning hurriedly followed behind. Leaving the wall, Su Chen took Li Ningning to a deserted area and wrapped his arm around her waist. At Li Ningning's shy gasp, Su Chen soared into the air, flying towards the distant sea. In mid-air, Li Ningning wrapped her arms tightly around Su Chen's waist, her body pressed closely against him. Looking down at her feet, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes again. She was afraid of heights. An hour later, on a deserted island. Su Chen landed on the island with Li Ningning. Not far from the island, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were playing in the sea, splashing waves that nearly submerged the nearby island. Su Chen called out to the two, asking them to play a little further away. Once they left, Su Chen focused his thoughts, and a pair of dragon horns and a long dragon tendon appeared in his hands. Su Gu, what were those two just now? Li Ningning stammered. She was still in shock from seeing Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Su Chen replied, 2 dolphins I saved before. After saying that, Su Chen set the dragon tendon aside and carefully examined the dragon horns. These dragon horns were taken from his own dragon corpse in the sea, about a meter long, resembling deer antlers, white on the surface, sharp at the tips, and radiating a certain luster under the sunlight. Su Chen pinched the tip of the dragon horn, gradually applying more force, trying to see if he could break it. When he had used 70% of his strength, he withdrew it. He sensed that this was the limit of the dragon horn's hardness, able to withstand 70% of his strength. Su Chen wanted to turn this pair of dragon horns into a weapon. After thinking for a moment, he focused his thoughts, and the next second, the dragon horns were engulfed in flames. Li Ningning curiously watched the dragon horns and the dragon tendon beside Su Chen. Su Gu. What is this? Li Ningning couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Su Chen replied, dragon horns and dragon tendon. Ah. Li Ningning's eyes widened. What ah? Su Chen laughed. Li Ningning quickly shook her head. Alright, you have nothing to do here, you can wander around. If you get bored, you can go into the sea and practice with those creatures. I need to stay on this island for a few more days. Okay, Su Gu. After saying that, Li Ningning turned and left. Su Chen then focused his gaze on the dragon horns wrapped in flames. Time passed little by little. After about an hour, the dragon horns finally showed a slight change. Seeing the change in the dragon horns, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Time flew by. Soon, a week had passed. On the deserted island, 2 handleless long swords floated in front of Su Chen. Each sword was 1 meter long, entirely snow-white, and appeared to be made of jade. Su Chen reached out. The 2 handleless long swords fell into Su Chen's hands. Without using any energy, Su Chen simply waved the sword gently. In the next second, a nearby coconut tree was directly severed. The break was incredibly smooth. It was evident just how sharp these 2 swords were. Brother Su, the crab is ready, said Li Ningning, who approached carrying a crab the size of a large truck. Upon hearing this, Su Chen set the swords aside and took the crab leg that Li Ningning handed him, starting to eat. Li Ningning curiously looked at the 2 swords resting beside Su Chen. Brother Su, can I touch them? Li Ningning asked with an eager expression. Go ahead, you can help me carry these swords from now on, Su Chen replied. Okay, Brother Su. Li Ningning nodded obediently and then reached out to touch the sword's body. As her fingers made contact with the blade, it felt as if she had been pricked by a needle, causing her to instinctively retract her hand. She looked down at her fingers, which were oozing a few drops of blood. 1 drop fell onto the jade-like sword. Seeing this, both Su Chen and Li Ningning were taken aback. They stared at the droplet of blood on the sword's surface. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing strange happened. This made both Su Chen and Li Ningning's mouths twitch. Well. They had both read novels and seen similar plots about blood recognizing its master, and what had just happened fit perfectly into that narrative. Sure enough, novels are all lies, Li Ningning thought to herself. At that moment, Su Chen said, let's clean up and leave here. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ningning quickly nodded, okay, Brother Su. However, she suddenly thought of something and asked, Brother Su, what about Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan? In the past few days, Li Ningning had become familiar with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Let them stay here, Su Chen said. Oh. Li Ningning nodded. Half a day later, Su Chen left the deserted island with Li Ningning. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan stayed behind. Watching Su Chen and Li Ningning leave, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were filled with reluctance. They were unwilling to part with Su Chen and also with Li Ningning, whom they had just gotten to know. On the other side. In the land of cherry blossoms. As an island nation, the land of cherry blossoms faced attacks from sea creatures from all directions. Initially, they did not build walls along the coastline like the summer nation, making it even more difficult to defend against sea creature attacks. The main issue was the sewage they had discharged. The sewage caused mutations in the evolved creatures, making them more brutal in both attacks and other aspects. North Island. One of the regions of the land of cherry blossoms. At this moment, countless sea creatures were madly attacking the land along the coastline of North Island. The evolved beings of the land of cherry blossoms wielded samurai swords, their foreheads wrapped in dog skin plasters, fiercely battling those creatures. Screams echoed intermittently. Bodies were piled everywhere, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The fighting continued from day to night, and then from night to the next day. The evolved beings of the land of cherry blossoms were replaced wave after wave, while those sea creatures kept pouring out of the sea, making it impossible to kill them all. And so. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The number of evolved beings on North Island dwindled, and the defensive area was gradually compressed. Those sea creatures completely surrounded North Island. If they wanted to support North Island, they could only fly over. At the headquarters of the land of cherry blossoms. An emergency meeting was being held. The meeting was about rescuing the people of North Island. Currently, the entire North Island is completely besieged, with all residents and evolved beings trapped, and food is in short supply. They can only hold out for a maximum of 1 week. In the conference room, the high-ranking officials of Sakura are engaged in intense discussions. Finally, they come up with a plan to airlift supplies and personnel to support North Island while quickly establishing a passage between North Island and the main Sakura Island, and setting up a defensive line. However, while they are holding the meeting, the attacks from marine creatures on North Island are becoming increasingly fierce. Various bizarre marine creatures seem to have gone mad, launching attacks on North Island. The evolved beings on North Island are being pushed back. In just half a day's time, their defensive perimeter has shrunk by half. Time passes slowly. Their defensive perimeter continues to shrink every moment. A day later. The main Sakura Island begins rescue operations. They arrive above North Island and look down at the countless marine creatures on the ground, with not a single human in sight, and terror spreads across their faces. It's over. North Island has completely fallen. An hour later, the news spreads to various countries. The Sakura Nation and North Island region have been occupied by marine creatures, and North Island is declared fallen. As soon as the news breaks, countries immediately hold meetings. In fact, during this time, except for inland countries, coastal nations are not faring well. They not only have to face attacks from marine creatures but also deal with domestic unrest. Especially in the Free Nation. The citizens of the Free Nation, who yearn for freedom, have completely unleashed their nature after gaining evolutionary abilities. Robberies, murders, and arson are happening every moment. The crime rate has increased by more than 1,000 times. Other countries, while in a slightly better situation than the Free Nation, are not much better off. The best situation is in the Summer Nation. At this moment, in the conference room of the Summer Nation Security Bureau, Team Leader Liao and several bigwigs are sitting around the conference table. We received news from Nanhai City that a fire dragon has appeared there. Here is a photo of that fire dragon. Zheng Guoping, standing by the large screen, says. As he speaks, a dragon engulfed in flames appears on the screen. Looking at the dragon, which is completely covered in flames, everyone present furrows their brows, showing a serious expression. It is still unclear whether the previously appeared dragon is alive or dead, and now another dragon has appeared. However, from the current observation, this fire dragon seems to have no hostility towards humans. Additionally, we have discovered a vein in the Kunlun Mountains, but this vein contains a type of ore we have never seen before. This ore can be absorbed by evolved beings and enhance their abilities. At this point, Zheng Guoping waves to the outside. Soon, several subordinates walk in carrying trays. On the trays are stones emitting a faint glow. The people in the conference room pick up the stones and close their eyes to feel. Feeling the energy contained within the stones entering their bodies, excitement appears on everyone's faces. After quickly absorbing the energy contained in the stones, they find that the power gained from the stones is greater than the energy obtained from consuming evolutionary meat. Collect these stones immediately. Yes. With the order given. The Summer Nation immediately dispatches soldiers and workers to the mines beneath Kunlun to excavate these mysterious stones. However, at this moment, they do not know. While they are mining those stones, the entire world is quietly undergoing changes. Time flies. A month later. Su Chen and Li Ningning are walking one after the other in the forest. In addition to carrying a large backpack, Li Ningning has 2 swords strapped to her waist. After reaching an open area, Su Chen stops. Seeing Su Chen stop, Li Ningning quickly steps forward and asks, "Brother Su, do you want to rest here for a bit?" Su Chen responds with a sound. Li Ningning hurriedly took off her large backpack, then took out the pots and pans inside to start cooking. While Li Ningning was busy cooking, Su Chen found a place to sit down and closed his eyes to feel the power of faith within him. From becoming a dragon to being exposed, and now. Su Chen had accumulated quite a bit of faith power in his body. This faith power not only nourished the 2 dragon balls inside him, but it seemed to have no other function. Su Chen felt that the faith power must have some other use. Quietly sensing the faith power within him, Su Chen tried to channel it throughout his body. Once the faith power spread throughout his body, aside from a white light emanating from him, there were no other changes. Su Chen frowned slightly and continued to study the faith power. Time passed little by little. Soon, Li Ningning finished cooking. "Brother Su. It's time to eat," Li Ningning said. Su Chen opened his eyes upon hearing this. Although he no longer needed to eat, ever since Li Ningning had been by his side, he had gotten used to 3 meals a day. He walked over to the iron pot that Li Ningning had set up and looked at the meat of some animal inside. "Brother Su, here you go." Li Ningning handed him a pair of chopsticks. Su Chen took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and took a bite. He nodded in satisfaction, and a happy smile appeared on Li Ningning's face. After finishing the meal, while Li Ningning was tidying up, Su Chen continued to check the faith power within him. However, after trying various methods, Su Chen still couldn't find any other uses for this faith power. Yet, by chance, he unlocked a new ability. This ability was similar to soul out of body. His consciousness could leave his body and travel anywhere at will. It felt like he had activated God mode in some kind of game. This magical feeling was quite novel for Su Chen. He conducted an experiment, controlling his consciousness to come to Li Ningning's side not far away. The little girl was humming a song while washing the dishes, completely unaware that an invisible presence was watching her. Then Su Chen left Li Ningning's side and let his consciousness soar. He flew higher and higher. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 500,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters. His consciousness broke free from the atmosphere, and Su Chen's awareness continued to rise. Soon, a complete view of a planet appeared before him. Looking at the beautiful planet, Su Chen was filled with awe. Although he had seen it countless times on television and the internet, seeing it with his own eyes at this moment still brought an indescribable shock to his heart. Continuing to ascend. The distance from the planet grew further and further. When he reached a certain distance, suddenly something unexpected happened. Su Chen felt something smash hard against his back, and a sharp pain surged through him. His consciousness was kicked back like a soccer ball. His awareness returned to his body, and Su Chen let out a muffled groan, covering his face with his hands. Li Ningning, who was tidying up nearby, heard the sound and quickly looked over. Upon seeing Su Chen's actions, she hurried over, anxious, and asked, "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Su Chen shook his head and said nothing. After a long while, Su Chen lowered his hands, and Li Ningning saw 2 streams of golden liquid flowing from his eyes. She couldn't help but gasp. "It's fine, go find a bottle to collect my blood," Su Chen said, suppressing his pain. Li Ningning quickly turned and left. A moment later, she returned with an empty bottle and began to collect the golden blood. The action seemed a bit strange, but after wandering around the entire sea area, Su Chen no longer dared to let his blood spill everywhere. Now that the entire ocean was done for, if the land were to be finished too, humanity would truly have no hope left. Soon, the golden blood was collected, and Su Chen instructed Li Ningning to keep it safe. Rubbing his still aching head, Su Chen reflected on what had just happened. He could feel that he had been slapped back by an invisible hand. What on earth was that? Was it because his consciousness had strayed too far from his body? Or was there really something that slapped him back? If it was indeed something, how terrifying could it be? Su Chen's expression grew serious. However, all of this was just his speculation, he needed to verify it further. But right now, his head was still hurting from that slap, so he could only rest for a few days. After resting for half a day, Su Chen and Li Ningning left their spot and continued deeper into the forest. Soon, over the next few days, Su Chen tried several more times. However, worried about any accidents, he was much more cautious this time. His consciousness flew away from the planet and then gradually moved further away. Then Su Chen made a shocking discovery. After flying a certain distance from the planet, he found that there seemed to be something invisible and untouchable blocking him. It was like an air wall, completely preventing him from moving forward. It felt like the end of the universe. But Su Chen could clearly see the planet on the other side, yet he just couldn't get there. A terrifying guess formed in Su Chen's mind. The planet he lived on was covered by an invisible dome. To verify this guess, Su Chen flew along the edge of this invisible dome. However, the dome was vast, making it difficult to reach a conclusion in a short time. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains of Xia country, in a certain underground mine, Team Leader Liao and Zheng Guoping watched the workers digging for ore. Due to the importance of the matter, the excavation work was personally led by Team Leader Liao. Team Leader Liao, we have already excavated over 40,000 stones, reaching a depth of 3,200 meters. According to our detection, the density of the stones is increasing, and at around 4,000 meters deep, there will be an ultra-dense stone mine, Zheng Guoping reported. Hearing Zheng Guoping's report, Team Leader Liao said solemnly, accelerate the excavation work. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise came from not far away. The ground began to shake. A few seconds later, the shaking stopped, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Team Leader Liao and Zheng Guoping frowned, exchanging glances. What was that just now? I don't know. It should be an earthquake, right? What do you mean, should be? Hurry and contact the Earthquake Bureau and experts to investigate the tremor just now. Team Leader Liao frowned. Yes. Hearing Team Leader Liao's words, Zheng Guoping hurriedly turned to leave. Half a day later, the investigation into the earthquake concluded with no conclusion. Because the Earthquake Bureau and experts found no changes in the crust, meaning there was no earthquake. So what was that tremor earlier? No one had an answer. Days passed one by one. Soon, half a month went by. Deep in a certain forest, Su Chen sat motionless in a clearing, while Li Ningning, bored, doodled on the ground with a stick. During this half-month, Su Chen had been in a soul-out-of-body state, using his consciousness to explore the invisible dome surrounding the planet. Dropping the stick in her hand, Li Ningning looked at Su Chen. Her gaze shifted from his body to his face, then landed on the pair of adorable dragon horns on his head. Looking at those cute dragon horns, Li Ningning really wanted to touch them. But as the saying goes, you shouldn't touch a tiger's butt. If she touched the Dragon King's horns, would Su Gu beat her to death? Thinking of this, Li Ningning shrank her neck and then her gaze fell on the two swords she had at her waist. Looking at the sword body crafted like jade, Li Ningning wanted to reach out and touch it, but fearing she might hurt herself, she withdrew her hand. How long has it been? At that moment, Su Chen's voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning looked at Su Chen with delight. Brother Su, you're awake. Li Ningning exclaimed excitedly. Su Chen nodded and asked, how long was I in that state? Li Ningning thought for a moment and replied, about half a month, I guess. Su Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement and didn't ask anything further. The next second, Su Chen exclaimed as he looked around, noticing that there seemed to be some faint energy in the air. This energy was minimal, almost imperceptible. But it was indeed present. What was going on? What had happened in the past half-month? Su Chen turned to Li Ningning and asked, has anything happened in the past half-month? Li Ningning shook her head. She didn't know if anything had happened. After all, she didn't have a phone, and they were still deep in the mountains, with no other humans around except for her and the Dragon King. Seeing Li Ningning shake her head, Su Chen stood up and said, let's go. Okay, Brother Su. The two then left the spot. A day later, they walked out of the forest. Once they emerged from the dense woods, Li Ningning asked someone for directions and learned that she and Su Chen were at the border between Sichuan province and Qing province. "Brother Su. The cooking ingredients are almost used up, I want to go into the city to buy some," Li Ningning said at that moment. Su Chen nodded and replied, "You go ahead, I'll wait for you nearby." "Alright, Brother Su." Li Ningning nodded and quickly left. After Li Ningning left, Su Chen focused his thoughts, sensing the power of faith nearby, while countless believers praying to him appeared in his mind. Su Chen selected a few of the closest and most deserving believers to help, then set off in their direction. It took him less than a day to find these believers and assist them. When Su Chen returned to the agreed-upon spot with Li Ningning, he saw her anxiously looking around. Su Chen walked up to her and called out. Upon hearing his voice, Li Ningning immediately looked over and called out, "Brother Su." Did you buy everything?" Su Chen asked. Li Ningning nodded, "I bought everything." "Alright, let's go." Oh. The two left the spot and continued walking into the distance. They walked until evening, and since they were close to the city, they didn't stay in the wild but found a small hotel to stay in. Li Ningning paid for the hotel, and the reason she had money was that she had sold some evolution meat. Lying on the bed in the hotel room, Su Chen closed his eyes, allowing himself to enter a state of soul separation, then he flew along the edge of the invisible dome, continuing to verify his hypothesis. He had been verifying it for half a month. After flying for nearly half a day, Su Chen stopped and returned to the original place. As he had guessed, there was indeed a very large dome surrounding the planet. Confirming his inner verification, Su Chen left the state of soul separation and returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Su Chen got up from the bed and walked to the window to look at the sky outside. With a thought, Su Chen flew out of the window, heading towards the sky. When he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, Su Chen transformed into a dragon body and continued to ascend. 100,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters. Su Chen flew out of the atmosphere. Initially, when preparing to leave the atmosphere, Su Chen was a bit worried about whether flying out would have any effect on him. But in fact, Su Chen was overthinking it. After leaving the atmosphere, Su Chen felt no effects at all. This eased the worries in his heart. He continued to fly towards the distance, increasing his speed to the maximum. Previously, he had relied on his consciousness, but there was still a gap between his consciousness and his body. Su Chen wanted to personally reach the barrier and experience it firsthand. As he was about to reach the edge of the barrier, he slowed down, proceeding cautiously. The first time his consciousness was knocked back, Su Chen felt it wasn't something that slapped him back, it was just that he had been going too fast and crashed directly into the barrier, then was bounced back. Time passed, and Su Chen's dragon claw touched the air wall. Feeling the real obstruction, he tried to scratch it with his claw. But the barrier showed no reaction at all. Su Chen took a deep breath and suddenly swiped with all his strength. The next second, a faint halo appeared before him. The halo spread out like ripples on water. As the ripples dispersed, an enormous barrier came into view. The barrier completely surrounded the planet, sealing it from top to bottom. It was as if the planet was being kept in captivity. A few seconds later, the barrier vanished, and everything returned to calm. Su Chen extended his claw and tried a few more times. Just like before, the barrier appeared, but only for a few seconds before disappearing again. Su Chen's attacks had no effect on the barrier. A serious expression appeared on Su Chen's face. This barrier was definitely not naturally formed, someone had used it to envelop the planet. What was the purpose? To protect the planet from being discovered? Was it to prevent the planet from sensing the outside world? Regardless of the outcome, this was terrifying news for Su Chen. And for all the humans on the planet. Next, Su Chen did not continue to try, he had already exhausted all his strength, and the barrier showed no signs of cracking, clearly indicating that it was beyond his current capabilities to break. He needed to increase his strength. With that thought, Su Chen flew towards the direction of the planet. Not long after Su Chen left. In the void, a pair of enormous eyes appeared out of nowhere. The eyes looked at the azure planet, revealing a look of confusion. Then, a gigantic hand appeared. The hand resembled a human hand but had 10 fingers. When the hand appeared, a crack opened in the barrier that enveloped the planet, and then a beam of light flashed through the center of the hand, flying directly through the crack towards the planet. After the light disappeared, the enormous hand and the pair of eyes vanished, and the crack in the barrier returned to its original state. On the other side, Su Chen returned to the planet, back to his hotel room. The next day, in the hotel restaurant, Su Chen and Li Ningning sat at the table having breakfast. Taking advantage of the breakfast time, Su Chen said, "I'm going to be away for a while." Su Chen planned to wander around and see if he could find an opportunity to break through his strength. Bringing Li Ningning along would greatly delay his time. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ningning was taken aback and then nervously asked, "Su Gu, what about me?" Su Chen replied, "You can go wherever you want, I'll find you once I'm done here." Hearing that Su Chen would come to find her, Li Ningning felt relieved and smiled as she nodded, "Okay, Su Gu." An hour later, Su Chen left the hotel. Li Ningning returned to her room to pack her things and prepare to leave. After all, she had brought too much stuff. However, while packing, she noticed the two swords lying on the bed. "Oh, I forgot Su Ji's swords." Li Ningning paused. Bang bang. At that moment, a sudden knock came from outside the door. Hearing the sound, Li Ningning walked to the door and opened it. A few men in black stood outside. The leading man took out his identification and said, "Hello, we are from the Summer Country Security Department. We need you to come with us for a matter." "Huh?" Li Ningning blinked, staring blankly at the man outside. A day later. Summer Country Security Department headquarters. Li Ningning sat in a chair in a separate room, facing Team Leader Liao. Looking at the girl across from him, Team Leader Liao spoke, "You are Li Ningning, right?" Li Ningning nodded. Team Leader Liao asked, "What is your relationship with Su Chen?" "Ah. Su Chen. I don't know him," Li Ningning replied. She really didn't know Su Chen. Hearing Li Ningning's words, Team Leader Liao picked up a photo from beside him and handed it to Li Ningning. Li Ningning took the photo and looked at it. It was a screenshot of her and Su Gu entering the hotel together. In fact, just yesterday, Su Chen and Li Ningning had been discovered by the Summer Country Security Bureau as soon as they entered the hotel. They had been tracking Su Chen for a year. From the initial discovery of the ants on the isolated island, to the moat incident in Qingshan City, the Su Taohong incident, and so on, all these were related to Su Chen. It could even be said that the global evolution events were very likely connected to Su Chen. If they found Su Chen, many questions could be answered. Looking at the photo of herself and Su Chen, Li Ningning realized that the Su Chen they were talking about must be Su Gu. "Miss Li Ningning, please tell us, what is your relationship with Su Chen? Where is he now?" Team Leader Liao asked seriously. Li Ningning opened her mouth, then shook her head, "I don't know Su Chen. That is Su Gu." Team Leader Liao. "Then let me rephrase, what is your relationship with Su Gu?" Li Ningning thought for a moment and hesitantly said, "Master and maid?" Team Leader Liao's brows furrowed slightly. "Master and maid?" Team Leader Liao's first reaction was that this Su Chen was quite the playboy. He suppressed the strange thought in his mind and continued to ask, "Who is the master?" Li Ningning replied, "Su Gu." Team Leader Liao asked again, "Where is he now?" Li Ningning said, "I don't know. Miss Li Ningning, this matter is serious. We hope you can cooperate with our work." Li Ningning obediently nodded, "Okay. Where is Su Chen now?" "I don't know Su Chen. I'm talking about the Su Gu you know." "I don't know." Team Leader Liao. After an hour of questioning, Team Leader Liao came out of the room. Zheng Guoping, who was waiting outside, hurriedly approached and asked, "How did it go, Team Leader? Did you find out anything?" Team Leader Liao frowned and shook his head. Don't be fooled by Li Ningning's silly and cute appearance, she was quite cunning inside, and they hadn't gotten anything out of her in that hour. "What should we do now?" Zheng Guoping asked. Team Leader Liao thought for a moment and said, "Let her go, then send someone to follow her. As long as we keep an eye on her, we will definitely find Su Chen." "Understood." Zheng Guoping nodded. But then he remembered something and said, "By the way, Team Leader, we just found some things in Li Ningning's backpack." "What things?" "A bottle of dragon blood and 2 swords." "A bottle of dragon blood?" Team Leader Liao's eyes widened. Ever since the divine dragon underwent tribulation, dragon blood had been collected by many people, and its price on the black market could be described as astronomical. A single drop of dragon blood could sell for 100 million. And it was still in high demand. And this Li Ningning actually possessed a bottle of dragon blood. Not to mention the price of this bottle, just think about how many super-evolved beings they could create with it. Team leader, what should we do about the dragon blood? Zheng Guoping asked in a low voice. Liao's face showed a look of entanglement, and after a long time, he said, forget it, just give it back to her. But that's a bottle of dragon's blood. You talk to her, ask if she wants to join our security bureau. Okay, Captain Liao. I'll leave this to you. I need to go back to the Kunlun Mountains, they still need me to oversee things there. Yes, Captain Liao. On the other side, Su Chen was unaware that Li Ningning had been captured by the Summer Country's Ministry of Security. After leaving the hotel, he found a deserted place, flew up into the sky, and headed into the distance. Half a day later, Su Chen arrived at the Shenangjia in Summer Country. Shenangjia. As one of the most mysterious areas in Summer Country, it had once been the site of reports of wild men, UFO incidents, and so on. Upon reaching the skies above Shenangjia, Su Chen focused his consciousness and began to investigate. After a long time of searching, Su Chen scanned the entire Shenangjia but found nothing unusual. He then left Shenangjia and flew towards other places. Thus, Su Chen continued his search, helping some of his followers along the way to increase his faith power. Searching while gaining faith power. By the time Su Chen had explored all of Summer Country, he had found no way to become stronger. Instead, his faith power had increased significantly, even more than what he had gained in the past year. Next, Su Chen left Summer Country and headed to other countries. While flying over the Cherry Blossom Country, Su Chen saw the fierce battles along the coastline. Countless Cherry Blossom evolvers were fighting against sea creatures. Corpses littered the ground. It was impossible to know how many had died. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt that if he revealed himself, he would surely gain a large wave of faith power, but without a moment's hesitation, he flew away into the distance. Some faith power was better left untouched. This was all caused by the Cherry Blossom people themselves. If they hadn't discharged their wastewater, the creatures in the Cherry Blossom Sea wouldn't have mutated, and their strength wouldn't have increased much. The Cherry Blossom evolvers could have handled it. But they brought this upon themselves. Not long after Su Chen left. In the sky, a speck of white light the size of a grain of rice slowly descended towards Cherry Blossom Island. Its speed was very slow, like a feather gently swaying and drifting with the wind. After a long time, the white light landed on the northern island of Cherry Blossom Country. This was the island occupied by sea creatures. The white light dissipated. And a creature the size of a fingernail appeared in its place. The creature resembled a small insect. It stood on the ground, looking around, its red eyes devoid of any emotion. At that moment, a sea-evolved creature passed by. Upon seeing the creature, the insect crawled directly towards it. It climbed onto the creature. And slipped into its body through the gaps in its mouth. After a few minutes, the creature suddenly trembled all over, and then its body began to twist and deform. Its head started to enlarge, its body elongated, and strange cries emerged from its mouth. A few minutes later, the creature transformed into a being resembling a human, though part of its body still retained animal characteristics. Looking around, it gazed at the other sea-evolved creatures nearby. The creature murmured, devour, detect, assimilate, annihilate. As soon as the words fell, its body suddenly exploded, and countless insects like the one before burst forth from within it, quickly rushing towards the surrounding creatures. Soon, the air was filled with the screams of the creatures. 2 days later, the northern island was already filled with half-human, half-creature monsters. These monsters stood at the boundary between the northern island and the Cherry Blossom mainland, their gazes fixed in the direction of the mainland. Annihilate. Whispers emerged from their mouths. In the next moment, these monsters charged towards the Cherry Blossom homeland. Their speed was astonishing, surpassing most of the evolved beings of today. It wasn't long before they reached the shallows of the Cherry Blossom homeland. On the Cherry Blossom side, soldiers and evolved beings patrolled every shallow area. Upon seeing a sudden surge of half-human, half-beast monsters appear on the sea, they immediately opened fire. The battle erupted in an instant. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the monsters, creating bloody holes, yet the creatures showed no reaction, continuing their charge towards the defending Cherry Blossom soldiers. Soon, they reached the nearest cherry blossom soldier. Grabbing the soldier's head with both hands, they suddenly opened their mouths wide, forming an exaggerated arc, much like venom from the movies, and bit down on the soldier's head. Crack! The man's head fell off. His body slumped to the ground, motionless. But just a few seconds later, a terrifying scene unfolded. The soldier, now headless, had something writhing at the severed neck. Soon, a new head grew back. After the head sprouted, the soldier got up and, like the monsters, charged towards the other soldiers. Slaughter. It was almost a one-sided massacre. In less than 5 minutes, the shallows of the cherry blossom homeland were overrun by these monsters. After taking control, they continued to spread outwards. Half an hour later, the General Operations Department of the Cherry Blossom homeland received reports of an attack by unidentified monsters. Upon learning this news, they immediately dispatched helicopters to investigate the attacked area. Buzzing. The helicopter's rotor blades made a buzzing sound as the observer sat inside, watching the scene below, gazing at the terrifying half-human, half-beast monsters, his face pale and filled with fear. Report. Monsters. A large number of monsters. What? What kind of monsters? Uploading images now. Yes. Soon, the operations headquarters of the Cherry Blossom homeland received the images, and upon seeing the creatures in the images, everyone was struck with shock. Amaterasu. What are those things? Could it be that those sea creatures have evolved into humans? They've already reached our homeland, we must stop them immediately. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Amidst the chatter, the highest commander of the operations department coughed twice to silence everyone. Once the meeting room quieted down, the commander ordered, contact Xia Country, Freedom Country, and Bear Country, inform them of the situation here, and request their support. Hearing the commander's orders, everyone present looked at him with expressions of disbelief. Commander, if we notify Freedom Country, they might send troops to assist, but informing Xia Country and Bear Country. The highest commander smirked coldly, they will definitely agree to provide support. An hour later. Xia Country, Freedom Country, Bear Country, and other nations received the rescue message from the Cherry Blossom Country. Along with the rescue message, there were also some images and videos. Upon viewing the monsters in the images and videos, Xia Country, Freedom Country, and others immediately convened an emergency meeting. The meeting's agenda was to discuss those monsters and whether to support the Cherry Blossom Country. The final decision was to provide support. Regardless of the fate of the Cherry Blossom Country, the mere existence of those never-before-seen creatures necessitated their intervention for research purposes. Therefore, after the meeting, various countries began to assemble support teams to head to the Cherry Blossom Country. As sea routes were unavailable, they could only transport by air, causing some delays in personnel deployment. After more than a week, the support teams from various countries gradually arrived in the Cherry Blossom homeland. After arriving in the homeland of cherry blossoms, the leaders of the support teams from various countries gathered at the Cherry Blossom Operations Command for a meeting. In the conference room, the representative of Cherry Blossom stood by the screen at the front and said, based on our week of fighting against the beasts, we have made several discoveries. By the way, beasts is what we call these monsters. The first point we have discovered is that the beasts are very difficult to kill. Even if you cut off their heads, shoot through their hearts, or even dismember them, their bodies will regenerate and come back to life. At this moment, the representative from the Free Nation frowned and asked, what do you mean by regenerate? The Cherry Blossom representative pointed to the screen and said, please look. Everyone turned to the screen. A video appeared on the screen. In the video, a half-human, half-beast monster was restrained by high-strength metal locks, and an evolver approached the monster with a katana. Raising the katana, he struck down at the monster. Crash! The katana split the monster in two, blood and entrails instantly splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, the people in the conference room continued to watch with expressionless faces. Time passed slowly. Soon, the images on the screen caused shock to appear on the faces of those present. The severed body began to writhe at the wound, and then the missing parts grew back. In less than 5 minutes, the monster on the screen had turned into two. One monster had become two. Seeing the expressions of the representatives from various countries, the Cherry Blossom representative paused the video and then said seriously, the result is what you all have seen, this monster has turned into two. Moreover, we later discovered that if this monster is dismembered into 8 pieces, it will turn into 8. So that's why it's so hard to kill. Hearing the cherry blossom representative's words, the representative from the Summer Nation asked, "What about using fire?" The cherry blossom representative shook his head and said, "No. We have tried various methods, using flames, even burning the monster to ashes, then throwing the ashes into water, burying them in the ground, or even consuming them, but they can still come back to life." Consume them? The representatives from various countries widened their eyes. They envisioned a person consuming the ashes, only to have countless of those monsters grow inside them, sending shivers down their spines. Immediately after, a sense of despair surged within them. Can't be killed. If they can't be killed, what should we do? What about using a nuclear bomb? At this moment, the representative from the Free Nation said. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Free Nation representative, the cherry blossom representative's expression darkened. "No. If we use a nuclear bomb, those areas will become uninhabitable. What time is it, and you're still thinking about habitation? Since they can't be killed, and as long as their flesh falls off, they will split into two, their numbers will only increase. The destruction of your cherry blossom is just a matter of time. I suggest using a nuclear bomb directly," said the representative from the Free Nation. The representative from the Summer Nation also spoke up. "I agree." The representative from the Bear Nation said solemnly, "Agreed. Agreed. Agreed." The representatives from various countries all expressed their agreement. Meanwhile, the cherry blossom representative standing by the screen turned pale. Originally seeking their support, how did it turn into a discussion about using nuclear bombs? I need to discuss this with my superiors." The cherry blossom representative stammered. The representative from the Free Nation coldly replied, "Cherry blossom representative, this matter cannot be delayed. It concerns not only the future of your cherry blossom but also the future of humanity worldwide. If your cherry blossom does not agree, we from the Free Nation will take coercive measures." You can't do this. You came to support us. We are supporting you, after all. You Sakura do not have nuclear weapons, we can support you with nuclear bombs. The representative of the Free Nation chuckled. The representative of Sakura trembled, his face turning even paler. Half a day later, the support teams sent by various countries returned to their own nations. A day later, a plane carrying nuclear bombs took off from Summer Nation. Originally, the Free Nation intended to use the nuclear bomb, but after discussions, it was ultimately decided that Summer Nation would provide the nuclear bomb. After all, Summer Nation was closest to Sakura, and the representative of Summer Nation happily accepted this task. The plane flew away from the skies of Summer Nation, heading towards the northern island of Sakura. According to investigations, they discovered that the northern island was the stronghold of the beasts. As the plane was about to reach the skies above the northern island, representatives from various countries gathered in Sakura's operations conference room, nervously watching the large screen in front of them, except for the representative of Sakura. Their expressions were complex. As the only country on this planet that had been harmonized, today was to be the second time. Although this was to eliminate those monsters. Calling headquarters, 10 seconds to reach the coordinate area. A voice came through the headset. Proceed with the drop as planned. Received. 10. 9. 6. 5. 4. 1. In the next second, a nuclear bomb fell from the sky, targeting the northern island occupied by the beasts. A few seconds later. Boom. A deafening roar. A massive mushroom cloud appeared, followed by a shockwave that destroyed all surrounding life, including buildings. The beasts offered no resistance, their bodies instantly evaporating and disappearing. Countless houses and trees collapsed. The apocalyptic scene filled everyone's eyes with fear. Yet within that fear was also anticipation. Time passed second by second, all eyes glued to the screen. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. The mushroom cloud gradually dispersed, visibility slightly restored. Everyone looked at the explosion area. There were no living beings in the area. This brought a hint of joy to everyone's faces. However, in the next second, on the ground where there were no living beings, something seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone was taken aback, thinking they had seen it wrong. But then the trembling grew faster. In just a few seconds, a bloody new beast resurrected from the flesh. And this resurrected beast was like a signal. More and more tremors appeared, followed by flesh. All the beasts that had been nuclear harmonized revived. After they revived, they stood there, simultaneously looking up at the sky, and then they all opened their mouths at once. Thousands opened their mouths simultaneously. Such a bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of those in the operations command center. A strange sound was emitted in unison from the mouths of these beasts. Devour. Detect. Assimilate. Annihilate. 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 As they said annihilate, their voices gradually rose, their expressions becoming ferocious. Then they all charged towards the homeland. Seeing this scene, the Sakura leader in the operations command center turned pale and hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Order the frontline defense! Hurry! Ha-e!" The soldiers quickly left. After the soldiers departed, the Sakura leader looked at the representatives from various countries, then deeply bowed, his tone filled with pleading, "Everyone. Our Sakura has reached a critical moment of life and death, we request your support." Upon hearing the words of the Sakura representative, the representatives from various countries exchanged glances. Then the representative of Summer Nation frowned and spoke first, "Let's put the support aside for now. I just thought of something. We have been thinking about killing the beasts, why can't we try a different approach, for example, making these monsters unable to move?" Unable to move? Yes. Unable to move. For example, let's freeze them. Upon hearing this suggestion from the representative of the Summer Nation, everyone looked at each other in realization. They had been considering killing these strange beasts, but had never thought of a way to deal with them without resorting to killing. Then let's try the method suggested by the Summer Nation representative. The representative of the Free Nation directly made a decision on behalf of the Cherry Blossom representative. He paid no attention to the timing of this action plan or when it would be executed. The Cherry Blossom representative opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but upon seeing the glare from the Free Nation representative, he swallowed his words. He felt the situation was slowly slipping out of their control. On the other side, the Bermuda Triangle, known as one of the most mysterious regions in the world, has seen hundreds of ships and planes go missing, or so the stories say. Naturally, Su Chen wanted to come and take a look at this enigmatic place. Flying over the Bermuda Triangle, Su Chen gazed down at the calm sea surface. With a thought, he dove directly into the water. Once submerged, the seemingly tranquil sea was anything but calm. Countless sea creatures were engaged in a frenzied battle. Various undercurrents were everywhere. Looking at the sea creatures rushing towards him, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with them. His body twisted, and in the next moment, he transformed into a 300-meter-long golden dragon. The dragon's body was adorned with red lines, which did not seem out of place but rather added an air of mystery. Once Su Chen transformed into a dragon, his dragon might radiated, causing the sea creatures that had intended to charge at him to turn tail and flee in fear. Su Chen ignored these creatures and continued to dive deeper. The average depth of the Bermuda Triangle is around 4,000 meters, but there are many deep trenches at the bottom, with some reaching depths of over 9,000 meters according to human investigations. When Su Chen reached a depth of 3,000 meters, he stopped. His spirit left his body. Su Chen continued to dive and explore with his spirit. 5,000 meters. 7,000 meters. 8,000 meters. When he reached 9,000 meters, Su Chen's spirit halted. He remained in place for several minutes, as if he had discovered something, then his spirit returned to his body, and Su Chen quickly flew in one direction. Moments later, Su Chen arrived at the deepest trench in the Bermuda Triangle. There, he saw several massive stones scattered about, and in the middle of the stones was a small gap. The gap was not large enough to accommodate Su Chen's human form. Transforming back into human shape, Su Chen squeezed into the gap and continued to swim deeper. After swimming for nearly 2,000 more meters, Su Chen's depth had reached over 11,000 meters. At over 12,000 meters, the gap widened. A massive water cave appeared before Su Chen. He saw beams of white light emanating from the rock walls of the cave. The source of the white light was the mysterious stones Su Chen had discovered beneath the Himalayas. These stones are here too? Su Chen frowned slightly. He reached out to pick up one of the stones. However, just as he was about to grasp it, Su Chen's hand paused. His expression grew serious, and he retreated to the edge of the gap. Standing at the edge and looking into the water cave, Su Chen noticed that the glowing stones embedded in the rock wall seemed to form a pattern. Because he was too close to the rock wall, he couldn't clearly see what the pattern was, so Su Chen had to let his spirit leave his body and carefully observe the pattern formed by the stones from a distance. It was an eye. It was a pattern of an eye. Su Chen's spirit trembled, and he was shocked. Coincidence? Why would it be a pattern of an eye? If that were the case, then these stones were definitely not naturally formed but were placed here by someone. If the stones here are man-made, then what about the stones in other places? For example, those stones under the Himalayas? And are there similar stones in other places? Do those stones also form a pattern? Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately returned his spirit to his body and quickly left the water cave. A day later, Su Chen returned to the deep pit beneath the Himalayas. Upon arriving at the pit, Su Chen once again projected his spirit out and looked at the surrounding rock walls. Although he had dug out all the stones from the rock walls, the traces of the embedded stones remained. Su Chen looked at these traces from the farthest position. His expression suddenly turned grim. Eyes. The same pattern of eyes. A chilling sensation washed over him. The discoveries of this period flooded Su Chen's mind. The mysterious cover that enveloped the planet. The pattern of eyes. Right. And the strange energy that Su Chen had recently discovered in the air. What is the connection between all this? Moreover, these stones, if the Bermuda region and the Himalayas have these stones, then other places must have them too. With this thought, Su Chen left the deep pit of the Himalayas, planning to thoroughly search the places he had previously explored. In the following time, Su Chen carefully examined the areas within the Xia country again, focusing on some regions with mysterious characteristics, such as Shenangjia, Kunlun Mountains, etc. While searching the Kunlun Mountains, Su Chen discovered that the mountains below also had those mysterious stones, but they were currently being mined. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's figure flashed as he flew towards the mine below. At the same time, in the mine, team leader Liao had returned from headquarters to the mine 3 days ago. At this moment, he was sitting in a temporary command center, holding the mining reports from the past few days, a slight smile on his lips. Although they did not know what these stones were, after multiple experiments, they had confirmed that the energy within was very dense, akin to the spirit stones in some cultivation novels. Not only could they be absorbed for cultivation, but they had also discovered that these stones could be used to forge some weapons. Moreover, the weapons forged were incredibly sharp. Sharper than any weapon made from metal, and also harder. Most importantly, the evolvers could use the energy within their bodies to infuse the weapons, causing astonishing destructive power. This research was classified, and no information had been disclosed to the outside world. 30,000 stones. Combined with the previous discovery of over 40,000 stones, there were nearly 70,000 stones in total. How many powerful evolvers could these stones nurture, and how many weapons could they forge? Just as team leader Liao was pondering these thoughts, a series of loud thumping sounds suddenly came from the direction of the mine's exit. Hearing the noise, team leader Liao frowned slightly. He stood up and walked to the door, reaching out to open it, and his expression changed immediately. He saw a man standing at the door. This man was Su Chen, whom they had been searching for a year. Looking at Su Chen, his gaze swept over Su Chen's golden pupils and the small dragon horns on his head. A look of surprise flashed in team leader Liao's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and frowned, asking, "Who are you?" Su Chen replied calmly, "Su Chen. You should know me." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, team leader Liao's expression did not change at all. He kept his eyes fixed on Su Chen and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Su Chen said, "The stones here cannot be mined anymore." "Why?" Team leader Liao frowned. Su Chen replied, "I'm not sure of the reason, it needs to be investigated." Su Chen did not hide anything because these stones had already been mined, and their mining process was very violent, making it impossible to determine whether these stones formed a pattern. This was why Su Chen needed to meet with team leader Liao, as he required the Xia country to use technological means to restore the appearance of these mysterious stones before they were mined. Su Chen's words changed Liao's expression. Before he could speak, Su Chen continued, "Additionally, I need you to use your methods to restore the distribution of these stones before they were mined. I need a reason. I will give you a reason, but you need to restore these first. A week from now, I will come back here." After saying this, Su Chen's figure flickered and disappeared. After Su Chen left, Liao stood there motionless, a thoughtful expression on his face. Time passed. A week later. In the underground mines of the Kunlun Mountains. Su Chen appeared before Liao again. Seeing Su Chen suddenly appear, Liao picked up a notebook beside him and handed it to Su Chen, saying, "We haven't mined this week, and this is the distribution of the stones we restored using technical means, though the positions aren't 100% accurate." Hearing Liao's words, Su Chen nodded and took the notebook. He opened the notebook, and the screen lit up. Su Chen looked at the 3D model on the screen. He adjusted the model's angle a few times, and then the model transformed into the pattern of a pair of eyes. Eyes. Again, eyes. Su Chen's pupils constricted, almost shrinking to the size of a needle. "This is an eye." At that moment, Liao's voice sounded beside him. Su Chen did not respond but directly handed the notebook back to him, then turned and vanished. Leaving the Kunlun Mountains, Su Chen hurriedly set off to explore other directions. In the following period, Su Chen traveled all over the globe. Meanwhile, in the land of Sakura, countless strange beasts were launching attacks on the land of Sakura. Those strange beasts were like locusts. On the front lines, soldiers of Sakura held their guns and pulled the triggers at those strange beasts. Bullets formed a dense net of firepower. The bullets hit those strange beasts, but they not only had no effect, but the remnants that fell turned into new strange beasts. A few days ago, the land of Sakura used the cold attack proposed by the representative of Xia country. The result was still ineffective against these strange beasts. This left the land of Sakura in complete despair. The hearts of the representatives from various countries sank to the bottom. On that day, representatives from various countries took flights back home, leaving only the people of Sakura to defend against these strange beasts. However, these strange beasts could not be killed, and instead, they multiplied. Coupled with the need to defend against attacks from sea creatures along other coastlines, the soldiers of Sakura were being pushed back further and further, and the area they inhabited was rapidly shrinking. A week later, the area where Sakura could operate was reduced to less than half. At this rate of decline, in about 10 days, Sakura would be completely overrun. Now, everyone in Sakura was plunged into despair. In the depths of despair, the desires within people's hearts were magnified infinitely, no longer hidden. Looting, smashing, and burning. The entire land of Sakura seemed like the end of the world. Murder and corpses were everywhere. Screams in the alleys, women's moans, children's cries. In this despair, Sakura once again contacted various countries, requesting help. Countries held a joint meeting and ultimately reached a decision to evacuate the people of Sakura from their homeland and abandon it. The decision reached by the countries was communicated to Sakura. Sakura had not even considered it and directly agreed. In the face of death and exile, they unhesitatingly chose the latter. In the following time, countries dispatched helicopters and other aircraft to Sakura to transport the people. But air transport was too slow, and as people were evacuated, those responsible for defending against sea creatures and strange beasts became fewer and fewer. The speed of decline was accelerating. In less than a week, the land of Sakura was completely overrun. While less than half of the people transported from the cherry blossom homeland have survived, the remaining half have all perished at the hands of those sea creatures. After conquering the cherry blossom region, these engaged in battle with the sea creatures. Although the sea creatures were numerous, they could not be killed and only multiplied with each attack. Moreover, the sea creatures typically consumed their enemies after killing them. Those sea creatures that devoured the wood also be killed from within by the. All sea creatures were driven back into the ocean, and they advanced from the land towards the sea. The battle between the and the sea creatures erupted. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood above the Sahara Eye, one of the 10 wonders, his expression grave as he looked below. During this time, Su Chen had traveled to various corners of the globe, focusing particularly on some wonders or legendary locations, such as the pyramids and the gates of hell. In all these wonders, without exception, Su Chen discovered those mysterious stones, which formed a massive eye pattern. The Sahara Eye beneath his feet was no exception. Su Chen could almost confirm that these were definitely man-made. But who did this? And why? Su Chen was filled with confusion. With a thought, he descended from the air to the ground. Standing above the Sahara Eye, Su Chen's spirit left his body, rising higher. He stopped just before reaching the atmosphere. Looking down, Su Chen observed carefully. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a guess surged in his mind. Images of planets appeared in his mind, and then his brain simulated the locations of those stones, connecting them into a line. When all the locations were connected, Su Chen gasped, his eyes filled with shock. He discovered that these locations formed a 5-star formation. A 5-star formation. Was this a coincidence? Absolutely not. What was the purpose of this 5-star formation? Su Chen continued to study the planetary map he had constructed in his mind. After a moment, his gaze fell on the very center of the 5-star formation. No matter what, there would generally be something in the center of a formation. Thinking of this, Su Chen's spirit returned to his body, and he flew southwest. Su Chen's speed was incredibly fast. He reached the center of the 5-star formation in less than half a day. However, since the 5-star formation was drawn based on the planet, the center was quite large, and Su Chen could only search little by little. After 3 days of searching, Su Chen finally made a discovery. It was a solitary island. On the island was a cave. After entering the cave, Su Chen flew directly downwards. When he descended over 30,000 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the cave. At the bottom, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly closed. Su Chen placed his hands on the stone door and pushed forward with all his strength. The stone door slowly creaked open. A long corridor appeared behind the stone door. On either side of the corridor were massive statues. The statues were carved into eyes. The stone-carved eyes seemed to be staring at Su Chen, causing him to hesitate slightly in his steps. After a moment of thought, Su Chen still stepped forward. His movements were slow, pausing for a few seconds with each step to observe his surroundings. Thus, Su Chen reached the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was another stone door. This made Su Chen's mouth twitch. He felt as if he were opening a blind box. He placed his hand on the stone door and pushed it open with force. When the stone door swung open, Su Chen's pupils contracted, and he froze in place. Behind the stone door was a platform, and floating above the platform was a colorful orb. The orb emitted a soft, colorful glow, resembling the dragon ball within Su Chen. It seemed to have received some kind of response. The colorful orb on the platform began to tremble slightly. At the same time, the dragon orb within Su Chen's body also started to shake along with the colorful orb. The trembling frequency of the two orbs gradually synchronized, and the shaking intensified. In the next moment, Su Chen's vision went dark, and he fainted. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how long. When Su Chen woke up, he found himself in a dark space. There were no living beings or objects within the space. It felt as if he was in the void. "You're awake." A voice suddenly echoed around him. In the next moment, an old man appeared in Su Chen's line of sight. Upon seeing the old man, Su Chen's face showed surprise. The old man's pupils were golden, just like his, and he had a pair of dragon horns on his head. Noticing the surprise on Su Chen's face, the old man smiled and said, "No need to be surprised, I am a dragon just like you." Su Chen remained silent, watching the old man warily. The old man continued to smile, "It's been many years, I didn't expect to see someone from my clan. Very good. Very good. But you seem to be lacking in cultivation, just recently transformed into a dragon." Hearing the old man's words, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, "Transformed into a dragon?" The old man still wore a smile, nodding as he explained, "That's the juvenile stage. Our clan, like other races, has different stages: juvenile, growth, and adult." Su Chen inquired, "Are we of the dragon clan?" The old man shook his head, then nodded again. "All right, we can discuss this later, time is short. If we are discovered, it will be troublesome. Now, hand over the dragon orb," the old man said, extending his hand. Upon hearing this, Su Chen took a few steps back, watching the old man with caution. Seeing Su Chen retreat, the smile on the old man's face gradually faded, replaced by a blank expression. In the next moment, the old man's body twisted and shrank into a ball, finally transforming into a colorful orb that shot directly toward Su Chen. Su Chen wanted to dodge, but the orb moved at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it burrowed into his body. Immediately, Su Chen felt the orb reach his chest, where it unleashed a powerful energy that invaded his dragon orb. Before Su Chen could react, a scream erupted from within him. At the same time, the orb that had entered his body was instantly expelled. After being expelled, the orb transformed back into the old man. However, unlike before, the old man now looked disheveled, his face pale and filled with shock. "You! How do you have willpower?" the old man exclaimed, pointing at Su Chen. "Willpower? The power of belief?" Su Chen looked at the old man's astonished expression and couldn't help but smile. He chuckled and charged directly at the old man. Since the old man had entered his body and was then expelled, it was clear that the old man couldn't do anything to him, so what was there to fear? In an instant, he reached the old man and threw a punch at his face. The explosive speed and power reached Su Chen's limit. He wouldn't hold back. The old man dodged, seemingly teleporting, and appeared directly behind Su Chen. The shock on his face had dissipated, replaced by a cold expression as he said, "Kid, you're seeking death." Boom! As his words fell, a fireball appeared behind him and exploded. The blast caused the old man to stagger. Taking advantage of the old man's unsteady footing, Su Chen charged forward again. Bang! Bang! The sound of heavy impacts echoed. Su Chen didn't have any fancy attack techniques, his attacks were as simple as they could be. Every punch landed with full force. The old man was momentarily unable to defend himself. Seizing an opening, the old man hurriedly retreated, then swayed his body, transforming into a divine dragon. White mist spewed from his nostrils, and his dragon eyes glared at Su Chen with murderous intent. Then the old man let out a dragon's roar. In the next moment, Su Chen felt his brain sink, his thoughts becoming sluggish. He wanted to escape, but his body lagged half a beat behind his mind. At that moment, the dragon transformed from the old man charged at Su Chen, its claws piercing through his entire chest in an instant. The intense pain made Su Chen unable to suppress a scream. "Kid, don't think that just because you have willpower, I can't do anything to you. Hand over the dragon pearl obediently." The old man's voice rang out. Then he suddenly swung his arm. Su Chen was flung away. However, before he could hit the ground, the dragon's tail whipped back, striking Su Chen directly. Su Chen was sent flying again, but while being thrown, he endured the pain and transformed into a dragon. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. A 300-meter-long golden dragon with red patterns appeared. After transforming, Su Chen let out a roar at the dragon formed by the old man and charged towards him. The old man also charged at Su Chen. Boom! At the moment of contact, the two pairs of dragon horns collided. When they crashed together, a violent rumble erupted, and the entire space seemed to twist. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. In just a few seconds, both left dozens of wounds on each other. Blood dripped to the ground. Both dragons were covered in blood. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, the old man had the upper hand. This was because Su Chen's injuries were all in some fatal spots. After all, the old man didn't know how many years he had lived or how high his strength was, while Su Chen had only been a dragon for a year. Bang! Su Chen was directly slapped down. The old man's dragon claw grabbed Su Chen's dragon head. With his mouth open, the old man bit down on one of Su Chen's claws. "You! Damn it, that's disgusting." The intense pain made Su Chen's expression somewhat grim, but thinking of the old man biting him, he couldn't help but complain. The old man ignored Su Chen's words and directly bit off that claw. After biting it off, the old man chewed on the claw, letting out a sinister laugh. Swallowing the claw, the old man opened his mouth to bite again. However, at that moment, Su Chen's mind stirred. The power of faith surged throughout his body. In an instant, Su Chen shone with golden light. The suddenly bursting golden light made the old man pause, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. Just in time, Su Chen saw the fear in the old man's eyes. This old bastard is afraid of the power of faith. With this thought, Su Chen poured the power of faith into his mouth and directly sprayed it at the old man. The old man was so frightened that he immediately released Su Chen, his entire dragon body retreating repeatedly. This time it was Su Chen's turn to charge forward. He rushed right in front of the old man, swinging his dragon claws at him, the surface of the claws glowing with golden light, wrapped in the power of faith. In an instant, the dragon claws left a gash on the old man's body. The old man let out a painful dragon's roar. His body twisted as if he had received a fatal injury. Seeing the old man's condition, Su Chen felt a surge of joy, seizing the opportunity to continue attacking the old man. The continuous attacks left the old man momentarily unable to defend himself. Soon, the old man was beaten down, lying there motionless. Looking at the old man's state, Su Chen raised his dragon claw and directly plunged it into the old man's chest. Then Su Chen felt a pearl. Su Chen pulled the pearl out from within the old man. The moment it was taken out, the old man's dragon body instantly dissipated. At the same time, the pearl in Su Chen's claw trembled violently. The old man's aged voice echoed from within the pearl. "Please. Please spare me. Please." Hearing the old man's pleas, Su Chen ignored him and instead mobilized the power of faith within him, wrapping the pearl in it. After being enveloped by the power of faith, the pearl emitted a piercing scream. The screams continued for a long time, then gradually weakened. After a moment, the scream stopped, and the pearl ceased to tremble. Su Chen's body twisted and then transformed into a human form. However, one of his arms was broken. Curiously observing the bead in his hand, Su Chen attempted to channel energy into the bead. As soon as the energy entered the bead, a flood of memories surged into Su Chen's mind, while the bead's energy flowed into his body. After the energy entered Su Chen's body, the dragon ball within him trembled wildly and rapidly expanded at a visible speed. The dragon horns on his head began to grow longer. At the same time, a phantom dragon shadow appeared, flickering in and out of view around Su Chen. The dragon shadow let out a long, mournful cry. Crack! At that moment, the surrounding space distorted, shattering like broken glass, everything around him fragmented. Su Chen felt as if the world was spinning, and the next second, he found himself back in that cave. Standing there, Su Chen closed his eyes. The overwhelming memories that had suddenly appeared in his mind made it difficult for him to adapt for a moment. While sorting through these extra memories, he also felt the changes in his body. After a long while, Su Chen opened his eyes, revealing a complex expression on his face. Through the memories he had just acquired from the bead, Su Chen unraveled all the doubts in his heart. That bead was also a dragon ball. And that old bastard was the master of this dragon ball. He had survived in this world for nearly 10,000 years, during which this planet had cultivators just like in novels, and those who reached a high level could roam the heavens and earth. Here, the so-called roaming meant being able to leave the planet at will. To cultivate into a high-level being, a special kind of energy was needed, which was the willpower the old man had just mentioned, and it was also the power of faith within Su Chen. However, there were only so many humans on this planet, and various powerful beings began to compete for territory and population to collect willpower. But the only exception was the dragon race. The dragon race was special. As long as they reached their juvenile stage, they could roam the heavens and earth. Moreover, the dragon balls within the dragon race were of great significance to the cultivation of those powerful beings. Therefore, to obtain the dragon balls, other powerful beings united to attack the dragon race. In the end, the dragon race was defeated, leaving only the old man who self-destructed his physical body and used a method to hide his presence, choosing to hide here. And that method of hiding his presence was the 5-star formation. This 5-star formation not only concealed the dragon race's aura but also suppressed the spiritual energy of this planet. With the spiritual energy gone, the remaining powerful beings either left or fled. The mysterious dome on the planet. In fact, it was set up by a powerful being who left this planet. That dome not only hindered the development of this planet but also served as a warning. Because the departing powerful beings knew that the last surviving elder of the dragon race was not dead, just hidden away, and would eventually revive one day. When that day of revival came, the powerful beings would receive a warning and come to the planet to eliminate the elder. Knowing all this through the memories, Su Chen felt as if he were dreaming. No wonder he had recently felt a resurgence of energy. It turned out that his earlier destruction of the mysterious stone beneath the Himalayas had led to the collapse of the formation that suppressed the spiritual energy. Originally, that dome was created by the powerful beings. Having figured all this out, Su Chen was filled with doubts. The 5-star formation was not difficult to find. Why couldn't those powerful beings find it back then? And after those powerful beings fled this planet, where did they go? Did they go to other planets? With these questions in mind, Su Chen pondered seriously. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't make sense of it. Finally, Su Chen decided to stop thinking about it and continue to sort through the extra memories in his mind. Soon, he found the information about the stages that the old man had mentioned earlier. The dragon race was actually divided into 4 stages, not the 3 stages the old man had said. They were the transformation into a dragon, juvenile stage, growth stage, and adult stage. At present, Su Chen is in the juvenile stage, but after devouring the energy of that old man, he has now broken through from the juvenile stage to the growth stage. Adulthood. According to the old man's memories, Su Chen learned that in the growth stage, one can possess their own domain. The so-called domain is the place where he just fought the old man, but the old man's physical body had been destroyed for many years, and his strength was less than 1/10 of what it once was, so the domain was not strong. A true domain can almost be said to be a world of its own. Within one's domain, anything can be created, even a nuclear bomb, or even the dead line from the three-body world. Of course, the things created are also related to the strength of the domain owner. In addition, any enemy that enters the domain will also experience some negative effects, such as weakened strength, slower thinking and reactions, and so on. Now he possesses a domain. Excitement showed on Su Chen's face. Suppressing the excitement within, Su Chen continued to digest the memories in his mind. Soon, he was attracted by some things in the memories. These were various cultivation techniques and body refining arts. There were many cultivation methods and body refining techniques, almost everything from the most basic to the highest level. Besides these body refining techniques, there were also cultivation methods specifically practiced by the Dragon Clan. The technique was called Dragon's Will technique. This technique requires willpower, which is the power of belief that Su Chen mentioned, to practice. To be honest, Su Chen was initially just happy about the human body refining techniques, but the later Dragon's Will technique made him so excited that he almost wanted to shout out loud. From the very beginning, he had been studying the uses of the power of belief, and in terms of becoming stronger, he had only been exploring and practicing through various fortuitous encounters. Now that he had a cultivation technique, he no longer needed to feel his way through the dark. He sat cross-legged, then closed his eyes, trying to operate the Dragon's Will technique. At the very moment he began to practice the Dragon's Will technique, the power of belief within him also began to operate automatically. With each operation, Su Chen felt that the power of belief was refining his body. Time passed little by little. After a long while, Su Chen opened his eyes and stood up. Feeling his body, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Just from the first practice, he felt that his strength had increased by about 10%. However, the power of belief within him had already been consumed by half after this practice. It seemed he needed more power of belief. Shifting his thoughts away from the technique, Su Chen began to examine his domain. He focused his mind again. In the next second, the surrounding scene changed, and the original cave transformed into a void. Su Chen found himself in the middle of the void, and with just a thought, the surroundings would change according to his will. A sofa appeared out of thin air beside him, which then transformed into a bed. A woman appeared on the bed, and she was Su Taohong. Then Su Taohong turned into Li Ningning, and finally into Misaka Mikoto. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. With a wave of his hand, the bed and the person disappeared, and the surroundings changed, the void transforming into high mountains, waterfalls, oceans, skyscrapers. All these changes were at Su Chen's command. After experiencing his domain, Su Chen closed it, and his body reappeared in the cave. Turning around, Su Chen left the cave and flew directly towards the surface. Moments later, Su Chen returned to the surface. With a thought, he instantly transformed into a dragon form. The body that was originally just over 300 meters long had now grown to 1,000 meters. In addition, besides the red lines on his body, there were also some black lines. The golden body, highlighted by red and black, appeared even more enchanting. Looking at his 1,000-meter-long body, Su Chen's figure flashed and he flew towards the distance. After reaching adulthood from the juvenile stage, Su Chen's speed of movement was more than 10 times faster than before. Flying from one side of the planet to the other takes at most just about 10 minutes. So, in just 10 minutes, Su Chen arrived in the Summer Kingdom. Upon reaching the skies above the Summer Kingdom, Su Chen looked down at the land below. As he surveyed the area, his gaze fell in the direction of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and his brows furrowed immediately. Huh! He let out a sound of confusion. Now that he was of age, even though he was currently hovering over the Summer Kingdom, he could still see what was happening on the island of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He noticed a large crater on the northern island of Cherry Blossom, clearly caused by a nuclear explosion, along with countless half-human, half-beast monsters. Were the sea creatures about to evolve into humans? Or had the Cherry Blossom Kingdom done something to those sea creatures? Su Chen was filled with questions. His figure flickered as he flew directly towards the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. After reaching the skies above the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Su Chen simply pointed downwards. In the next moment, a half-human, half-beast monster's body soared into the air, flying towards him. The monster struggled with its limbs, emitting strange cries. Soon, it was hovering in front of Su Chen. Looking at the monster, it reached out its hands, seemingly trying to grab Su Chen. Su Chen felt a stir in his heart. He saw the monster's hands break off from its body, bright red blood spraying from the wounds. The monster appeared to feel no pain, still snarling at Su Chen with a fierce expression. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. New arms sprouted from the point of the monster's severed limbs, and the broken arms began to grow shoulders, then half a body, eventually transforming back into a monster. Su Chen frowned. Such a surprising scene left him somewhat astonished. One could actually become two. And this monster felt no pain. Although it wasn't very strong, it was quite troublesome. Su Chen experimented further, breaking the monster into multiple pieces, even burning it to ashes, yet the monster could still revive, and it was multiplying. Ha! Su Chen suddenly recalled that there seemed to be records about such monsters in the memories of the old man. He searched through his mind for the memories. After a moment, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Parasitic worms. A type of creature from the period of spiritual energy revival. This creature was an attack method used by a powerful being known as the Three-Eyed. These worms would attach themselves to certain creatures, gaining their thoughts, then reproduce and grow more worms. As long as the host creature was attached, it would become an immortal monster. No matter how many pieces the monster was broken into, it would revive that many more. Of course. There was a way to kill these parasitic worms. The method was to find the original worm. As long as that worm was killed, the other parasitic worms would naturally die as well. So, finding the mother worm. Where was that mother worm hiding? Su Chen looked down at the countless monsters. However, just as he was searching, Su Chen suddenly thought of a problem. According to his memories, these parasitic worms belonged to the powerful being known as Three-Eyed, who was also one of those who attacked the Dragon Clan at that time. And now that the parasitic worms had appeared, did that mean the Three-Eyed was also on this planet? Perhaps it had been observing this planet all along. Moreover, the dome outside the planet was very likely set up by the Three-Eyed. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt conflicted. If he killed the parasitic worms, the Three-Eyed would definitely discover him. Discover that this planet still had the existence of the Dragon Clan. The Three-Eyed was a powerful being who had lived for 10,000 years, he was just a newly matured dragon, how could he possibly compete with the Three-Eyed? He needed to at least reach adulthood to have a chance to fight the Three-Eyed. Growth. He had to grow up quickly. To grow, he needed time and a large amount of belief power. Given the current rate at which he was acquiring belief power, it was definitely not enough. So, a large number of believers need to be developed. Only by developing a large number of believers can one gain the power of faith. With this thought, Su Chen left the original spot and flew towards the area of the Pacific Ocean. Once he reached the sky above the Pacific, Su Chen's soul left his body and began to search. Soon, he found Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. The two were currently hunting sea creatures with great enthusiasm. Su Chen's soul returned to his body, and then he flew to the location of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. He let out a dragon's roar. The two, who were busy hunting, stopped upon hearing the sound, their eyes filled with excitement, and then they quickly began to rise to the surface. Soon, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan emerged from the sea. Seeing Su Chen floating in the sky, they excitedly called out. Su! Tuan misses you so much. Yuan also misses. Yuan really misses Su. Hearing their words, Su Chen floated down from the air. He reached out and rubbed their heads. Then he noticed a shy expression in Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's eyes. Su Chen. I will give you a cultivation method. You just need to cultivate according to this. Su Chen said. After speaking, he placed his hands on Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan's heads again and infused the cultivation method into their minds. Once the infusion was complete, Su Chen instructed Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan to try cultivating in place. Upon hearing this, they immediately began to cultivate. While they were cultivating, Su Chen waited for them. Soon, a day passed. Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan emerged from their cultivation. They looked at Su Chen with joy and said, "Su Xiao Tuan, Xiao Yuan, has become stronger." Not bad." Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then he said, "You should keep this cultivation method to yourselves and not tell anyone else. There's something else I need you to help me with. Next, I want you to subdue as many other sea creatures as possible and instill a thought in them." Do you know what I mean by thought? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan blinked and hesitantly nodded. Seeing the look in their eyes, Su Chen felt a bit exasperated. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, just gather all the sea creatures around here, and I'll take care of the rest." Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan quickly nodded and then swiftly dove into the depths of the sea. A day later, countless sea creatures had gathered in this area. After such a long period of evolution, most of the sea creatures had developed a certain level of intelligence. They were forced to gather here, filled with terror. Suddenly, a voice echoed. The next moment, they saw a gigantic creature they had never encountered before appear before them. The pressure emanating from this creature made their bodies tremble involuntarily. Some were so frightened that they fainted. Su Chen looked at these sea creatures and then released his domain, pulling all of them into it. Once inside the domain, Su Chen began to forcibly brainwash these creatures. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so Su Chen used the most direct method. The brainwashing process was somewhat inhumane. However, since these creatures were not human, Su Chen felt no psychological burden. In less than a week, Su Chen successfully brainwashed the sea creatures, and a massive amount of faith power surged into his body. Feeling the faith power within him, Su Chen's face lit up with excitement. Initially, he had some uncertainty, as these were all sea creatures, not humans, and he was unsure if he could gain faith power from them. The result was good. Naturally, for these sea creatures that he had brainwashed, Su Chen would not treat them poorly and directly gave them a set of cultivation methods. After finishing all this, Su Chen took Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan to other sea areas, using the same method to brainwash those marine creatures. During the brainwashing process, Su Chen found several of the strongest marine creatures in the area, including a large sea turtle, a shark, and a sea snake. When Su Chen first explored the entire sea area, he had discovered these three creatures. Over time, their strength had increased significantly, especially the shark, which could be said to be second only to Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Naturally, Su Chen had to treat these three creatures specially. He first defeated them thoroughly, then offered them some benefits, which, to put it simply, was to give them a stick and then a red date. After this operation, the three creatures were completely convinced by Su Chen. He then had these three creatures, along with Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, gather other marine creatures from different sea areas for a collective brainwashing session. The planet's sea areas were vast, and the number of marine creatures was countless. The brainwashing process required a lot of time, and Su Chen spent the following time doing this. And so, time passed day by day. Meanwhile, after the parasitic worms occupied the cherry blossom kingdom, they began to advance into the ocean. They first occupied the cherry blossom sea and then spread to the surrounding areas. Since Summer Country was very close to Cherry Blossom, with the East China Sea between the two countries, the East China Sea soon came under attack from the parasitic worms. A large number of marine creatures were killed and transformed into parasitic worms. The remaining marine creatures were not completely devoid of intelligence. Realizing they could not defeat these parasitic worms, they fled to other sea areas. In a coastal city, one of the tall walls had been built halfway. At this moment, the evolvers and soldiers stood on the partially constructed wall, watching the fleeing marine creatures, breathing a sigh of relief. "Hey! Have you noticed? It seems like the number of these marine creatures has decreased recently, and the intensity of the attacks isn't as high anymore," one evolver said, thinking of something. His companion nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I've noticed that too. By the way, how long has it been since the fall of Cherry Blossom?" The companion asked. It's been almost a month, I think." "A month? From Cherry Blossom to our sea area, those monsters should be here by now." Upon hearing the term monsters, the expressions of those around them changed. Ever since Summer Country helped Cherry Blossom and dropped the nuclear bomb, news about the monsters had spread. All evolvers were now aware of the monsters. They also knew that it wouldn't be long before the monsters arrived here. So Summer Country had long been prepared. Just as they were discussing the monsters, someone spotted terrifying half-human, half-beast creatures rapidly swimming towards them from the sea. "They're coming. The monsters are here," someone exclaimed. At this shout, alarm sounded from the wall. The soldiers and evolvers, who had been waiting, immediately rushed to their defensive positions upon hearing the alarm. Watching the monsters gradually approaching from a distance, everyone showed signs of tension on their faces. They knew the characteristics of these monsters: they could not be killed. If they couldn't be killed, how could they defend themselves? Time passed second by second. The monsters drew closer to the wall. Half a minute later, the monsters reached the coast and charged towards the wall. Seeing the approaching monsters, the commander responsible for this area immediately shouted, "Everyone, do not attack. Wait a moment." Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. Soon, the monsters reached the base of the wall. Although the wall was only half built, it still stood over 50 meters high. These strange beasts roared at the humans above the wall, their claws scratching incessantly at the surface. Deep marks were left on the wall, but they did not cause any real damage, which relieved everyone. However, at that moment, the beasts began to stack themselves into a human wall. They climbed on each other's bodies, quickly reaching over 10 meters high, and continued to rise. Seeing this, the faces of the previously relieved crowd turned grim again. "Attack!" The regional commander gritted his teeth and immediately gave the order. If they didn't attack, these beasts would surely climb over. They had no choice but to fight. In the next moment, the soldiers picked up their crossbows from behind and launched an attack on the beasts below. The crossbows could only inflict penetrating damage, unlike bullets that would tear flesh apart. If flesh was torn out, it would only attract more beasts. So using crossbow bolts was the best option. The beasts that had formed the human wall instantly fell down, the wall collapsing. But soon, those beasts climbed back up again. At the same time, more and more beasts surged from the sea onto the shore, densely packed and seemingly endless, evoking a sense of despair. The crowd continued to shoot their crossbow bolts. The bolts whizzed through the air. Initially, everyone was tense, but they quickly settled down. They mechanically loaded and shot the crossbows, retreating to the back after shooting to let others who had already loaded shoot in front. And so, the battle continued. Those beasts were tireless, impervious to pain, charging madly at the wall. On the wall. Although most were evolved beings, each with strong physiques, they too would experience fatigue. They fought for a full day, with the evolved beings on the wall retreating to the back, replaced by newly arrived evolved beings to continue the defense. Time passed. 3 days later. The evolved beings had rotated 3 times. The Summer Nation held a nationwide televised press conference. At the conference, the representative from the Summer Nation spoke seriously into the camera, "Everyone. The Summer Nation has reached a critical moment of life and death. Our warriors have been fighting in Liancheng for 3 days and nights. This time, our enemy is incredibly powerful, so powerful that we cannot even think of a way to deal with them." At this point, the screen flashed. And the battle scenes from Liancheng appeared directly on the screen. Watching the live broadcast, seeing the endless half-human, half-beast figures. Watching the evolved beings and soldiers on the wall shooting at the beasts with crossbows. Everyone in front of the television felt a shiver in their hearts. The scene was not exactly heroic, but the countless beasts contrasted sharply with the evolved beings on the wall. The screen flashed again. The camera returned to the press conference. The representative from the Summer Nation looked into the camera, his expression serious. "Everyone. We request evolved beings to support the coastal areas near Liancheng. In this critical moment. Only by uniting together can we overcome this crisis." After speaking, the representative bowed to the camera. In front of the television. Everyone watched this scene. Some were indifferent, some were conflicted, while others immediately booked tickets to Liancheng without hesitation. In an instant, the entire Summer Nation was set in motion. 2 days later. Liancheng. Evolved beings from various places arrived here, and the entire Liancheng was filled with people, whether on the streets or in hotels. The official personnel of Liancheng quickly prepared accommodations for these evolved beings. On a school playground. The playground was filled with tents. Inside one of the tents, at that moment, Li Ningning was wiping the blade of her sword. The blade was polished to a pristine white. Li Ningning. At that moment, a voice came from outside the tent. Hearing the voice, Li Ningning said, "Please come in." Then a woman walked in. The woman had long, wavy hair, an alluring appearance, and an aloof demeanor, her face devoid of any expression. Upon seeing the woman enter, Li Ningning smiled and stood up, calling out, "Sister Xinpan." This striking woman was the same female adventurer that Su Chen had rescued in the deep forest. After being saved by Su Chen, she had consumed his blood, which had enhanced her physical abilities. Having seen the press conference, Xinpan chose to come to Lianqing and happened to run into Li Ningning on the way. The two chatted for a while, and soon became familiar with each other. "Well, we just finished dividing into groups. You and I are in group 7, and will be on the wall tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, Xinpan said. After speaking, she noticed the sword in Li Ningning's hand and reminded her, "You can't use swords or knives against those mutated beasts, because any body parts they drop will transform into new beasts. Also, we will only be using crossbows on the wall, so there's no need for swords." Hearing Xinpan's words, Li Ningning responded with an "oh." She hadn't planned on using the sword anyway, and even if she could, she wouldn't dare to, after all, it belonged to Brother Su. The two chatted briefly, and soon official staff members began distributing food to everyone. The food was not any evolved meat, just some simple bread and instant noodles. After all, there were too many evolved beings, and it would require too much to deliver evolved meat here and distribute it to everyone. After a simple meal, knowing they had to wake up early the next day, the two went to bed early. The next day, early in the morning, Li Ningning and Xinpan followed all the members of Group 7 to the wall. Upon reaching the wall, each person was assigned a crossbow and several boxes of crossbow bolts. They took their places in the replacement area, waiting for the group in front to finish shooting their bolts before they stepped up. Whoosh! The sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air echoed. Below, the mutated beasts continued their frenzied attacks. The situation remained a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Time passed day by day. The number of mutated beasts below the wall increased, while the evolved beings on the wall were replaced one batch after another. A week later. At the headquarters of the Summer Country Security Bureau, Team Leader Liao, Su Taohong, and Zheng Guoping were in a meeting. During this time, Su Taohong had been transferred from the Qing Mountain City branch to the headquarters, becoming one of the higher-ups. After all, she was currently the top evolved being, and her outstanding performance in Nanhai City had made her reputation soar among the public. At that moment, at the conference table, Zheng Guoping stood up holding a report and said, "Just now, we received the latest news from Zhou City and Modu. Mutated beasts have begun to land in these two places, with numbers reaching the tens of millions. In addition, according to reports from surrounding coastal cities, the attacks from marine creatures have significantly decreased recently, with Nanhai City not experiencing any marine creature attacks for nearly a week." Upon hearing Zheng Guoping's words, everyone present frowned. Marine creatures have stopped attacking. The attendees did not see this as a good thing, as they knew from the battles with marine creatures over the past 6 months that these creatures would not simply cease their attacks unless something had happened or they were planning something. Thinking of this, Team Leader Liao frowned and said, "We cannot let our guard down, we must closely monitor the situation in the sea, in case those marine creatures are plotting something big." Plotting? Team Leader Liao. Those marine creatures have very low intelligence. Better to be cautious. Understood. The group continued discussing the matter of the mutated beasts. An hour later, the meeting concluded. As everyone was leaving the conference room, Su Taohong called out to Team Leader Liao. "Team Leader Liao. Do you have any news about Su Chen recently?" Su Taohong inquired. She had learned that Team Liao encountered Su Chen in the Kunlun mineral vein. Team Liao shook his head and said, "He left after looking at the drawings in the notebook last time and hasn't shown up since." After hearing this, Su Taohong pursed her lips, nodded, and said she understood before turning to leave. After leaving the headquarters, Su Taohong drove directly to the military airport. Upon arriving at the airport, she boarded a private plane to the Magic City. Once she arrived in the Magic City, Su Taohong immediately headed to the coastal wall. Director Su. As soon as she reached the wall, the person in charge hurried over. How's the situation?" Su Taohong asked. The person in charge frowned and said in a deep voice, we are currently using crossbows to block the attacks of the beasts, following the method from Liancheng, but this is only a temporary solution, we have too few people. Su Taohong nodded and then stepped towards the wall. Along the way, many evolved beings saw Su Taohong. That's Director Su. Director Su is so beautiful. Is that Su Taohong, the #1 evolved being in Xia country? The crowd whispered among themselves. Su Taohong walked expressionlessly to the top of the wall, looking down at the terrifying beasts below, her eyes filled with coldness. However, upon seeing those beasts that were killed by crossbows and then revived, a deep sense of powerlessness surged within her. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed from the distant sky. At the first sound, Su Taohong looked up at the sky. She saw a 1,000-meter-long eastern dragon soaring from afar. Not just her. At that moment, everyone saw the dragon. In the sky, Su Chen looked at the magic city not far away, the countless beasts, and the humans defending on the wall. During this time, he had dealt with most of the marine creatures. Now it was time to handle the humans. The humans could not be treated like the marine creatures with some harsh brainwashing methods. It could only be done through other means, such as showing divine power in front of them. Soon, he flew over the magic city. Su Chen focused his thoughts, and in an instant, his domain opened. The domain enveloped all the attacking beasts. The next second, those attacking beasts stood still as if frozen in place. Seeing this scene, everyone on the wall widened their eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Looking at the stunned human evolvers, Su Chen also spotted Su Yaohong among the crowd. A flash of surprise crossed her vertical pupils, but it was quickly concealed by Su Chen. With his 1,000-meter-long body coiled in the air, Su Chen let out another dragon's roar. Immediately, a voice echoed in the minds of all the humans present. I am of the Dragon Clan, today I bestow upon you the method of body refinement, hoping you will cultivate diligently. Su Chen did not demand that they worship him as their master, he simply offered them the body refinement technique. The people of Xia country had always claimed to be descendants of dragons. Now, in this time of crisis, he appeared and provided them with a method of cultivation. Most people would naturally come to believe in him. After saying this, Su Chen focused his thoughts again. The next second, words appeared out of thin air in the sky, transforming into various cultivation methods. There were many types of these cultivation methods, but they were all basic techniques. Upon seeing the body refinement methods in the sky, some humans directly knelt down and bowed their heads to the coiled Su Chen. Among the crowd, Su Taohong looked up at the dragon in the sky with a complex expression. At that moment, she suddenly had some new things in her mind. Those things were techniques. Feeling the inexplicably added techniques in her mind, Su Taohong glanced again at the techniques in the sky. She found that the techniques in her mind were completely different from those in the sky. What's going on? Su Taohong was filled with confusion. She looked back at the dragon coiled in the sky. Not sure if it was an illusion, Su Taohong felt that the dragon's gaze was also on her. And that gaze felt somewhat familiar. Just like Su Chen. Su Taohong's eyes widened. In the sky, after finishing what he was doing, Su Chen was about to leave. However, he caught a glimpse of the strange beasts under the surrounding wall, all of which were pierced with crossbow bolts. Su Chen's mind stirred. In the next second, all the crossbow bolts in the strange beasts were pulled out and flew automatically to the empty ground behind the surrounding wall. After doing this, Su Chen flew towards the distance. In the sky, only those techniques were left behind. At this moment, the strange beasts under the wall began to move, letting out roars, and then continued to attack the wall. Leaving the demon city, Su Chen flew towards Liancheng. Upon arriving in Liancheng, just like in the demon city, Su Chen first used his domain to trap all the strange beasts, then began to impart techniques. During the process of imparting techniques, Su Chen spotted Li Ningning in the crowd, along with Xian Pan beside her. Su Chen recognized Xian Pan as the hiker he had saved in the forest. Surprised for a moment, Su Chen then found a high-level technique and transmitted it directly into Li Ningning's mind. Feeling the additional technique in her mind, Li Ningning looked at the 1,000-meter-long divine dragon in the sky. She knew this dragon was Su Gu. Come meet me at Kunlun Mountains. At that moment, Li Ningning heard Su Chen's voice in her mind. Upon hearing the voice, Li Ningning immediately nodded. Soon, Su Chen finished handling matters in Liancheng as well. After finishing, Su Chen flew to another place. After Su Chen left, Li Ningning hurried back to the tent to pack her things, preparing to set off for the Kunlun Mountains. While packing, Xian Pan also arrived at the tent. Seeing Li Ningning packing, Xian Pan asked, "Ningning, where are you going?" Li Ningning's eyes turned, thinking of a reason. She said, I want to find a quiet place to cultivate my techniques." Xian Pan nodded and said, "Then let's go together, I also need to find a place to cultivate." Li Ningning. On Su Chen's side, after leaving Liancheng, he went to other coastal areas. Since the Summer Kingdom regarded dragons as totems, there was a kind of enhancement, making Su Chen's plan yield results with half the effort. After completing these tasks, Su Chen returned to the Kunlun Mountains, found a quiet place, and began to cultivate the wish dragon technique. During this time, the sea creatures provided him with enough belief power for several days of cultivation. Moreover, now that he had finished dealing with matters in the Summer Kingdom, it would continuously supply Su Chen with belief power, just like the sea creatures. Closing his eyes, Su Chen operated the wish dragon technique, and the belief power within his body began to circulate around him. With each circulation, Su Chen's strength would increase a little. At the same time, while Su Chen was cultivating, the evolvers in the Summer Kingdom, having received the body refining technique from Su Chen, immediately began to cultivate. The improvement in the strength of the Summer Kingdom's evolvers could be described as rapid. After all, they had never cultivated before, and with the energy accumulated from frequently consuming evolution meat since their evolution began, they were now ready to unleash their potential. The sea creatures, after obtaining the body refining technique, also cultivated quickly. Under the leadership of Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan, they established a preliminary order, no longer killing their companions recklessly as before. Soon, half a month passed. On the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains, Li Ningning and Xian Pan were weaving through the forest. Xian Pan walked behind, watching Li Ningning in front, who was looking around as if searching for someone, her brows slightly furrowed. "Ningning, what are you looking for?" Xian Pan couldn't help but ask. No. I'm not. I'm looking for a place where we can cultivate together," Li Ningning said. Hearing Li Ningning's words, Xian Pan felt a bit puzzled. She silently followed behind Li Ningning as they continued on. The two walked for another 2 days, finally arriving deep in the Kunlun Mountains. As soon as they reached the depths, Li Ningning spotted a familiar figure. "Brother Su." Li Ningning called excitedly in the direction of the figure. Xian Pan looked over as well, and was momentarily stunned. She saw a remarkably handsome man sitting cross-legged not far away, his eyes tightly closed, as if he were practicing like in some cultivation novels. What surprised Xian Pan was the dragon horns on the man's head, and the dragon-shaped pattern on his forehead. Plus, the man's features were strikingly familiar. This man looked just like the boy who had saved her back then. Xian Pan's eyes widened, filled with shock. At that moment, Su Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, his golden vertical pupils looking at the two. Seeing those golden vertical pupils, Xian Pan's heart skipped a beat, his eyes were very similar to that boy's. "You're here." Su Chen smiled at Li Ningning. Then his gaze fell on Xian Pan. He hadn't expected Li Ningning to bring this woman along, but it didn't matter, he had saved her life before, and now they met again, so it could be considered fate. With a smile on his face, Su Chen nodded at Xian Pan. At this moment, Li Ningning pulled Xian Pan to stand in front of Su Chen. The excitement she felt upon seeing Su Chen faded, replaced by nervousness. After all, she had brought someone to meet the Dragon King without permission. What if Brother Su got angry? Su. Brother Su, this is my friend. Sister Xian Pan, Li Ningning said, a bit nervously. Su Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, then looked at Xian Pan and said, "Miss Xian, we meet again." Meet again? Xian Pan was stunned. Looking at the dazed Xian Pan, Su Chen felt a stir in his heart, and in the next moment, his body shrank, transforming into the appearance of the boy from back then. Seeing Su Chen change like this, Xian Pan's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, she bent her knees and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Dragon King, for saving my life." She saw Su Chen's dragon horns and those pupils, and Xian Pan had already guessed that Su Chen was a dragon. Watching Xian Pan kneeling on the ground, Su Chen transformed back into his youthful appearance, extending his hand with a bemused expression. Then Xianpan felt something lift her knees, and she stood up. Alright, no need to kneel, saving you means we have a connection, Su Chen said with a faint smile. After saying that, he pointed at Xianpan. In the next second, Xianpan felt a set of body-refining techniques appear in her mind, completely different from what she had seen in the sky above Liancheng. You have also received the cultivation method. During this time, you should practice well. By the way, you still have a bottle of dragon blood with you, right? Su Chen asked. Li Ningning immediately nodded, yes, brother Su. Su Chen said, you can use that dragon blood for cultivation, and also. As he spoke, Su Chen raised his hand, and a wound appeared at his fingertip, golden blood flowing from it. Seeing this, Li Ningning quickly took out a bottle to catch the dripping dragon blood. Moments later, the wound healed, and Su Chen said, this bottle of dragon blood is for Su Taohong. Okay, brother Su, Li Ningning nodded. Go on. Su Chen waved his hand. Li Ningning pulled Xianpan away. Once they were a distance away, Li Ningning looked at the still-dazed Xianpan and curiously asked, Sister Xianpan, do you know brother Su? Xianpan snapped back to reality from her daze, fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded, recounting her story. After hearing Xianpan's account, Li Ningning also shared her own story with Xianpan. Instantly, the two felt their distance from each other had significantly decreased, as they both shared similar experiences. After leaving the Kunlun Mountains, they headed straight to the Demon City to find Su Taohong. Due to Su Taohong's celebrity effect, they easily located her and handed over the dragon blood. Looking at the dragon blood in her hand, Su Taohong showed a puzzled expression. She looked up at Li Ningning and asked, your name is Li Ningning, right? Li Ningning nodded. Su Taohong continued, I've seen you before, at the wall in Nanhai City. Who asked you to give me this bottle of dragon blood? Su Taohong asked again. Li Ningning shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, I can't tell you without permission. Su Taohong frowned slightly, and after a few seconds of silence, she asked, is it a young man? His surname is Su, and he has a pair of golden pupils. Li Ningning looked at Su Taohong in surprise. Upon seeing Li Ningning's expression, Su Taohong's heart trembled. She then grabbed Li Ningning's shoulders with both hands, looking at her anxiously, where is he? Li Ningning was startled by Su Taohong's sudden action. Why you? Let go first. Su Taohong realized her behavior was a bit reckless, so she released Li Ningning and looked at her pleadingly. Li Ningning showed a conflicted expression. She had just brought Xianpan to Su Gu, and now if she told Su Taohong Su Ji's address, Su Gu would definitely be angry, right? But Su Gu had specifically prepared a bottle of dragon blood for her to give to Su Taohong, which clearly indicated that Su Gu and Su Taohong had an unusual relationship. So, telling Su Taohong the news should be fine, right? After struggling internally for a long time, Li Ningning ultimately decided to tell Su Taohong Su Chen's location. After learning that Su Chen was in the Kunlun Mountains, Su Taohong thanked her and quickly turned to leave. Moments later, a military aircraft headed for the Kunlun Mountains. Half a day later, Su Taohong arrived at the Kunlun Mountains. Carrying a miao knife on her back, Su Taohong entered the Kunlun Mountains alone. She searched all the way from the outermost part of the Kunlun Mountains to the center. However, the Kunlun Mountains were simply too vast. She searched for over a week without finding any trace of Su Chen. She continued her search. After 3 more days, her satellite phone at her waist received a call from headquarters. Director Su, we can't hold off over in Liancheng. Upon hearing this news, Su Taohong looked into the depths of the jungle ahead, gritted her teeth, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away from where she had just looked, Su Chen was sitting on a large rock, meditating with his eyes closed. 2 days later, Su Taohong arrived in Liancheng. The moment she reached Liancheng, she headed straight for the city wall. Upon arriving at the city wall, Su Taohong looked at the current battle situation, her face showing horror. Along the coastal city wall for hundreds of kilometers, it was filled with strange beasts. They were piled together, crowding towards the base of the wall. The evolvers on the wall were firing crossbows at them, but their attacks were completely outmatched by the climbing speed of the beasts. There were simply too many of them. Even the beasts that were shot and temporarily incapacitated were pushed forward by those behind them, acting as meat shields. Soon, some beasts climbed up the wall. However, they were quickly pushed back by the evolvers. But more and more beasts continued to ascend the wall. Seeing this scene, Su Taohong hesitated for no moment and immediately ordered to open fire. Although shooting might cause these beasts to split, there was no other way. Only gunfire could buy them some time. Of course, it was just a temporary relief. Fire. With Su Taohong's order, the soldiers immediately pulled the trigger. Bullets formed a dense web of firepower. In an instant, they fell in droves. The situation was immediately alleviated, but with the gunfire, some of the that were shot began to split. Their numbers surged once again. Watching the increasing, everyone on the wall took a deep breath. Now that the guns were fired, there was no turning back. The only option was to continue using firearms, and the consequence of that would be a vicious cycle. Keep firing. Su Taohong said decisively after taking a deep breath. Yes. Rat-a-tat-tat. This time, not only rifles were used, but even machine guns and heavy weaponry were all brought into play. Those that were hit would have a brief waiting time before reviving. Watching this scene, Su Taohong took out a satellite phone to inform the security headquarters of Xia country about the situation here. In fact, the security headquarters had been monitoring the situation through a live broadcast without needing Su Taohong to report. I've ordered to open fire here, Su Taohong said as the call connected. On the other end, team leader Liao paused for a few seconds before responding, I see it here. The situation was critical just now. If I were on site, I would have ordered to fire as well. He paused again and continued, I will mobilize everyone here. As long as we can defend other lines, we will try to transfer personnel to Liancheng. Additionally, we are in contact with other countries to initiate an immigration plan. At this point, team leader Liao clenched his fist, a complex expression on his face. The immigration plan, to put it simply, was to relocate the people of Xia country to other nations, just like what happened with the Sakura country before. This way, they could survive, but the consequence would be leaving their homeland, becoming rootless drifters. Upon hearing team leader Liao's words, Su Taohong's face showed signs of pain. She remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I understand. After saying that, Su Taohong hung up the phone. After ending the call, Su Taohong took out a bottle from her waist pocket. The bottle contained golden dragon blood. This blood was given to her by Li Ningning. Looking at the dragon blood in her hand, Su Taohong opened the cap and directly gulped it down. As the dragon blood went down, Su Taohong felt as if flames were burning within her, her pretty face flushed, and her heartbeat quickened. Countless energies surged wildly inside her. Su Taohong sat down on the spot and began to cultivate. A bloody battle was ahead, and she needed to enhance her strength as much as possible. The next day, soldiers from various parts of the country arrived in Liancheng. Below the wall, the number had more than doubled compared to yesterday. Gunfire had been ringing out since yesterday, interspersed with the sounds of artillery fire. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the sky was shrouded in the smoke of explosions. This was only a day of fighting. The third day, the battle continued. Xia country began to deploy heavy artillery and missiles. Each deployment only provided a brief respite, but what awaited them was more. On the wall, soldiers and evolved beings held guns, watching the reviving below. Behind them, the reserve troops were loading ammunition. And behind the wall, some soldiers of Xia country began organizing the evacuation of Liancheng civilians. Liancheng could no longer be held. This was inevitable. The current defense was merely buying time for the civilians of Liancheng to evacuate. In a common residential building, an elderly man knelt before a dragon-shaped statue. Dragon King, I beg you to show your spirit, please save us. The old man prayed while bowing his head. This scene was actually happening all over Xia country. Countless believers of the Dragon King were praying for his manifestation. On the other side, in the conference room of the security headquarters of Xia country, Team leader Liao was conducting a video conference with friendly nations such as Mao Xiong country and Lao Tai country. At this moment, team leader Liao looked at the representatives from various countries and said hoarsely, we can't hold on much longer. Previously, we only built walls around the coastal areas, and now our defense line can only be placed along the coast. It's impossible to establish a new defense line further back in such a short time. Currently, Liancheng can only hold out for a maximum of 3 days. After 3 days, the walls won't be able to withstand the attacks from those beasts. I asked the representatives of all countries to accept our people from Xia country. Hearing team leader Liao's words, the representatives from Bear country and Iron country nodded in agreement. After all, their relationship with Xia country was already quite good, and they were also geographically close. If Xia country completely fell, it wouldn't be long before the threat reached their nations. By accepting the people from Xia country now, they could organize more manpower for defense when the beasts attacked them later. So, from all perspectives, they had no reason to refuse. All right. We can send a team to help you transport the people, the representative from Bear country said seriously. The representative from Iron country also nodded, we will too. Upon hearing the words from the two representatives, team leader Liao deeply bowed to them. The representatives then discussed the specific details of the immigration plan. Once the meeting concluded, Bear country, Iron country, and Xia country began to take action. Qingshan City. Resident Assembly Point. The residents gathered here, preparing to evacuate. I'm not leaving. At my age, I'll stay right here. An old man shouted. I won't leave either, if I go, I can never come back. This land is our root. Woo-woo. Some cried, others cursed. Of course, they were cursing those beasts. On the other side, towards Liancheng. The battle had been ongoing for 4 days. In those 4 days, over 100 million bullets had been fired, and tens of thousands of shells had been launched. The coastline outside the walls had been blasted down several dozen meters, and the number of beasts had piled up several layers high. They were densely packed, writhing like maggots. Looking disgusting and terrifying. On the wall, Su Taohong opened her eyes. Since drinking the dragon's blood, she had been cultivating until now. Her strength had at least doubled compared to before. She stood up, stretched her shoulders, and then glanced down at the wall. Looking at the densely packed beasts, Su Taohong casually asked a soldier beside her, how long has it been? Director Su, it has been 4 days, the soldier replied. Hearing the soldier's answer, Su Taohong frowned slightly. She asked again, has the immigration plan started? It has already begun. That's good. Su Taohong nodded. However, at that moment, a scream rang out from behind the wall, the beasts are coming in. Hearing the sound, Su Taohong's expression changed instantly, and she turned to look down at the wall behind her. She then saw a large hole where ammunition was stored, and the beasts were crawling out of it. Seeing this scene, Su Taohong drew her machete and jumped down from the wall over 100 meters high. Bang! Her feet hit the ground with a dull thud. Then, Su Taohong, holding the knife in one hand, charged towards the beasts crawling out of the hole. The other evolved beings around her also reacted and rushed over. The battle had fully ignited. Once the battle started, it wouldn't stop. These holes had been dug by the beasts outside the walls. Due to the continuous bombardment from heavy artillery, the ground had sunk several dozen meters, and the beasts at the bottom could not climb up. They could only instinctively dig into the soil in front of them, coincidentally creating a tunnel to attack. Su Taohong swiftly maneuvered through the crowd of beasts. While killing these beasts, Su Taohong was particularly cautious. She primarily used stabbing techniques to target the vital points of the beasts. This not only dealt a heavy blow to the alien beasts but also eliminated their ability to split and resurrect. However, although this greatly reduced the splitting of the alien beasts, there were still an endless stream of them emerging from the cave. Moreover, the cave entrance was getting larger, and more alien beasts were pouring out. In just a minute, hundreds of alien beasts rushed out from the cave. Kill! The evolvers shouted. The alien beasts also let out strange roars. The two sides clashed together. Alien beasts kept falling, but they kept getting back up. The strength of the evolvers was much greater than that of the alien beasts. At first, they could manage, but as more and more alien beasts appeared, some evolvers could not hold on. Thud! An evolver fell to the ground, and before he could get back up, 2 alien beasts bit down on his hands and feet. A piercing scream rang out. Soon, more evolvers were injured and fell, quickly being devoured. And the number of injured kept increasing. Other evolvers rushed over, and the scale of the battle grew larger, with more people joining the fight. Time passed second by second. The battle lasted a full day. On the human side, they not only had to defend against the alien beasts outside the walls but also had to kill those crawling out of the cave. Soldiers from various parts of the country arrived one after another, and as soon as they arrived, they joined the battle. Another day passed quickly. Most of the citizens in Lianqing had already evacuated, except for the evolvers and soldiers still defending against the alien beasts. With a knife, Su Taohong stabbed an alien beast, and taking advantage of the moment, she looked around at the soldiers and evolvers fighting fiercely. Everyone was bloodthirsty. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that once they came here, there was no way to survive. Because they had to stay here to defend and buy time for the evacuation. Director Su. Most of the people in Jiang province have already evacuated, your vehicle is outside, you can leave now. A soldier hurriedly ran over and said. Su Taohong frowned slightly and said, most of the people. The soldier hesitated and said, the rest are basically elderly people, they are unwilling to leave here. Hearing the soldier's words, Su Taohong did not respond but charged towards the alien beasts with her spear. Director Su. Hurry and leave. The voice of the soldier came from behind. Su Taohong seemed not to hear. Soon, she rushed into the group of alien beasts, her movements bold and unrestrained, no longer holding back. With every slash, several alien beasts were cut in half. Blood sprayed onto Su Taohong, and the disgusting smell made her frown. Energy surged into the spear in her hand. Her spear was made from a mysterious stone that could be empowered with energy. As the energy flowed into the spear, the nearly 1 meter long spear suddenly radiated a blade-like aura. That aura contained a chilling coldness. Su Taohong let out a low shout, then swung the spear fiercely. A visible blade of energy shot out from the spear, flying horizontally ahead. Wherever the blade of energy passed, those alien beasts fell in droves. Without stopping, Su Taohong pushed off with her legs, and her whole body shot out like a cannonball. It even made a sound as it broke through the air. In the next second, the alien beasts in front were sent flying. The surrounding evolvers, seeing Su Taohong's strength, were greatly encouraged, they shouted and, with fierce expressions, attacked the alien beasts with their weapons. For a moment, the situation seemed to reverse. But it was only for a moment. There was no way. There were simply too many alien beasts. A soldier, with C4 explosives strapped to him, ran towards the cave entrance, dodging the attacks of the alien beasts as he ran. However, when he was still over 50 meters away from the cave entrance, a dozen alien beasts blocked his path. He could not stop, because once he did, he would only be surrounded by more alien beasts. Cover me! The soldier shouted. A few nearby evolvers instinctively looked over after hearing this. Upon seeing the C4 explosives on the soldier, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly rushed over to provide support, blocking the attacking beasts. The soldier said a quick thank you and continued to run towards the cave entrance. As he reached the edge of the cave, he looked at the beasts still pouring out and jumped down without hesitation. Boom! A violent explosion shook the entire ground. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the explosion. They watched the cave entrance with anticipation, hoping the blast would temporarily seal the exit. In their line of sight. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as they were hoping, there was movement at the cave entrance. A multitude of beasts surged out, even more than before. The previous explosion not only failed to seal the entrance but had blown it open wider. Watching the rushing beasts, despair surged in everyone's hearts. On the other side. Kunlun Mountains. In a vague sense, Su Chen seemed to feel something. He stopped his cultivation, opened his eyes, and was momentarily stunned. Su Chen discovered a massive influx of belief power entering his body, far more than before. His followers had developed so quickly. Su Chen felt puzzled. With a thought, images began to surface in his mind. Upon seeing those images, Su Chen's expression changed instantly. He saw the situation in Liancheng. He watched the evolvers fighting the beasts, the elderly left in the city, and the crowds preparing to evacuate from Xia country. The evacuating crowds had tears in their eyes, their gazes filled with reluctance. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's face grew complex. Clearly, Xia country had reached a critical moment of life and death. The only one who could save them now was himself. But what good would it do to save them now? If the three-eyed, powerful beings were alerted, they would return to the planet directly. Whether those ordinary humans would die was uncertain, but if the three-eyed beings arrived, he would definitely die. What he lacked now was time. If only he could have a little more time. Should he wait for an opportunity without care? Looking at the images of the Xia people who had left their homes, and the soldiers and evolvers fighting desperately, Su Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and flew towards the sky. He couldn't wait. He had to eliminate those parasitic insects. As for what would happen to him after the three-eyed beings arrived. If he died, then so be it. After flying into the sky, Su Chen transformed into a 1,000-meter dragon, soaring at an altitude of over 2,000 meters. This height allowed the humans below to see his figure. He let out a dragon's roar. The sound resonated through the heavens. Many humans looked up at the sky, and upon seeing Su Chen flying above, they all knelt down. More belief power surged into his body. Su Chen continued to fly. His direction was the northern island of the already destroyed country, Sakura country. That place was the most densely populated with beasts, and judging by the beasts' attacks, the northern island was definitely their stronghold. The mother parasitic insect was definitely there. After flying for about 10 minutes, Su Chen passed over Liancheng. Looking down at the soldiers fighting desperately, and the figure covered in parasitic insect blood, Su Chen's movements paused slightly. Su Taohong. Once he killed the parasitic insect, it was very likely he would never see Su Taohong again. Should he say goodbye? Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a bit amused. At that moment, Su Taohong below also saw Su Chen in the sky. Su Taohong's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth. But at that moment, the surrounding beasts charged at her, forcing her to refocus her attention on the beasts and continue fighting them. In fact, it wasn't just Su Taohong, everyone in Liancheng saw Su Chen in the sky. Many people knelt down. Some showed excitement on their faces. It was this divine dragon that had passed on their cultivation methods, and now, appearing in such a critical moment, it was definitely here to help them. Lord Dragon King has manifested. The divine dragon has come to save us. Woo! We are saved. Amid their voices, Su Chen continued to fly towards the cherry blossoms. The sounds abruptly ceased, and everyone looked at the divine dragon flying away into the distance, their eyes filled with disappointment. Su Chen wasn't ignoring them. He truly couldn't help much. Although he could open a domain to trap all these parasitic insects inside, the domain had a limited range, and he couldn't keep it open indefinitely. Right now, he needed to find the mother insect of the parasites. After flying for another 2 minutes, Su Chen arrived at Beidao. Looking down at the densely packed parasitic insects, Su Chen let out another dragon roar. As he made the sound, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. Boom! The sound of thunder. Lightning struck down beside Su Chen, his golden vertical pupils shimmering with golden light. The dragon whiskers by his head fluttered in the wind. Boom! Lightning struck down at the parasitic insects below. Each bolt of lightning temporarily killed all the parasitic insects within a 5-meter radius. Although they would quickly revive, Su Chen didn't care. What he needed to do now was to kill all the parasitic insects here. Although the number of parasitic insects had reached over 100 million, this was the only way. Su Chen began to strike down the parasitic insects one by one from the edge of Beidao, like plowing a field. Time passed second by second. Soon, Su Chen had plowed through half of Beidao. While continuing his attack, Su Chen suddenly noticed one of the parasitic insects among the hundreds of millions behaving strangely. While the other parasitic insects were rushing madly towards his feet, that one was retreating instead. It was clearly trying to avoid his lightning strikes. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He looked up at the sky. Without any hesitation, he sent a bolt of lightning down towards that parasitic insect. Boom! A loud sound. The lightning accurately struck the fleeing parasitic insect. Instantly, the body of that parasitic insect was torn apart and exploded. At the same time, the parasitic insects that had been roaring beneath Su Chen's feet all stopped their roars simultaneously, as if the pause button had been pressed, remaining motionless in the position they were in a second ago. Not just Beidao. At this moment, the parasitic insects fighting with marine creatures in the ocean, those in Magic City, and those attacking Liancheng all stopped moving, just like those on Beidao, frozen in place. On the Liancheng side, whether it was the soldiers on the walls or the evolvers below, they all gasped for breath, staring blankly at the motionless parasitic insects. At this moment, someone tentatively raised a knife and struck down at one of the parasitic insects. Bang! A muffled sound. The parasitic insect fell to the ground, and then its body began to change, as if it had lost all moisture, drying up at a visible speed. Then, with a gentle breeze, the body of the parasitic insect turned to dust, leaving behind only a bug that resembled a cockroach. Someone nearby gently stepped on that bug. Pop! The bug burst, releasing disgusting slime. Everyone nervously watched this scene, staring at the slime under that person's foot. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full minute passed, which actually exceeded the revival time of the parasitic insects, but they still watched nervously. After confirming that there was no resurrection, everyone erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. We did it. Wow. What on earth happened? How did it suddenly die? Cheers, cries, and confusion echoed through the crowd. Among them, Su Taohong stood there, drenched in blood, gazing in the direction where the dragon had vanished. Deep down, she had a bold guess. Su Chen was that dragon. But this guess was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, above Beidao, Su Chen looked down at the completely dead parasitic insects, a serious expression on his face, then raised his head to look at the sky. Is it coming? In the next second, a crack appeared in the sky. A faint purple light emerged from the crack. Then, a foot stepped out from that crack. The moment the foot emerged, it seemed as if ripples appeared in the air, spreading outwards. Then another foot, followed by the entire body. When the person fully emerged, Su Chen saw his complete appearance. Dressed in a long robe, with flowing hair, handsome features, and an eye on his forehead. An eye on his forehead? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. This guy looked a lot like Erlangshen from mythology. Except he didn't have a dog by his side. Not only Su Chen saw it. At that moment, everyone in the city saw the three-eyed man stepping out from the crack. Holy crap. Is that Erlangshen? Yang Jian. He's kind of handsome. Wait, shouldn't you be focusing on the fact that this person opened the crack and came out of it? The discussions erupted. Not just in Liancheng. At that moment, people all over the world were witnessing this scene. Due to the attack of the alien beasts on Xia country, countries had been closely monitoring the situation, especially the recent immigration actions in Xia country, with satellites broadcasting live. Everyone saw the person emerging from the crack. Under the gaze of millions. The man's eyes fell on Beidao. A cold glint flashed in his gaze, and a voice emerged from his mouth. Humph. There are indeed remnants. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and flew towards Beidao. Watching the approaching, three-eyed figure, Su Chen still wore a serious expression, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He let out a dragon roar and charged towards the three-eyed man. Boom! In the next second, a man and a dragon collided. A deafening roar echoed throughout Xia country, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and a shockwave sent waves rising 100 meters high in the sea below. Boom! Another loud crash. Su Chen's figure was sent flying. He crashed directly onto Beidao, causing 1/5 of the island to collapse. Su Chen struggled to get up, but before he could rise, a gigantic hand made of energy grasped his body. Su Chen was caught in the hand, struggling violently to break free. At that moment, the three-eyed figure floating in the air spoke in surprise, so it's just a little larva. I thought it was that old guy. After saying this, the eye on the three-eyed man's forehead glimmered with a cold light. In the next second, the giant hand tightened its grip. Crack. The intense pain twisted Su Chen's body even more. He focused his mind. His body transformed from a dragon back into a human. The sudden change allowed him to escape the giant hand's control. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Su Chen flew away into the distance. Humph. The three-eyed man snorted coldly. He immediately pursued. The two flew quickly through the air. As they reached above Liancheng, the eye on the three-eyed man's forehead emitted a beam of light. The light moved at incredible speed, reaching Su Chen's back in the blink of an eye. Sensing the danger behind him, Su Chen hurriedly dodged. The beam of light swept by from the side. Su Chen stopped and looked at San Yen. At this moment, the soldiers and evolvers in Liancheng, as well as the humans watching the satellite live broadcast worldwide, all saw Su Chen and San Yen floating in the sky. Upon seeing Su Chen, some who knew him widened their eyes in shock. Especially Su Taohong, who covered her mouth, her pupils dilating, tears welling in her eyes. In Nanhai City. Under the giant screen in the square, Xian Pan and Li Ningning stared at the screen in astonishment. "Brother Su!" Li Ningning exclaimed. Xian Pan beside her wore a serious expression, saying nothing. At that moment, the two swords made from dragon horns behind Li Ningning suddenly trembled, then flew up on their own, heading towards Liancheng. In the sky over Liancheng, Su Chen watched as San Yan approached. Just as San Yan arrived 50 meters in front of him, Su Chen opened his domain. The moment the domain opened, San Yan felt the surrounding environment change. Although he was already in the sky, the city below had vanished. San Yan was not flustered by this, instead, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Domain." Heh. As his words fell, Su Chen's figure flickered, and in an instant, thousands of Su Chens appeared in the air. All these Su Chens looked identical. They charged towards San Yan simultaneously. Seeing the thousands of Su Chens rushing over, San Yan simply raised his hand and waved lightly. In an instant, the thousands of Su Chens exploded and vanished. Bang! Suddenly, Su Chen appeared behind San Yan, delivering a kick directly to San Yan's head, producing a muffled sound. San Yan merely tilted his head slightly. The Su Chen behind continued his movement. As his leg struck San Yan's head, his hand transformed into a dragon claw, reaching out from behind to claw at San Yan. Puchi! The dragon claw pierced directly into San Yan's body, gripping the beating heart within. Without any hesitation, Su Chen squeezed hard. Pfft! The heart was instantly crushed. However, San Yan showed no signs of being affected at that moment. Su Chen's expression turned to surprise, but upon reflection, it was not strange. After all, the opponent was a powerful being, not someone he could easily kill. At this moment, San Yan's head rotated 180 degrees, looking at Su Chen with a mocking gaze. Bang! Su Chen raised his bloody dragon claw and directly clawed at San Yan's face. However, just as he extended his dragon claw, San Yan had already punched Su Chen's claw with one hand. Su Chen stumbled back. Before he could steady himself, San Yan's frenzied attacks came crashing down. Using both hands and feet, a rain of attacks struck Su Chen, each blow causing his body to tremble, while blood sprayed from his mouth. Su Chen was unable to defend himself. At that moment, a white light flashed. The white light shot toward San Yan's back with the speed of thunder. San Yan, who had originally worn a mocking expression, slightly furrowed his brows. He stopped his attack, quickly sidestepped, and with one hand, grabbed Su Chen's neck to block the incoming white light. Pfft! The white light struck Su Chen directly. As the white light dissipated, it revealed a sword made from dragon horns. The sword pierced through Su Chen's body. Looking at the sword embedded in Su Chen, San Yan remarked, "Oh. Quite a few tricks." Su Chen said nothing, enduring the pain, and lunged directly at San Yan. San Yan lightly raised his arm. His arm grasped the sword embedded in Su Chen. He pulled hard. The sword was yanked out by San Yan, leaving a horrific, gaping wound on Su Chen. Golden blood sprayed from the wound. Ignoring the massive injury on his body, Su Chen directly embraced San Yan. San Yan was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's action. Then, right after, another beam of white light appeared out of nowhere, shooting towards the two. The white light was aimed directly at their heads. Specifically, at the third eye on San Yan's forehead. The expression on the three-eyed man's face finally changed, anger flashed across his features as he growled, looking for death. Then, the third eye on his forehead erupted with light. Su Chen let out a scream. A piercing pain shot through his body, distorting his features. However, Su Chen's hands still clung tightly to the three-eyed man, refusing to let him escape. Puff! In the next moment, a beam of white light struck the back of the three-eyed man's head. That white light was another sword. The sword pierced through the back of his head and emerged from the third eye on his forehead, its tip simultaneously stabbing into Su Chen's forehead. Ah! A cry of agony escaped the three-eyed man's lips. Blood flowed from his third eye as he glared at Su Chen, whose face was twisted in pain. "You deserve to die." The three-eyed man roared in fury. Hearing his roar, Su Chen forced a smile onto his face, blood trickling from his mouth as he hoarsely uttered, "Fool." After saying this, Su Chen activated the fiery red orb within him. He had 2 orbs in total, a colorful dragon orb and a red orb obtained from absorbing energy from magma. As he activated it, the red orb trembled violently. A terrifying power erupted from within the orb. Then, the red orb exploded. Su Chen self-destructed. Boom! The domain shattered. The ground seemed to tremble along with it. Below, the evolvers in the city covered their ears, blood streaming from their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in pain. Yet, despite this, they still fixed their gaze on the sky. In the place of the explosion, a massive fireball appeared in the sky. The fireball engulfed both Su Chen and the three-eyed man. The sound of the explosion echoed in the air. The enormous fireball radiated intense heat, as if the very air was burning. Everyone watched the fireball in the sky, gazing at the 2 figures covered by the flames. Time passed second by second. Ah! A furious roar resonated throughout the sky. The fireball dissipated, revealing the three-eyed man and Su Chen in everyone's sight. Unlike before. Previously, the three-eyed man had flowing long hair and a white robe that looked ethereal, like a celestial being. But now, his hair was singed, his face covered in blood, and his clothes were disheveled as if they had been ravaged. Not far away, Su Chen looked even worse than the three-eyed man. He had self-destructed the red orb, and while the colorful dragon orb remained within him, it was now dim and cracked all over. At that moment, Su Chen's body resembled the dragon orb, covered in fissures, with blood oozing from the cracks. Watching this scene, everyone below widened their eyes. Just then, on the surface of the sea outside the city walls, 2 figures swam rapidly from a distance. Su! 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 Voices called out. Then, the 2 figures flapped their fins, their massive bodies rising from the water and soaring into the sky. These 2 figures were Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. They flew at a height exceeding 50 meters, surpassing the limits of their previous flight capabilities. They rushed toward Su Chen. However, although they were fast in the water, their speed in the air was significantly slower. They couldn't even match the speed of a bird. Seeing Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan suddenly appear, Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. He pretended to ignore them and continued to look at the three-eyed man. In the next moment, Su Chen flew quickly into the distance. However, after flying 100 meters, Su Chen stopped again, as the three-eyed man did not pursue him but remained in place, his gaze fixed on Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan. Kun. A hint of surprise flashed in the three-eyed man's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan opened their mouths wide. A tremendous suction force emanated from them. The three-eyed man's clothes and hair fluttered with the pull. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Tuan. Xiao Tuan let out a terrible scream, his massive body swaying as if about to fall, then crashed down below. Get out of the way. The crowd below hurriedly dodged. Boom. Xiao Tuan smashed into a building, causing it to collapse and bury half of his body. Seeing this, Su Chen rushed back. Midway through his sprint, Su Chen raised his hand, and in the next moment, a sword made from dragon horns appeared in his grasp. The power of faith surged into the sword, which emitted a dazzling light. Su Chen swung the sword fiercely. A terrifying sword energy sliced toward the three-eyed man. The three-eyed man raised his hand, and a stick made of an unknown material appeared in his grip. With a casual swing, the incoming sword energy was instantly dispersed. Then the three-eyed man's gaze fell on the rushing Su Chen, and he met him head-on. The two collided in an instant, the sword and stick clashing with a crisp sound. The terrifying force nearly made Su Chen lose his grip on the sword. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his hold on the hilt, attacking the three-eyed man with slashes and thrusts. However, every attack was easily dodged by the three-eyed man, while every strike of his stick landed on Su Chen. The difference in their reactions, strength, and speed was like heaven and earth. The three-eyed man was like a cat toying with a mouse, and Su Chen was that mouse. Bang! Another strike hit Su Chen. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter, and the cracks in his body and the dragon pearl within him grew larger. Bang! A few seconds later, Su Chen was sent flying. He crashed into the outer wall of the city, causing it to collapse. Before he could crawl out from the rubble of the wall, the three-eyed man was already in front of him. The tip of the stick in his hand transformed into a sword point, directly stabbing toward Su Chen's forehead, inch by inch. The intense tearing sensation in his forehead made Su Chen scream. From a distance, Su Taohong watched this scene with tears streaming down her face, rushing toward them while calling out Su Chen's name. On the other side, Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan also cried out urgently. Hearing the voices, Su Chen looked toward the approaching Su Taohong. He took a deep breath, gripping the sword tip with both hands while channeling the already severely damaged dragon pearl within him. He had no other choice now but to self-destruct once more. And this time, he would detonate his original dragon pearl. The cracks in his body burst forth with colorful light, and Su Chen unleashed his domain again. Seeing the colorful light emanating from Su Chen, the three-eyed man's eyes widened, a hint of panic crossing his face. He wanted to retreat and escape, but Su Chen had already activated his domain. Within the domain, even powerful beings could not escape unless they killed the one who cast it or the caster withdrew the domain themselves. But how could Su Chen possibly withdraw? When preparing to kill the parasitic bug, Su Chen had already been ready to die. "You pathetic insect!" The three-eyed man shouted in anger. However, his expression changed, and his voice calmed as he said, "How laughable, your death is merely a replacement for one of my avatars, how pathetic." Boom! A tremendous sound. Su Chen's body exploded in an instant. The moment the seven-colored energy burst forth, the three-eyed man's body was shattered by the impact of the energy, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Immediately after, the domain was blown apart. Su Taohong, who was rushing over, was knocked back by the shockwave, but fortunately, the energy was diminished due to the domain's consumption, so the force did not harm her. She was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing to the ground, then struggled to get up and continued toward the direction of the explosion. Soon, Su Taohong reached the center of the explosion. The center was a pit 100 meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. Everything around it turned to nothingness, only charred earth remained. As for Su Chen and the man with 3 eyes, they had completely vanished. "Su Chen!" Su Taohong shouted loudly. "Su!" Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan were also shouting loudly. They didn't notice that at this moment, on the distant sea surface, a dragon-shaped wooden carving was floating. That dragon-shaped wooden carving was the one Su Chen had bought when his body first underwent a transformation. And on that wooden carving, there were a few drops of fresh blood and a broken piece of a dragon ball. The dragon ball fragment emitted a faint ghostly light at a regular frequency, like a human heart beating. Meanwhile, far away, hundreds of thousands of light-years from the planet, a gigantic eye floated in the void, an eye so large that it even surpassed the planet. On the eye, a three-eyed being sitting cross-legged at the position of the pupil suddenly opened its eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth, and its face paled slightly. Its gaze fell in the direction of the planet, and a cold smile appeared on the pale face of the three-eyed being as it said, "Not bad. To think you could kill one of my avatars. Just an avatar." Although it was somewhat regrettable, it was still good, at least the dragon race on this planet was completely gone. The dragon race could be removed from the list in this myriad of worlds. The city. Post-war work began immediately after the battle ended. The immigration plan was also cancelled, and the previously relocated populace was moved back again. The entire Xia country. Indeed, the whole world began post-war work. Because Su Chen had subdued the sea creatures, these sea creatures had all stopped their attacks on land. With the cessation of attacks, the pressure on various countries naturally decreased, and they began to deal with the events that had occurred during this time. For example, they started to rebuild the coastline to prevent any future attacks from sea creatures, and they also needed to improve the evolutionist system. "How's the search going?" "No." Hearing the report from her subordinate, Su Taohong's haggard face showed a look of disappointment. She had been searching for Su Chen's whereabouts during this time. Not just her, but the sea creatures Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan had also mobilized all the marine life to search. They left no corner untouched, conducting a net-like search. Thus, they searched for over a month but still found no trace of Su Chen. Yet, they still did not give up. Days passed one by one. The planet regained its long-lost tranquility. Half a year later, Xia country established the world's first evolutionist school, specifically for nurturing and educating young evolutionists. After the establishment of the evolutionist school in Xia country, countries like Freedom Country and Bear Country also began to establish their own schools. A year later, various countries formulated a complete evolutionist system. This included a well-defined and formal evolutionist ranking, personnel registration for evolutionists, and the classification of cultivation systems, among other things. A year and a half later, an evolutionist discovered some glowing stones under the Iguazu Falls and learned that these stones could assist in cultivation. When this news broke, a global frenzy to find the mysterious stones began. Soon, one after another, stone veins were discovered, which were actually the places where Su Chen had previously set up formations. After these stones were excavated, the formations that had already suffered damage were completely destroyed. With the destruction of the formations, the spiritual energy of this planet was thoroughly revived. Accompanied by the revival of spiritual energy, various life forms around the globe, including plants, began to change gradually. 2 years later, the world's first secret realm appeared on a remote island in the Pacific Ocean. This secret realm was a small battlefield for the dragon race and various powerful beings, containing many cultivation methods and some materials from back then. After the secret realm appeared, countries hurriedly sent personnel to it. Upon entering the secret realm, they accessed some materials within and then overturned the evolutionist ranking that had just been established the previous year. They revised the ranking of evolutionists anew. There were a total of 10 stages for evolutionists, ranging from 1st grade to 10th grade, with 10th grade being the lowest and 1st grade the highest. Above the 1st rank, there is another stage known as the Great Capable Person. This classification of levels was compiled from the information gathered by those who entered the secret realm. After the first secret realm emerged, the planet, which had been peaceful for 2 years, became restless. Chaos began. Countries erupted into battles, both secretly and openly. Moreover, since marine creatures do not recognize national boundaries, the entire ocean of the planet is ruled by 2 entities, Xiaotuan and Xiaoyuan, who command the sea turtles, sea snakes, and sharks that once fed on Su Chen's blood. They can be considered the largest force in the world today. However, they have been searching for Su Chen over the past 2 years and have participated in fewer battles among the nations. In the 3rd year, a second secret realm appeared globally. This time, the secret realm emerged in the Summer Country. Although it was on Summer Country's territory, other nations still secretly sent personnel into the secret realm. But a month later, all the personnel sent by various countries were slaughtered. The slayer was Su Taohong, the foremost figure of the Summer Country. Su Taohong's name spread worldwide. Among the videos that resurfaced was one showing Su Taohong battling marine creatures and exotic beasts 3 years ago. The evolutionists from various countries were shocked by the combat power displayed by Su Taohong in the video. 3 years ago, when spiritual energy had not yet revived, everyone relied solely on consuming the flesh of marine creatures to enhance their strength, and at that time, Su Taohong's combat power had already surpassed that of the present-day individuals. Now, with the revival of spiritual energy, how strong must Su Taohong be? In the 4th year. During this year, secret realms erupted globally. Because the secret realms contained various techniques and materials, the strength of evolutionists from various countries saw a leap in improvement. Due to differences in talent and opportunity, the strong and the weak began to separate. One by one, the strong began to emerge. Among them, the strongest evolutionist in the Summer Country is undoubtedly Su Taohong. Additionally, this year saw the emergence of 2 powerful women named Li Ningning and Xin Pan. These 2 strong women formed a grassroots organization called the Dragon King Sect, which aimed to search for the missing dragons. The organization was loosely structured, with a large number of members spread across the land. In the 5th year, Su Taohong advanced to the 7th rank, becoming the only known evolutionist at that level. In the 6th year, Su Taohong advanced again to the 6th rank. In the 7th year, Su Taohong broke through 2 ranks, advancing to the 4th rank. In the 8th year, beneath a certain sea area, 9,000 meters down in a dark trench, a dragon-shaped wooden sculpture lay quietly. On the sculpture, a 7-colored pearl pulsed gently from within. The light emitted from the surface of the pearl flickered with its rhythm. At this moment, Su Chen felt as if he had lost all 5 senses. He could neither hear nor see nor touch anything, only a consciousness remained. He didn't know how long it had been, but in his idleness, he would ponder certain things, like the last words of the 3-eyed being, clone. Self-detonate, only to destroy a clone. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt a deep sense of failure. He had no idea what had happened to the planet. Additionally, sometimes Su Chen would reflect on whether all of this was caused by himself, and whether he was right or wrong. If he had not touched the outer cover of that planet, had not disturbed the three-eyed, would everything have unfolded differently? What is the current state of the planet? Has it been destroyed by the three-eyed? While contemplating these questions, one day, Su Chen suddenly felt a familiar energy. It was the power of faith. Sensing the sudden emergence of this power of faith, Su Chen immediately attempted to cultivate. However, having lost his five senses, he was unable to cultivate at all. Thus, he tried little by little. Finally, he gained some perception. He could hear the sound of flowing water, feel the temperature around him, and it seemed as if he had regained his hands and feet. And so, he did not know how much time had passed again. Finally, Su Chen felt that he could move. At the same time, the colorful dragon pearl on the dragon-shaped wooden statue shone brightly. Immediately, the surface of the dragon pearl seemed to become soft, and a hand shape appeared, stretching outward. The palm inside the dragon pearl reached out. Little by little. As the palm pulled, the surface of the dragon pearl became thinner and more transparent. Then the dragon pearl grew larger, from the size of an egg to a colorful giant egg over 2 meters tall. Crack! A fissure appeared. Then came the second, the third. After cracks spread all over the dragon pearl, it finally split completely in two, and a figure emerged from within. That figure was none other than Su Chen. As Su Chen emerged from the dragon pearl, he looked around, and everything around him filled his heart with excitement. He raised his hand to feel the seawater flowing over his palm, and looked down at the shattered pieces of the dragon pearl, then he saw the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture beneath the fragments. Looking at the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, Su Chen raised his hand, and the sculpture floated automatically into his hand, which he examined closely. The sculpture was the very piece he had bought earlier. The day after he bought the sculpture, it disappeared, and his body began to change. The root of everything about him was this wooden sculpture. The sculpture was carved from an unknown type of wood, its surface dark and somewhat metallic, and it felt similar in weight to metal. Su Chen tried to channel the energy within him into the sculpture. The next second, the sculpture instantly transformed into a beam of light, and then Su Chen found himself in a vast open space, with a large pool in the center, and coiled within it was a complete golden dragon skeleton. The skeleton was long, stretching hundreds of thousands of meters, entirely golden, emitting a faint glow. Seeing this dragon skeleton, Su Chen's face showed surprise. According to the memories he had absorbed from the dragon clan elder, the bones of dragons turn golden upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, the standard size for an adult dragon is 10,000 meters in length. And with each increase in strength, the size increases by another 10,000 meters. The complete dragon skeleton before him measured a length of 100,000 meters. It could be said that its strength was not inferior to that of the three-eyed dragon. Whose skeleton was this? Why was it here? And what exactly was this dragon-shaped wooden sculpture? Su Chen was filled with confusion. He walked towards the pool ahead, circling around the dragon skeleton to the edge of the pool. Su Chen looked inside the pool, and his face revealed astonishment. The pool was filled with a green liquid. Su Chen did not know what the liquid was, but he could feel that it contained powerful vitality. Without hesitation, Su Chen jumped into the pool. The next second, energy surged into his body from the green liquid, and at the same time, Su Chen felt that this energy was filled with life. Wherever the energy flowed, it gave him a warm sensation. The energy gradually repaired some of the injuries his body had sustained before. Time passed little by little. Meanwhile, in Qingshan City, in the office of the president of the Evolver Management Association. In recent years, with the improvement of the Evolver system and the cessation of marine creatures attacking the land, the original Special Operations Bureau had transformed into the Evolver Management Association. Currently, Su Taohong was the president of the Qingshan City branch of the Evolver Management Association, and also the vice president of the National Evolver Association of Xia Country. In fact, with her strength, she could easily drop the title of vice president. But Su Taohong was not very interested in positions, her only goal now was to become stronger. The events that occurred 8 years ago were still vivid in her memory. She wanted to uncover the truth. Sitting in the chair by her desk, Su Taohong's cold and beautiful face showed no expression. Her eyes were fixed on the files on the computer screen in front of her. 8 years have passed, and the years have left no trace on Su Taohong, whether in appearance or temperament, she remains the same. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking came from outside the door. Hearing the noise, Su Taohong said, "Come in." The door opened, and a woman dressed in a secretary's outfit walked in. "President, the latest news, a secret realm has been discovered in the international waters of areas 31 and 45. After entering, the secretary said respectfully. After a pause, she added, "According to our preliminary investigation, this secret realm is likely related to dragons." Upon hearing the word dragon, Su Taohong shifted her gaze from the screen to the secretary. "Prepare a plane for me." "Yes." The secretary nodded and quickly left. After the secretary left, Su Taohong stood up, walked to the wall beside her, reached for the machete hanging on the wall, and stepped out the door. Moments later, a plane flew out from the Evolver Association, heading towards the international waters. Not just in Qingshan City. On the other side in Chuan Province, at the headquarters of the Dragon King sect, Li Ningning and Xin Pan also received news about the appearance of the Dragon Clan's secret realm in the international waters. Upon learning that this secret realm was related to dragons, Li Ningning and Xin Pan immediately took a few people and rushed to the international waters. Abroad. Whether it was the Bear Country, the Free Country, or other nations, they all dispatched personnel to the newly emerged secret realm at the first opportunity. In fact, it has been several years since the first secret realm appeared, and now there are thousands of secret realms of various sizes on the planet. Among these thousands of secret realms, many involve matters related to dragons, but there has yet to be a secret realm exclusively belonging to the Dragon Clan. The emergence of this secret realm has drawn the attention of all countries. In no time, the international waters became lively. Half a day later. International waters. Countless ships were anchored here, and countless helicopters hovered in the sky. 100 meters above the sea surface, a crack appeared, with faint energy spilling out from within. This crack is the entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, on the ship surrounding the entrance, evolvers from various countries looked at each other warily. Just then, a helicopter bearing the flag of the Summer Country flew in from a distance. When it reached the entrance, a figure jumped directly from the helicopter, landing at the crack's entrance, hovering in midair. Seeing someone able to stand suspended in the air, everyone present changed their expressions. Only evolvers of grade 5 and above can walk on air. Although spiritual energy has been revived for several years and cultivation methods have emerged, most people are still in the stage of feeling their way forward, with the majority around grade 8, while grade 7 and 6 are already considered experts. There are fewer than 100 grade 6 evolvers worldwide. As for grade 5, they can be counted on one hand. So who could it be jumping down from the Summer Country's helicopter? In everyone's mind, a name had already emerged. The world's strongest. Su Taohong. Everyone looked at Su Taohong, who was hovering in midair. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a suit similar to a training outfit. She looked heroic and spirited. Upon seeing Su Taohong, the evolvers from the Summer Country showed excitement on their faces. In contrast, the expressions of evolvers from other countries turned grim, with some even taking a few steps back. Hovering in mid-air, Su Taohong scanned the surroundings and then coldly said, "Evolvers from the Summer Country, enter the secret realm." Yes. Yes. President Su. The evolvers from the Summer Country were overjoyed and responded in unison. After that, they all suddenly jumped up, soaring 100 meters high towards the secret realm. The evolvers from other countries looked on with grim expressions at this scene. Within the secret realm, there are numerous techniques and materials, though it is fraught with dangers, housing many traps and formations that have yet to be triggered. However, those who enter the secret realm first will undoubtedly gain more than those who come later. Su Taohong. At that moment, a cold voice came from a helicopter overhead. Hearing the voice, everyone looked up. They then saw a helicopter adorned with the flag of the Free Nation, where a middle-aged man with small eyes and yellow skin was coldly staring at Su Taohong. The man was Dong Yingzhengi, a citizen of the Sakura Nation that had perished nearly 9 years ago. He was one of the few 6th-grade evolvers in the Free Nation. Su Taohong raised her head to glance at Dong Yingzhengi, and the next second, she drew the machete from her back and slashed at the helicopter. Boom! The helicopter's rotor blades shattered, and it plummeted downwards. Dong Yingzhengi hurriedly jumped out of the helicopter. "If you don't have the strength, then come down obediently," Su Taohong said coldly. Soaked and falling onto the sea, Dong Yingzhengi looked up at Su Taohong with a face full of frustration. As a 6th-grade evolver, he certainly couldn't match Su Taohong. so he could only hold it in. At that moment, two figures flew over from a distance. Someone noticed the approaching figures and was momentarily stunned. The ones flying over were two women from the Summer Nation. Of course, the focus wasn't on the Summer Nation or the women, but on the fact that they were flying. Two fifth-grade evolvers. Everyone gasped. As the two figures drew closer, the crowd recognized who they were. It was Li Ningning, the leader of the Dragon King sect, and her deputy, Xin Pan. Although most members of the Dragon King sect were relatively carefree in content, their numbers were vast, spread across the land, so it was not surprising that those present recognized Li Ningning and Xin Pan. However, no one expected that they had both reached the 5th grade. They might even be above the 5th grade. Very few people knew their true strength. At this moment, hovering in the middle of the crack, Su Taohong saw Li Ningning and Xin Pan flying over, and she gently nodded. "Sister Su, Xin Pan and I will go in first," Li Ningning said with a smile directed at Su Taohong. Su Taohong responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Then, Li Ningning and Xin Pan flew directly into the crack. Moments later, all the evolvers from the Summer Nation entered the secret realm. Once everyone was inside, Su Taohong finally turned and entered the secret realm herself. Outside, the evolvers from other nations watched as Su Taohong entered the crack, exchanging glances before rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm in a frenzy. On the other side, in the pool, the previously unknown emerald green liquid in the pool had completely turned colorless. Su Chen, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pool, seemed to have dragon shadows gently flickering around him. After a moment, Su Chen opened his eyes and looked inward at his body, where he saw 3 beads in his chest. These 3 beads were a colorful bead, a red bead, and a green bead. The colorful dragon bead and the red bead were the 2 that Su Chen had self-destructed, while the green bead was newly formed. The red bead and the green bead revolved around the colorful dragon bead. Su Chen quietly observed the 3 beads within him. The colorful dragon bead and the red bead had reformed after Su Chen absorbed the energy from the green unknown liquid. Su Chen did not know what this green liquid was, but the fact that it could restore the exploded beads and seemed to be even more powerful than before indicated that this liquid was certainly not ordinary. Withdrawing from his inner vision, he focused his mind, and in the next second, his body transformed into a dragon. Originally only 1,000 meters long, he now stretched over 5,000 meters. His body was a mix of gold and red, with an added green stripe. Feeling his dragon form, Su Chen could sense that his strength was now more than double what it had been before. Transforming into human form, Su Chen looked at the colorless water in the pool, then his figure flickered and instantly disappeared. He returned to the sea. And the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture remained firmly in his hand, lying there quietly without moving. Su Chen glanced at the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture, then opened his mouth wide. He opened his mouth to a great extent and then tossed the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture into his mouth, swallowing it down. After doing this, Su Chen directly floated towards the surface of the sea. Moments later, Su Chen flew up to the surface. As soon as he emerged, he sensed a strong energy in the air. The spiritual energy has completely revived. A look of surprise appeared on Su Chen's face as he looked around. Before he could leave the surface, he saw several sea creatures swimming quickly towards him from a distance. They stopped not far from Su Chen, their eyes scanning him, seemingly curious and speculative. After several seconds, Su. Su. The creatures emitted sounds resembling Su Su. Su Chen was surprised again. Why does this sound resemble Xiao Tuan and Xiao Yuan? It's just that the sound isn't as pleasant as theirs. After the creatures made their sounds, they quickly turned and swam away into the distance. Su Chen wanted to follow and see what was going on, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to fly in the opposite direction. Compared to his curiosity, Su Chen was more eager to meet Su Taohong. He flew into the sky, transforming into a fleeting shadow that disappeared into the distance. Soon, Su Chen arrived at Qingshan City. He found a secluded spot to land from the air and then headed directly towards the city center. Upon entering the city, Su Chen noticed significant changes in Qingshan City. He saw many people dressed in tight-fitting clothes or outfits resembling training uniforms. The sounds of conversations filled Su Chen's ears. "Hey! A new secret realm opened in a neighboring city recently, have you explored it?" "I went in, it was packed with people. I even encountered quite a few foreign evolvers and almost got into a fight with them. Fight? What are you afraid of? These foreigners come to our secret realm to snatch treasures, what are we waiting for? Damn it, we can't win, the opponent has a 7th grade evolver. The others are all 8th grade. Hey, the latest news, I heard a new secret realm opened in the public sea, seems to be related to the Dragon Clan. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? Yesterday, there were planes taking off from the Evolver Association, that was President Su going over. That should be true, President Su has been the first to rush over whenever there's news about dragons in recent years. Listening to this conversation, Su Chen frowned. The Evolver Association, he could guess what it was, but what was in the secret realm? How many years had he been asleep? His heart was filled with doubts, but Su Chen also learned one piece of news. Su Taohong left Qingshan City yesterday and took a plane to the new secret realm that had appeared in the public sea. Thinking of this, Su Chen's figure flickered and disappeared. A few passing evolvers nearby were stunned. They rubbed their eyes and then looked at the spot where Su Chen had just stood. Where did he go? Wasn't there a person next to him just now? How could such a big person disappear in an instant? Moments later, Su Chen arrived at the public sea. As soon as he reached the public sea, he saw a crack appearing about 100 meters above the sea surface in the distance. Surrounding the crack were evolvers from various countries engaged in battle. Since the crack was only so large, it could only accommodate 2 people at a time. These evolvers began to fight to get in early after Su Taohong led the evolvers from Xia country inside. In no time, many bodies and injured evolvers floated on the sea surface. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's figure flickered and appeared at the edge of the crack. With a casual wave of his hand, several evolvers near the entrance were sent flying. Su Chen stepped into the crack. The moment he entered, the surroundings changed, he looked around and found himself in a vast battlefield. The battlefield stretched endlessly, with numerous corpses and broken weapons scattered on the ground. Not far away, many evolved beings were searching through the wreckage and ruins. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from a distance, followed by the screams of the evolved beings. It was an explosion triggered by an evolved being activating a mechanism. Su Chen glanced in the direction of the explosion and quickly flew towards it. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the secret realm, Su Taohong was currently in a pile of ruins. Among the ruins lay a broken dragon bone, quietly resting there. Su Taohong placed her hand on the dragon bone and quietly felt the energy contained within it. Previously, some evolved beings had found the remains of creatures in the secret realm, and these bones could be used to craft weapons and armor. Feeling the energy within the dragon bone, she knew it could definitely be used to create powerful weapons. Taking a deep breath, Su Taohong attempted to break the dragon bone. However, the strength of the bone was too high, even if she were a first-tier evolved being, she might not be able to break it. A look of disappointment crossed her face as she turned to leave. Just then, a sound of something cutting through the air reached her ears. Hearing the sound, Su Taohong's expression turned serious as she looked in the direction of the noise. She then saw a figure flying towards her from a distance. Staring at the approaching figure, Su Taohong stood frozen. Her eyes gradually turned red, mist forming in them. 8 years. Or rather, it should be 9 years. Since that day when things happened, when Su Chen said he would be leaving for a while, that while had lasted 9 years. 9 years, and everything had changed. Now, looking at that figure, watching it fly towards her, Su Taohong's body trembled slightly. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. At that moment, the figure landed in front of her. Looking at the beautiful face, tear-streaked, Su Chen spoke, "I'm back, Sister Su." Su Taohong covered her mouth, her tear-filled eyes curving into a smile. Nodding with tears in her eyes, she unhesitatingly leaped into Su Chen's embrace. Sob. Su Taohong's delicate body trembled in Su Chen's arms, her choked sobs echoing. Su Chen reached out to hold Su Taohong. The woman in his arms still had a perfect figure, as if the events of the past were just yesterday. Su Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Su Taohong pulled away from his embrace and pressed her red lips against his. Not far from the ruins, Li Ningning and Xian Pan were walking side by side towards the ruins. Ningning. Xian Pan softly called out beside her. What's wrong, Sister Xian Pan? Li Ningning turned her head, looking at Xian Pan in confusion. Xin Pan pursed her lips and said, "You know, he isn't actually the Dragon King." Over the years, they had been searching for Su Chen's whereabouts, and while searching, they had learned a lot of information from the secret realm. They realized that Su Chen was not the Dragon King they had imagined. Hearing Xin Pan's words, Li Ningning smiled sweetly and said, "But he saved me when I was most helpless, he is the Dragon King in my heart." After hearing this, Xin Pan opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Eh. At that moment, Li Ningning paused, her eyes fixed on the ruins not far away. Xin Pan's face showed confusion, and she followed Li Ningning's gaze. Then she saw two figures embracing in the ruins. And they were kissing. Eh. Brother Su. Li Ningning exclaimed excitedly. Hearing the voice, Su Chen and Su Taohong separated and turned to look at Li Ningning. Upon seeing Li Ningning, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He waved at Li Ningning. Li Ningning immediately ran towards Su Chen. As she ran, mist gradually appeared in her eyes, and she began to cry. When she reached Su Chen's side, her cheeks were wet with tears as she said, "Su Gu. I knew you wouldn't do that. I've been looking for you all these years." Hearing Li Ningning's words, Su Chen reached out and ruffled her hair. Li Ningning then threw herself into Su Chen's arms, nuzzling against him like a little deer. Su Chen smiled and patted her back, but then he thought of something and instinctively looked towards Su Taohong. He saw Su Taohong beside him still looking at him excitedly, completely unconcerned that there was a little girl in his arms. After a moment, Li Ningning pulled away from Su Chen's embrace. She sniffled, wiping the tears from her face like a child. "Su Gu, where have you been these years?" Li Ningning asked through her sobs. Su Chen replied, "I was injured and found a place to heal." After saying this, he noticed Xin Pan walking over and smiled, nodding at her. Xin Pan hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Dragon King." "Just call me Su Gu," Su Chen said. In fact, Xin Pan was older than Su Chen, the same age as Su Taohong. But Su Chen certainly couldn't call her Xin Jie. Okay. Okay, Su Gu, Xin Pan replied. Su Chen hummed in acknowledgement, his gaze returning to Su Taohong and Li Ningning, finally looking towards the dragon bone not far away. "What's going on with the secret realm?" Su Chen asked. Su Taohong was the first to explain, the secret realm formed after the revival of spiritual energy. It's like a small world, filled with battlefields from long ago. Battlefields from long ago? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. He stepped forward to the dragon bone, admiring its pure white, unmarred surface. The dragon bone contained energy, but the dragon soul had long since perished. Su Chen reached out to grasp the dragon bone and then pulled hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, the dragon bone snapped in two. At that moment, Su Taohong, Li Ningning, and Xin Pan walked over. Seeing Su Chen break the dragon bone so easily, the three were not surprised. After all, Su Chen was a dragon. "Is there anything we need to do here?" Su Chen asked Su Taohong. Su Taohong replied, "Mainly to collect some materials and techniques. Once we gather everything, we can leave." "Alright, then I'll accompany you to collect some," Su Chen said. The secret realm was vast. Normally, it would take about a month to search a secret realm. But with Su Chen leading Su Taohong, Li Ningning, and Xin Pan, they managed to explore the secret realm in just half a day. After 8 years apart, both Su Taohong and Su Chen were now thinking about finding a quiet place to have a good chat. After finishing their exploration, the four left the secret realm and flew from the open sea to Qingshan City. Upon arriving in Qingshan City, Su Chen left Li Ningning and Xin Pan behind and directly returned to his old home with Su Taohong. Bang! The door closed. In the living room, Su Chen and Su Taohong stood facing each other. In the quiet environment, they could hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. "Su Jie, if you have any doubts, I'll tell you everything today," Su Chen said seriously. Su Taohong pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, "I don't want to know right now." Su Chen looked at Su Taohong in surprise. A smile appeared on Su Taohong's face as she softly said, "You said before that my body couldn't handle it, but now I want to try again." After saying this, Su Taohong wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck, her red lips moving closer. That kiss was filled with deep affection, and she held on to Su Chen's neck tightly. Su Chen's heart trembled, and he directly lifted Su Taohong, carrying her towards the bedroom. After a storm of emotions, the two expressed their love for each other through their actions. They were also validating a question. Can Su Taohong, a fourth-tier evolver, withstand an attack from a growing dragon clan? The next morning, in the bedroom, Su Taohong had one hand on Su Chen's waist, her head resting on his chest, while her other hand curiously touched the dragon horn on his head. As she felt the hard dragon horn, a satisfied, happy, and content expression appeared on Su Taohong's face. Does it hurt? She asked softly while touching the dragon horn. Su Chen replied, it doesn't hurt. Su Taohong asked again, what does it feel like? Su Chen said, it's like being touched on the ear. Su Taohong's curiosity deepened. She moved her hand from the dragon horn on Su Chen's head and then touched the dragon-shaped pattern on his forehead. Looking at Su Chen with eyes full of affection, Su Taohong softly said, it feels like everything is a dream. Me too, at that time I almost thought I was dead, Su Chen replied. Su Taohong asked, who was the person you fought? Three-eyed. Three-eyed? Yeah. Su Chen briefly recounted some things about Three-eyed. When Su Taohong heard that Su Chen had only killed a clone, her heart trembled. Su Chen had exerted so much effort just to kill a clone, what if that Three-eyed sent another clone over, or even came in person? Thinking of this, Su Taohong's delicate face turned a bit pale. Noticing the change in Su Taohong's expression, Su Chen said, he thought I was completely dead, so he probably won't come. Even if he does, there's nothing we can do. While saying this, Su Chen was actually thinking of countermeasures. He wasn't sure if Three-eyed would send another clone. If he really did send a clone, then Su Chen's previous plan to self-destruct would be nearly impossible. The other party would definitely kill Su Chen before he could self-destruct. By the way, Su Jie, tell me about these changes, Su Chen said. Su Taohong responded with an and then detailed everything that had happened over the past few years. This conversation lasted until evening. On the other side, after leaving Su Chen, Li Ningning and Xin Pan directly found a nearby hotel to stay in. At this moment, the two were lying on the same bed. Li Ningning boredly stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Xin Pan lying next to her and asked, Sister Xin Pan, what do you think the relationship between Su Ge and Su Taohong is? Without thinking, Xin Pan replied, do we even need to think about this? She's definitely Su Ji's partner. Li Ningning's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, you mean? She's the Dragon Mother? Xin Pan. The Dragon Mother? Sister Xin Pan, what if tomorrow Su Ge brings her over? Should we pay our respects? Li Ningning hesitated. Xin Pan hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now that Li Ningning raised the question, she began to hesitate as well. I think calling her the Dragon Queen Mother would be better. After pondering for a few seconds, Xin Pan said. Dragon Queen Mother. Li Ningning blinked. Xin Pan nodded, before marine creatures evolved, I watched a foreign TV series where there was a Dragon Mother, and that title doesn't suit Su Taohong. After hearing this, Li Ningning nodded, then when we meet tomorrow, let's call her the Dragon Queen Mother first. By the way, Sister Xin Pan, what do you think Su Ge and the Dragon Queen Mother are doing right now? They haven't seen each other for years, they should be sleeping now. Sleeping? Li Ningning was taken aback for a moment, then her delicate face suddenly flushed. Strange images involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A dragon. A person. Can that work? The next day, Su Chen invited Li Ningning and Xin Pan to his home. As soon as the two entered the living room, they saw Su Taohong standing next to the sofa. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ningning walked up to Su Taohong and directly knelt down, saying, Dragon King Mother. This sudden scene left both Su Chen and Su Taohong momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Xin Pan also approached Li Ningning, preparing to kneel, that Su Taohong and Su Chen finally reacted. Su Taohong's pretty face flushed slightly, she helplessly hurried to support Xin Pan, then used her other hand to pull Li Ningning up, saying, just call me Sister Su. Li Ningning and Xin Pan hesitated, looking at Su Chen beside them. Su Chen nodded. Seeing Su Chen nod, the two finally called out, Sister Su. Sister Su responded with a smile. Then everyone sat down on the sofa. After sitting, Su Chen briefly recounted the story of the powerful beings and the battle with the Dragon Clan to the three women. There was no need to elaborate on his relationship with Su Taohong, the fact that Li Ningning and Xin Pan had been searching for him for 8 years was enough to show their loyalty, so Su Chen had nothing to hide. Moreover, even if he wanted to conceal it, he couldn't, as there were plenty of materials about that time after the secret realm opened. Nowadays, the evolvers had learned quite a bit about the Great Battle, so Su Chen couldn't keep it a secret. After listening to Su Chen explain the ins and outs of the battle, Su Taohong and the other two sat there in a daze. Because if what Su Chen said was true, then the powerful beings had all left the planet and were roaming the universe. This meant that there were many powerful beings still existing in this universe. And on their planet, anyone living there, including Su Chen, was like an ant that those powerful beings could crush with ease.